Chapter 89. Chief Mage of the Supreme Wizarding Court of France. The status is equivalent to the Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot in the British wizarding world. Every trial or court meeting is hosted by the Chief Mage. And the Chief Mage of France this time is none other than Minister Louise Perrin. Now the representatives of the Ministry of Magic of France and Germany will state the reasons for the closure of the 63 magic shops under the name of the Saint Investment Group. As Louise's voice fell, the Supreme Jury composed of 50 wizards turned their attention to the representatives of the two countries below. Good afternoon, Chief Mage Perrin and all the members of the jury. Next, I will explain the reasons for closing down the Saints Investment Group store. As we all know, the predecessor of the Saints Investment Group is the non-governmental organization known as the Alliance. Everyone here must be familiar with the Alliance, and we have reason to suspect that they are using the Saints Investment Group to conduct illegal transactions, such as dangerous and forbidden goods, through the disguise of their legal stores. So, our two countries have sealed up 63 shops in the territory, out of consideration for the safety of the wizards of the two countries. The representatives of the two countries finished speaking, and the jury began to whisper. The impression of the Alliance on the minds of these people can be described as very bad. That's why Lucas insisted on Dumbledore's presence. Because Dumbledore is great enough. Tilde bang bang tilde. Louise picked up the gavel and knocked it a few times, making the calm be restored in the courtroom. The following to talk is Mr. Lucas Grindelwald, representative of Saints Investment Group. The eyes of the audience immediately turned to the boy sitting on the chair in the middle. Looking at his immature age, many older wizards looked puzzled. What about Vinda Rosier? That proud French rose, why didn't that traitor come? What about Abernathy? That cunning American wizard has been in charge of the business of the two countries, and what about the rest? Could it be that they are too timid to come and talk? They did not understand why the Saints Group would send a child. Your Majesty, Chief Mage, good afternoon, fellow jurors. With regard to the baseless accusations made by the representatives of both countries, I would like to emphasize 2 points. First, the Saints Investment Group is committed to restoring friendly relations with the two countries. Our group is a compliant and legal private enterprise. For the slander of the representatives of the two countries, our Saints Investment Group will never admit it, and will resolutely ask the two countries to stop their baseless accusations. Second, we are an united and friendly private enterprise that has made outstanding contributions to the magic circles of both France and Germany over the years. Since the establishment of our Saints Group, we have donated a total of 100,000 galleons to the magic circles of the two countries, and also helped many wizarding families to solve their employment problems. I hope that Your Majesty, Chief Mage, and the members of the jury can restore the functioning of our company's 63 stores and compensate for 1 year's economic losses, totaling 800,000 galleons. After Lucas finished speaking, he handed over the donation proof he had brought. Upon seeing this, the representatives of the two countries retorted. Protest, these donations from the Saints Group all started within the last 2 years. They're just trying to escape the wizarding laws. Protest. Lucas slowly raised his right hand and waited until everyone's eyes focused on him again. Then he looked at the representatives of the two countries. Sir, you made groundless accusations against our company, and I will file a complaint later. Your remarks have greatly damaged the image of our company. This is against morality and against the law. Your Majesty, Chief Mage, and all the jurors, kindness should not be misinterpreted. Every donation from our Saints Group can stand your verification. On the contrary, the representatives of the two countries have confused our company with the non-governmental organization, Alliance, from the very beginning, just to interfere with your judgment. I admit that the predecessor of our company did a lot of wrong things decades ago. But over the years, our Saints Investment Group has shouldered the responsibilities of our predecessors and properly compensated the affected families. We will support the elderly who have no children, and we will help families with financial difficulties in order to make up for past mistakes. Decades have passed, and what was the Alliance at this moment has become nothing more than a private enterprise. We even went so far as picking a different name for our group, so we won't be confused with the alliance of the past. All this is because we do not wish to repeat the same mistakes. Lucas made an impassioned speech, which not only made Louise Perrin and the 50 jury dumbfounded. Even Dumbledore stared dumbfounded at the blonde boy standing in the courtroom. The whole courtroom was silent, and the people present couldn't recover from Lucas' remarks for a while. Looking at the expressions of these people, Lucas was filled with disdain. In his previous life, he was the main player in the debate team of a prestigious school, and these old antiques of the magic world want to discuss with him. Orwell had come in to listen, but now he was seeing the representative he elected being left speechless by Lucas. He glared at him angrily. Coincidentally, Louise Perrin did the same. The two then looked at each other, and Louise nodded imperceptibly. Tilde boom tilde. Sophistry, sophistry. Lucas Grindelwald, don't try to get away with it. You led the alliance to burn down my German Ministry of Magic. What do you have to say about that? Looking at Orwell with a fierce face, Lucas' eyes were full of disdain and disgust. Slander, slander. This is an insult to me personally and to my colleagues, Chief Mage. I strongly protest. Please expel this irrelevant person. This. Louise hesitated. She didn't expect that Orwell couldn't restrain his temper at all. This is a court meeting, and such unsubstantiated accusations are very dangerous. But thinking of the rumors she heard recently, Louise felt relieved. It is said that wizards in Germany have been protesting recently, hoping that Orwell will step down. If today's result ends with Lucas Grindelwald winning, it wouldn't affect her much. But for Orwell's ministerial position, it can spell its end. Lucas also recalled the information Vinda told him about Orwell's current situation. Of course he knows it all. Looking at Orwell, who was glaring at him, a cunning smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his lips. That being the case, just let him add a handful of firewood and wish Minister Orwell to step down as soon as possible. Your Excellency Chief Mage, jurors, it is inevitable that some people will continue to have such misunderstandings in the future, so I will explain to you today. The building of the German Ministry of Magic was burned, and it has nothing to do with me or the Saints Investment Group. Headmaster Dumbledore of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry can attest to that, can't you, Headmaster? Seeing Lucas look to himself, Dumbledore knew it was his turn to play next. Under the watchful eye of France's highest court of wizards, Albus Dumbledore walked over to Lucas. Yes, I and the professors at Hogwarts can attest that what Mr. Lucas said is the truth. Also, here I have a letter from Minister Fudge. The Saints Investment Group has since come to the magic world in England and is busy promoting the prosperity of the magic world. This letter is full of Minister Fudge's praise to the Saints Investment Group, and I hope it can provide you with some reference. Finally, I would like to say a few words in my personal capacity. Decades have passed, so please let go of your prejudices and look at this matter objectively. In addition, those members of the Alliance in the past are now old, and most of them have even passed away. Do you all still have the fear in your heart, or what do you think such a child can do? Because that is what he is, Lucas is just a child. Dumbledore's words got most of the jury thinking. They turned to look at Lucas, who was standing in front of the chair and just happened to see Lucas' frustrated expression. The lost gaze and the wet corners of his eyes reminded everyone that standing in front of them was just a little wizard who was only 12 years old. The discussion in the trial court gradually became louder, with almost all of them discussing with those close to them. Louise Perrin, who was sitting in a high position, listened to the discussions around her. When she heard that many people agreed to lift the sealed state of the stores, she instantly became anxious. Tilde bang bang tilde. The gavel slammed down hard, and the courtroom became quiet again. Due to the views of both parties and insufficient evidence, it is difficult for the jury to make a decision at the moment. I announce that the court session will be suspended and the jury's final decision will be postponed. The trial will resume early tomorrow morning. Lucas tried hard to maintain his downcast look, because at the moment he wanted nothing more than to laugh out loud. After politely saluting the members of the jury, he and Dumbledore exited the courtroom. "Lucas, you don't seem to be worried about whether you can lift the seizure status of your stores at all. Because the victory is already decided, of course there is no need to worry. The victory is set." Dumbledore looked suspiciously at the boy walking ahead. Thinking carefully about the process of the court meeting just now, he still didn't know where the winning point was. Lucas met Vinda and immediately took his people back to the hotel where they are staying. Just as they were about to walk into the front hall, a girl suddenly crashed into Lucas' arms, looking at the long silver hair like a waterfall and those blue eyes. Lucas immediately guessed the other party's identity. "You are a student of Beauxbatons, right?" He looked at the girl's school uniform and asked. Fleur nodded, looking at the boy in front of her in surprise. She should have left just now, but suddenly felt that the thing that attracted her was in the Ministry of Magic. So she made excuses and ran back. She just didn't understand why the boy younger than her was so attractive to her. "Can you tell me your name?" "Of course, my name is Lucas Grindelwald, a Hogwarts first year and soon to be second year. My name is Fleur Delacour, soon to be fifth year at Beauxbatons." It really was her. Looking at the obsessed look in her eyes, Lucas understood the reason after a little thought. His elven blood has an inexplicable attraction to all magical creatures. And Fleur Delacour has a quarter of Vila blood, or that's what the cover says to reduce discrimination, because all female Vila children are full Vilas. So she should be affected by the blood. "Fleur, come here." A female half-giant, with a height of more than 3 meters, suddenly appeared. She nodded to Lucas and forcibly took Fleur by the hand, dragging her away from the Ministry of Magic. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Lucas came to the French Ministry of Magic feeling refreshed. Orwell was looking much more haggard than yesterday as he sat in the gallery like a beaten dog. "Looks like he didn't have a good time last night," Lucas chuckled and sat down on the chair in the middle of the courtroom. After a while, all 50 jury members arrived. Tilda bangs Tilda. The court session has resumed. Chapter 90. Jury, after one night's deliberation, have you reached a final decision? Hearing Louise Perrin's inquiry, the 49 jury wizards all focused their attention on an elderly man. Just looking at his appearance, the old man should have an advanced age of over 80 years old. This was someone Lucas knew, or rather a lot of people in the wizarding world knew him. France's old minister for magic, Victor Bertrand. TN, the MTL name was Sean Hope, but that doesn't sound French at all, so I googled, and the French minister in Grindelwald's time was named Victor Nollisname. The character is played by David Bertrand, so I just mixed the names. I just showed my OCD right? XD. Lucas frowned, not expecting this guy to come. Victor Bertrand was the leader of the rebellion against Gellert Grindelwald. After a long deliberation, the Supreme Wizarding Court voted to revoke the state seizure of the stores under the name of the Saint Investment Group by Germany and France. The compensation of 800,000 galleons proposed by Lucas Grindelwald is rejected, but considering the huge economic losses of the 63 stores over the past year, the Ministry of Magic of Germany and France will compensate a total of 200,000 galleons. Victor handed the parchment in his hand to the court assistant, beside him to deliver the document with their decision to the chief mage. Lucas, who was sitting below, heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought the old man was here to make trouble and didn't expect him to just come out for a formality. Although he doesn't understand why Victor Bertrand helped him, but as long as he wins. Lucas looked at Orwell in the gallery at this moment and saw that his face was showing an extremely ugly expression. He has been preaching in Germany that Lucas and the Saints group are heinous criminals. But now the criminal in his mouth has won the court hearing, and he is about to take away 100,000 galleons in compensation from him. If it is known by the wizards in Germany, his position as minister will be left hanging by a thread. No, it should be said that he has now entered the countdown to step down. Lucas stood up and thanked the jury around him. "Thank you for your righteous words. I hereby assure you that as long as I am here, the Saints Investment Group will redouble their efforts to contribute to the future of the French magic community." With his guarantee, Some of the younger wizards present looked satisfied. Orwell stood up reluctantly at this moment. "Everyone, I swear to Merlin, this guy is not as simple as he appears on the surface. Please think again seriously. He is a Grindelwald." "Minister Orwell, when you and I exchanged views on this issue, you said at the time that our French court would make the decision and you will not interfere in any form with the result. But what do you mean by your statement just now? Do you want to go back on your word?" The speaker was the French director of magical law enforcement. As the most powerful department, the director's words carry a lot of weight. Seeing this, Orwell looked towards the highest position in the courtroom and saw Louise Perrin's faking ignorance. "Everything is over now." These 4 words flashed in his mind as he sat down on the chair despondently. Louise Perrin got up and re-announced the resolution of the Supreme Wizarding Court of France. "Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement. Tongue Fighting Hero. Reward, 500 achievement points." The court session is over, and the members of the Supreme Wizarding Court began to exit. Lucas did not leave immediately, but stayed behind and greeted every wizard who left, thanking each of them for their fair resolution. His elegant, humble attitude won the favor of everyone. Including Louise Perrin, Lucas stepped forward to express his gratitude. Waiting until everyone leaves. The director of magical law enforcement, David Fielding, came before Lucas. "Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for donating 100,000 galleons to the French Foundation for Magical Orphans." "I should thank Director Fielding. Thank you for giving me such an opportunity. The Saints Group has always been a strong supporter of charity." Not long ago, members of the Saints Group found out some information about David Fielding. As the chief director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he actually set up a foundation in spite of his busy schedule. As soon as he learned about the worrying financial situation of the foundation, Lucas sent 100,000 galleons to the other party. That's why Lucas said yesterday that the victory is sealed. As long as he impresses the jury first, Director Fielding will naturally help with the rest. By the way, Director Fielding, why was the ex-minister Victor Bertrand here today? "I invited him here. Although my uncle has retired for many years, his prestige is still there. He also asked me to tell you that after decades have passed, don't mention the past, as long as you sincerely do things for the magic world in the future." Unexpectedly, there was such a relationship between the two. No wonder Fielding has such a strong say in the French Ministry of Magic. 5 days have passed since the court session. Lucas accompanied Hermione and Cho Chang in Paris these days. The rest of the time was spent in contact with various French families making connections. Thanks to the good impression he made in the court, no one has yet refused to open their door. Aunt Vinda, is the German 100,000 galleons coming? Not yet. Lucas threw the newspaper on the table. On the front page was a photo of Orwell walking out of the German Ministry of Magic. 100,000 galleons became the straw that broke the camel's back. In just 5 days, the German wizards cast 90% of the votes in favor of driving Orwell out of office. "Aunt Vinda, if I were to invite Orwell to work in our Saints group, would he be willing?" Vinda chuckled and said, "I guess he would rather die than work for our group." Tusk, what a pity. The reason why Lucas would say such a thing. It was entirely because when Orwell stepped down, the system rewarded him with 100 achievement points. Said to be the reward for the defeat a strong enemy, achievement. But this supposedly powerful enemy is only worth 100 points, which is not worth much. This time, Lucas received 200,000 galleons in compensation from the 2 countries. But he was not very happy. Lucas donated a total of 100,000 galleons of various materials to the 2 countries in the past 2 years. This time, in order to secure the chance of winning, another 100,000 galleons was donated to Director Fielding's foundation. He planned to take advantage of this incident, and the lion opened his mouth. Even if it is less than 800,000, 500,000, or even 300,000 is good. Unexpectedly, the old guy Victor Bertrand only gave him 200,000 galleons as compensation. He probably wants to tell Lucas that they will not owe each other from now on. Victor Bertrand is really not an easy person to deal with. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and Abernathy walked in hurriedly. More than 60 shops have reopened, and our people are so busy, but you are still chatting here. Uncle Abernathy, haven't I already handed over the business of the 2 countries to the Carrot family? Why do you worry so much about it? Abernathy was going to retort a few words. But before the words were spoken, 100,000 galleons from the German Ministry of Magic arrived. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the 7-day tour of France will come to an end. The Grangers had a great time these days. On the way back, Lucas also took the plane with them. To be honest, Lucas had never flown on a plane in his life. After the experience, he suddenly felt that using a portkey was more convenient. Once he was finally back to his Wiltshire estate, the sun was already setting, and the sky was about to fall into darkness. The next day, Lucas arrived at Malfoy Manor early in the morning. When he saw Draco playing with Crabbe and Goyle in the yard, without saying a word, he went up and knocked the platinum-haired boy unconscious and dragged him away. Crabbe and Goyle watched Draco being dragged out of the manor, dumbfounded. When Draco woke up from the coma, he saw Lucas breaking a ward on a building. Is this Grimmauld Place? Oh, you actually know this place. That makes things much easier. At this time, the old house of the Black family has shown its true appearance. Just looking at the appearance, no one will believe that this dilapidated house with dirty windows could be the mansion of one of the oldest and most noble pure-blood families in the wizarding world, the Black family. Lucas, what are you doing here? I came to find something. Lucas gripped the silver twisting serpent handle, accompanied by an unlocking spell. The Black family house, which has been dusty for many years, finally welcomes a new visitor. Huh, the inside is much cleaner than the outside. Didn't Mom say that there are no people in the Black family left? Looking at the clean and tidy interior furnishings, Draco was very surprised. Lucas glanced at him like he was a fool. Although the people of the Black family haven't come back for some time, there are still portraits and a house elf here. Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't forgiven you for knocking me out yet. Lucas ignored Draco, who was shouting behind him, and stepped into the long hallway. Because of the traceless extension spell, the mansion of the Black family is very large on the inside. Just as Lucas was about to find the target of this trip, an old, raspy voice suddenly came from a dark corner in the distance. Oh, Master Malfoy, you are welcome. Draco hurriedly turned his head and looked towards the corner, and under the dim light he saw a house elf standing there, watching the two of them with a knife in his hands. Chapter 91. Really, the Malfoy boy and an elf broke into the mistress' house. The mistress would be very angry if she found out. Hearing the muttering of the house elf creature, Draco asked, displeased, "What are you talking about?" Creature didn't say anything. Creature was welcoming Master Malfoy. Draco glared at the cunning creature, then looked at Lucas, puzzled. What are you looking for? Mom never let me come here. She said Mrs. Walburga Black hates being disturbed by others. What did Creature mean by elf? I've found it. Lucas looked at Creature with glowing eyes. Creature, let me ask you, do you have a heavy locket that cannot be opened? Creature stared at Lucas in horror. Then, with a snap of the fingers, he disappeared. Draco. Draco immediately understood what Lucas meant. Being half of the Black family, he immediately called out to the empty room, Creature, come to me right now. Pop. There was a soft sound, and Creature appeared in front of the two again. Creature reappeared because of the order, but he never looked at the two of them. Creature, I believe you have also seen my identity. I can help you destroy the locket. Will you let me help you? Creature looked at the blonde boy in front of him with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was thinking why this person would know what his nice Master Regulus ordered. After a few seconds, seeing that the decrepit house elf still refused to speak, Draco frowned heavily. It's better for me to order him. You want to get a locket, right? Seeing Lucas nod, Draco immediately issued an order. Creature, bring the locket immediately. Creature remained where he was. Seeing his trembling body, he seems to be resisting Draco's orders. When the trembling stopped, Creature raised his head and said, I'm sorry, Master Malfoy. You are not Creature's master, and Creature will not obey your orders." Draco's face flushed with anger. If Lucas hadn't stopped him, he might have attacked Creature. Lucas looked at Draco with contempt. "Draco, why must you have platinum blonde hair? It would be better if you had more black hair, Tusk. It's really useless. It's well known that the hair color of most of the Black family is black. My last name is Malfoy, not Black. What Draco is most proud of is this platinum hair color. He spends a great deal of time every morning arranging his hair. Even if Lucas is his best friend, he doesn't allow him to talk bad about his hair." Lucas was just joking too. He came to Creature and knelt down. Looking at the house elf with determined eyes, he sighed. "Draco, please go out first." "Huh?" Draco's face was full of reluctance, but seeing the gaze Lucas cast on him, he opened the door wisely and walked out. Once only Lucas and Creature were left in the house, neither of them spoke. Creature brought Lucas into the living room and silently prepared a cup of coffee for him. Lucas, on the other hand, was wondering how to get the stubborn, elderly house elf to hand over the locket. Before coming here, Lucas had a detailed understanding of the history of the Black family. This is a family that advocates pure blood supremacy. It is also the oldest and noblest pure-blood family in England. During the height of Voldemort's power, most members of House Black took great pride in serving the Dark Lord. Because the Dark Lord, like them, advocated blood purity. But who would have thought that there would be two outliers in the family? Sirius Black, Harry's godfather and best friend of James Potter. He was rebellious and pursued freedom. From the bottom of his heart, he loathes the pure-blood ideas of the Black family, and after graduating from Hogwarts, he resolutely joined the Order of the Phoenix, working with his friends in the vanguard against Voldemort. If you are his friend, you can completely trust Sirius because he's even more loyal than a Hufflepuff, and even his animagus form is a dog who are known for their loyalty. But if it's seen from the interests of the family, Sirius' behavior almost ruined the Black family's long history. Just imagine, when Voldemort found out that the Black family actually fell into the arms of the old bee. With his crazy character in the later stage, I am afraid that he will lead people to destroy the Black family immediately. As for why he didn't, it was because of one person, Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius' younger brother. In the eyes of Sirius, his brother was timid and cowardly. The useless younger brother who always follows behind him but is deadly afraid of their mother. Regulus joined the Death Eaters at the age of 16 and quickly became someone Voldemort trusted. It is also thanks to him that the Black family could be preserved, because he took on what should have been his older brother's responsibilities. Regulus Black. Creature suddenly looked up at Lucas. Hearing this name, his eyes showed sadness and guilt. Regulus was a kind man, and he never regarded Creature as a slave, but as a friend. Such Regulus won Creature's allegiance, regardless of whether he was his master or not. As for why he felt guilty, it's probably because Creature has not completed the task assigned by his master Regulus even after so long. To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that, when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. You, how do you know? Creature looked at the elf in front of him in surprise. No one should know about these things. Lucas took a deep breath and said softly to Creature, "How about we make a deal? At this time a year later, I will bring back your master Regulus' body and his locket. At that time, will you hand over the real locket?" Creature became a little anxious and started to become incoherent. But, poison and monsters there, impossible. Creature. A proud, indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Lucas saw a noble woman in a portrait on the wall. Presumably she is Mrs. Black. Young wizard, if you can really bring Regulus back, I will agree to your request, and the Black family will never forget your kindness. Madame Black's eyes were full of sadness. Although she is just a portrait now, but she is a portrait with the memory of Mrs. Black. So it is normal that she would also be sad for her favorite son. Creature bowed to the portrait. "Yes, mistress." Looking at the old Black house, that is slowly disappearing behind him, looking as if it was being squeezed by both houses next to it. There was a wave in Luca's eyes. He was disgusted with Sirius. Very disgusted. Maybe it's because his actions were not in line with Luca's philosophy. When Sirius was pursuing freedom and taking risks with his friends, it was his scared and shy younger brother who took up the responsibility and future of the family. On July 31, 1980, Sirius was smug as he became godfather, while the cowardly and useless younger brother in his eyes stayed forever in that cold, damp cave full of corpses in order to fight against Voldemort. Thinking of Sirius Black who will escape from Azkaban next year, Lucas sneered. Sirius better hope not to fall into his hands. Lucas, are you done? Looking back at Draco beside him, he nodded slightly. Almost, although the time is a bit rushed, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing the ambiguous answer, Draco frowned, but he soon put it behind him. By the way, Father asked me to thank you for the warning. The misuse of Muggle Artifacts Division were actually searching wizarding homes recently. It's a good thing you reminded my father in time. Those nasty Weasley, they must have been targeting my family. Seeing Draco's disgusted expression, Lucas just smiled and didn't express his opinion. When they returned to Wiltshire, Draco suddenly said, "Don't worry about today's matter. I will keep it a secret for you, including my parents, although I don't know what you want to do, but I believe in you, my best friend." Looking at the platinum-haired boy who walked into Malfoy Manor, Lucas chuckled. This guy has finally grown up. The following days, Lucas had a relaxed and comfortable life. It would be better if Draco didn't come a few times a day. And it would be even better if he didn't bring the two idiot trolls every time he came. It's been like this for 2 weeks. Finally, the Hogwarts Owls brought the new school year's book list. Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gadding with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Magical Me by Gilderoy Lockhart. Looking at a long list of books, all Gilderoy's novels, Lucas frowned. Aunt Vinda. When Vinda pushed the door and came in front of him, he handed her the envelope in his hand. Get me a set of stupid Gilderoy retarded Lockhart's books from our bookstore. Oh Merlin, Dumbledore is crazy. He had just finished speaking when Hestia brought in Hermione's letter. Coincidentally, Cho Chang also sent a letter from her own owl at the same time. Looking at the contents of the two letters that are exactly the same, Lucas frowned slightly, not knowing what the two little witches meant. But just going shopping in Diagon Alley, he has no objection. He wrote letters to both of them and turned back to read the book on his lap. It's just that the title of this book looks creepy. The cruelest black magic in the magic world for thousands of years. Chapter 92. When there was still a week until Hogwarts started, Lucas left the manor early in the morning and went to Diagon Alley. The purpose of his coming here was to find the ginger cat from the original book for Hermione. He has ordered people to prepare for this matter for a long time. Coincidentally, the news came yesterday. The reason why Lucas was looking for Crookshanks. Aside from Hermione, he was also hoping that the cat would find trouble with the stinky rat in Ron's hand. It was verified by his subordinates that Crookshanks was indeed part Kneazle and extremely sensitive to animagus. At the same time, the Weasley family were preparing to leave their home, the Burrow. They were also going shopping in Diagon Alley. Flu was a new experience for Harry, and in his nervousness, he mispronounced Diagon Alley and ended up saying diagonally. Harry suddenly felt a bad premonition, but before he could regret it, the Flu network sent him to an unknown place. Looking at the eerie environment around, he quickly picked up the glasses that had fallen to the floor. Then he suddenly heard a voice from afar. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, welcome again." A warm smile appeared on Mr. Borgin's face. This is not the first time Lucius Malfoy has visited. In fact, Mr. Malfoy had been here once in the last week. "Mr. Borgin, please see how many galleons these are worth." Lucius Malfoy placed an exquisite box on the counter. Because Lucas revealed the news in advance, the Malfoys didn't deal with dangerous goods as hastily as in the original book. At this moment, the poison in his hand is already the last batch in the family. Items that are valuable and cannot be destroyed or sold have been deposited in the family vault. As for the last piece, Lucius Malfoy looked at the black leather diary inside his robes. This was something that Voldemort had entrusted to him for safekeeping. Lucius never understood why he was asked to guard a diary with his life. But feeling the strong dark magic on it, he could guess that this diary must be very important to Voldemort. This diary cannot be left behind. But how to deal with it, Lucius Malfoy felt a big headache. Why don't I just give it to Dumbledore? Such thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard the scream of his son behind him. "Draco, what are you doing?" Draco's hand was being held by Harry at the moment. Seeing the gesture in his friend's eyes, Draco shook his head immediately and said, "It's nothing, father, I was just shocked." Mr. Borgin looked at Draco, then he said in a greasy tone, "Oh, that is the hand of glory. As long as you put a candle on that hand, the candlelight will only illuminate the path for the person holding it. This is a good helper for thieves and robbers. Does Master Malfoy like it? It only costs 20 galleons." Without waiting for Drac to reply, Lucius said in a haughty tone, "Mr. Borgin, do you want my son to be a thief or a robber in the future?" "Sorry, Mr. Malfoy, I didn't mean that." Mr. Borgin hurriedly put away the box and the poison. But Lucius Malfoy doesn't seem to be planning to let his son go. He looked at his son coldly and continued, "But what Mr. Borgin said might have some merit. With his current achievements, he may need to use this hand of glory in the future." Draco looked helpless. Throughout the summer, his father kept bringing up the subject of grades. Receiving the payment for his objects, Lucius Malfoy walked out of the Borgin and Burke store with his son. Draco was still a little worried before going out. This wasn't Diagon Alley, and he was wondering if Harry would be all right. Around the corner across from the store stood Lucas stroking Crookshank's head, while the big, shaggy cat was purring comfortably. Looking at the Malfoy father and son who were gradually going away, Lucas' eyes flickered on and off. He was thinking about how to get Riddle's diary from the other party. According to his group's investigation, the Black Journal was not among the dangerous goods disposed of by the Malfoy family during this time. It means that the Horcrux is still with Malfoy. In the original book, Lucius Malfoy mocked the Weasley family and mixed the diary into Ginny Weasley's used book. But now looking at the direction they were leaving, they don't seem to be going to Diagon Alley, but seem to be going back to Wiltshire. This is not acceptable, so Lucas immediately took a shortcut and rushed in front of the Malfoys. "Lucas, why are you here?" As he looked at the blonde boy walking towards him, Mr. Malfoy frowned subconsciously. But when he thought of the identity of the child in front of him, his brows relaxed again. "Uncle Lucius, Draco," Lucas greeted them. "I came to fetch these two pets and ended up wandering off." After Lucas finished speaking, he gestured to the cat in his arms and the little swan in the cage. The little swan is a gift for Cho Chang. The little guy can only grow to the size of a volleyball at best, and it's usually pretty silent, not making any trouble. But if its owner is in danger, the little swan will make a loud cry. As for how loud it is, according to his subordinates, the little guy's cry, most of Hogwarts should be able to hear it. Then Lucas pretended to be concerned and asked, "Uncle Lucius, have you taken care of those things at home?" Lucius raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, today was the last batch." "That's good. Some of my uncles have been raided by the Ministry of Magic recently, and they even had conflicts with people from the Ministry of Magic." Lucas showed a helpless expression. "I need to go to Mr. Arthur Weasley to apologize later. It's too bad, I'm still a student." "Weasley, is he here too?" "That's right, I saw their family in Diagon Alley just now, and they seem to be buying their children's school materials. Speaking of which, Gilderoy Lockhart will be holding a book signing event at Flourish and Blott's bookstore today. Shall we go and see it together later?" "No," Mr. Malfoy shook his head and refused. "I still have something to do with Draco, excuse me." Lucas stroked the fat cat in his arms, watching both Malfoys walking towards Diagon Alley. "Son, are you lost? Come with me, I can help you find your way home. An old woman with a wrinkled face appeared next to Lucas. Seeing the old woman's dirty palm reaching out to him, Lucas immediately dodged to the side. Immediately afterwards, he kept walking towards another road leading to Diagon Alley. When Lucas was far away, the people around looked at the old woman who was standing still. Seeing her pale, bloodless skin, there was an exclamation from the crowd. "Killing curse, that boy killed old Mary." As soon as they heard that someone used the unforgivable curse, the crowd scattered and fled the place, not wanting to deal with all the trouble. Even in places like Nocturne Alley, the unforgivable curses are taboo. Harry! The sound startled the crowd surrounding Harry. Seeing Lucas, Harry hastily parted from the crowd and rushed toward him. "Thank God, I finally met someone I know, Lucas. Where is this place?" "Nocturne Alley." After Lucas answered, he looked at the people around him. Although everyone does not know the identity of Lucas, but they have seen him around here from time to time. Every time someone wanted to trouble the blonde boy. Without exception, it never happened again, so the crowd tactfully scattered around. Lucas looked at Harry beside him and saw soot all over his body. Even the glasses had a lens shattered. "Reparo. Scourgify." With a wave of Lucas' wand, Harry's glasses were repaired and his clothes became clean and tidy. "Harry, you should really learn the restoring charm. It will be very useful for you." "I thought so too. By the way, can you take me to Ron?" Lucas nodded, turned around and walked out with the golden boy. If it wasn't for seeing Harry, Lucas would have forgotten that this trouble magnet had entered Borgin and Burke's store by mistake. As Harry walked out of Nocturne Alley under the leadership of Lucas, looking at the familiar surroundings, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Hermione's voice came from afar. Seeing the little witch running out of the magic pet shop, Lucas was lucky to have prepared Crookshanks as a gift for her. "Oh, what a cute cat. Do you like it? This is a gift for you. It may be a little grumpy, but it has a rather extraordinary ability." Hermione lifted Crookshanks into her arms. One person and one cat stared at each other for a few seconds. "I like it. It will be called Crookshanks from now on." Really, this cat and this name were really meant to be. Harry looked at the two conversing in their own world and refused to disturb them, but he needed to find the Weasleys soon, so he interrupted them apologetically. "Sorry, can you tell me where Ron is?" "Ron Weasley." Hermione seemed to remember seeing them somewhere. She turned to look at the Flourish and Blott's bookstore not far away. "They should be over there. Gilderoy Lockhart has a book signing event today, and they are all attending it." Looking at the little witch showing such a flat expression, Lucas was slightly surprised. Hermione should have been a loyal reader of Lockhart. Seeing the look in Lucas' eyes, Hermione immediately understood what the other person meant. "I did read his books, but I found that they have a lot of loopholes. In one of the books he was still with vampires. But in the next book at the exact same time, he happened to be spending time dealing with a werewolf, so I think Lockhart is a fake liar." It has to be said, the little witch's intuition is very accurate. Lucas smiled and looked towards the bookstore, just in time to see both Malfoys walking to the door. As a top family in the magic world, when did Malfoy go to a bookstore to buy a book by himself? So there is only one possibility. Lucius Malfoy intended to plant the diary on the Weasleys like in the original book. At this time, Cho Chang just came to meet him and smiled happily when she received the gift from Lucas. Although Hermione was a little unhappy, she didn't say anything. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed. "Let's go. Let's also go to Flourish and Blott's bookstore to have a look. If there is a good response to the book signing, I might also hold one in my own bookstore." Hermione rolled her eyes after hearing this. "Why is Flourish and Blott's doing this? Isn't it because of your bookstore?" While speaking, they had already arrived at the entrance of the bookstore. Chapter 93. Gilderoy Lockhart, signed autobiography, Magical Me for sale. Above Flourish and Blott's, there was an incomparably huge advertisement floating, with every character being a size similar to that of an adult. This ensures that all wizards in Diagon Alley can see it. Judging by the overcrowded appearance of the bookstore, this should have made a lot of contributions. "Sorry, excuse me." Most of the bookstore customers were women, with most of them being housewives, all loyal fans of Gilderoy Lockhart. "Oh, Merlin." Hermione tapped her forehead suddenly, then she lowered her head. Lucas looked over curiously and saw the Grangers standing in the front row at a glance. The two seemed very interested in Gilderoy Lockhart's book. Hearing the laughter beside her, Hermione looked at him angrily. "Hermione, you have to admit that Gilderoy Lockhart is very popular among middle-aged people." "Lucas, I saw the Weasleys. I'll go first. Thank you for your help," Harry said suddenly at this moment. Watching him squeeze into the crowd, Lucas felt that after not seeing each other for a while, Harry became more impetuous than before. Lucas took Hermione and Cho Chang up to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the space on the second floor seemed much more empty. "You guys are also here. Come quickly, you can see more clearly from here." Lucas didn't know when it was that Draco appeared on the second floor, but he was standing directly above Gilderoy's signing table. While their group chatted while leaning against the railing, a commotion was heard from below. "Out of the way, this is a photo shoot for the Daily Prophet," a short reporter yelled into the crowd. Lockhart turned to look at the camera, frowning suddenly. A few seconds passed and he suddenly realized, "Merlin, isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd followed Gilderoy's gaze and immediately noticed the famous Harry Potter. Harry was still a little embarrassed at the moment. Although his glasses and clothes were sorted by Lucas, but there was still a lot of black soot on his face. Ron didn't see his friend's distress and excitedly pushed Harry and said, "He wants to take a photo with you. Hurry up, my good friend." He said this very loudly. It seemed that he wanted to tell everyone that he was a good friend of Harry Potter. The crowd began to murmur, and some gave Ron envious looks. On the second floor of the bookstore, Draco frowned and said, "What does he take Harry for? A tool to show off to others? Whether it's Lucas, Hermione, or Cho, they all understand who the he Draco is referring to." Watching Ron Weasley's smug face is really annoying. Facing Lockhart's invitation, Harry bit the bullet and walked towards the other party under everyone's gaze. The flash on the magic camera stung his eyes. In order to avoid the flash, Harry couldn't help but look up, and he happened to see Lucas along with Draco on the second floor. Now Harry felt like a monkey in a zoo, and his cheeks suddenly felt hot. "Hey Lucas, Draco." Everyone followed Harry's gaze to the second floor. When people saw the two elegant teenagers, their discussion became more intense. "It's Lucas Grindelwald." "Merlin, I still remember the unprecedented grand opening of his stores some time ago." "But why did Mr. Grindelwald come to Flourish and Blots? Doesn't he own a bookstore?" Lucas has been in the limelight recently in the British wizarding world. Just as expected, the young appearance had an unexpected chemical reaction with his identity as the behind-the-scenes boss of 15 shops. Even after so long, people were still talking about it, especially after learning about the generous treatment of the Saints Investment Group. Many people want to go to seek a job. "Good morning, everyone. Today is Mr. Lockhart's signing event. Please support him." Gilderoy Lockhart was a little unhappy at first, thinking that Lucas upstaged himself by showing up. But after hearing what the young businessman said, a confident smile appeared on his face again. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Grindelwald. Would you like to take a group photo?" "Sorry, I have other things to do. I wish you good luck with your event." After Lucas finished speaking, he left the railing on the second floor, because he had noticed that Lucius Malfoy appeared at the door of the bookstore. If there is no accident, he'll be messing with the Weasleys in a bit. Lucius Malfoy did have such thoughts at the moment. For the black leather diary in his hand, he hadn't made up his mind what to do with it. He wanted to give it to Dumbledore, but was afraid of being blamed by Voldemort. But just now, he learned from Lucas that the Weasley family had also come to Diagon Alley. The Malfoy family had been feuding with the Weasley family for a long time. So he immediately had a good plan for what to do with the diary. If successful, Arthur Weasley's days ahead may not be easy. Come to think of it, the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Division at the Ministry of Magic. As the main person in charge of this surprise inspection, what would happen if such a dark artifact appeared in his home? Lucius feels excited just thinking about it now. "Uncle Lucius, why are you standing here?" Hearing Luca's voice behind him, Lucius immediately suppressed his smile. "Well, it's nothing. I'm just observing if our bookstore also holds a signing event like this. Will it attract so many people as well?" Although he knew that he was pretending, Lucas is still willing to cooperate. At this time, Harry already had his picture taken with Gilderoy Lockhart. Waiting until after the camera's shutter is pressed, Lockhart politely chucked him off. Harry looked at the complete set of Lockhart books in his hand and smiled wryly. "Oh, Harry, you've got a complete set of books signed by Lockhart." Looking at Ron's envious eyes, Harry pushed the books into his arms. "Since you like them, I will give them to you. I will buy my own." "Really, is it okay?" Seeing Harry nod, Ron immediately smiled joyfully. If it wasn't for the location, he would have wanted to shout a few words in happiness. "Poor Weasley, are you so happy to just get a set of signed books?" The characteristic Malfoy drawl caught the attention of the Weasleys. Harry watched Draco approaching from a distance and immediately greeted him. "Draco, long time no see." "It's been a long time indeed," the famous Harry Potter. Looking at his friend acting strange, there was confusion in Harry's eyes. Before he could ask him what was going on, he saw Mr. Malfoy walking behind Draco. Mr. Malfoy, who had treated him very well in Malfoy manner. It was as if he didn't know him at the moment. Harry turned to look at Ron, ready to complain to him. But when he saw that the Weasley family was looking at Malfoy and his son warily, he instantly understood the reason for Draco's and Mr. Malfoy's change of attitude. They probably don't want him to be caught between the two. At this time, Arthur Weasley came from afar. "Lucius Malfoy." Mr. Weasley called out the name of the man in front of him coldly. Mr. Malfoy sneered slightly. "I heard that you have been very busy recently, busy searching everywhere. You work so hard, it's a pity the Ministry of Magic isn't paying you extra for it." After speaking, he walked up to the Weasley family, reached for a second-hand book from Ginny Weasley's cauldron. What a poor child, who is clearly a freshman at Hogwarts, but has to use these old books. He opened it casually and looked at it, then he threw it back into the cauldron. No one noticed that there was a black-covered diary among the books now. And Lucas, who has been paying attention to it all the time, has a bright light in his eyes. Finally it appeared, Riddle's diary. "Hey, Arthur Weasley, what's the use of being the shame of wizard kind if you can't even get enough food and clothing to live on?" Mr. Malfoy was about to leave after speaking, since what he had to do was already done. After careful consideration, he decided to put the diary on the Weasley family's youngest daughter. If found out, Arthur Weasley will have a lot of trouble and probably lose his job. If it's not found, the girl might bring the diary into Hogwarts smoothly. In this way, Dumbledore must be able to detect the strong dark magic in the diary. All he needs to do now is to leave as soon as possible. As long as he walks out of the store, the diary has nothing to do with him anymore. Lucius Malfoy silently praised his shrewdness in his heart. A pity that someone didn't want him to. Lucas pointed a hidden finger at Mr. Malfoy and hit him with a leg-locking curse. Lucius Malfoy, who was about to leave, suddenly stood up straight with his legs together, and due to inertia, he fell directly towards Arthur Weasley. When Lucas lifted the spell, Mr. Weasley had already picked up the cauldron and hit Malfoy in the face. "Oh, Dad, come on, hit him." "Keep hitting, Dad." Fred and George stood aside and cheered loudly for their father, while Mrs. Weasley screamed to stop the two. The bookstore was already crowded, and the people, trying to avoid the two of them, accidentally pushed several bookshelves down. The ongoing Gilderoy Lockhart signing event was also forced to stop. Looking at the two wrestling together in the distance, Gilderoy's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Don't hit it, book. Be careful with the books. Everyone, please pay attention to your feet." The shouts of the bookstore clerks, the sound of booing, cheering, and the lively discussions were mixed together. Let Flourish and Blott's bookstore become more lively. It even attracted a lot of onlookers from outside. Lucas crossed his arms on his chest, looked at the two wrestling together, and said, "Mr. Malfoy is really great for our bookstore. He actually ended up disrupting the competition's event by himself." Hermione gave him an annoyed look. She just saw what happened. Obviously Lucas used the leg-locking curse. Of course, she won't say anything. After all, Malfoy and the Weasleys had nothing to do with her. Dad, Mom, come to my side, don't stand too close. Hermione hurriedly called her parents to her side. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the door. Everyone, please make way. As the familiar voice broke into Harry's ears, he seemed to see a savior, and immediately said to the person who came, Hagrid, help separate them, please. Chapter 94. Hagrid is 3 meters tall, bringing a strong sense of oppression to the people present. Looking at the 2 people who were still wrestling on the ground. Picking one with each hand, Hagrid easily separated the 2. Unhand me. Lucius Malfoy broke free and shot Hagrid a glare. He seems to be blaming the big guy for meddling. Tidying up his messy robes, he took a last hard look at Arthur Weasley and left the bookstore with Draco behind him. Although the person who caused the trouble has already left, the scene had already become a mess. Ginny, who was closest to the 2, was even more unlucky. The books she bought were scattered all over the place. She helplessly picked up the books on the ground, while being careful not to be stepped on by the people close to her. Just when she was about to pick up the Standard Spells book, a slender hand appeared in her sight as the 2 touched the Standard Spells book at the same time. Ginny frowned and raised her head to see who was trying to take her book away. Her bright brown eyes suddenly filled with surprise as golden hair and impressive blue eyes appeared in her sight. Looking at the gentle smile on the corner of Luca's mouth, Ginny suddenly felt her cheeks burn. The outstretched hand was quickly withdrawn. I'll help you, be careful. Lucas handed her the Standard Spells book and asked in a soft tone, I remember your name is Ginny Weasley. Yes, Mr. Grindelwald. Don't be so nervous, I'm not some man-eating monster. Lucas tried to speak to the nervous girl in a relaxed tone. The girl in front of him is small, with a pointed chin, long red hair, and seems to become shy easily. During the chat between the 2, Lucas also quickly found Riddle's diary among a pile of books. He used another book to cover it while he reached out and touched the surface of the diary. In the blink of an eye, the diary was taken into Hufflepuff's secret garden by him. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement. Horcrux Collection, 2-7 reward, 100 achievement points. Hearing the beep, the smile on Luca's face grew wider. He handed the books in his hand to Ginny and specifically reminded, quickly see if there are any missing. Ginny dared not look up at Lucas at all. She quickly counted the books and nodded quickly with her little head. Mrs. Weasley came from the side at this time. She had been looking after her husband just now, and after confirming that he was fine, she thought of her little daughter. Oh, Merlin, Ginny, are you all right? Everything is fine, Mom, thanks to Mr. Grindelwald for helping me. Mrs. Weasley's eyes were full of gratitude. She clasped Luca's hand tightly with both hands and kept saying thank you words repeatedly. Lucas tried several times to free his hand, but couldn't. When he finally returned to Hermione's side, his entire right hand was pinched and turned red. Is Ginny pretty? Hermione whispered in his ear. Lucas put his arms around the other's shoulders. She is, but not as pretty as you. HMPH, Hermione was clearly satisfied with the answer. Leaving Flourish and Blots, Hermione walked to the leaky cauldron with her parents. According to her, it was because there were still a lot of things left unpacked at home. Before leaving, she asked Lucas to take good care of Cho Chang. Since Hermione left, Lucas and Cho have been silent. Cho, would you like some ice cream? Watching couples of young wizards and witches tasting ice cream through the windows of the shop. Although she was feeling shy, she nodded and agreed. 2 servings of ice cream opened the conversation between the 2 of them. As the seekers of their respective houses, they are also top academics at the same time, so there are many things the 2 can talk about. Luca's great sense of humor and a wealth of knowledge attracted all of Cho's attention. Maybe she didn't realize it herself, but the eyes she looked at Lucas with now contained more admiration than before. When the 2 walked out of the ice cream shop, it was in a state of talking and laughing as they walked side by side. Lucas, that seems to be Draco Malfoy. Cho, who was shopping, suddenly pointed to the distance. It wasn't just Draco Malfoy, but beside him were several heads of years from Slytherin House. Looking at the way they sit around, they seem to be discussing something. This is strange. The heads of the grades were discussing, but instead of looking for himself, they looked for Draco Malfoy. Lucas seemed to smell a hint of conspiracy. "I say, what are you guys doing here?" Draco, Payne, and others were startled by the sudden voice. When he saw Lucas walking towards their side step by step, Draco got up first and said, "It's so late, I have to go back quickly, otherwise Father will punish me again." As he said that, he also pretended to look at the sky. Then, without saying goodbye, turned around and ran away to the distance. Seeing this, several other people also made various excuses. Before Lucas could react, the people in front of him disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, there is a conspiracy, but it doesn't look like Draco is the mastermind. Lucas, what happened to them? Looking at Cho, who had a curious look on her face, Lucas smiled and shook his head. The two hung out in Diagon Alley until lunchtime. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch together, they bid farewell to each other. Returning to Grindelwald Manor, Lucas locked the door to his room and took out Riddle's diary. Looking at the blank diary, he picked up a quill and wrote hello on it. A week passed quickly. King's Cross Station welcomes a new batch of young wizards. Karen looked at the little girl in front of her and said, "Little girl, I have answered this many times. There is no platform 9 3/4 here." Hermione, who was passing by, suddenly laughed. Lucas looked at her puzzled. "It's nothing, I just think of myself last year, when I was so stubborn standing in front of that auntie asking where the platform was. If I hadn't met you later, I'm afraid I would have become the firstie to miss the Hogwarts express train." Remembering the encounter between the two last year, Lucas chuckled a little too. "Help me hold the suitcase, I will help that little witch, just like you helped me back then." Hermione handed the suitcase to Lucas, turned and walked towards the little witch behind them. Once they boarded the Hogwarts Express, they still sat in the same old compartment. It's just that there is one more person with them this time. Seeing Hermione and Cho murmuring, he didn't know what they were discussing. Lucas looked out the window. This school year will not be easy for him either. First of all, the exploration of the Forbidden Forest has not been completed yet. If possible, he also wants to recruit the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. That's why he asked Professor Snape to provide a dose of wolfsbane every month. Then there are the secret rooms of the other founders. The Slytherin Chamber of Secrets can only be entered by following Harry. This is nothing to worry about. For Ravenclaw's secret room, Lucas guessed that the diadem should be needed to open it. As it happens, whether it is collecting relics or destroying Horcruxes, Ravenclaw's diadem cannot be bypassed. So he also needs to recover it from the Room of Requirement during the school year. Fortunately, he has figured out a way to deal with all the garbage. Just waiting to go in and test it later. Finally, there is Gryffindor's secret room. This should be the one he's the most clueless about. But he had thought of a possible solution. He just needs to verify if his guess is true. Then, he should be able to complete the series of achievements for exploring Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this school year. By the way, Lucas is also very interested in the basilisk that has lived for 1,000 years. Let's add subduing the basilisk to the list. So it looks like he has a lot going on this school year. Lucas looked away and thought of the diary inside his robe. He hasn't destroyed Riddle's diary yet. He still needs the young megalomaniac to wake up the basilisk so that he can enter Slytherin's secret chamber. And whether or not he can enter Gryffindor's secret room, he also needs the help of this diary. Therefore, keeping the diary is of great use. "Lucas, have you seen Harry?" Draco's voice came from the compartment's door. Lucas shook his head and asked curiously, "Isn't Harry normally with Ron Weasley?" "No, I have searched all the carriages, but there is no sign of the two of them." Dobby, the house elf, came to Lucas' mind. Looking at the frowning Draco, Lucas comforted him. "Don't worry, Harry will be fine. If they really miss the train, they should ask the school or the ministry for help." Even though he said so, Lucas was also a little worried. During the half-month at Malfoy Manor, Harry seemed to have grown a lot. He started to think carefully, before making a decision. But since he had an extra Ron Weasley by his side, Lucas wasn't so sure. Just then, the whistle of the Hogwarts Express train sounded. Watching the scenery outside the window move slowly, Lucas and others knew that Harry really missed the train this time. At the same time, outside King's Cross Station, Ron pulled Harry towards his father's blue car. The car was modified by his father so that it can fly in the sky, and it also has a stealth function. Ron, I don't think we should do that. Mr. Weasley might be in trouble if the Muggles saw a flying car. If we don't catch the train, we will be in more trouble. Ron threw their luggage into the trunk and pushed Harry into the passenger seat. Mr. Passenger, fasten your seat belt. As soon as the words fell, Ron stepped on the accelerator and the car soared into the sky. But he forgot that this was right outside the busiest station. And he didn't turn on the stealth function of the car in advance. Chapter 95. As soon as the train started, Draco disappeared immediately. Hermione cast a curious glance at the empty doorway. Why do I think Malfoy is acting a bit strange? Leave him alone. I don't know what he's planning for the past week. Whenever he sees me, he will run away instantly. If Harry hadn't disappeared today, he probably wouldn't have come to my compartment. Although Lucas didn't know what Draco was planning, he is pretty sure that it should be harmless to him. That being the case, Lucas didn't bother to ask. He will know when he should know. The train rattles on the tracks, and the scenery along the way attracts the eyes of first-year freshmen. As old students, Lucas and the others only hope to get to Hogwarts soon. Finally, after dark, the train stopped at the terminal. Watching first-year students being taken away by Hagrid, Lucas and others followed the station staff to a carriage. Why is there no horse in front of this carriage? Someone in the crowd immediately asked a question. Because the cart is pulled by the Strals, and the Strals are magical creatures that can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. The students who answered the questions were from Ravenclaw. For those knowledge-hungry students, these questions have been researched long before school begins. Stop chatting, a group of 4, hurry up and get in the carriage. Accompanied by the urging of the staff, everyone got into the Stral carriages. Just at this time, Draco walked unsteadily from behind. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be still looking for Harry. Draco, still haven't found Harry. No, I will search for him in the school later. I should go to Professors Snape or McGonagall. After that, he boarded the carriage of Lucas and others. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement. Second-year student, reward, 20 achievement points. The dining room at Hogwarts is still the same. Countless candles float in midair, while the resident ghosts are hiding between the Great Hall and the gate, preparing a fixed program of welcoming the firsties like every year. Lucas looked over at the Gryffindor table and didn't see Harry or Ron. It seems like they made the same choice as the original. Tilde boom tilde. The closed door was pushed open as Professor McGonagall walked in with a group of frightened freshmen. It turned out that the seniors looked at us like this last year. Did we also look that frightened? Pansy Parkinson had a helpless expression. The same goes for everyone else. But soon the Slytherin's attention was attracted by the sorting ceremony. Blaise Zabini chatted with Theodore Nott, discussing whether there are any potential attractive girls among the firsties. Pansy and Daphne began to chat about some skin care potions. Luna Lovegood. Hearing Professor McGonagall call out this name, Lucas couldn't help looking at the stool in the middle of the room. Dirty blonde long hair, silvery eyes, light eyebrows and pale skin, along with an unique ethereal temperament. Luna is so unique among the group of freshmen. Ravenclaw. With the sorting hat announcing the results, there was a round of applause from the long table of Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall looked at the parchment in her hand and said loudly, "Ginevra Weasley." Ginny walked nervously to the stool. Before taking her seat, she glanced at the long Slytherin table. "Oh Merlin, this beauty is not bad. I can see a lot of future potential." As soon as Blaise Zabini finished speaking, he felt his tongue stick to the roof of his mouth. At the same time, Lucas' casual voice rang in his ears. "Mr. Zabini, if you look around like a baboon in heat again, I promise, the next spell will turn you straight into a slug." PFD. There was suppressed laughter all around. Zabini shook his head in a panic, expressing that he would not do it again. But his spell was not broken until a sumptuous dinner appeared on the table. Gryffindor. Ginny stepped off the high stool with a disappointed expression on her face. With one last glance in the direction of Slytherin, she silently walked towards the Gryffindor table. Lucas didn't notice the girl's emotions, because he noticed that Professor Snape left the table suddenly. Probably because Harry and Ron Weasley arrived. Harry looked at Filch beside him, who seemed happy to have caught him and Ron. "You're so dead, I'm going to bring you before Professor Snape. He'll be so very happy to have the chance to expel you from school." "Oh no." Ron howled in pain. This made Filch even happier. Several people came to Professor Snape's office. The Master of Potions is always in that black robe all year round, with his greasy hair draped over his shoulders. He stared darkly at Harry Potter. The famous Harry Potter seems to dislike the trouble of taking the train, so he did something more exciting with his little friend, am I right? "Professor, it's actually..." "Shut up." Professor Snape didn't want to listen to the Savior's explanation at all. He pulled out the Evening Prophet, which was urgently published tonight. A total of 7 Muggles saw a car flying in the sky, and the people from the Ministry of Magic could not settle the impact of this incident until evening. "Now tell me, what the hell were you doing with that car?" Professor Snape was very angry, not just because some Muggles saw the flying car. He was even more mad at Harry for playing with his own life. 2 underage wizards drove across most of England in a flying car with no safety guarantee. Not even trolls would do such stupid things. Professor Snape took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "It's a pity. If you were students of my house, I would expel you immediately. It's unfortunate that I don't have that power. However, don't be too happy. I'm going to find someone with this power now." Professor Snape didn't give the two the chance to continue their arguments. He got up and walked out of the office quickly. The loud sound of the door closing startled them both. "Oh shit, we're going to be expelled. Snape will never let go of such a good opportunity." Hearing Ron's words, Harry frowned, and this happened to be seen by Ron. "Harry, you aren't thinking that because Snape protected you last school year he won't expel you, are you? Didn't you tell me that he hated you and your father? Maybe he only protected you last year because of Dumbledore's orders." Harry frowned even tighter. Just as he was about to say something, the office door opened again. Watching Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall walking into the office, the two immediately stood up straight, with their heads down, looking at their toes. "What a disappointment, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley." Harry stole a glance at Professor McGonagall's expression, and seeing her pursed lips, he suddenly felt a bad premonition. This was the first sign of Professor McGonagall's verbal lashing. "Now explain." The wall access at King's Cross Station was blocked. Before Harry finished speaking, Professor McGonagall asked, "Then why didn't you write to us or Weasley's parents? I remember you have an owl, right?" This. Seeing that Harry couldn't answer, disappointment flickered in Professor McGonagall's eyes. She was about to say something else, but was stopped by Dumbledore. "Harry, what you and Mr. Weasley have done today has caused the Ministry of Magic a lot of trouble. Mr. Weasley, your father, as director of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Division, has an enchanted Muggle car at home, which doesn't do him any favors. According to the regulations, I should have expelled you, but I do not intend to do so today. Your punishment will be determined by Professor McGonagall." The look on Professor Snape's face was one of incredulity. He came to Dumbledore and said, "Headmaster, the two of them ignored all rules and put the statute of secrecy in danger with their stupidity. They also caused damage to a precious ancient tree property of the school. Enough, Severus, leave this to Professor McGonagall. We'll go to the banquet first." When the two of them left, Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Professor McGonagall also walked out of the potions office after a while. But the two were left behind in the office. Ron ate the bread on the table, looked at Harry. "Look at how bad Snape wants to kick us out of school." "Harry, what happened last year was just an accident. It turns out that Snape seems to hate you even more." Harry nodded, actually agreeing with Ron's nonsense. That's what I thought too. If he was really protecting me, he wouldn't want to kick me out of school. Seeing that his friend finally communicated, Ron held up the pumpkin juice and continued. Congratulations, buddy, you finally understand, but you have to believe that after this time, Snape may dislike you even more. Harry shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said with a look of disgust, "Sorry, I don't like him either." Time passed by every minute and every second. The opening dinner is also drawing to a close. After everyone listened to a school song with hundreds of different tunes, the students from the four houses began to walk towards their dormitories. As usual, on the first night of the Slytherin term, the heads of each year are elected. As it was the case last year, it was still Prefect Gemma who presided over the ceremony. Except for freshmen, the chiefs of other years still haven't changed. There wasn't even a single challenger. When it was the first year's turn, several chiefs gathered together to comment. The level of spells for freshmen is much worse than last year. Not to mention Lucas, even Draco was much better than the current year firsties. However, the eyes of several chiefs still looked at a freshman. Noel Shafik. The Shafik family, one of the sacred 28 families. No one from this family has been enrolled in Hogwarts for a long time, so it aroused the strong interest of several chiefs. Not surprisingly, Noel Shafik won the top spot. Once the results were announced, Noel Shafik walked up to Lucas step by step. "Mr. Grindelwald, my father asked me to convey his thanks to you. He also said that you will always be the most honored guest of the Shafik family." Noel's attitude attracted the attention of all the students. Lucas nodded calmly. After a few words of encouragement, he planned to leave. After the ceremony was over, he planned to go back and continue teasing little Tom in the diary. But at this moment, the third-year chief, Eli Macmillan, stepped up. "Lucas Grindelwald, I challenge you to a duel." Lucas frowned and turned to look at him. Suddenly, it seemed that all the other chiefs were standing opposite him. He knew that the long-planned conspiracy of Draco and others was finally about to start. Chapter 96. Looking at the malicious smiles of Macmillan and others, Lucas frowned. Before he could figure out their plans, Prefect Gemma Farley said, "Second-year head Lucas Grindelwald, do you accept Eli Macmillan's challenge to a duel?" He did not expect that even the prefects were involved. Lucas looked around the common room, and all the Slytherin students were watching him now. "Okay, I accept." Lucas drew his wand. The two walked to the middle of the lounge and saluted each other as wizards. As children of wizard families, almost all of them have learned dueling etiquette. Waiting until the two were back to back and walking to the corresponding position according to the rules. Prefect Gemma yelled, 3, 2, 1, go. Levicorpus. The sound of the beginning has just sounded. Lucas waved the wand in his hand, and Eli Macmillan flew above into the transparent ceiling in the blink of an eye. The magical creatures in the Black Lake were very curious about this human who suddenly appeared in front of them. Lucas Grindelwald wins. When Prefect Gemma announced the result, everyone found that Lucas had no intention of releasing the spell. Instead, he looked at the other year chiefs. Since a duel was proposed, there will be a price to pay. It's better for Eli to stay there until everything ends. So who's next? The wand twirled rapidly in Lucas' hand. His casual look managed to irritate several grade heads. Lucas, don't get complacent too early. Fourth grade chief, Marcy Flint proposes a duel to you. The Flint family is also a pure blood family with a long history, and it is also one of the sacred 28. Most of the heads of years in Slytherin House are members of the sacred 28 families. This is also a matter of course. The children of these pure blood families normally start learning magic long before entering school. Naturally, she is much stronger than her peers. Like Draco Malfoy, although he is a little naive, but whether it is his magic repertoire or his power. Among the second years, he was only worse than Lucas. When the Muggle-born or half-blood wizards are still fantasizing about using magic, children of pure-blood families may already be practicing the use of the fire-making charm. After the complicated duel etiquette, Marcy Flint took the lead. Having learnt from Eli's mistake, she wasn't going to give Lucas the first shot. Marseille merely waved her wand, and a couple of strong ropes flew towards Lucas. If that wasn't enough, another flash of white light erupted from the tip of her wand. Judging from the wand movement, it should undoubtedly be the petrification spell. Exquisite silent spell. Lucas first praised his opponent, then he easily deflected both spells. Before Marseille could react, Lucas' stunning charm plus Levicorpus hit her. Seeing that even the fourth-year chief could not escape the fate of hanging upside down from the ceiling. Then seeing the smiling Lucas, the little snake suddenly shivered. Next, it's your turn, the fifth-grade chief, Cecil Folly. Cecil walked to the middle of the field with a wry smile. Lucas, be merciful, can you not hang me up? Lucas raised his eyebrows and didn't agree with her. The result is, of course, needless to say. The fifth-year head has also become a decoration in the Slytherin common room, and the sixth-year head Carl O'Neill followed right after. Soon, only the last Payne Travers remained as the head of the seventh year. Professor Snape appeared on the sidelines at some point. The Slytherin head of house had never paid attention to the chief challenge. Usually, the prefect informed him of the results of the challenge the next day. Lucas, you are really excellent, and it is not in vain for us to make such a decision. Payne looked at Lucas with relief in his eyes. He will be graduating after this year. If he could meet such an excellent Slytherin like Lucas in his final year, he could leave with peace of mind. He firmly believed that under the leadership of Lucas, Slytherin House would become more and more excellent. Lucas probably guessed what these people were planning. He asked Payne, who was standing in front of him, who planned this, was it you or Draco? Payne understood what Lucas was asking. It was me and him, and Eli, Marseille, Cecil, and Carl. It's a decision made by everyone. Stop talking nonsense. I won't be defeated as easily as the previous challengers. Payne turned his back on Lucas when he finished speaking. Prefect Gemma came to the side and shouted, "Duel ready, start." Afflicta. Payne started directly with a bone-breaker curse. Lucas didn't hesitate, pointed his wand at the opponent, and used the explosion curse. Two people fought back and forth, with every spell being deadly. If there is a little carelessness, it is easy to be seriously injured by a curse. The wonderful duel attracted everyone's attention, especially the freshmen who just entered school. It turned out that what they thought was a wonderful duel before could only be regarded as a warm-up. Serpensortia. A black light flew from the tip of Payne Travers' wand, and a big cobra, several meters long, appeared in the room. The little firsties exclaimed in fright. The cobra opened its mouth wide and lunged at Lucas. Just when it was about to reach Lucas, and everyone thought Payne's victory was decided. They saw Lucas cast a transformation spell on a sofa next to him. There was a loud chirp, and everyone saw a huge red-tailed hawk soaring into the sky, carrying the snake in its talons. Payne and Lucas weren't idle either. Because he was worried about hurting Payne, Lucas hasn't been using much magic. And he didn't use some powerful spells such as the Shattering Curse, Sectum Sempra, or his best fire shield. Nonetheless, the duel is almost over now. Lucas swung his wand at the opponent and used the combined skill of Petrification Charm with Cutting Charm. Payne, who dodged the Petrification Curse, was wounded in the arm by the Cutting Charm. His skin split instantly, and blood sprayed down his fingers and dripped onto the ground. Expelliarmus. Payne, who now had an injured arm, had no power to fight back. The wand was drawn by the spell and flew towards Lucas, who held it tightly in his hand. Senior Payne, I won. Lucas handed the opponent's wand back. Payne lifted the blood-stained arm and took it with a trembling hand. Well, you won. After he finished speaking, he looked at Professor Snape and Prefect Gemma. Snape drew his wand and pointed it at the ceiling. Libera Corpus. Several year chiefs were finally released and rubbed their heads that were drowsy due to blood congestion. They walked towards Payne and stood next to him. Lucas Grindelwald, brilliant, shrewd, confident, powerful, and ambitious. This is exactly what a Slytherin should have. We firmly believe that Slytherin House will become stronger under the leadership of Lucas Grindelwald. Today, Lucas Grindelwald conquered all the year chiefs with his excellent and powerful use of magic, and I believe his performance has also been recognized by all Slytherins. I declare that with immediate effect Lucas Grindelwald has been elected as the overall chief Slytherin house. Following the words of the prefect Gemma Farley, all the year chiefs immediately drew out their wands and placed them in front of their chests. They bowed to Lucas with a sincere heart. The other Slytherins only reacted at this moment. They straightened up, straightened their clothes, and drew their wands, bowing to Lucas, the new chief of the house. Lucas looked around the common room. Everyone bowed their heads to himself, which meant they recognized him as their leader. And even Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, also nodded to him slightly. This is the position of the chief of Slytherin house. At this moment, Lucas became the most powerful person in Slytherin house, besides Professor Snape and the headmaster. Even if it is the prefects elected by the school, even if it is the chief of each year. As long as they were still in Slytherin house, they would obey his orders unconditionally. Thank you everyone, please rest assured, as the chief of the house I will not let you down. Everyone got up slowly and looked at Lucas with respect in their eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing a new achievement, the initial formation of forces, reward, 500 achievement points. Strictly speaking, the students of Slytherin were Lucas' first faction at this moment, since the alliance can only be counted as his inheritance from Gellert Grindelwald. Lucas turned and walked up to the steps. The little snakes spontaneously gathered in front of him. Everyone, as the head of the house, on the first day of school, I will make 3 requests to you. First, this semester it's forbidden for all students of the house to go out for night tour. Chiefs of each year, please strictly supervise. Second, in this school year, in addition to your own homework, I require everyone to learn the Patronus charm. If you don't know how to do it, please ask your year chief or come to me directly. Third, last year our Slytherin house won the House Cup for the 7th consecutive time. This is our glory, but I hope this glory will continue in the future. So, please continue to work hard this school year, and don't miss any chance to win house points. Yes, Chief. The answer echoed throughout the Slytherin common room in unison. Lucas nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Draco beside him. The second-year chief vacancy is now held by Draco Malfoy. Draco looked overjoyed and nodded respectfully to Lucas in response. Yes, Chief, I will not let you down. Pansy, Blaise and others surrounded Draco with smiles on their faces as they congratulated him. When everything was over, Lucas finally returned to his own single dormitory. Although it was very late, he still didn't feel sleepy. Recalling the feeling from just now, Lucas remembered his father's previous teachings in his mind. Power can indeed fascinate people easily, but one has to be careful not to get lost in the feeling this power brings. Forcing himself to calm down. To divert his attention, Lucas took out Riddle's diary. Tom, I'm already at school. Can you help me with my homework now? He wrote in the diary with beautiful cursive characters. Soon the ink stains disappeared. After waiting for a while, a paragraph appeared in the diary. Chapter 97. According to me, there should be no homework at the beginning of the year at Hogwarts. By the way, how are you doing in Slytherin house? Reading the diary's reply, Lucas picked up the quill again and chatted with his good friend Tommy. Over the past week, he has established a deep friendship with Tom in the diary. Tom's willingness to help him with his homework is the best proof. When Lucas introduced himself, he said he was probably a half-blood wizard. Why did he say probably? Because Muggle-born are not sorted into Slytherin by the sorting hat. When introducing his life experience, Lucas described himself as an abandoned baby who was abandoned at the gate of the orphanage. The exact same life experience immediately got him Tom's sympathy. For a full week, Lucas was complaining to the diary about the bullying he had received in Slytherin. And Tom always said some comforting words, trying to portray himself as a kind of caring big brother. It would be better if there were no demagogic remarks in it. That's right, it's deception. For the Horcrux Tom Riddle's diary, Lucas combined the original description with the research of the week. Drawing some conclusions. First, the diary serves as Voldemort's first Horcrux. The soul fragment in it is sentient and capable of thoughts. And with the long communication with the diary, the black magic on the diary will subtly absorb the vitality of the user. Secondly, the soul shard in the diary will use the Imperious Curse, compelling magic similar to the Imperious Curse or some sort of partial possession. This conclusion can be seen from the fact that Ginny was controlled to open the secret room in the original book. However, this means of control is unstable. Otherwise, Ginny wouldn't have thrown the diary in the ladies' bathroom. The third point can't be confirmed yet. In the original book, after Ginny threw away the diary, she secretly stole it back from Harry's dormitory. After all, it was Ginny's own wish, because she was afraid that others would find out the secret of the diary. Or was she controlled by the diary again? If it's the former, everything is fine. But if it is the latter, it means that there is still some dark magic similar to a contract in the diary. If so, there could be some trouble, because Lucas wasn't planning to be the heir to some Slytherin. Lucas, what's wrong with you? Words appeared in the diary again. Seeing that Tom couldn't wait, Lucas quickly picked up the quill and continued chatting with the young megalomaniac soul piece. It's been a week already, and Lucas hasn't felt his vitality diminish at all. On the contrary, he eats well and sleeps well every day, full of energy. Lucas suspected that his soul strength should be relatively high. The strength of magic power is definitely not weaker than that of Voldemort when he was in school. That's why the soul fragment in the Horcrux didn't attack him for a long time. Actually, Lucas' guess was spot on. Tom Riddle in the diary was feeling helpless. The little wizard in front of him seemed to be surrounded by the shield charm. He couldn't suck his vitality at all. If he had a body, he would be frowning heavily right now. He was already considering whether to try with another person, but he was a bit reluctant to give up on Lucas, who he had been bewitching for a week. Lucas didn't know that he was messing with Riddle. Finishing their conversation for the day, he casually put the diary on the desk. 1 week, he gave the diary another week. If the diary does still not act after all that time, he could only return the diary to Ginny. As for why he would give it to Ginny, first of all, she is a member of the Weasley family, Ron's sister. Harry Potter was taken care of by the Weasleys during the summer vacation, and he would not let Ginny's accident go unnoticed. Secondly, girls are delicate in mind and have many little secrets that cannot be communicated with others. After discovering the magic of the diary, she won't be able to stop herself from writing in it. The next day, the Slytherin second years ushered in the first class of the new school year, herbology. The professor of herbology is the head of Hufflepuff House, Pomona Sprout. Moreover, herbology is still one of the few classes that the 4 houses have to take together. Hermione stood next to Lucas. Since the trip to France, the little witch seems to be much more confident than before. I don't know what's so good about Lockhart. Most of my housemates are obsessed with him. Most girls, right? Well, most girls. Hermione was a little dissatisfied with him for correcting her mistakes. She went on to whine. What's even worse is that Lockhart will come to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts. Merlin, now the Ravenclaw common room is full of people talking about him and squealing, which makes it impossible for me to study. Seeing Hermione's frown, Lucas reached out and smoothed it out. Don't worry, that guy won't be around for long, trust me. The words of comfort were just finished, and Ron's loud voice came from behind the two of them. Merlin, I'm so happy that Gilderoy Lockhart is our teacher. Harry, you know what? I used to sit in front of the radio every day and wait for it to play the Lockhart Book Club. I'm sure Professor Lockhart is the greatest wizard in the world besides Dumbledore. Lucas deliberately glanced behind him. Unexpectedly, Ron Weasley turned out to be a fan of Lockhart. Thinking that there will be a defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon, he was looking forward to it. His favorite thing to watch is the reaction of fans after their idol's perceived image collapsed in front of them. Lucas recalled what Lockhart taught in his first class. The Ponce seems to have prepared a bunch of pests like Cornish pixies. At the same time, at the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Lockhart looked at the metal cage as tall as a person in front of him with an excited expression on his face. He spent a lot of money to buy the things inside from others. just to be able to make a blockbuster in the first class of school. With the black cloth above lifted, a group of ugly, green-skinned goblin-like creatures came into view. Red caps are group creatures, easily irritated, have a strong physical attack, but with proper knowledge, they're easy to deal with for wizards. Single individual risk level, 3x. Group risk level, 4x. The Ministry of Magic expressly prohibits adult wizards from fighting them alone because they're always in groups, and states that facing red caps alone can be life-threatening. But now Lockhart had brought such dangerous creatures into Hogwarts, and he was also planning to let a group of underage wizards face them. Never would have Lucas thought that their upcoming defense against the dark arts class could be life-threatening. Hogwarts' third greenhouse. Today's herbology class will be conducted here. In first grade, the little wizards have only entered the first greenhouse, where most plants are relatively harmless. Listening to the stories of senior students, the herbs in the third greenhouse are said to be more interesting, but also more dangerous. When Professor Sprout walked in from the outside, the students from all 4 houses were ready. Today's class is about mandrakes, a magic plant that cries and screams when pulled out of the ground. Young wizards, today we are going to repot mandrakes, so now who can tell me what their properties are? 2 hands were raised almost simultaneously, and Hermione gave a pointed look at Lucas beside her, who lowered his arm tactfully and gave a shrug, not really caring all that much. Okay, let's listen to Miss Granger. Mandrake, also known as mandragora, is the main material for making powerful restoration potions. A powerful recovery potion, which can restore people who have been hit by a transfiguration spell or other spells back to their original state. Professor Sprout gave Hermione an appreciative look. That's great, 10 points for Ravenclaw. Getting the first points since the beginning of school, Hermione felt somewhat smug. Although she knows that the opportunity to answer was given to her by Lucas. But Hermione wasn't unhappy about it. On the contrary, she was a little sweet in her heart. And Lucas doesn't care at all, since he learned that the rewards of the House Cup can only be claimed once. He didn't intend to continue working as hard as he did last year this school year. Besides, if he works too hard, others will live too comfortably. He doesn't want to make things too easy for the other Slytherins. At this time, Professor Sprout asked a second question. Can anyone tell me what is the danger of mandrakes? Originally, Lucas didn't intend to raise his hand, but Hermione took his hand and held it up. Okay, Mr. Grindelwald will answer. The cries of mandrakes can kill, Professor. Lucas's unhurried answers always satisfied Sprout. She also noticed Hermione's small movements. Slytherin also 10 points. Hearing that Lucas also added 10 points, Hermione showed a sweet smile. Sometimes girls are easily satisfied with certain small things. Professor Sprout held a pot of mandrake in front of her. The leaves of mandrakes are green with a little purple. Now, put on your earmuffs, look at my gestures. If I haven't made a gesture to take off the earmuffs, none of you are allowed to take them off without permission. These plants are young, so their cries won't kill anyone, but they could still knock you out. While the professor was talking, Lucas had already put on the earmuffs. There was even time to help Hermione adjust the position of her earmuffs. Waiting until everyone was ready, Professor Sprout forcefully pulled the plant out of the soil. The roots of mandrakes are different from ordinary plants. They look a bit like an ugly baby, only green. The baby's mouth was wide open at the moment, and the sound of crying resounded throughout the greenhouse. Even wearing sound-isolating earmuffs, there will still be a little crying filtering into the ears. Professor Sprout was quick. She took out a larger pot, put the ugly baby mandrake in it, and filled the soil in a few strokes. Just when she was about to signal everyone to take off the earmuffs, she saw Neville Longbottom suddenly fall backwards. Upon seeing this, Seamus said loudly, "Professor, Neville has passed out." "Oh, Merlin, Mr. Longbottom seems to have forgotten to put his earmuffs on tightly. Go, get someone to help you and send him to the infirmary." Neville's fainting was just a blip in the class. Then everyone started to repot the mandrakes in groups. The relaxing and interesting herbology class came to an end soon. Saying farewell to Professor Sprout, Lucas and Hermione walked towards the great hall where they were going to have a hearty lunch. During the walk, the two also met Cho Chang, who also just finished class. Lucas is in the center, followed by two women, one on the left and one on the right. This combination has attracted many people's attention. While Lucas is enjoying his lunch, a familiar owl wobbled in. Seeing the familiar red envelope in the mouth of the owl, the students in the Great Hall immediately looked at Ron Weasley, who lowered his head and pretended to be dead. Before the letter was opened, someone was already laughing at his misfortune. Chapter 98. I wouldn't be surprised if they expelled you, Ronald Weasley. Mrs. Weasley's howler this time was much louder than the previous one, rattling the plates and spoons on the long table with its sound. Ron Weasley once again became the protagonist in the Great Hall, just not how he would have liked. Just like the last time, the interval is actually less than a year between howlers. Mrs. Weasley's tone of voice in the howler showed that she was really beyond angry this time. You are such a disappointment. Because of your thoughtlessness, your father is still under scrutiny by the Ministry of Magic. I should really ask the headmaster to expel you. As the howler paused for a bit, the surrounding walls still echoed with Mrs. Weasley's words. Ron and Harry beside him shook their heads, their ears buzzing. But that's fine too, although Ron could still see the ridicule on everyone's face, but at least he couldn't hear what they were saying. The howler finally turned in the direction of Ginny Weasley, and the tone suddenly softened. Oh baby, congratulations on making it to Gryffindor. Me and your father are so proud of you. After saying the last sentence, the howler turned into a heap of ashes. Ginny Weasley looked around awkwardly, feeling embarrassed because of her mother. At the Slytherin long table, Draco laughed out loud immediately after the howler ended. His relationship with Ron is like that of their parents. If there is a chance to laugh at the other, they will never let it go. I really didn't expect that within a year, someone could receive 2 howlers. Weasley, you really make your mom worry. His words drew laughter from those who heard it. Coincidentally, Ron's ears had recovered by this time, so when he heard Draco's ridicule. Annoyed, he drew out his wand and pointed it at him. Draco was taken aback for a moment, but the jeers grew louder when he saw Ron's duct-taped wand. Weasley, what's wrong with your wand? Is it hurt? Should we send it to the infirmary? Enough is enough, Malfoy. Ron waved his wand, and a light moved up from the base of the wand. But just when the spell reached the wand break, it shot out in all directions along the cracked place, just like a broken water pipe. The lions who were watching the excitement felt a wave of panic as they saw the spell flying toward them. Fortunately, the power of the spell just hit the dining table. But those who escaped by chance soon found out that the food on the long table had turned into various insects and rodents. Delicious cake turned into a mouse, peas turned into cockroaches. There are also earthworms, caterpillars, and so on. Looking at the bugs on the long table, some people suddenly felt a little nauseous. Disasters are only beginning. When those rats started running around, cockroaches flew around and landed on the long tables of other houses. The entire Great Hall was in complete chaos. A good lunch, ruined by Ron Weasley's broken wand. Lucas used the plate to block the cockroaches flying towards him. The chiefs of all years come to me. Draco and others immediately approached him. After explaining to several people in a low voice, they immediately walked around the auditorium. At this time, the professors who just got the news rushed over. Seeing the bugs everywhere, Professor McGonagall drew out her wand and was about to cast a spell. But before she could say the spell, several Slytherin students lowered their wands to the ground, led by Lucas. Finite. Accompanied by their united shout, the golden light gradually surrounded the entire room. A countercurse used as a group. The power of it is no small matter, since in the past, a group of wizards including Newt Scamander and Nicholas Flamel used it to stop Gellert Grindelwald's Protego Diabolica spell. Not only did the bugs all over the ground return to their original appearance, even floating candles started falling from the ceiling. The Great Hall fell into silence. Lucas walked up to the professors and apologized. I'm sorry, Headmaster, Professor McGonagall, in order to control all that chaos, I had no choice but to do something. I just didn't expect that even the magic on the candles would be terminated. Oh, don't worry about it, You did a great job, Lucas, Dumbledore said with a grin. Looking at the messy room, the old goat clapped his hands twice, and the great hall immediately became spotless. To thank Mr. Lucas Grindelwald for his help, I would like to give Slytherin 10 points. Dumbledore finished, and Professor McGonagall also happened to understand the whole process. She returned to the team of professors, looked at the students in the dining hall and said, "Ronald Weasley, for your breach of school rules, causing major disruption, Gryffindor loses 20 points. If eyes could kill, Ron would probably be riddled with holes by now." The Gryffindors never expected that on the first day of school, Mr. Ron Weasley gave them a big gift. After their lunch was interrupted, the students returned to their dormitories one after another. There is still some time before the afternoon classes, so they can still take a nap or do something else meanwhile. Lucas. Draco trotted to catch up with Lucas, who was walking ahead. Lucas, I need to borrow your broom later. Borrow my broomstick? Lucas frowned and looked at him. If you don't use the broomstick during practice time, you will be penalized with points. Of course I know, I have other uses. Okay, wait for a while and come get it yourself. Since Draco finished talking about using the broomstick, Lucas was waiting for him in the room. But a full hour passed, and he still did not come. Lucas was afraid that dumb child had forgotten again. He always forgets things at such a young age. It seems that he should advise Mr. Malfoy to take his son to St. Mungo's to check it out. Lucas glanced at the time. Not willing to keep waiting, he tore the space and went to the Forbidden Forest. Not long after he left, Draco pushed open the door and walked in. Where is Lucas? Seeing that there was no one in the room, he didn't think much about it. Seeing Lucas Nimbus 2000 standing on the head of the bed, he walked over immediately. After getting the broom, Draco, who was planning to leave, suddenly stopped. This diary looks familiar. I seem to remember that I have seen one just like it at home. Draco picked up Tom Riddle's diary and glanced at it. Thinking it would be rude if he started flipping through someone else's diary, he hurriedly put it down again. Lucas, who came to the Forbidden Forest at this time, didn't know that Draco entered his dormitory just after he left. He stood in the Acromantula's lair and looked around. It's clearly deserted here, but looking at the spiders crawling in groups on the ground to the distance, he knew it wouldn't be long. There will be many more achievement points in the Forbidden Forest again. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts is huge. If you can't find the right path, it's easy for common people to get lost in it. What's more, there are many dangerous magical creatures in the forest, and the trees are really tall, high enough to block the sun. If you don't walk towards the open, the Forbidden Forest will always be dark. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement. Centaur Tribe, reward, 100 achievement points. Along with the system beep, he heard the sound of horseshoes coming from a distance. Watching the centaurs with bows and arrows surround him, Lucas didn't panic. Are you the little wizard from that day? Hello, Ronan. He didn't expect such a coincidence, meeting Ronan the centaur whom he met once during his last trip to the Forbidden Forest. Ronan signaled his companions to put down their bows. He walked towards Lucas and frowned. Little wizard, the Forbidden Forest is not where you should come, it's very dangerous here. Sorry, but I have a reason to come, don't worry, I can protect myself. After Lucas finished speaking, he revealed the magic pressure of a normal adult wizard. Ronan frowned, but said nothing after all. The centaurs are an odd group, they believe in destiny very much. Whenever they make a divination, they will often go with the flow and will not interfere forcibly. Actually, Lucas wondered what would happen if they accounted for their own death. Would they face it calmly, or try to make changes? Your Excellency Ronan, do you happen to have a map of the neighborhood? I want to take a stroll around here. Seeing the centaur looking at him vigilantly, Lucas knew that his words might have been misunderstood by them. Sorry, I didn't explain clearly. While speaking, Lucas released part of his body transformation. His purple eyes and aura spread around. Elf, the darling of nature. For magical creatures, any elves are worthy of being respected by them. Forgive us for our recklessness, Your Excellency the elf. Ronan and the surrounding centaurs changed their appearance from just now. They bowed their front hooves and apologized to Lucas. I didn't reveal my identity to everyone. Please rest assured, I just want to walk around, and please help me keep it secret. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, the Centaur tribe will keep your secret forever. After that, Ronan took out a simple map from the pocket on his waist. According to the directions of the map, Lucas successively found the residences of the unicorn group, and he even found there were Nundus in the forest. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement. Unicorn Territory, reward, 100 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for completing. Until before class in the afternoon, Lucas explored the settlements of 10 different magical creatures around the Centaur tribe. It has to be said that the identity of an elf is really useful, because most magical creatures welcome him. Watching the achievement points break through the 10,000 mark again, Lucas wondered if he should find time for a 100 draw streak. It's also a good way to test his luck in the new school year. But the most important thing now is to hurry to the defense against the dark arts classroom. He knew there would be a good show later. Using the void rift to return to the dormitory, Lucas immediately noticed that his broom was missing. He opened the door, just in time to see Draco coming from a distance, still holding his own broom. Lucas, I was about to return your broom. By the way, when did you come back? I just came back. Lucas motioned for him to put the broom in the room. Draco saw a familiar diary on the table again. Out of curiosity, he asked casually, "Where did you buy this diary? I remember seeing the same diary at my home before." Oh, Master Malfoy is really domineering. He doesn't allow others to even have the same diary as his own. Draco looked at his best friend angrily. He clearly knew he didn't mean that. Lucas smiled and pushed him out of the room. Okay, if you don't go to the defense against the dark arts class now, we will be late. That idiot Lockhart, I really don't want to go. In fact, most boys in the school don't like the pompous flower peacock. Before the two left, Lucas also put the diary into the secret garden. It seems that it is better to carry Riddle's diary with him. Chapter 99. Something worth talking about. On the way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, a very interesting thing happened. Colin Creevey, the brave little lion, brave enough to take a picture of a basilisk's face, seems to have a lot of admiration for Lucas. In his own words, as a future journalist, celebrities like Lucas Grindelwald and Harry Potter are worthy of his admiration. So Lucas was stopped by this little guy holding a camera. Vlash, Mr. Grindelwald, would you please let me take a picture of you? Yep, Colin Creevey took the photo and only then asked for it. It seems that this can give him a sense of accomplishment. Lucas didn't really dislike the Gryffindor in front of him, so he nodded in agreement. The surrounding Slytherin students immediately stepped aside, leaving space for the two of them. Once the photo shoot was over, Lucas was a little dumbfounded looking at Colin, who kept bowing to himself. At this time, Harry and his convenience friend came over. Colin's head seemed to be equipped with radar, and quickly found Harry's position in the crowd. Harry Potter, please let me take a picture of you. The eyes of the people around were focused on Harry in an instant. Lucas got his pictures taken, and everyone took it for granted, because he's the star of the school and deserves to be photographed. But Harry Potter. Through the past year, student Harry successfully proved it to the whole school. The savior is not omnipotent. He could also fail his exams, and he could also get his house points deducted. If he hadn't defeated the dark wizard Quirrell last school year, then he wouldn't even be as good as a common student. So how can such a savior compare with Lucas, who is both good in character and learning? There was mockery in some people's eyes. It's not that Harry didn't see it, so he planned to reject his only little fan. But the words had not yet been spoken when Ron urged, "Harry, look how pitiful Colin is, just agree to his request. Besides, that guy Lucas took pictures just now, he can do it, why can't you? You defeated you-know-who." His last words were whispered in Harry's ear. For so long, Harry could always hear people comparing himself to Lucas, and this distressed him a lot. He was also worried that Lucas would reveal what truly happened with Quirrell last year. At least for now, Harry still enjoys being flattered by others. Ron is right, why should I be afraid of being ridiculed by others? I defeated you-know-who, not them. The idea just came up when Harry felt someone grab his shoulders. Oh, little wizard, I know you want to take a double photo of me and Harry, right? This is such a rare opportunity, take a picture. Gilderoy Lockhart appeared next to Harry at some point. Seeing the flower peacock appear, Lucas shook his head and led the little snakes to the classroom. And the movement of his shaking his head happened to be seen by Harry, who raised his head. Smile, Harry, you have to smile. Hearing what Lockhart said, Harry looked away and tried smiling confidently. Defense against the dark arts classroom. When the Gryffindor and Slytherin students were all seated, Gilderoy Lockhart walked out of the office with a confident smile. He stopped in front of the students, making a dashing heroic pose, and introduced himself to everyone. Allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League. 5 times which weekly award for the most charming smile, but remember, I don't talk about that. I didn't use my smile to get rid of the Banded Banshee, after all. Lockhart finished and winked at the same time as the portraits of himself that were all over the place. He thought his speech was very humorous, but there were only a few responses available. Certainly, his smiling face still got a few responses from some girls, but overall, he did not receive the desired effect. Lockhart picked up another of his books and said, I see many of you have bought my full set of books. Speaking of which, he still seems very proud. Lucas looked at him strangely. If it weren't for the Hogwarts book list requiring purchase, who would buy so many useless novels? He had reason to be skeptical. Lockhart came to apply for the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. First is to catch the popularity of Harry Potter. As for the second purpose, I'm afraid it is to sell his novels right. Think about it, Hogwarts students from all 7 years, and they all bought a complete set of Lockhart's novels. What a huge sum of money. You know, the price of one of his books is not cheap. Watching Lockhart, still bragging, the more Lucas thought about it, the more it seemed possible. Okay, students, in order to know how well everyone is studying, let's do a small test. Lockhart picked up a stack of parchment and walked off the podium. Lucas, who sat in the first row, got the test paper first. Looking at the whole 3 pages, there are a total of 54 questions. Lucas sneered inwardly. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? Looking at the series of questions, Lucas picked up the quill and wrote on it, favorite color, the color of his own shit. The secret ambition is to keep Voldemort and Dumbledore at his feet. The greatest achievement is the successful application to become a professor of defense against the dark arts. Completing the first 3 questions, Lucas dropped the quill, crossed his arms, and began to stare ahead blankly. Such outrageous questions, many people are unwilling to answer. Except for some girls who wrote very seriously, most students thought the same. Seeing Lucas' appearance, Lockhart chose to ignore it. As a deceitful liar, Lockhart knew exactly who to mess with and who to never mess with. For example, Harry Potter is someone who can be used and provoked, but Lucas Grindelwald belongs to the kind of person who must not be provoked. Half an hour passed quickly, and Lockhart took the papers back. He sat on a chair and looked through the answers carefully, while also making comments from time to time. Oh, it's such a disappointment that no one knows what gift I like. I remember I mentioned it in the book. Just then, he saw Lucas' test paper. Looking at the only 3 answers above, Lockhart coughed dryly and said, I have to say, Mr. Grindelwald's answer is very beautiful. I think this test paper can get 100 points. Lucas sneered and closed his eyes. Until another 10 minutes passed, Lockhart just stood up from his chair. Okay, now back to business. I'm here on a mission to teach you how to defend yourself against the most dangerous things in the world. His mysterious appearance successfully frightened some timid wizards, and he was pleased with the expressions on their faces. But don't worry, as long as I'm here, you will never be in any real danger. Lockhart had just finished speaking when Ron's voice came from behind. Of course, we trust you, Professor Lockhart. Just like you subdue werewolves barehanded, teach us all those skills. Ron was like a super big fan, and this stroked Lockhart's ego to no end. "Don't worry, Mr. Weasley. Gryffindor take 5 points for being so studious." Hearing myself add 5 points to the house, Ron flushed with excitement. He usually deducted points from the house, and this was the first time he added points. Lockhart smiled at Ron's look, then he tore off the black gauze curtain behind him. A large cage covered with black cloth behind the curtain was revealed. Lucas looked puzzled. The size of the cage in front of them is too different from what was mentioned in the original book. Before he could figure it out, Lockhart lifted the black cloths. Looking at the ugly things with red hats and green skin in the cage, Luca's eyes widened immediately. The little snakes of Slytherin also had the same expression on their faces. Draco even went on to swear directly. "Shit, this idiot, how could he bring a group of red caps to school?" Harry glanced at the flustered Slytherins and curiously asked his friend, "Ron, what happened to the Slytherins? What kind of creature are those? Are they dangerous?" Ron looked at the green guys in the cage and asked suspiciously, "I don't know, they look like goblins." See Ron staring at the cage, guessing what kind of creatures they were. Harry knew it was useless to ask him, but just when he was going to ask others for help, Lockhart gave the answer. "Red caps, these little guys are very dangerous, and it took me a lot of effort to catch them. But you can rest assured that I will not open the cage." He seemed to enjoy the way the little wizards were frightened. After finishing speaking, he took out his wand and knocked on the cage twice, seemingly casually. It was these 2 strokes that awakened the monsters in the cage. Seeing unfamiliar surroundings and people, these wild monsters immediately waved their hands around and started shaking the cage. They looked at the little wizards in the classroom in a bloodthirsty way. One managed to stretch its arm out of the cage and tried grabbing Lockhart, who was the closest. By the time Lockhart found out, it was too late and he lost his robe for it. Lockhart, who was attacked, suppressed the drama and smiled at everyone. Then he raised his wand and muttered a spell. When the spell hit the cage, the red caps inside the cage were not silenced, but instead, Lockhart punched a hole in their cage. The red caps rushed out of the cage scrambling to be the first and went to attack everyone present. "Idiot!" Lucas drew his wand and stunned the first one. Then he looked at the Slytherins behind him. "Draco, Pansy, Daphne, Blaise, Theodore, don't let these monsters escape the classroom." They nodded and waved their wands to control the windows to close. Then they formed a circle with Lucas, protecting the Slytherin students in the middle. With the protection of several people, the Slytherin students gradually calmed down. They drew their wands and began to fight back against the monsters. As for Gryffindor, only a few people still know how to fight back, and most were already hiding under their desks. Lucas looked behind him again and said, "Crabbe Goyle, go find a real professor immediately." The 2 nodded and escaped while the red caps were not paying attention. At this time, Lucas saw that Lockhart was going to flee back to his office. Want to escape when you get everyone into trouble? It's not that easy. Lucas raised his wand and pointed it directly at the door Lockhart was about to close. Defindo. Chapter 100. The spell instantly cut the door in front of Lockhart, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. Immediately after, he looked fiercely at the direction from which the spell came and just happened to meet Luca's cold eyes. He quickly put away his fierce expression, but it was too late. At the same time, without the barrier of the door, the red caps threw the wooden pieces of furniture they tore at Lockhart, one after another. "Ah!" A piece of wood pierced his leg, making him cry out in pain as he bled heavily. Seeing their prey fall to the ground, the monsters surrounded him and started beating him with their makeshift weapons. Lockhart screamed and covered his handsome face with his hands. As a result, his hands were attacked by several wooden weapons, breaking a couple fingers. Ron, who was hiding behind a desk, drew out his wand and planned to fight back. Imagining the impact his heroic act would have in the Great Hall later, he gave up the target in front of him, but pointed his wand at the farthest red cap. And this red cap just happened to be closer to the Slytherin students, in case he missed it might hit one of them. The corner of Ron's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said a spell quickly. "Petrificus Totalis." A ray of light flashed, and the magic spell reversed the output and knocked Ron into the air. Seeing the misery of his friend, Harry hurried over to help. It's been so long, but the professors hadn't arrived yet. Lucas, who at first didn't intend to continue showing off, had to point his wand at the fish tank in the classroom. Watching the red caps beating Lockhart half to death and some cornered students who couldn't hold their attackers back anymore, Lucas controlled the water to float in midair. With the magic wand drawing circles in the air, every time he drew more circles, the water flow in the air would grow stronger and increase the amount at the same time. This is another usage of transfiguration, and the effect is faster than aguamenti. Almost in the blink of an eye, the water in the fish tank covered the ceiling of the classroom. Lucas flicked his wand again, making the water flow violently and disperse into dozens of water streams. The water mass caught the red caps around the room at an extremely fast speed, even the ones pummeling Lockhart, even though he was tempted to let them kill the useless Ponce. Lucas held up his free left hand. Both hands released the magic power at the same time, and the water streams regrouped into a big water ball with all the creatures trapped in it. Waiting until he's done with everything, the professors were long overdue. Running at the forefront are Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. God knows how anxious the two of them were when they learned that there were red caps running free in the school. But looking at the huge water ball in midair, after a brief moment of surprise, the two looked at Lucas standing under the water ball. Oh, Tilda, what superb elemental transfiguration. Thank you, Lucas. You protected the students from the danger. I think I should add 20 points to Slytherin. Dumbledore's words sounded, successfully breaking the silence in the classroom. Merlin, why did the stupid Lockhart bring those things into the school? I must write a letter to tell my father. Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for saving us again. Merlin's beard, it was a terrible day. Didn't Professor Lockhart say that you can rest assured with him present? Mentioning Lockhart, everyone immediately turned to the office. Professor Snape walked in with a sullen face. After a while, he came out again with a strange expression. It wasn't until Lockhart was brought out floating behind him that everyone discovered that he was all black and blue, full of wounds and bleeding all over, with a piece of wood stuck in his leg. It's terrible, send him to the infirmary. Professor Flitwick took over and left with the floating Lockhart. Dumbledore only checked on the students. He looked first at his golden boy, and seeing that he was not injured, he was immediately relieved. Looking around for a bit, Dumbledore and the professors finally turned to Lucas, who was standing by the window. Looking at the students in both houses, almost half of Gryffindor were injured. It's just that the injury is not serious. Although the remaining half was not hit directly, dodging around still caused some small cuts and bruises. But none of the Slytherin students were hurt except for their messy robes, which seemed unbelievable to the professors. They all thought that Lucas took action to protect everyone. But seeing their looks, Lucas said, I just used the final spell, and if everyone from Slytherin is unhurt, it was just the result of helping and protecting each other. Dumbledore looked at the little snakes in surprise. Seeing the confidence and pride in everyone's eyes, Dumbledore said with a smile, I see a rare quality in you. It might get you through difficulties in the future. Please keep it up, and I'll end this by saying Slytherin plus 10 points for your outstanding performance. They all clapped each other in the back excitedly. Even the corners of Professor Snape's mouth turned up slightly. Of course, if you don't observe carefully, it is not easy to find. The farce was over, and the school infirmary was full of Gryffindor students. As for Lockhart, he was sent directly to St. Mungo's. When students from the other two houses heard about the incident, those obsessed with Lockhart finally woke up. After all, when they have to choose between worshipping idols and their own life, these people will definitely choose their own lives. Because of this incident, Hermione and Cho ran directly to the long table in Slytherin during dinner. Seeing the concerned eyes of the two women, several chiefs immediately took the lead in making teasing remarks. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the first week of school passed. What Lucas did most this week was to stroll around in the Forbidden Forest, which brought him generous achievement points. For a week, the Forbidden Forest alone provided him with 4,000 achievement points. Today, the afternoon's history of magic class ended. Lucas didn't look for Hermione or Cho Chang, nor did he go back to the dormitory with the Slytherin snakes. Instead, he went outside of the castle and stood on the path leading to the Black Lake. Lucas was waiting for someone. After observing for a few days, he found that Ginny Weasley would go to the Black Lake to walk around every afternoon. Checking the time, she must probably be coming by now. The next moment, the sound of light footsteps came from a distance. Ouch! With her head down, Ginny felt as if she had hit a soft wall and fell to the ground. When she raised her head, she actually saw Lucas Grindelwald standing in front of her. Ginny shook her head, thinking that in her daze she was imagining things. Yuzu, why are you here? Lucas didn't answer the question. Instead, he squatted down and picked up the book that fell on the ground. Why do you drop your things every time we meet? Ginny quickly stood up from the ground, and when she took the book from Lucas, she didn't find that there was an extra black diary inside. Thanks. After Ginny thanked him, she planned to leave. Wait, Lucas stopped her and reached out to remove the leaves from Ginny's hair. When he looked at Ginny again, her eyes had become dull, and she was staring straight ahead. Ginny, if you have any troubles when you go back, remember to use that diary. Ginny, who was controlled by the Imperious Curse, nodded slowly. Lucas smiled and pointed his fingers between her eyebrows. If an outsider sees it, they will only think that the two are acting intimately. Obliviate. With a smile on his face, Lucas erased the memory of Ginny's meeting with him just now. That way, Ginny wouldn't remember seeing him in the corridor. With everything done, Lucas walked towards the castle without looking back, and it wasn't until his figure completely disappeared that Ginny came back to her senses. Why am I here? Looking at the book in her hand, Ginny shrugged her shoulders and continued walking towards the Black Lake. Lucas was on his way back to Slytherin, checking his mind for any mistakes. The Imperious Curse he cast will stop tomorrow morning. Under the influence and control of the Imperious Curse, Ginny will definitely use the diary tonight. As long as she uses it, she cannot escape the fate of being controlled by the diary. As for whether it was cruel to Ginny, Lucas can answer with certainty that it was indeed cruel. He actually liked that little girl quite a bit, but he wouldn't let something like this affect his plan. For the greater good. Walking to the door of the Slytherin dormitory, Lucas restrained the coldness in his eyes. When the door opened, he turned back to the good student who was very nice in the eyes of everyone. In the dead of night, Hogwarts Castle seemed to be turned off, and even the portraits that can be seen everywhere have fallen asleep. At the Slytherin dormitory, Lucas sat cross-legged on the bed, looked at the achievement points in the system, and said, "System, I will try my luck with 100 consecutive draws." He just couldn't resist the allure of gacha. When his voice sounded, the prize pool immediately appeared in front of his eyes. In just the blink of an eye, various rewards flew out of the prize pool. At the end of this lottery draw, a total of 42 bronze rewards, 40 silver rewards, 16 gold rewards, and 2 platinum rewards were obtained. There are 2 platinum rewards. Is my luck so good? Lucas immediately opened the detailed introduction of this lottery. The bronze rewards for this lottery are as follows. 11 prizes of golden galleons, total amount, 815, book Magic Your Cheese, 3 sets of signed team uniforms of the Holyhead Harpies, 18 kinds of Honeyjukes candies, 2 bludgers, 2 bags of high-quality owl rations, 3 bottles of owl feather care cream, 2 pairs of wool socks. Chapter 101. The silver rewards for this lottery are as follows. Leg Locking Curse, level 5-4, Splitting Curse, level 3-5, Pimple Curse, level 3-3, Dangling Jinx, level 2-9, level 5-2, Repelling Curse, level 2-2, Tongue Sealing Curse, level 6-4, Gut Eating Curse, level 5-6, Notes of a Transformation Master, Transformation Spell, level 5, Conjunctivitis Curse, level 3-3. The gold rewards for this lucky draw are as follows. Memory Charm, level 4-7, Legilimency, level 5-3, Patronus Curse, level 3-3, Sword 1, Talent Point 21, Pratigo Maxima, level 2-1. The platinum rewards for this lottery are as follows. Eye of Medusa, weakened version, Ancient Elf Magic Life Steal, level 1. System, assign a point of talent to transfiguration and divination, and synthesize and learn the rest of the spells. Accompanied by his orders, a bright light flashed before Luca's eyes. Immediately afterwards, his character attributes automatically appeared. Name, Gellert Grindelwald. Age, 12 years old. Identity, leader of Saints Investment Group, son of Gellert Grindelwald, second-year student at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Void Elf, Second Awakening. Talents, Void Fisher, Void Aura, Eye of Foresight, Medusa's Eye Weakened Version, Combination Skills. Mana Strength, 40 Elite Aura. Charms, 9 full level. Transfiguration, 9 full level. Dark Arts, 11 Awakened. Alchemy, 3. Ancient Runes, 2. Divination, 6. Potions, 5. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring Level 1, Looting Level 1, Life Steal Level 1. Animagus, Black Panther. Different Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden Recognized Owner. Skills, Ancient Alchemy Beginner, Occlumency Level 9, Fire Shield Level 9, Imperious Curse Level 9, Killing Curse Level 9, Cruciatus Curse Level 9, Sectum Sempra Level 7 Legilimency Level 7 Memory Charm Level 6, Transformation Spell Level 6, Patronus Charm Level 5, Pratigo Maxima Level 2. Magic Items, Felix Felicis 1, Veritaserum 2, Goblin Sword. Achievement Points, 4822. Glancing from top to bottom, most of the advanced spells have reached level 5 or above. Transfiguration and Charms talents have also reached the full level at this moment. If he wants to break through, he needs to get a talent breakthrough card. Then he needs to use a lot of achievement points to draw a lottery, especially to participate in the holidays special lottery. So next Lucas needs to collect a lot of achievement points. As for the achievement points that are easy to obtain at present, one is the achievement of exploring the Forbidden Forest, and the other should be the achievement of Ravenclaw's secret room. Looks like it's time to get busy. After a summer vacation, Luca's magic strength also reached 40. According to his estimation, if his magic strength reaches 60, he should be able to enter the quasi-legendary level. Finally, Lucas turned to the main event of the day, the 2 platinum prizes. Eye of Medusa, weakened version. The petrifying Eye of the Gorgon Medusa is legendary because it is a weakened version. It can only petrify the target, but cannot kill it. Seeing the skill introduction, Lucas stroked his chin. Is the system planning to let him have a stare contest with the basilisk? The blue eyes in the mirror gradually turned red, and the pupils also turned into the vertical pupils of snakes. As he tried the Eye of Medusa, only then did he learn about the hidden abilities that were not explained in the introduction. Possessing the eyes of Medusa makes Lucas immune to any petrification powers below those eyes. Even the eyes of the basilisk, he is now completely immune to them, because the rank of the basilisk is much lower than that of the Gorgon Medusa. Learning about this hidden ability, Lucas smiled self-deprecatingly. Unexpectedly, he guessed it right. The system really planned to make him and the basilisk do a stare contest. But that's fine too. He was still struggling with how to avoid the basilisk's eyes. But now he can safely and boldly approach the opponent and subdue it. Only during this period. If people saw these eyes, they would mistake him for the heir of Slytherin. Stopping the Eye of Medusa, Lucas looked at his other new skill. Life Steal Level 1. The host focuses on the enemy, and the power of the void will devour the enemy. This magic can return a certain amount of vitality to the host. It's actually a magic that absorbs life force. For now, there is no magic that can absorb the life force of other creatures for its own use. Except for Riddle's diary, of course. That might just be the accidental result of the black magic in the diary. If there is really a magic that directly absorbs life force, Voldemort wouldn't split his soul into pieces in search of immortality. So what can the life force absorbed by this magic do? It can be used to stay young forever, increase physical strength, heal injuries instantly, prolong your life. If the vitality is enough, Lucas can truly live forever. This is an absolutely broken ability. Lucas took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. He took out the final reward, the Goblin Sword. As we all know, the forging skills of goblins are very developed, especially in terms of weapons. They have unparalleled talent. Even the famous Gryffindor sword was forged by the goblins. The one in Luca's hand, though not as excellent as the Gryffindor sword, it can still withstand the infusion of magic power from quasi-legendary experts. The goblin sword infused with magic power is extremely sharp, and it can also double the magic power wrapped around the sword and launch it out. It is indeed a good melee weapon. Finishing checking the harvest of this lottery, Lucas went to the desk and picked up the quill. After a while, a letter was writ. Hestia. With a soft call, Hestia flew to his side. Give this letter to Aunt Vinda, then stay at home and bring back the reply tomorrow morning. Holding the envelope in her mouth, Hestia spread her wings and flew out from the passage in the room. This time, he should really thank Gilderoy Lockhart. Bringing such dangerous creatures to a school full of underage wizards, what a good excuse to attack. Dumbledore, as the headmaster, and the relevant supervisors of the Ministry of Magic cannot escape responsibility. Although it can't cause them much trouble for the time being, little things still add up. Isn't there a basilisk right after this? So it's best to make arrangements for the follow-up. Lucas cast a disillusionment spell on himself and walked out of the common room. Late at night, a series of footsteps sounded in the silent corridor, but there was no one in sight, which confused Filch and made him look everywhere around himself. Just at that moment, the Weasley twins, who were traveling at night, were deliberately frightened by someone to expose their figures. Immediately, the chase between the squib caretaker and the pair of imps was once again staged in the castle. Lucas, who succeeded in his prank, went to the 7th floor. Room of requirement, Lucas can't remember how many times he's been here. Drawing his wand, he walked slowly through the area that had been inspected before the summer vacation. When he finally reached the unchecked area, he pointed the wand at the mountain of discarded objects in front of him. In the last school year, how stupid was he to choose searching little by little? Since the diadem is protected by black magic. That can be easily resolved with only 2 spells. One is the Shattering Curse, which destroys these discarded items into waste and garbage. Then use Scourgify and dispose of the rubbish. The reason why it is necessary to use the Shattering Curse first is because he's taking into account the issue of consumption. Lucas has a dark arts talent bonus, and the consumption of the Shattering Curse is very small, but its power is huge. It is easy to blow up the mountains of discarded objects in front of him into small pieces. Scourgify is household magic. It takes a lot of time to clean up the mountain of discarded objects, but if he's dealing with debris, the consumption will be much smaller. Then, the next thing you can see Lucas is walking, waving his wand as the discarded objects on both sides of the road explode one after another, with the results disappearing right after. Lucas only needs to glance a little while walking to see if there is a silver diadem. It's way more efficient and fun than searching normally. When dawn approached, Lucas had actually cleared a space the size of a football field directly. Going down like this, Ravenclaw's diadem can be found within 2 days at most. Lucas, get up. Just before dawn, Draco knocked on the door and Lucas, who had hardly slept all night, got up from the bed in a daze. Saw Draco in a Quidditch uniform. Only then did he remember that he had to train this morning. He dragged his tired body to the lockers, took out a small vial of potion and drank it. A pepper-up potion, normally used for colds, but it can also be used like an energy drink to wake people up. In order to cope with many things, this school year Lucas prepared a lot of it. His sleepy mind instantly cleared up. Lucas waved his hand, and the wizard's robe on the hanger flew towards him. While getting dressed, he also checked the reply letter he got from Hestia. Vinda said in the letter that everything was ready, he just had to wait and see a good show tomorrow. Destroying the letter, Lucas was looking forward to what Vinda had in store for Dumbledore. Lucas, hurry up, I'm leaving first. Draco couldn't wait anymore, so he opened the door and ran out. Lucas still couldn't figure out why Quidditch was so popular, although he himself is also a member of the team. When he reached the Quidditch pitch, what appeared before his eyes was the scene of Gryffindor and Slytherin facing each other. looking at the angry expressions of the captains of the two teams. Apparently something went wrong again. Chapter 102. You should be familiar with Quidditch pitches. Many parts of the stadium are constructed of wood, which also creates a lot of hidden corners. Plus it's in a remote location, so if it is not the day of the game, almost no one wants to come. Hidden, sparsely populated, and the range is large enough, all these points meet the needs of young couples. Over time, the Quidditch pitch has become a place for dating. So when Gryffindor clashed with Slytherin, it alarmed these little lovers hiding in the corner. After a while, in the stands of the Quidditch stadium, there was a group of spectators. When Lucas arrived, members of the two teams had drawn their wands under the leadership of their respective captains. The surrounding students did not try to stop them, but booed and cheered. Lucas pointed his wand at his throat and said loudly, "Stop." The huge sound waves pushed the grass on the ground. It also made the two teams cover their ears and look outside the gate. Seeing Lucas coming, the Slytherin students' expression changed. The momentum on their body suddenly weakened a lot. Gryffindor was the opposite, though, the memory of Lucas stealing the house cup still vivid. Although some little lions thought what he said at the time made sense, but most lions are stupid and thought that Lucas was trying to sabotage Gryffindor's house cup win. Plus, with his Slytherin house status, some of Gryffindor's students hated him from the bottom of their hearts. What happened? Coming between the two teams, Lucas first looked at Marcus Flint. Just a reminder, by the way, the gorilla's younger sister is the chief of the 4th grade, Marcy Flint. Chief, you should know that today we are going to train a new seeker. I know about it, and what I'm asking is why the conflict happened. When Marcus heard this, his face became very embarrassed. Needless to say, he was the reckless guy who took the initiative to provoke the incident. Lucas didn't notice, but when Marcus called out the word chief, most of the Gryffindor team looked shocked. Harry was very curious when he saw this and tugged at Fred's uniform. "Fred, what's the matter?" "Didn't you hear? They're called Lucas chief." Harry said puzzledly. "Isn't this normal? You said last year that Lucas is the chief of his year in Slytherin, right?" George turned around now. Seeing that Ron also sneaked into the team, he was taken aback for a while and then continued to explain. "It's different. Last year we were talking about the chief of the year, but now we're talking about the chief of the house. Isn't that still the chief?" Seeing that Harry hadn't reacted yet, the twins looked at each other, sandwiching Harry between the left and the right. "Oh, Harry, let the Weasley twins clear that up for you. The chief of the year, as the name suggests, refers to the chief of his respective year, who is responsible for managing the affairs of his direct classmates. But they won't be called chief when they're outside. Think about it, your good friend Lucas, was he ever called chief last year?" Harry thought about it carefully and found in public, the Slytherin students really didn't seem to call Lucas the title of chief, except for the first day greeting in the Great Hall during breakfast. Harry nodded in understanding, then looked at the twins, waiting for them to continue explaining. The chief of the house, as can be seen from the title, is the chief of the whole Slytherin house, and the most powerful person in Slytherin besides the head of house. Yes, all Slytherins, including the resident ghosts, must obey the orders of the chief of the house unconditionally. Even when the head of house makes a wrong decision, the chief can raise objections. After all, the head is chosen by the headmaster, and the chief of the house is chosen by all Slytherin students. After the twins finished speaking, they looked at Harry quietly. Really, Harry's reaction was the same as when they first learned about the system. Full of envy. Fred patted Harry on the shoulder and asked, "Aren't you envious?" Seeing Harry nod, George said with a smile, "Don't be envious. It's not easy to be the chief of the house, and while you gain a lot of power, you also need to bear a lot of responsibilities. As chief of Slytherin house, he must lead them to glory." The twins stopped here. Judging by their expressions, it was obvious that they still had something to say. Seeing this, Ron hurriedly said, "I'm your younger brother, and Harry is also my good friend, so there's nothing you can't say." The twins nodded and said in a lower voice. The previous Slytherin chief was said to be you-know-who. Be it good or bad, in that era, children from wizard families were proud to be in Slytherin. The two immediately returned to the front of the team after speaking. Looking at Harry, who was frowning tightly, Ron whispered in his ear, "I didn't expect that the previous chief would be you-know-who, then I don't know what that guy Lucas will become in the future." It doesn't seem fair to compare them, but Harry still listened. He looked up at Lucas, a look of alienation in his eyes. Certainly, Harry wasn't someone who could change his mind with a few words, which means that there might be other reasons for this change. Then it settled Captain Wood. Lucas made peace with Oliver Wood. One half of the stadium for each team, and they will be training separately without interfering with each other. Waiting for the Gryffindor team to ride off on their brooms, Lucas glanced at Marcus and the others. "The next time you use your brain, so many people are watching. If you use your wands, it will only be us who are in the wrong. Don't look at Marcus, who is already in 6th grade." But he dared not even speak back, and it wasn't until the end that he cursed under his breath. That stupid Oliver Wood. Lucas frowned slightly and waved them to practice, but Draco stayed behind. "The first Quidditch game of the year is between us and Gryffindor, and your father will be there to watch. Draco, don't embarrass your Malfoy family, and don't embarrass our house. I want the team to get off to a good start, and I want us to win the first game." After Lucas finished speaking, he stretched out his hand. "Accio Nimbus 2000. After a while, his Nimbus 2000, modified, flew from the castle. "Use my broom for the game, which is a modified version, much faster than the 2001 in your hand." Throwing the broom to Draco, Lucas turned and walked into the stands. He is now a coach. But in fact, he doesn't need to direct at all. He just took a place to see if he could still get the achievement points after winning. At the same time, 2 girls also arrived outside the gate of the Quidditch pitch. It's just that the atmosphere between the two is very delicate. "Hermione, I'm sorry and thank you. You don't need to apologize to me. In fact, I have long thought that such a day will come. He is too excellent, isn't he?" Hermione pretended to be casual and said. As they walked into the stadium, the two immediately saw the blonde boy sitting in the stands. There was more obsession in Cho's eyes. "Yes, he is too excellent. I'm just afraid he might leave me behind if I don't compromise. So, I already knew that he would not belong to me alone, but Cho." Hermione turned to look at Cho Chang with a very serious expression. "Since you have chosen him, you must never do anything wrong to him. I mean anything, otherwise I will never let you go." Cho Chang had never seen such a serious look on Hermione's face. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little guilty. She didn't think her feelings for Lucas were as deep as Hermione's, and Hermione still has not formalized her relationship with Lucas. She shook her head quickly in her heart. "No, I am no worse than her. When are you going to tell that guy?" Hermione's voice came from beside her again, and the two looked at the blonde boy not far away. Cho asked softly, "How come you're not together yet?" "Let me think." Hermione thought for a while and added, "During the fog that permeated the entire Paris." Cho nodded. She also heard about the fog that day. "That day I was going to kiss him, but he stopped me and said it was too soon, and I had thought he created the fog just for that." Hermione pouted when she talked about this. Turns out it was Lucas who made that fog. It's ridiculous that the Aurors of the French Ministry of Magic became nervous because of a heavy fog. "The person I like must beat me in Quidditch, so I plan to compete with him again." Hermione didn't understand what she meant. Didn't Lucas already win once? Cho smiled and walked towards Lucas in the stands. "Lucas." Seeing Cho walking towards him, Lucas responded with a smile. "Cho, what are you doing here?" "Not only me, but also Hermione. It's just that she walks slowly and is still behind." Oh, Lucas nodded and continued to look towards the sky. "I heard you're not going to play Quidditch this year." And Lucas nodded again. Cho raised a hand and brushed a strand of black hair behind her ear. "What about the game against our Ravenclaw team? You're not playing." "Probably not." "No, you have to play." Lucas turned his attention away from the sky and looking at the girl next to him, he found that her eyes showed unprecedented seriousness. Cho took a deep breath, looked at the blonde boy and said, "How about we have another competition? Seriously, no one should hold back in the competition." Lucas frowned and his eyes turned to Hermione at the entrance. Seeing her nodding slightly, he instantly understood what the two women meant. "Okay, I will definitely play in person for the game against Ravenclaw after Halloween." Getting his answer, Cho had a beautiful smile on her face. Just when the two faced each other and the atmosphere was good, scared shouts sounded from the stands. Lucas turned to look and saw that Harry had fallen off the broom. And he was falling to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 103. Why did Harry fall off the broom? In fact, it has something to do with Lucas. Although Draco had ridden Lucas' broomstick before, that sounded kinda sus and GL. But only at low altitude and slow flight, so when he learned that the broom in his hand could fly way faster, naturally he wanted to give it a try. Needless to say, the speed was so fast that Draco's palms were sweating. Then, his bad habit of showing off had to reveal itself. "Harry, do you want to compete to see who gets the snitch first?" Harry naturally had no objection, so he stood opposite Draco on his broomstick. As soon as Draco let go, the golden snitch disappeared from view. The Quidditch team trains daily, and the other 6 positions have training tasks, only the Seeker didn't. So Harry has been watching his teammates practice from high above, and Draco's proposal was exactly what he wanted. And Harry also wanted to win against Draco in his heart, to prove to his teammates that he is an excellent Seeker who can help them to defeat Slytherin. Harry looked down to the stands below and thought it's a shame that Lucas didn't play this year. "Harry, if you get distracted, I'm going to get the snitch." Draco's voice came from beside him, making him come back to his senses and find that his opponent had already flown behind him. Turning the broom, Harry chased after him in a flash. The players of the two teams stopped their training, and their eyes were fixed on the two people who were chasing each other. "Harry, overtake him, you can do it." Ron waved a flag for his friend in the stands. The team members of Gryffindor also cheered for Harry. The two who were chasing gradually became serious when they heard the cheers from their companions. Looking at Harry, who kept accelerating beside him, Draco lowered his body and increased the speed of the broom to the maximum. In just the blink of an eye, he surpassed his opponent. Harry was taken aback for a moment and looked at the broom that Draco was using. What he saw was not a Nimbus 2001, but a Nimbus 2000 just like him, which immediately made him think about whose broom it was. Last year, it was the owner of that broom that stomped him and Gryffindor down, while also making the first Quidditch game in his life end in a fiasco. Thinking of this, Harry accelerated his flight speed again, but he didn't notice that Draco had already got the snitch. Draco was about to show off when he turned around and saw Harry coming towards him. "Harry, it's all over." As he talked, he realized that Harry's eyes were fixed on the gold snitch, and trying to prevent them from crashing into each other, he threw the snitch out again. But even so, Harry's broom still scratched against his broom. Draco was just floating without moving, so his broom stabilized quickly. But Harry, who was moving at high speed, was not so lucky and was thrown straight away by his own broom. Ron, who had been paying attention to the two, immediately drew his wand. "Malfoy, you mean bastard." A spell flew out from the broken wand. Miraculously, there were no surprises this time and didn't explode on his face like usual. Unfortunately for Draco, he was successfully hit by the spell and fell off the broom just like Harry. Just when everyone in the stadium was anxious, a cold voice came from the stands. "Arresto momentum." Lucas held out both hands and cast magic on Harry and Draco at the same time. Fortunately, he shot in time, because if he delayed for just a few seconds, both of them would have been smashed to paste. Once the two Seekers landed smoothly, members of the two teams immediately rushed to their side. "What happened?" Lucas parted the crowd, looked at the two, and asked. They didn't have a chance to answer when Ron yelled from the sidelines. "I saw it, Malfoy hit Harry, that's why Harry fell off the broom." "You're talking nonsense." Draco looked angrily at the guy who was talking nonsense. "Shut up." Luca's cold voice sounded. He first looked at Ron. "Mr. Weasley, I will truthfully inform Professor McGonagall of your behavior just now. Casting spells maliciously on your classmates, causing them to fall from a high altitude and almost dying, No matter who among them both is at fault for what happened, you will be severely punished. He then looked at Harry and Draco again, motioning for them to explain what had just happened. Draco hurriedly explained the cause and effect, while Harry also nodded along, admitting that he was eager to win and bumped into Draco's broom by accident. Once everyone heard it was just an accident, the tense atmosphere between the two teams improved. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, they saw Lucas suddenly summon Harry's broom with the summoning charm. He brushed the broom carefully with his hand and said, "This broom is cursed with magic that can affect emotions." Everyone was shocked. Harry even looked at his friend immediately since the broom was only held by him before, but Ron shook his head hurriedly. "It's not me, it's really not me, I don't know anything." Lucas also shook his head and denied. "It can't be Mr. Weasley, the magic on it is a bit different, more like the magic of a house elf." House elf? Everyone was puzzled by this, but Harry seemed to think of something and his expression became a little angry. Harry's expression didn't escape Luca's eyes. This also allowed him to confirm that Dobby had indeed come to Hogwarts. Actually, for Dobby, Lucas didn't have any negative feelings. There is nothing wrong with wanting freedom, and it's okay to mess around. But being a house elf from a pure-blood family, everything he does may cause trouble to the family he serves. And most pure-blood families hide some shady secrets, which their house elves are very familiar with. It's just that they can't speak out because of the contract, but what if someone takes advantage of it? As a partner of the Malfoy family, Lucas had to remind him of this. Returning the broom to Harry, everyone dispersed to continue training. Draco followed behind Lucas, feeling uneasy. He thought that he was going to reprimand him for showing off again. Unexpectedly, Lucas asked himself to call his family's house elf when he opened his mouth. Here, but this is not the manner. Although Draco felt it was weird, he still called out Dobby's name as Lucas ordered. Snap! With a soft sound, Dobby tremblingly appeared in front of Draco. It responded to the summon order so quickly, plus what Lucas said when he checked the broom just now. Draco is not a fool. He asked Dobby angrily, "Why did you do that?" Dobby just wanted to help Harry Potter, and Harry Potter is a good guy. Of course, I understand that he's a good guy. What I'm asking is why you cast a spell on Harry. You must have done it at the beginning of school, right? Answer me truthfully, Dobby. To the command of the master, the house elf must answer, so Dobby nodded and said, "Yes, Dobby just doesn't want Harry Potter to come to school, and Dobby doesn't want to hurt Harry Potter." Dobby, who gave you permission to use magic? How can you use magic without your owner's permission? Draco growled and questioned the elf in front of him. It's okay, Draco. Let Dobby go back to Malfoy Manor now. It's not good for him to stay outside for too long. Hearing Luca's reminder, Draco calmed down a bit. He looked coldly at the elf in front of him and said, "Dobby, return to Malfoy Manor immediately, and you are not allowed to leave the manor for half a step in the future unless ordered. This is the order of your master." Dobby obeys. Dobby looked a little sad and disappeared from the two of them after snapping his fingers. Lucas looked at Draco, who was still angry, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, let's continue to train. It's just a small matter." He returned to the stands after speaking. At this moment, Hermione and Cho Chang sat together and muttered about girl things in a low voice. As they saw him come back, Hermione hastily dragged Lucas to sit between the two of them. "Lucas, the Grey Lady invited us to Sir Nicholas' Death Day party next month. Neither Cho nor I want to go see it alone, so can you accompany us?" Nearly headless Nick. Seeing two people nodding, Lucas frowned. "Ladies, do you know what the Death Day party is? It's a banquet for dead people." "Of course we know, but where else can you go to a ghost party besides Hogwarts?" Lucas thought about it, and it seemed that he really couldn't refuse. "Well, I hope you will not regret it then." After all, he already knew what the Death Day party would look like. "When is it exactly?" "On Halloween night." "Oh, Merlin, why do we have to skip the Halloween dinner and celebrate the death anniversary of a ghost that has been dead for 500 years instead?" Hearing Lucas complain, the two girls covered their mouths and laughed. None of the three noticed that outside the gate of the Quidditch pitch, a silhouette with long red hair disappeared in a flash. In the evening, they had a great dinner together, and Lucas then sent the two girls back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Lucas didn't sleep well last night and felt really bad, so he just wants to hurry back to the dormitory to rest. In the evening, he had to go to the room of requirement to continue searching for the diadem of Ravenclaw. But this night, Lucas fell asleep early. Hermione was sitting by the window looking at the night sky outside with some melancholy, while Cho tossed and turned in her bed and couldn't fall asleep. She couldn't take the image of that blonde boy off her mind. Meanwhile, there is another girl who is also worrying about Lucas. Ginny Weasley. She looked at her sleeping roommate and took out a black diary from her desk. Tom, I saw him again today. What should I do? I can't help but want to see him. The ink quickly disappeared from the journal, but Ginny was not surprised. Obviously, this is not the first time she has used the diary. Soon, some beautiful cursive characters appeared in the blank space of the diary. Chapter 104. Ginny, would you like to tell me your story, like how you met him? Beautiful cursive characters appeared in front of Ginny. Ginny felt a little shy just being asked about it. Okay, but you can't tell anyone. Well, it's not like I can really tell anyone in my current state, can I? Ginny glanced at the diary and smiled self-deprecatingly. Then she wrote down the process of meeting Lucas in her diary. Ginny wasn't sure when she first came to like Lucas. The object of her admiration and longing should have been the famous Harry Potter. In fact, when Harry came to her home, Ginny did feel shy. But when did that feeling go away? Probably after the opening ceremony that caused a sensation in the entire British wizarding world. The first thing that attracted Ginny was Lucas's outstanding appearance. Then, what made her fall deeper was probably his elegant behavior when he presented her with the prize. Accompanied by chance encounters again and again, Ginny found that all the admiration she once had for Harry Potter had been transferred to Lucas. The blonde boy was obviously only 1 year older than her. But he was able to make achievements that even her parents were incapable of doing. With such a comparison, Harry Potter seems to not be very good in other aspects, except for his famous name. Tom Riddle patiently let the girl tell her story. Immediately, a person who is both good at character and learning comes to mind. The image of a boy who is very popular with teachers and classmates. In fact, everyone will meet such a person when they are students. Back then, Tom Riddle was also someone else's dream. So Tom, who is very good at deceiving people, sensed the inferiority complex in the girl's words. Then he responded through the diary. After listening to your description, the boy is indeed very good, and then, have you tried to pursue him? Seeing the word pursue, Ginny's face suddenly turned red. She wrote in a panic, how is it possible? She spent a whole week anxious and restless until she finally boarded the train to Hogwarts. Once she was at Hogwarts, she came to realize just how truly dazzling and outstanding the name Lucas Grindelwald is. As she asked her big brothers and senior schoolmates about him, but the more she knew about Lucas, the more Ginny felt inferior. Her family was not well off, and her academic performance is not particularly outstanding. The only thing that can be said to be good is her appearance. But beside Lucas, there are two girls who are not inferior to herself, which made Ginny very distressed, especially seeing Lucas' intimate behavior with those two girls today. She knew those two girls, Hermione Granger and Cho Chang, two top students from Ravenclaw. After writing down all of her troubles during this time in the diary, Ginny felt much better. Just when she was about to say goodnight to Tom, a sentence suddenly appeared in the diary. Do you want to be better than those two girls? Do you really want to get that boy's attention? Maybe I can help you. Tom in the diary believed that Ginny must not be able to resist such a temptation. Love blinds and can make people crazy and irrational, just like his mother back then. In order to make a muggle fall in love with herself, she used a love potion. After some time when she was pregnant, she started to think that Muggle was truly in love with her and stopped giving him the potion, only to be heartbroken when he left her as soon as the effects disappeared. That's why he scoffed at Dumbledore's obsession with love. But he has to admit that there are times when the power of love does work, like now. When Ginny Weasley wrote the plea for help, Tom Riddle felt a tiny breath of life enter the diary. He finally had the hope of resurrection. Under the night, inside her room, the naive girl looked at the words in the diary and was overjoyed. Also on the 7th floor, there were violent explosions from time to time. The sun is rising. Hogwarts is back to life. Lucas followed the Slytherin snakes to the dining hall in a good mood, since today is the time for what Vinda promised to be a good show. He wanted to see what a good show it would be. "Chief, have you heard?" "What?" Lucas picked up a piece of bread and spread some jam on it while he kept his eyes on Blaise Zabini, who was speaking. "I heard that Gilderoy Lockhart seems to be held accountable by the Ministry of Magic. He needs to explain the origin of the red caps." Speaking of Lockhart, Lucas had to admire the exuberant vitality of the man. It's only been a couple days, and he already returned to Hogwarts from St. Mungo's. When Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary learned of this, she was very surprised. A normal person would have to stay in the hospital for over a week with all of his injuries. It's not surprising. What he did put the lives of his students in danger, several among them being from important families. If the Ministry of Magic doesn't handle it well, its reputation will be affected again. Lucas still hadn't spoken when Draco answered for him. This surprised several others, and Pansy Parkinson looked him up and down. "Are you really the Draco Malfoy we know?" "Of course." Draco rolled her eyes gracefully. He just didn't like thinking about these things before. Plus, being so well protected by his father, he doesn't need to worry about family affairs. But after over a year of being in contact with Lucas, he found that he could no longer be so childish. Whether it's for his best friend or for the Malfoy family, he is not allowed to be the same as before. Seeing that a few people still intend to continue teasing Draco, Lucas put down the bread and said, "Okay, hurry up and eat, there will be a good show soon." They looked at each other with curiosity, but still listened to him and sped up their eating. Just when they were about to finish eating, countless owls flew in from above the Great Hall. A very small portion of them flew to the students, while the remaining hundreds of owls all flew towards Dumbledore, who was sitting on the teacher's table. Lucas catch the Daily Prophet thrown by Hestia. The headline on the front page was Lockhart's class incident. The reporter is sharp, pointing at Hogwarts headmaster Dumbledore for mismanagement. Several passages refer to his advanced age of over 100 years, and questioned whether he was still sound of mind or had already become senile, pointing out that the greatest wizard of this century is no longer suitable for the post of headmaster. Then proceeded to publicly criticize the inaction of some ministry officials. It's hard to imagine that, in the official newspaper of the Ministry of Magic, there will be remarks criticizing the Ministry of Magic. This newspaper has made a good start, but the main event will not come until the basilisk wakes up. Lucas looked towards the end of the article, and Rita Skeeter's name popped off the page. It was a wise choice when he decided to recruit her as his subordinate. "Lucas, look at the teacher's seat." Draco patted Lucas' arm with a little excitement. At this moment, those owls had come to Dumbledore. They're like bombers that drop their bombs with precision, dropping the red envelopes in their claws and beaks. Dumbledore had felt a very bad premonition when he saw so many owls flying in his direction, and when he saw what they were carrying, it was confirmed. He was soon inundated with hundreds of howlers. At this moment, all eyes were on Dumbledore, and Professor Snape even smiled a little. Perhaps he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Before Dumbledore could make a move, those letters unsealed themselves and turned into mouths one by one. "Albus Dumbledore, I very much doubt whether your brain is filled with sweets. Why do such dangerous creatures appear in school? Dumbledore, I am so disappointed in you, and if my child is hurt by this, I will definitely recommend that the Ministry of Magic fire you as headmaster. Headmaster Dumbledore, we all know that defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts are hard to find, but please also think about the children. You are so stupid and stubborn. Dumbledore, you just wait for me to propose your punishment at the school board." Hundreds of mouths speak at the same time, and speak very loudly. Not to mention Dumbledore up close, even the students in the farther part of the Great Hall couldn't bear it. Lucas was the first to get up and leave with a spring in his steps. The arrangement of Vinda's play was really wonderful. The old bee had probably not received a howler for decades. The venerable headmaster Dumbledore has been sent hundreds of howlers. That will most probably be tomorrow's Daily Prophet headlines. When the Slytherins saw their chief leave, they immediately got up and followed him out of the Great Hall. Not long after everyone left, the figure of Professor Snape appeared at the front of the corridor. "Professor, you go to class first. I have something to say to Mr. Grindelwald." When everyone left, Professor Snape said in his characteristic tone, "You did this, didn't you?" "What?" Seeing Lucas trying to play dumb, Snape gave him a cold look. "Don't make trouble. One time is fine, but if there are too many times, even Dumbledore will get impatient. As punishment for playing tricks on the headmaster, go to my office after dinner and take away the things you need." Watching Professor Snape walking away quickly, Lucas suddenly felt that the dour man's awkward personality was quite interesting. What he said about punishment, isn't it that the high-level potion that has been brewed is ready? Now that there is Wolfsbane potion, the plan to subdue the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest is also on the agenda. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's Halloween. Lucas was crazy busy during this time. Since he became the chief of Slytherin, Professor Snape has entrusted him with all matters of the house. FK, Lucas doesn't even have time to go to the room of requirement. Fortunately, those days are coming to an end. Due to his busy schedule recently, Lucas didn't accumulate many achievement points, so he can only give up the Halloween lottery. It's better to wait until Christmas time to draw more at once. What is also gratifying is that in the hourglass of Slytherin in the corridor, the emeralds surpassed those of other houses by a lot. It seems that his housemates have followed his orders seriously and were working hard to get points for the house. Of course, the support of other houses is also indispensable. Mr. Ron Weasley, for example, had 50 points deducted for attacking his classmates on the Quidditch pitch. At the end of the day's classes, Lucas changed into a set of wizard robes suitable for attending a banquet. When he reached their meeting place at the dungeons, Hermione and Cho had been waiting for a long time. The three just chatted for a while as they walked to the party. Harry and his friend Ron also ran over, but seeing the three of them, Harry's face darkened. It seems that he didn't want to meet Lucas at the moment. Chapter 105. With the humid air of late October, the dungeon is even colder than ever. The road leading to Sir Nicholas's Death Day party looked incredibly eerie under the decoration of black candles. Lucas and the others looked at each other in such an environment. Harry, long time no see. Lucas took the initiative to greet first, but what he got in exchange was just a nod from Harry. Since the Quidditch match at the beginning of the month, which Gryffindor lost to Slytherin again, Harry seems to be deliberately avoiding Lucas. And he almost hasn't been hanging out with Draco lately. Looking at Harry and Ron walking ahead, Hermione chuckled a little. "I guess Harry is mad at you. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that your broomstick is different, but you lent it to Malfoy." Cho nodded and said, "That's right, I'm going to add one rule now. You are not allowed to use that broom in our competition that's in a few days." Lucas looked annoyed at the dungeon roof. "I'm really giving Draco a hard time." With his appearance, he successfully made the two girls laugh. Nick's Death Day party was held in an abandoned classroom in the dungeon. When the three of them arrived together, there were already many ghosts mingling together. Not just the resident ghosts of Hogwarts Castle, but also a lot of ghosts who came from different places. I really couldn't tell that Sir Nicholas was so popular. Luca's words were affirmed by the two women. It's just that the faces of the two of them are not very good looking at this time. The Death Day party seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined. The two women saw the fat friar squatting beside a long table. He was inhaling fiercely at a fish full of a rancid smell. In the end, Hermione couldn't help but ask, "Can you really taste like this?" "Oh, just a little." After the fat friar finished speaking, he realized that Lucas Grindelwald was beside him. Oh, Nick actually invited Lucas Grindelwald too. His loud voice successfully attracted everyone's attention. Sir Nicholas, who was floating over towards Harry and Ron, turned to look towards them immediately after hearing the sound, and upon seeing Lucas, he flew over immediately. "It is an honor to have you here, Mr. Grindelwald. Happy 500th death anniversary, Sir Nicholas." "Oh, thank you very much." Hearing that Lucas was actually sending blessings to himself, he was so moved that he almost shed tears. The only reason why it is almost is because as a ghost he has no tears. At this time, other ghosts also approached Lucas and the girls, talking enthusiastically. The only ghosts that don't want to talk to Grindelwald, which is the capital for bragging later, or more like they don't dare to approach at all, were actually Peeves and Moaning Myrtle. These two cowards had already hidden in a corner where Lucas couldn't see. Harry and Ron watched as there were suddenly fewer ghosts around them and felt a little uncomfortable. Especially Harry. Those ghosts praised him so much just now for defeating Voldemort. But in the blink of an eye, they all went to Lucas. This sudden change made it hard for Harry to accept. Merlin's stinky socks, the damned Grindelwald is so popular with ghosts, what's so good about him? Hearing Ron complaining, Harry nodded subconsciously. When he noticed what he did, he immediately looked to the side and was relieved to see that Ron was still staring at Lucas. During the rest of the party, most of the ghosts sang and danced around Lucas' group. Although the songs of the ghosts are hard to hear and heinous, but out of etiquette, the three endured it. Until Sir Patrick broke into the classroom with his headless horseman hunting party, and the three of them took advantage of the chaos and left. Harry and Ron also escaped with them. They walked slowly in separate groups to the Great Hall upstairs. Hopefully the Halloween feast isn't over yet. Cho muttered something in a low voice, and Hermione on the side nodded quickly. They didn't eat anything at the Death Day party, as there wasn't any food for living people, and now their bellies are growling with hunger. "Don't worry, I know where the kitchen is, so we won't have to starve." The two girls breathed a sigh of relief. They were just about to say something when they noticed that Harry, who was walking in front, was suddenly leaning against the wall. "What's wrong with Harry?" Hermione frowned and gave Harry an odd look. No wonder she is like this. If normal people see someone leaning on the wall, with his eyes closed, and saying something that someone was talking on the wall, I'm afraid they will all regard that person as crazy. Not only Hermione and Cho thought so, even Ron thought that something was seriously wrong with his friend. "Harry, what are you talking about? No one is talking, did you hear wrong?" After Ron finished speaking, he looked at the three of them behind, then he looked around again. It seems that he just wanted to confirm that there is no one else there, except the five of them. No, someone was really talking. It was just inside the wall, it was talking in a weird voice. Seeing that his friend doesn't believe in himself, Harry suddenly became anxious. It's going to kill someone. He started running along the wall, wanting to follow the voice in order to stop it. Of course Lucas knew what Harry was hearing, so he was a little excited at the moment. The basilisk was finally released, and life in the castle will become more exciting. "Let's go, let's follow and have a look." One in each hand, Lucas pulled the two girls and chased in Harry's direction. When they found Harry, what appeared in front of her was Mrs. Norris, with her tail hanging from a torch. There was also writing on the wall in what seemed to be blood. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more. Enemies of the air, beware." Lucas whispered the bloody words on the wall. Immediately afterwards, he walked up to Mrs. Norris, and after repeated confirmation, his expression suddenly became serious. "Hermione, Cho, you must promise me that you will return to the Ravenclaw Tower immediately after dinner every day, and you will not come out until the next day in the morning." "Lucas, what's wrong?" The two had never seen such a serious expression on Lucas. Under his gaze, the two could only nod their heads in agreement. Only then did Lucas say, "Mrs. Norris is dead." "What?" They covered their mouths in surprise, then turned to look at Mrs. Norris, who was hanging under the torch. At this moment, a large number of footsteps came from the corridor. It was the students who were going back to their dormitories after the Halloween feast. When several people surrounded Lucas in a corner. Someone like Lucas read the blood on the wall, and the corridor became silent. Chamber of Secrets. In the quiet environment, someone suddenly whispered something. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Colin Creevey holding up the camera in his hand. It seemed that he was going to take a picture of the writing on the wall. "What's the matter in front? Make way, let me pass." Filch's voice came from behind the crowd. He parted the crowd and came in front of Lucas and the others. He was just going to ask what happened when he saw Mrs. Norris hanging on the torch. Mrs. Norris. Filch was stunned. He has lived with his cat for many years, and there seems to be some kind of special connection between the two. Mrs. Norris always followed Filch's instructions to find all the little wizards who wandered in the castle at night. But now his Mrs. Norris was dead. This caused tears to burst out of his eyes instantly. "Who was it, you?" Filch looked at Lucas, who was closest to Mrs. Norris. "First of all, I am very sorry for the death of Mrs. Norris, and then I want to state that I did not kill Mrs. Norris." "Impossible, it must be you." At this moment, Filch has lost his rationality and only believed what he saw. So he rushed forward, intending to grab Lucas by the collar, but before Filch could approach, a wand appeared in his sight. At the same time, the students of Slytherin House also drew their wands and pointed at Filch. "Stop it, Argus, stop it." Dumbledore's voice rang out as he arrived with a group of professors. When he saw the blood on the wall, he immediately recalled what happened 50 years ago in his mind. "Oh, Tilda, poor Mrs. Norris. If I had been here at that time, I would have been able to prevent this tragedy. Please accept my condolences, Mr. Filch." Lockhart didn't miss a chance to brag, even as the poor Filch was heartbroken. Lucas hadn't expected him to be back from the Ministry of Magic so soon. Lockhart found himself ignored when he finished speaking, and after a few awkward laughs, he stepped back. Dumbledore approached Mrs. Norris first. After observing the situation, he looked at Filch, who was crying. "Don't be sad, Argus, you and Mr. Grindelwald, Miss Granger and Miss Chang. Also Mr. Potter and Weasley, follow me." Dumbledore was about to take several people to his office, but Lockhart jumped out again. "Headmaster, my office is closer, so it's better if we go to my place." Dumbledore took one look at him and finally nodded in agreement. Dumbledore walked in the lead of the group, while Filch carried his Mrs. Norris and followed at the end. He walked into the defense against the dark arts office in a mighty manner. Looking at Mrs. Norris, who was completely petrified on the table, Dumbledore said regretfully, "Sorry, Filch, Mrs. Norris is unfortunately dead." Filch cried even more sadly after hearing this, and no one knew how to console him. When the office fell silent, the stupid Lockhart jumped out again. "I once encountered such an attack in a small village. In the end, I gave some amulets to the villagers so that they survived." He boasted shamelessly, completely disregarding the current atmosphere. Behavior like this aroused the disgust of everyone present. Professor Flitwick rolled his eyes, and his fingers were about to move, as if he wanted to hold his wand tightly. Dumbledore paid no attention and turned to look at Lucas and the others and asked, "What were you doing there?" Lucas immediately explained about going to the Death Day party today. What he got in exchange was ruthless ridicule from his own head of house. Mr. Grindelwald really has a lot of friends, and he is so familiar with the ghost of Gryffindor. It seems that I need to think carefully about whether I should transfer you to Gryffindor House. Maybe gold and red are more suitable colors for you. Lucas looked away. Didn't he just urge him to speed up the progress of the potion a few times? This old bat really knows how to hold a grudge. Dumbledore nodded, then looked at Harry and Ron, who hurriedly said, "We also went to the Death Day party." Tilda snort Tilda. As soon as Harry finished speaking, Professor Snape snorted coldly. Because they all have sufficient alibi, Dumbledore just gave them a mild reprimand and let them go. But just when Lucas was about to walk out the door, Dumbledore's voice sounded again behind him. "Lucas, do you have time? I think we need to talk." Lucas stopped and motioned for Hermione and Cho to go back first. Then he turned and looked at the old bee. "Of course, Headmaster, it is my honor to chat with you." Under the curious gaze of the professors, they both walked to the headmaster's office on the 7th floor together. Chapter 106. Ice Lemonade. With Dumbledore saying the password, the stone gargoyle moved aside. After a few months, coming again to the headmaster's office, Lucas found that he had never observed it carefully. The first time here, He was just there to complete the exploration achievement, and then was attracted by the subsequent series of achievements. The second time, he was negotiating terms with Dumbledore again, just sitting on the sofa the whole time. Thinking about it now, Gryffindor's common room and headmaster's office seemed to be on the 7th floor. Could the secret room left by Gryffindor be related to the headmaster's office? Dumbledore eyed the boy in front curiously, not understanding what's so good about his office. "Lucas, what are you looking for? Maybe I can help you." "I'm sorry, Professor. I just realized that I haven't looked at your office carefully the other times I came here. Then when we're done talking, I'll show you around personally." The two came to sit on the sofa. Unchanging furnishings, along with familiar sweets and drinks. Seeing Lucas staring at the drink in his hand, Dumbledore said, "Recently, I've been drinking a lot of iced lemonade, so I changed the password of the office." Putting the lemonade on the round table, Dumbledore went straight to the point. "Lucas, I want to make sure that the previous conversation is still valid. Of course, I am a successful businessman. One of the important conditions for a successful businessman is to keep promises." Lucas put down the black tea in his hand and said, But what? But you need to tell me first, what does the so-called Chamber of Secrets and Air mean?" Dumbledore had no intention of hiding that, so he told the story of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets and the Air simply and clearly. After the old man finished speaking, Lucas asked again, "Then what is in the secret room, or what killed Mrs. Norris?" Dumbledore was silent for a long time before shaking his head. "I'm not sure. In fact, this is not the first time something like this has happened in the school." Lucas raised his eyebrows, showing a willingness to hear more. Dumbledore sighed. 50 years ago, when I was just another professor and the head of Gryffindor House, the Chamber of Secrets was opened." "Then what?" "And then a student died." Dumbledore's eyes dimmed as he recalled the past. Maybe it was because he felt sorry for the dead student. Or maybe it reminded him of Voldemort, who was still in school at the time. Talking about the past, Dumbledore was always full of regrets, not just about Tom Riddle, but also about Gellert Grindelwald, his brother Aberforth, and his sister Ariana. There was a brief silence in the room, and Lucas didn't bother Dumbledore, who was caught up in sentimental memories. He waited until the headmaster's mood improved, only then did he ask, "The student you mentioned is the ghost Myrtle that haunts the abandoned girls' bathroom, right?" "How did you know?" Looking into Dumbledore's curious eyes, Lucas thought the old man was looking down on his intelligence. "Headmaster, in the entire Hogwarts castle, only Myrtle wears the student robes representing her house." Looking at his unfriendly eyes, Dumbledore coughed dryly and went on about 50 years ago. Fortunately, the chamber was only opened once 50 years ago. Later, a classmate reported that someone was raising a dangerous creature, an acromantula, in the school. That's right, it's none other than Hagrid, and all the crimes were later placed on his head. Lucas knows all about this past. He might be even more familiar than Dumbledore. He just wanted to make sure that Dumbledore knew where the Chamber of Secrets was. Does the old man know that there is a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets? Dumbledore had been at Hogwarts too long. With his shrewdness, it wouldn't be surprising to find a Slytherin chamber that had been opened once. "Your tone of voice tells me that the student seems innocent." Of course, acromantulas don't leave their victims petrified like that. Dumbledore looked a little cryptic when he said this. It's like telling Lucas that he knows what the hell is going on. Lucas is more than happy to satisfy a centenarian's wicked taste. And what killed Myrtle and Mrs. Norris? When he saw Dumbledore taking his iced lemonade to sip slowly, Lucas almost overturned the round table in front of him. Seeing that Lucas' eyes gradually became cold, Dumbledore put down his cup and said with a smile, "When people are old, they tend to get thirsty when they talk too much. In fact, I already have a rough guess about the creature in the Chamber of Secrets. In legend, anyone who sees Medusa's eyes will be turned to stone, much like Myrtle and Mrs. Norris." "Professor, please don't joke around." Lucas interrupted him coldly. "You want to tell me that there is a Gorgon in the Chamber of Secrets? If so, I'm sorry, but our cooperation is over." Seeing Lucas getting up to leave, Dumbledore hastily stopped him. "Young man, let me finish talking before you leave. Although the creature in the Chamber of Secrets is not a gorgon, it has the same ability as it, a basilisk. You should have heard of it. Lucas nodded and sat back on the couch. Of course I know. If you take a chicken's egg and put it under the belly of a toad to hatch, you can get a basilisk. Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. That's right. Judging from various phenomena, the monster in the Chamber of Secrets must be a basilisk. I don't know whether it has existed for 1,000 years or entered the castle from the outside by accident, but it just lives in the Chamber of Secrets. However, after 50 years, this basilisk obviously did not die. Of course, for a basilisk with a long life, it is indeed not easy to die naturally. He stared at Lucas when he finished speaking. Lucas laughed at himself. Thank you, Professor, for your appreciation, but I don't think I can beat a basilisk. No, the conditions are still the same as before. You only need to protect Harry, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. Perhaps you don't know yet, but Harry spent a happy summer vacation at the Weasleys' house, and during that time, his good friend's arrogance seems to have rubbed off on him. I don't want to die with a savior who likes nighttime adventures. Seeing the disappointed look in Dumbledore's eyes, Lucas raised his eyebrows and continued. But it's not impossible to negotiate. Dumbledore got it again. Lucas, this is different from what we've been talking about. When Dumbledore said this, his expression was very helpless. Lucas smiled and said, But Headmaster, you didn't say I would have to face a basilisk when we made the deal, did you? That's a basilisk, a 5x level dangerous creature, equal to a giant dragon and might be even more dangerous. Well, tell me about your conditions. Lucas was a little surprised that he agreed so easily. Is it possible that he feels that Lucas' service is too good, so he doesn't bargain? Lucas thinks it's possible. After all, last year, he protected the Savior very well, and he even gave up the honor of defeating the dark wizard Quirrell to Harry, successfully solidifying his image as the Savior. It's hard not to be satisfied with such a good service, right? Lucas looked up at the ceiling of the headmaster's office when suddenly, his eyes lit up. I want the sword of Gryffindor. What? Dumbledore froze for several seconds. Have you really figured it out? Gryffindor's sword can only be found by those with true Gryffindor qualities. Lucas nodded. Of course I understand. I just need you to declare that the sword of Gryffindor belongs to me from now on as the headmaster. Dumbledore was delighted at the moment. Strictly speaking, the Gryffindor sword is not a Hogwarts item. It's a relic of Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders. Which means that it is private property. So even if he promises in the name of Hogwarts headmaster, it's nothing. Besides, Lucas may not be able to find that naughty sword. Okay, in the name of the headmaster, I now declare that the sword of Gryffindor now belongs to Mr. Lucas Grindelwald. Thank you, headmaster. Of course, Lucas understood the difficulty of obtaining the Gryffindor sword. Throughout the original book, only Harry and Neville actually found the Gryffindor sword. But don't forget that before long, Harry would draw the Gryffindor sword in the Chamber of Secrets. And Lucas has ancient alchemy, so it is not difficult to keep that naughty sword once he gets his hands on it. With their deal complete, Dumbledore looked very happy and even sent Lucas to the spiral staircase himself. Lucas, don't worry, Fawkes will show up to help you at critical times. The Phoenix and the Basilisk are inherently hostile. As he left the headmaster's office, Lucas was still thinking about Dumbledore's last words. From this point of view, the old man really has a thorough understanding of the Chamber of Secrets. Otherwise, the Phoenix in the original book would not suddenly appear in the chamber, carrying the sorting hat. Only it is not known yet how much Dumbledore knows about the Horcruxes. But even if he doesn't know much about them for now, by the time Harry showed Parseltongue, Dumbledore would have figured it out. Lucas walked all the way forward and unknowingly came to the room of requirement. It's still early, it's better to go in and continue looking for the diadem. Not long after, a series of explosions sounded again in the room of requirement. It's a pity that people outside can't hear it at all. Lucas seems to be having good luck today. After clearing a few mountains of garbage, he saw an ugly bust statue of a wizard. It is said that this is the first headmaster of Hogwarts, but none of this matters. The important thing is that the diadem of Ravenclaw is near the statue, along with the Shattering Curse and Scourgify, used one after another. The first headmaster of Hogwarts was bombed to pieces and then disappeared forever. At the same time, a crystal-clear crown appeared in midair. Putting a dragonhide glove on his hand, Lucas reached out to it. The moment the diadem was in hand, the system's notifications sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing a new achievement. The Diadem of Ravenclaw, reward, 500 achievement points. Chapter 107. Carefully examining Ravenclaw's diadem to make sure there is no strong black magic on the surface. Lucas picked it up with both hands. The diadem looked like a lady's crown, and its overall shape is like an eagle, corresponding to the emblem of Ravenclaw. In the middle of the crown is a black gem the size of a pigeon egg, while the wings on both sides are filled with diamonds of different sizes. At the bottom of the crown is also engraved a short passage. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. I finally found it. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief, and after a long time, he finally got the second relic of the Founders. He carefully stored it and quickly walked towards the exit door. Back in the Slytherin common room, Lucas found that everyone was waiting for his return. Chief. Several year chiefs stood up to greet him, and the worry in their eyes also disappeared. Lucas looked around the crowd and said, I made everyone worry, but everything is fine, so you don't need to worry about me. However, such a big incident has happened. I now request that no one should leave the dormitory at night. No matter who this heir is, this matter is not beneficial to us Slytherins, so don't go around causing unnecessary trouble. Of course, while we won't cause trouble, it doesn't mean we are afraid of trouble. Anyone who dares to slander the glory of Slytherin will have to pay the corresponding price, understand? Everyone stood up facing Lucas and replied in unison, Yes, Chief. It's getting late, let's all go back and rest. When everyone returned to their dormitory, Lucas looked over to the remaining Draco Malfoy, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze, and didn't notice his approach at all. Worried about Harry. Hearing the voice, Draco immediately came back to his senses. How is it possible? He has his good friend Ron by his side and doesn't need me at all. After Draco finished speaking, he laughed at himself deprecatingly. The two were silent for a few seconds before Draco continued. I was thinking about the heir. Why do you care? Aren't you curious? Curious? Lucas looked at him strangely. He did not understand what could be interesting about the heir. Draco first glanced at his best friend strangely, then suddenly said, You really don't need to be curious, because even the heir will become eclipsed in front of you. Lucas thought that Draco was acting weird tonight. No, it should be said that since the estrangement from Harry, Draco has become a little sad. Okay, buddy. Lucas turned to Draco and said, Maybe I shouldn't have given you that broom. No, for the glory of Slytherin and Malfoy, I must win, and you did nothing wrong. Draco didn't wait for Lucas to finish before retorting. Looking at the worry in the eyes of his best friend, he smiled and patted Lucas' shoulder. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's getting late. It's time to go back to sleep. After Draco finished speaking, he turned and walked to his room. From the outside, he seems to be really fine. Lucas thought for a while, and then understood Draco's mood at this time. After all, Draco is still a child. No matter how mature he is, he can't be as experienced as Lucas. So when he loses a good friend so suddenly, he will inevitably feel a little disappointed. But these things are temporary, and he will probably be fine after a while. Lucas got up and stretched, then went back to his room. Although it is very late, he still has a lot to do. Lucas went to his trunk first, took out a bottle of pepper-up potion and drank it, because the next operation cannot be sloppy. Taking out Ravenclaw's diadem, Lucas' hands were once again burning with crimson fiendfire. The diadem is the 5th Horcrux crafted by Voldemort, and the black magic protection on it is stronger than that of the gold cup. Because the gold cup was obtained by Voldemort when he worked at Borgin and Burke's right after graduation, he wasn't that powerful back then. And the diadem was after Voldemort slipped out of the place. He found it and turned it into an Horcrux while away traveling. During his travels, Voldemort saw and came into contact with a lot of weird black magic, which also made him extremely powerful. The Horcruxes produced in this period are naturally more reliable than those in the previous period. With abundant magic power, Lucas controlled Fiendfare for a whole night before eradicating all the black magic on it. Last year's alchemy formation came in handy again at this moment. The crown immediately fell apart, and Lucas used his ancient elven magic to catch the soul fragment that was about to escape. The fragment gradually turned into a purple rhombic crystal. Just when the crystal took shape, Voldemort, who was far away in Albania, trembled all over. He felt that his soul was weak again. "Wormtail, my faithful servant, why don't you come here?" Along with Voldemort's whisper, in the Tower of Gryffindor, a sleeping rat was awakened. Before it could react to what was going on, it saw a big ginger cat staring at itself. "Crookshanks, this guy left the Ravenclaw common room at some point and ran to Gryffindor's dormitory." At the same time, Tom Riddle in the diary, who was much stronger after this time absorbing some life force, also felt it. He immediately guessed that something happened to another Horcrux. He frowned and decided to speed up his resurrection plan. Swallowing the crystal, the mana consumed overnight was replenished. This time Lucas clearly felt that his soul strength had increased. Turning to look at the pieces of the diadem, Lucas reassembled it, and then built a new alchemy array. He will restore the broken part of the crown through alchemy. Let the diadem of Ravenclaw shine again. Accompanied by the input of magic power, the new alchemy array emits bluish light. When the sun rose, Lucas slowly placed it on his head, and a cool feeling spread through his brain. The effect of the pepper-up potion had already long passed, and Lucas, who was already a little drowsy, sobered up a lot. He tried flipping through a book, discovering that Ravenclaw's diadem can't increase wisdom and make people smarter. Well, it's not exactly wrong. Because it can get rid of anxious emotions and make people calm. It can also improve the activity of the brain, make people more focused when studying, and absorb knowledge more easily. That's why it creates the illusion of making people smarter. Having verified the diadem's ability, Lucas put it away and checked on the achievement's introduction. The part about destroying Voldemort's Horcrux has become 2-7. After counting the diary and the upcoming summer vacation where he would get the locket. By the middle of next year, Lucas will be able to destroy at least 4 Horcruxes. The remaining 3 are more difficult to deal with and even need to be solved in the later stage. Like the snake Nagini, since it was a living creature, except for Voldemort, no one else would have a chance to find it. The room was tidied up, and the alchemy circle was covered with a carpet again. Lucas drank another bottle of pepper-up potion before walking out of the dormitory. This morning, they have their transfiguration class, which is one of his favorites. After breakfast, Lucas, Hermione, and Cho were walking on the way to their classes. The 3 of them are going to different classrooms, but there is still a way to go together before they separate. It's really terrible. When I went to the library yesterday, the book Hogwarts, a history that was originally placed in the corner, was gone. All of its copies. Hermione grumbled, probably not expecting that a book that no one wanted to read would suddenly become a hit. Cho said with a smile, "Perhaps everyone is wondering what the Chamber of Secrets is, but I think there should be someone in Ravenclaw who owns a copy of the book. Why don't you go back and ask?" "No, I can see living history this afternoon." As soon as Hermione finished speaking, she felt something was wrong and hurriedly added, "Maybe it's the history of death." She was referring, of course, to Cuthbert Binns' of History of Magic. What history is unknown to this ancient ghost? Hearing the two talking, Lucas frowned. Are many people investigating the Chamber of Secrets? Of course, everyone is interested, at least in our house. Then you have to remind them not to leave the Tower of Ravenclaw at night. As soon as Lucas finished speaking, they arrived at the fork in the road. Seeing Lucas just turn and leave, Hermione was a little annoyed. She was sure Lucas knew what had killed Mrs. Norris. In their transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall removed a spider from a glass container. Today you need to turn spiders into buttons. Whoever finishes first will be awarded 10 points. After saying that, she tapped 3 times in the air with her wand, and the spider in her hand turned into a delicate button with patterns under everyone's gaze. After showing the example, Professor McGonagall didn't let the little wizards do it right away. She came to the first row, looked at Ron Weasley in front of her and said, "Mr. Weasley, it's your turn now." Watching the button turn back into a spider, Ron leaned back in terror. His worst fear is spiders, because of a particularly cruel prank the Weasley twins played on him years ago. "Professor, I may not be good at it." Professor McGonagall would not let him go even if he begged for mercy. She raised her wand and guided Ron through the transfiguration spell. If you thought Professor McGonagall was making things difficult for Ron, you'd be mistaken. Lucas saw it through Professor McGonagall's eyes. She was trying to help Ron to overcome his fear. With the encouragement of Professor McGonagall and his friends, Ron finally cast a spell on the spider. It's just that because of the broken wand, the resulting button has 8 legs and can run around. "Mr. Weasley, I think you should change your wand." Professor McGonagall sent a spider flying in front of each student. Seeing Lucas turn the spider into a button while it was still midair, she nodded happily. "Yes, Mr. Grindelwald, 10 points for Slytherin." The easy transfiguration class is over. After a break and a meal, the afternoon ushered the history of magic class with Professor Binns. For most students, this is a good bedtime class. Cuthbert Binns has always been consistent in his lessons. They are all full of boredom and tediousness, with no exception. However, today is somewhat different. The little wizards of Slytherin and Ravenclaw looked at the little witch sitting in the front row with her right hand raised, all showing curious eyes. "Professor Binns, are you?" Cuthbert Binns' eyes were full of doubts. In fact, the ghost professor often misremembers people's names. But he has never forgotten something related to history, which is kind of amazing. Hermione said helplessly, "I'm Hermione Granger, Professor. Can you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets?" This time, all eyes were on Cuthbert Binns, with curiosity gleaming in each of their eyes. Unexpectedly, the professor angrily rejected the request. Chapter 108. This class is History of Magic, and we study facts, not legends, Miss Hope. Hermione didn't mind that the professor called her by the wrong name. But when he resumed his lecture, the stubborn Miss Know-it-all raised her right hand again. "Oh, Miss Samantha, do you have any questions?" "It's Granger, Professor, and I think legends are based on a certain foundation, so please tell us about the legend of the Chamber of Secrets." Usually when facing her studies, Hermione will be very stubborn, and even Lucas can't do anything about her when she gets like this. So Lucas looked at poor Professor Binns with pity. It will be up to him next. Each time Cuthbert Binns refused to answer the Chamber of Secrets questions, Hermione would always hold up her right hand when the other was giving a lecture. And Cuthbert Binns seems to be dead set. Every time he sees someone raise their hand, he will stop and ask. In the end, there was really no other way. This old ghost, who has been a professor of the history of magic since the founding of Hogwarts, finally put down the notes in his hand. "Okay, since you want to hear it, I'll talk about it." As soon as these words came out, the classroom immediately became lively. Cuthbert Binns looked up at the ceiling and muttered, "The Chamber of Secrets, let me think. This matter started more than 1,000 years ago. Everyone should know that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was jointly established by the Big Four." Seeing the little wizards nodded. He continued, 1,000 years ago, the Muggles were terrified of people with extraordinary powers. They called them wizards, and they persecuted them. In order to protect wizards from persecution, the Big Four decided to set up a magic school. The Hogsmeade village close by was also established at the same time, with the same purpose, to provide a place for adult wizards who fled everywhere to live. Waiting until the little wizards digest and absorb the knowledge, he kept going. Then it's the Chamber of Secrets. After the establishment of the school, there was a period of peace and harmony, but the ideas of the 4 founders still clashed. Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, said that only young wizards of pure blood should be recruited, because Muggle-born wizards are not very reliable. Speaking of this, Lucas nodded involuntarily. In that feudal period, when wizards appeared in Muggle families, It was easy to be exposed. If the location of Hogwarts was revealed, the hard work of the founders would have been ruined. Salazar Slytherin was not wrong in his thinking. To protect himself and his students wisely, he just chose the safest possible route. The presentation by Cuthbert Binns continues. Most people are familiar with what happened next. Salazar had a big fight with the other three and left the castle alone. But what most don't know is that, before leaving, he built a secret room without telling the other three. It is said that he kept a monster in the chamber. When the heir appears and the Chamber of Secrets is opened, the monster will come out to clean up the school. The story is over, and the faces of the little wizards were filled with unsatisfactory expressions. "Professor, what is that monster?" Parvati Patil suddenly raised her hand and asked. "Oh, Tilda, I don't know. It may be an object or some kind of magical creature. Okay, Miss Smith, let's get back to business." The boring and tedious history of magic continues, making everyone feel drowsy. The history of magic class ended, and on the way to the Great Hall, Hermione still couldn't stop thinking about the Chamber of Secrets. This is a very dangerous signal, so Lucas clasped the little witch's shoulders with both hands. Staring into her eyes, he said earnestly, "Hermione, I have no objection if it's just to find information, but it's limited to information, understand?" Hermione nodded and asked, "I guess you must know what's in the Chamber of Secrets." Lucas didn't hide, and seeing him nod, Hermione's eyes lit up. "No, I can't say it now. If I tell you, won't you lose interest in the investigation?" Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be the case. Hermione took a deep breath and said, "In a month, I will definitely find the answer. Remember not to leave the dormitory at night. It is very dangerous and life-threatening." "Okay." After enjoying a great dinner, Lucas said goodbye to Hermione and Cho. When he returned to the dormitory, he was not idle. Looking at the diadem of Ravenclaw in his hand, Lucas wondered when he would go to Ravenclaw's common room. But to his consternation, many young eagles do not sleep at night, and they love to read books under the star dome in their common room. If he opens the door of Ravenclaw rashly, he's afraid it will attract the attention of others. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, a meow caught Lucas' attention. Watching Crookshanks coming in through the door immediately got Lucas interested. "How did you come in?" Picking up the big fat cat, Lucas noticed the uneasiness in the cat's eyes. Crookshanks is part Kneazle, so he is sensitive to danger. It might have sensed something threatening to itself in the castle, and that's why I came to find Lucas. What could that be? The answer should be obvious: the basilisk. That is to say, the basilisk woke up again and left the secret room along the pipe. Lucas stroked his chin. He put Crookshanks on the bed, tore open the space, and left the dormitory. That being the case, let him help out and make things even more confusing. Hogwarts at night is full of mysteries, attracting countless curious students to explore, but that doesn't include the Hufflepuff Badgers. At least in recent years, no student from Hufflepuff House has ever been caught on a night out. However, not being caught doesn't mean they don't travel at night. In fact, the number of night tour of Hufflepuff students are far more than those of other houses. It's just that the location they chose for the night tour is very close, which is the Hogwarts kitchen next door. Susan Bones crawled out of the barrel rubbing her belly because she ate only a little for dinner. The reason is that she is promoting that she is losing weight recently. However, every night she would go to the kitchen to steal food. So after 2 weeks passed, the young wizards at Hufflepuff House discovered that Susan Bones was not getting any thinner. "Oh my God, I'm really starving to death." Susan, who was about to open the kitchen door, suddenly stopped. She looked into the dark corner and asked softly, "Who's there?" "Susan, Tilda." The voice came from the corner again. The voice was hoarse, low, ethereal, and it sounded creepy as hell. Susan reached for her wand, but took it out too quickly, and the wand accidentally fell to the floor. She knows that terrible things are happening at school recently, just didn't expect to be so unlucky. "Susan, come here." Who are you?" Susan had tears in her eyes as she retreated step by step towards the dormitory. Just when she was passing a dark corner, suddenly, a black shadow rushed in front of her. Immediately afterwards, a pair of red vertical pupils appeared in Susan's line of sight. After that, she doesn't know anything. Because Susan Bones has been petrified by the eye of Medusa. The hood of the black robe was taken off, and Lucas smiled at Susan, who remained terrified and fell to the ground. It's okay for Muggleborns to be afraid, but to me, it's better if purebloods are also afraid. This girl's aunt is Director Amelia. As the director of the Law Enforcement Department, she will not let her niece be attacked without doing anything in response. Lucas chuckled, knowing no one could have seen him, tore open the space and left again. In other words, there is not even a portrait between Hufflepuff and the kitchen. Did Dumbledore despise Hufflepuff that much? Not long after Lucas left, a young Muggle-born wizard was petrified on the second floor of the castle. Soon, 2 petrified people were found. Dumbledore and the professors immediately rushed to the infirmary to check the situation. Forbidden Forest. While Dumbledore was busy preparing for the troubles that lay ahead, Lucas, however, wandered around the Forbidden Forest. As long as he finds a magical creature, he will immediately leave a space imprint on the spot. After a while, he had collected a lot of achievement points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Exploring the home of the horned snake. Reward, 100 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Get to know the demiguise. Reward, 100 achievement points. An hour later, Lucas found that there seemed to be fewer and fewer magical creatures nearby. This is obviously not in line with common sense. Normally, the depths of the deep forest should be a paradise for animals, unless there is some powerful creature that drives away the nearby magical creatures. Walking a few hundred meters forward, Lucas reached out and tore off the white spider silk on the trunk of a tree. It turned out to be hiding here. The wand instantly appeared in the palm of his hand. Lucas stepped forward, following the direction of the spider silk. After a while, he saw a very large underground cave entrance. Walking into the cave, and sure enough, he saw Aragog's figure. It's you again." Aragog's voice was full of panic. The fire from last time is still vivid in his memory. Not waiting for it to say anything else, a green light flew out from Lucas' wand. Chapter 109. Ding, congratulations for killing an acromantula. The time-limited achievement is now open. It is detected that the host already has the title of Gold Spider Killer. Before the number of previous kills is completed, the achievement point reward will be halved. Even having has 0.5 achievement points. Ants are also meat. The key is that the acromantula can really give birth. Looking at the dense spiders around. It seems like less than a year has passed since Lucas last fired his blue flames. Aragog, who just watched his child die before his eyes, was very angry. He has already hid in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, but this damned wizard still came after him specially. "Wizard, don't bully people too much. People, are you a human?" When Lucas finished speaking, blue fire spewed from his wand. In order not to attract the attention of others, this time he completely contained the fire in the underground cavern. "Big guy, did you prepare another escape hole this time?" In an instant, the fire around Lucas turned into a hydra and rushed around. At the same time, Aragog's voice echoed in the cave. Kill him no matter what." Countless spiders received the order and rushed towards Lucas in the middle of the flames, one after another. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an acromantula. Reward, 0.5 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an acromantula. Reward, 0.5 achievement points. Outside the cave, the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest soon discovered an anomaly. They first felt the abnormal temperature coming from the ground. It was as if someone had lit a fire under the Forbidden Forest. Immediately afterwards, the acromantulas that had been hunting everywhere began to frantically rush towards the nest. Last year, because the acromantulas entered the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the magical creatures that originally lived in the depths were miserable. If they only had to face acromantulas alone, they would not be afraid. But the number of opponents was just too much. There were hundreds or thousands at every turn. Many magical creatures have been forced to migrate their homes from the depths to the outskirts. Now that they notice someone looking for trouble with the acromantulas, most magical creatures are certainly happy to see it happen. After running around and telling each other, most of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest began to slowly move towards the acromantula's lair. In the underground cave, Lucas purposely exposed a hole in the fire beside him. Watching the giant arachnids swarming in, his eyes immediately turned into blood-red snake pupils. Every time a spider breaks through the firewall, it will be petrified by the eyes of Medusa. Lucas pointed his wand at the petrified spider and said, "Life steal." The ground beneath the spider was torn apart, and a scream came from the tearing void. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen purple-black shadows rushed out of the void and enveloped the spider and dragged it into the void. When the void closed again, Lucas clearly felt a stream of energy flow into his body. This is probably life force. Then Lucas kept repeating the same actions. Until there were very few spiders left in the cave, the raging fire was finally extinguished. Lucas let out a long breath, and when he opened his eyes, an emerald green light flashed. The goblin's sword appeared in Lucas' palm, then he lifted his robe and made a wound on his arm. Before the blood gushed out, green life force covered the wound. The bone-deep wound healed completely in seconds, without even leaving a scar. This power of life is really outrageous, but unfortunately it will take a long time to use it after this time, Lucas said to himself. The reason for saying this is because he discovered that everyone cannot absorb life force without limit. Instead, the upper limit of absorption is determined according to the strength of a person's physique and soul. When the upper limit is reached, the vitality needs to be used up before continuing. As for how to use it, it's up to you. It doesn't matter whether it's for healing or eternal youth. Putting away the goblin's sword again, Lucas looked at the dying Aragog. It seems that you are not ready to retreat this time, so you are so sure that I will not find you. Aragog was completely speechless. Its body was badly burned by the blue fire. If Lucas hadn't extinguished the fire just now, it might have died at this moment. No fun, you're not fun at all. Lucas looked at the big spider in front of him blankly, and suddenly, he thought of something funny. Imperio. His black elderwood wand casts a powerful light. Taking full control of Aragog, Lucas healed it again with life force. Looking at the revived big spider, Lucas said with a smile, "After a while, you will return to live outside the Forbidden Forest, and then wait for my news, understand?" Aragog responded, turned around and walked deep into the cave. Ding, the time limit is up. Congratulations to the host for killing 21,532 acromantulas. 13,682 of them got 0.5 achievement points. 7,850 got 1 achievement point. Total, 14,691 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving a new achievement. Diamond Spider Killer. Wearing this title, when facing all types of spiders, the damage increases by 50%, the defense power increases by 80%, and the poison resistance increases by 40%. Sure enough, it was a pleasure to kill spiders. The achievement points broke through the 20,000 mark in an instant. By Christmas, it might be possible to break through 30,000 achievement points. It's been a fruitful night, and Lucas is in a very good mood. When he left the underground cave, he was stopped by a group of magical creatures before he had gone far. Although these magical creatures can't speak, they still thank Lucas in their own way. Detected that the host has completed a new achievement. Thanks from the 100 Beast Clans, reward 200 achievement points. I know that the acromantulas have caused a serious impact on everyone's life. Please rest assured that such a situation will not happen again in the future. Ever since Aragog was brought under control, its life has entered a countdown, and without Aragog, there will be no acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. Hearing what Lucas said, the magical creatures howled to the sky one after another, expressing their joy. A unicorn even left the group and slowly came to Lucas emitting a white light. The light shone on Lucas as if covering him with a gauze. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blessing of the unicorn. Increase the resistance to all poisons by 10%. Hearing the system beep, Lucas immediately thanked the unicorn, whose breath was much weaker. Saying farewell to the magical creatures, Lucas continued to explore the forbidden forest. It's still early, but one was about to open the map again. A wooden arrow flew from a distance, and it was precisely inserted into the soil in front of Lucas. The sound of hooves came, and a strong horse came out of the dark. Bane the centaur. Lucas looked at the figure and said, "I don't know why you came to see me, and isn't it rude to block the way like this? Elf, why are you doing this?" Facing Bane's questioning, Lucas frowned. "What? Kill the acromantula? Don't they deserve to die? They have their own mission, you shouldn't do that." Lucas suddenly realized that the centaur must have predicted the future. Among them was the participation of the acromantulas. That's why he stopped himself. But Lucas' expression gradually became cold. He looked at the tall Bane and said, "Don't you centaurs always obey the arrangement of fate? Since fate arranged for me to destroy them, why do you come to question me?" "Ridiculous," the centaur Bane said angrily. "You are not the fate, you heretic who can't see the fate. I hereby warn you, you are not allowed to enter the forbidden forest in the future. Otherwise you will be an enemy of our centaur tribe." "Oh, how ridiculous." Lucas looked up into the centaur's eyes. "I've always been curious about one thing. What would happen if a centaur used divination to know his own fate? I got the answer today. You centaurs can't predict your own fate, otherwise you wouldn't come here to die." Hearing what Lucas said, Bane quickly drew his bow and arrow. It's a pity that the two blood-red snake pupils are the first to catch his eyes. Lucas watched as Bane, the petrified centaur, was dragged into the void with his eyes full of indifference. The night passed quickly. When the sun rose, an explosive news spread throughout Hogwarts. 2 students were petrified last night, with one of them being Susan Bones. Anyone who knows about the Chamber of Secrets knows it. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets only cleans up the school of wizards who aren't purebloods. Although the Bones family is not one of the 28 sacred families, it is still a genuine pure-blood family. Even the students of Slytherin were starting to feel insecure when things like this happened. For a while, the school became full of panicked children. And poor headmaster Dumbledore was currently considering how to explain her niece's problems to Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Potions class this morning. Lucas is leading the little snakes to the classroom. Looking at his classmates' worried faces, Lucas sighed and said, "What are you worried about? As long as you don't leave the dormitory at night, no matter how powerful the monster is, it won't be able to enter. Instead of worrying about this, it's better to worry about the patronus charm of everyone. I heard that most of you can't even release the white mist state." Seeing Lucas glance at them, most little snakes quickly lowered their heads. Only Draco and Pansy Parkinson raised their heads high. "What are you two proud of? Are you proud of the white mist state? If the patronus can't form completely, what is there to be proud of?" Lucas shook his head and turned around to continue walking forward. Just when they were about to arrive at the potions classroom, Draco said suddenly, "Lucas, have you heard? Gilderoy Lockhart is going to start a dueling club. The news just came out this morning. I heard that many people have signed up. Are you going?" Lucas raised an eyebrow. Of course he was going, given Draco's current relationship with Harry. In a duel, the snake summoning spell will definitely not be used again, so Lucas has to get the plot back on track. Otherwise, how will Harry's Parseltongue be exposed? How could Dumbledore link him to a Horcrux without exposing him? If he doesn't make the connection, how can Dumbledore get the Resurrection Stone ring back for Lucas? Therefore, Harry had no choice but to have a friendly conversation with the snake in front of everyone. "Of course, you guys helped me sign up, but I'm more interested in the afternoon game now." Draco suddenly said, "This afternoon is our match with Ravenclaw. Are you really going to play?" "Of course, and with your broom." After all, Lucas strode into the potions classroom. Not long after, he heard Professor Snape's deep voice coming from the classroom. "Very well, Mr. Grindelwald. I expect you to secure Slytherin's victory." Chapter 110. Scotland in November is really cold. The temperature is already close to 0 degrees. But such cold weather can't stop Wizards' love for Quidditch. Inside the player tunnel, Lucas stands at the forefront, while the rest of the team members follow behind him, each of them holding a Nimbus 2001 in their hand. That's right, the rich and powerful Mr. Malfoy donated generously for his son. The equipment of the Slytherin team has been updated. Listen, old rules, give me a straight win over Ravenclaw. You just have to throw the quaffle into the opponent's goal. Everyone nodded and looked at Lucas with burning eyes. Lucas had a 3-game winning streak last year. Bringing the Quidditch Champion Cup back to Slytherin is still vivid in their minds. They had thought there would be no chance of playing alongside him this year, but didn't expect that Lucas would decide to play against Ravenclaw a few days ago. This was a great boost for the players. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to everyone. The Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin is about to begin. Let us applaud and welcome the players of the two houses. With a shout from Lee Jordan, Lucas led the team out of the tunnel, and the two teams circled the field. Seeing Lucas Grindelwald again, the cheers in the stands were more than twice as loud as before. Ginny Weasley stands on the side belonging to Gryffindor, seeing that blonde boy when she looks up at the sky. So he likes Quidditch too. Such thoughts appeared in Ginny's mind. Soon, she made up her mind. She would try to be part of the Gryffindor team next year. On the opposite side, the stands of Ravenclaw were full of voices shouting for their house team. Only Hermione kept her eyes on Lucas, thinking that after the game is over, Cho might get ahead of herself, which made her feel a little lost in her heart. But if you ask Hermione if she regrets it, her answer is that she doesn't. Hermione, why don't you shout cheers? This banner is for you. Hermione took the banner from her classmate and, raising it above her head, she shouted loudly, "Come on, you can win this." As for who she was cheering for, I'm afraid only the little witch knows. Over the pitch, members of the two teams formed a circle. Seeing Lucas riding the Nimbus 2001, Cho Chang showed a satisfied expression. Everyone get ready. Professor Hooch puts the whistle in her mouth. Still the same set of movements, kicking the wooden box and throwing the quaffle accompanied by the sound of the whistle. The game officially begins. Lucas steered the broom up into the air, giving up the low-level field to other players. Looking at Cho, who stopped beside him, he asked curiously, "I don't understand why you want to compete with me again." "Want to know?" Seeing Lucas nodding, she showed a beautiful smile. "Then I'll talk if I win." "Uppy." Lucas shrugged, but before he could say the rest, Cho beside him flew out on her broom. Watching the golden light flashing away in the distance, Lucas chuckled and chased after her. Cho Chang rides a common Nimbus 2000. In terms of limit speed, it is not as good as Lucas' current 2001. But it's on the pitch, and the golden snitch doesn't fly in a straight line either, so the seekers need to slow down when encountering obstacles. Which means that the two brooms are basically equal, and the one who catches the snitch depends entirely on the seeker's ability. Soon, Lucas and Cho started to race side by side. Not far in front of them is the key to victory, the golden snitch. Oh, look everyone, the two seekers are very close to the snitch at the moment, who will win in the end. First of all, let's introduce Ravenclaw's seeker, Ms. Cho Chang. I believe everyone is familiar with her. She is a famous beauty of Ravenclaw, and she is also an excellent seeker. She is the pride of Ravenclaw House. Lee Jordan did justice to the game without Gryffindor. Next, let's look at the seeker of Slytherin. That's right, he is the key player who won the championship last year, Lucas Grindelwald. Well, Mr. Grindelwald didn't use his surprisingly fast broom this time, which is barely a bad thing. All right. It should be said that Lee Jordan's commentary was fair in the game, without Gryffindor and Slytherin. The two seekers were getting closer and closer to the snitch when Cho suddenly said, "Do you remember our agreement? Go all out for the game, so don't let me win." Lucas raised an eyebrow, but looking at the serious expression of the girl, he nodded, pushing his broom to the limit. Although ordinary people cannot avoid obstacles at the maximum speed when using the Nimbus 2001. But Lucas is no ordinary person, and he can easily dodge obstacles even with his modified broom. The broom immediately reached the limit speed. Watching Lucas, who is gradually surpassing herself, Cho sighed. She knew she had lost. In a place full of obstacles like the edge of the court, she can't fly to the limit. With Lucas soaring from the edge of the court, the golden snitch in his hand immediately attracted everyone's attention. Oh, Lucas Grindelwald has caught the golden snitch, and I declare the Slytherins victorious again. The audience burst into warm cheers, especially the Slytherin stands. Lucas won this time with dignity, and in the future, others will no longer be able to say that he won just because of his extremely fast broom. Cho came to his side on her broom. Looking at Lucas, who was gesturing around, she said, "Aren't you curious? Why do I want to compete with you?" Lucas nodded. He was indeed curious. Hermione once asked me what kind of boy I like, and I answered her that a boy who can play Quidditch and beat me. Last year, you snatched the snitch in front of me, but left your shadow in my heart. This year, I want to compete with you again to determine my own mind. She paused, then he took a deep breath and said loudly, "Lucas Grindelwald, can you be my boyfriend?" The originally noisy stadium gradually became quieter. The members of the two teams seemed to come forward to congratulate, but they did not expect to hear such explosive news. The Slytherin team immediately flew towards the player tunnel. In the stands at the moment, Harry's eyes suddenly darkened. Not only him, but also Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff. Unexpectedly, before he had time to get acquainted with Cho Chang, his secret love had already come to an end. And Ginny Weasley, in addition to the loss in her eyes, there was also a trace of envy. Midair, Cho looked at Lucas nervously. Lucas had already talked to Hermione about Cho Chang. Hermione ended up saying, "It's up to you. How about we leave it for the future? We're still too young, so let's wait for a year, how about it?" Hearing Lucas' reply, Cho was stunned for a few seconds, then tears appeared in her eyes. Before she could wipe them off, she suddenly found that everyone in the surrounding stands was staring at her. Thinking about what she just did, she let out an embarrassed eep and flew into the player tunnel on her broom. It's just that she seemed to fly in the wrong direction, entering the Slytherin passage. Lucas was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the stands of Ravenclaw and then quickly chased after her. Cho, who was hiding in the staff passageway, no longer had the courage she had just now. Even she herself didn't know why she yelled so loudly. At this moment, she was hiding in the corner like a frightened rabbit, afraid that others would find her. "Cho, why are you hiding?" Hearing Luca's voice, she turned and gave him a blank stare. "It's over, my life is over. I just embarrassed myself in front of the whole school." Looking at her frustrated look, Lucas held Cho's shoulders with both hands. "Is it that embarrassing to declare your feelings for me?" "You know I don't mean that." She hurried to explain in a panic, but Lucas laughed out loud in return. While joking, Cho gradually calmed down, looked at the blonde boy in front of her and smiled slightly. "Only a year." The reason Lucas said to wait a year, apart from them being too young, he also wanted to give her time to think if this is really what she wanted. It would also work as a test. If she could wait that long for him, it might just be worth it to give her a place by his side. A lot of things can happen in a year, and after all that time, she might have changed her mind and become interested in someone else. But he underestimated just how strong a girl's first love can be. Both of you pay attention to the next occasion." Hermione's voice came from the side. She glared at Lucas first, then took Cho's hand and walked out. Lucas didn't follow this time. With him around, there are some difficult things to say between the two women. The Quidditch game is over, though. But what happened in the game is interesting to talk about. During dinner, the students of the four tables always looked towards Lucas, Hermione, and Cho. This directly affected the two girls' meals. After barely eating something, the two left the Great Hall and returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. As for Lucas, he was used to the attention, so he didn't leave until he was full. During the night, the castle once again fell into a deathly silence. Lucas walked out of the dungeons and headed towards the Ravenclaw common room. Tonight, he intends to verify his conjecture. If his predictions are correct, Ravenclaw's secret room will be revealed tonight. After more than 10 minutes of walking, he finally arrived outside the door of Ravenclaw's common room. Chapter 111. Gryffindor Tower, Boys' Dormitory. Harry wiped the broom in his hand, as he recalled the scene he saw on the court today in his mind. "Harry, why are you still up?" "Can't sleep. The next game will be our Quidditch match with Ravenclaw." Ron replied in a daze. He didn't know what's wrong with Harry. He still didn't sleep, and was with the broom in his arms in the middle of the night. "Harry, you have to believe in yourself. You are the best seeker. You will definitely beat Ravenclaw. If that annoying Grindelwald can beat the seeker of Ravenclaw, you can also do it." Ron fell asleep while talking. He didn't notice that when Lucas was mentioned, Harry's expression looked really annoyed. "Yes, my father was the best seeker, and I will be the same in the future. I will definitely prove that I am no worse than Lucas Grindelwald against Ravenclaw." His gaze gradually became firm, and when he looked back at Ron, he realized that his friend had fallen asleep again. Harry put the broom away and stored it safely before going to bed. "I will prove it." The eagle knocker issue didn't pose a problem for Lucas, and after answering a simple riddle, he carefully looked inward along the open door, making sure no one was in there. He tiptoed into the Ravenclaw common room, which instead of a common room, it is more like a library. The walls are surrounded by bookshelves. The roof is a vaulted transparent dome, where at night, you can see the starry sky directly from there. The decorations are in the same color scheme as other houses, with their respective representative colors. But Ravenclaw's blue is matched with the starry sky of the dome, which adds some mystery to the whole room. Although Lucas is a student of Slytherin, he still found it more comfortable than the Slytherin common room. At least it's not so depressing. Taking out the diadem of Ravenclaw, he walked step by step towards the only sculpture in the room. According to Hermione, this statue of Rowena Ravenclaw was placed here right after the school was established. Almost as long as Hogwarts has existed. If Rowena really left her own Chamber of Secrets, it must be inseparable from this sculpture. Coming closer to the sculpture, Lucas placed the diadem on its head with both hands. Finding that the size of the crown and the sculpture is just right, Lucas is more sure of his idea. There was a slight noise, and it seems that a secret door has been opened somewhere. Immediately afterwards, the bookshelf behind the sculpture began to change its position upside down. The entire wall of bricks began to overlap each other, and it quickly became a downward passage. Taking a deep breath, he drew his wand and walked in. He didn't know how long he walked, but there was finally a light ahead. Lucas quickened his pace, but it still took him another 3 or 4 minutes to reach the exit. Facing the bright light suddenly, Lucas, who was used to the darkness, had to squint his eyes. He didn't open his eyes until he gradually got used to it. What appeared in front of him was a garden, and the amazing thing is that it is daytime here. Lucas looked up but didn't see the sun. He guessed that the light source should be caused by magic or magic items. Walking into the garden, Lucas stepped on the soft grass, feeling that everything was a little unreal. He walked to the depths along the road full of flowers on both sides, and it didn't take him long to see a circular building. The building has 3 floors, and its shape is very simple, like a small tower. A squeak. Pushing open the dusty door, the candlesticks in the house were automatically lit. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Exploration, Rowena Ravenclaw's library, reward, 500 achievement points. Detected that the host has completed a new achievement. Explore Ravenclaw House, get a reward, 2,000 achievement points. Sure enough, this is the secret room left by Rowena Ravenclaw. Lucas stepped into the house, and there was a single book on the separate bookshelf on the right side of the door. Since it can be placed here, there must be some ulterior motive. Lucas opened this not very thick book. The first thing that caught his eye was the delicate and graceful cursive characters. For those who are destined, hello, when you find this library, I have probably been dead for a long time. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Rowena Ravenclaw. Since you can come here, it means that you must be a thoughtful person, but please promise me that you will not use the knowledge inside to do evil. Well, that's just my personal wish anyway. I'm dead, so I can't control you at all. I just give you a piece of advice. This is the library I built secretly, which collects most of the magic books from ancient times to the present. I believe you will like it. Finally, please tell my daughter Helena that I love her very much. The beginning of the book is like a letter of introduction. Lucas turned to the next page, which introduced the location of the library in detail. It's hard to imagine that this place is actually the deepest part of the Forbidden Forest, and neither human nor magical animals can detect it due to its magical protection. On the next page, there are major events in the early days of the school recorded by Rowena Ravenclaw. These include the quarrel between the founders and the specific reasons as to why Slytherin left. Closing this book written by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, Lucas turned and walked into the library. 3 floors, a large library with 360 degrees. The collection of books inside is probably at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of books. It's just impossible for Lucas to read one by one. Fortunately, Ms. Rowena has thoughtfully marked the type on each bookshelf. Lucas made a beeline for the dark magic area and saw a very interesting piece of information in a book by the name Ancient Black Magic Records. Curse of Blood Sacrifice. The user must be full of strong love, and after chanting the spell has to use his own magic power and blood to protect the loved one. Note, since it is a curse, those who are guarded will also have to bear the price and will not live to be 50 years old. The rest of the content records how to continue the protective power of the curse. The method is similar to Harry's, requiring staying with the caster's blood relatives. Lucas closed the book and solemnly put the book away. Whether he can win Professor Snape's allegiance, this book and the secrets of the darkest arts will play a key role. However, Lucas has been searching for a long time in the dark magic area, but didn't manage to find the book he needed. It's not too early to find out. Lucas had no choice but to hurriedly leave a space mark, turn around and walk out through the passage. When he finally retrieved the diadem from the sculpture's head, the hidden passage gradually disappeared and turned into a towering bookshelf again. Lucas was taken aback by the sudden voice behind him. When he saw it was Cho, he was immediately relieved. Seeing the childish pajamas on the girl, Lucas chuckled, "Your pajamas look great." Cho glanced at her current attire, and her face immediately turned red. Just when she was about to escape, Lucas blocked her path with a lunge. "Cho, why are you still up so late?" "It's not that it's your fault, but there were so many people watching at dinner, so how can I eat?" Cho struggled a bit, trying to pull her hand out of Lucas' palm. Finding that she couldn't pull it out, she just let him lead her. The two came to the sofa in the lounge and sat down. Cho looked at the night sky and started talking. "By the way, I signed up for the dueling club, intending to learn some useful spells to protect myself." "Then you may be disappointed. Lockhart can't do anything." "I know, but don't I still have you?" She suddenly raised her head and looked at the boy in front of her seriously. "I have discussed it with Hermione, and I will pester you until you teach us all the magic you know." Lucas turned his head and looked into her eyes. "I know a lot, maybe I can't finish teaching you for a lifetime." "Then we will haunt you forever." After they finished speaking, the room became quiet again. The two listened to each other's breathing, gradually, slowly approaching. "We can't." Cho stood up suddenly from the sofa. With a flushed face, she exhaled and said, "You made me wait for a year, so you also have to wait. Humph." Regardless of the boy, who is still sitting on the sofa. In a panic, she ran to the dormitory, and once she was back to bed, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lucas saw the girl run away speechless. "Seems like I shot my own foot." He just shook his head smiling and left the Ravenclaw common room. He had a great harvest tonight, and the biggest gain was not achievement points, but the room full of books, Rowena Ravenclaw's personal library. This is a huge fortune. Lucas, who was in a good mood, wandered all the way to the dungeons. Just when he was passing the bathroom on the second floor, he suddenly heard the voices of Peeves and Myrtle coming from inside. Haven't they always been at odds? Lucas didn't delve into it, let alone that he didn't have the habit of eavesdropping. Once he was gone in the bathroom, Myrtle suddenly shouted angrily, "Why don't you believe it? I saw Grindelwald here last year." At that time, he was making a hissing sound like a snake in front of these sinks, so I think he must be the heir. Chapter 112. Rowena Ravenclaw's library has a wide variety of books beyond Luca's imagination. Among them are some books that Rowena personally annotated, including the application experience of the killing curse. Luca's has benefited greatly from this. It is worth mentioning that, during the era in which the founders lived, the killing curse, Imperius curse, and Cruciatus curse were just powerful forms of black magic. Closing the book in his hand, Luca's rubbed the sore corners of his eyes. Although everything in this library is so perfect, there was only one thing that dissatisfied him. It's always sunny here, so it's very easy to confuse time. He opened his pocket watch and glanced at it. It turned out that there were less than 10 minutes left before the end of the lunch break. Putting the book back on the shelf, Luca's tore the void and returned to his dormitory. This afternoon was the first day the dueling club opened its doors. It is not known what tactics Lockhart used to get Dumbledore to let him open the dueling club in the Great Hall. When Luca's and others arrived, the place was already full of people. Of the 4 long tables originally placed in the middle of the auditorium, 2 were placed against the walls on both sides. The remaining 2 were arranged as a long dueling stage. Gilderoy Lockhart stood in the middle of the stage, wearing a fancy cape. "Everyone, please be quiet and come close to both sides." Lockhart still has some appeal. Everyone moved lightly and stood on both sides of the stage. "Very well, I know that a lot of bad things have happened in school in recent weeks, so I applied to Principal Dumbledore for this chance. Specially, for you, this dueling club was open to teach you how to protect yourself. I guarantee that in a short time, you will become like me, outstanding, and you will easily use various means to protect yourself, like I have done so many times before. For more information, consult my books." Lockhart finished and winked at the girls in the audience. Some of the young witches who couldn't recognize reality were dazed. "Oh, Merlin, even after what happened in our first class, there are still people who can't see Lockhart's true face." Hermione looked helplessly at the swooning witches, and Cho, who was arm in arm with her, nodded along. She hadn't been interested in Lockhart from the start, because at that time her heart was already set on the boy beside them. Perhaps you don't know yet, there are creatures in this world called brain-dead fangirls. They are crazy obsessed with their idols. Even if their idols do something wrong, they themselves will find all kinds of excuses for their idols to excuse them. Hermione, a little muggle-born witch, easily understood what a fangirl was. "Yes, my mother is like that. She almost crazily worships the Beatles." The 3 chatted softly, while also keeping an eye on Lockhart's performance on stage. At this moment, Lockhart had invited Professor Snape to the stage. "Let us thank my assistant Professor Snape, who graciously offered to help. He says he has a bit of experience with dueling as well. I will have a demonstration duel with Professor Snape later. Little wizards, please keep your eyes open and watch carefully. And don't worry, you will still have your potions teacher by the end of it." Lockhart winked again at the girls, then took off his cloak and threw it at his fans. With his proficient technique, it would be a shame not to be a singer or an idol. "Professor Snape, are you sure you don't need to put on protective gear? I'm afraid my powerful spells might hurt you." Professor Snape's familiar sneer was all his response to Lockhart. The expressions of the Slytherins around were full of disdain. Just who is Snape? That is their head of house. Hermione and Cho looked at the sneering Lucas beside them and asked curiously, "Why are you all sneering? Even if Lockhart's spells suck, at least he's an adult wizard." But his opponent is an out-and-out genius, someone who can create advanced dark magic while still in school. In Luca's mind, Professor Snape is a well-deserved genius in both potions and dark arts. His own dark cutting curse, Sectum Sempra, silent, lightless, and highly concealed dark magic, also impossible to heal without the corresponding countercurse. If you want to judge the direction of this curse, you can only do it by watching the orientation of the caster's wand. But for people like Lucas and Dumbledore who can cast spells without a wand, Sectum Sempra is definitely the best dark magic for sneak attacks. And such a dangerous spell was actually invented by Professor Snape in the 6th grade. On stage, Lockhart was still tirelessly talking about dueling etiquette. Snape's brow was twitching and filled with impatience. "Okay, then I will demonstrate it with Professor Snape." Lockhart finally stopped his mouth. From Luca's point of view, he could see Professor Snape tightening his wand, waiting for the two to stand face to face according to dueling etiquette. Professor Snape couldn't wait to point out his wand, Expelliarmus. A dazzling light illuminated the dimly lit Great Hall, and Lockhart was sent flying before he could even parry. For the first time Lucas knew, it turns out that the disarming charm can knock people so far away. Ahem, Lockhart stood up with his hands on the ground. It's okay, I was just giving a demonstration to everyone about what happens when you get disarmed. If it was me, Professor Snape might be injured more seriously. Professor Snape was disdainful of Lockhart's boastful behavior. However, he did not expose the foolish man, since the spell just now had already given him enough satisfaction. Knowing that the next step is to practice in groups, Lucas led the two girls to the back of the crowd ahead of time. You all know the disarming charm. I will teach you the Patronus charm later. The Patronus charm, the two girls exclaimed. The Patronus charm is known as one of the most profound defensive spells. It is said that it is difficult to learn, and even most adult wizards cannot successfully perform it. With me here, it's easy. Soothing their nervousness, Lucas was going to explain the detailed casting process of the Patronus charm. Lucas Grindelwald. Suddenly Lockhart's voice came from the stage, interrupting him. The other students followed his gaze and looked behind them. Immediately afterwards, cheers sounded in the Great Hall. What's the matter, Professor? Lucas looked at the stage calmly, and Lockhart pointed his finger off the stage. I discussed it with Professor Snape just now. We think that a young wizard should be invited to the stage to experience the fun of a duel for himself. Professor Snape recommended you to me. Lucas looked to Professor Snape, who was standing at the other end of the stage, trying to see something in his empty eyes. A pity Professor Snape, who had a full occlumency level, showed absolutely no emotion. Professor, do you really want me on stage? Of course, don't worry, I won't hit you hard. Just like I did against Professor Snape just now, I can even let you take the first shot. Lucas smiled coldly in his heart as he stepped up to the stage. This arrogant flower peacock obviously thought he was no different from the little common wizard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a silly request. Seeing Lucas walking on stage, Professor Snape immediately came between the two to act as referee, but there was a little more pity in the way he looked at Lockhart. To this day, even Snape couldn't forget the blue fire that raged in the Forbidden Forest last year. He knew himself that he couldn't do it. So Lucas, who can control such a strong fire freely, is at least stronger than him in terms of magic power. Get ready to start. Lucas and Lockhart saluted with wands in hand, then turned around and walked to opposite sides of the platform. The moment the two turned around, Lucas' spell had already been cast. Expelliarmus. A brighter light than Professor Snape's illuminated the Great Hall like daylight, while Lockhart was shot and flew straight towards the wall behind the teacher's table. Tilde boom tilde. Lockhart collided with the wall with a muffled thud and nearly cried out in sharp pain from behind. Waiting until the pain subsided a little, only then did he realize that he was glued to the wall. The permanent sticking spell can make one item permanently stick to another item. The spell was mixed in when Lucas cast the disarming charm. When he saw Lockhart struggling against the wall, Lucas thanked the incompetent professor gracefully. Thank you, Professor, for allowing me to fully experience the fun of dueling. Watching Lucas turn and walk off the stage, the eyes of the students around were shining. He can easily defeat the professor, and the flying distance exceeds that of the veteran Professor Snape. This made Lucas, deservedly, receive the worship from most students present. Merlin's beard, if only I were this strong. You say, I'm going to ask him for advice. Will he teach me Dada? Of course he will. Everyone knows that Lucas Grindelwald is a gentleman and very helpful. Harry and Ron listened to the discussions of the classmates beside them, and their expressions were not very good. Ron was purely jealous. He has been like this since he entered school last year, and he couldn't bear others saying that Lucas was good. As for Harry, the reason is clear at a glance. Watching the intimate movements between Cho Chang and Lucas, he unconsciously clenched his wand hand. With the help of Professor Snape, Lockhart was finally free from the restraints of the wall. The price was his wizard robes left on the wall. Okay, as you all see, Mr. Grindelwald has performed a wonderful spell for us. Then next, I need 2 young wizards to demonstrate on stage, and I will personally guide your movements. Hearing his words, the little wizards raised their hands very positively, since they all wanted to duel and show off. Especially Ron. He wished he could jump right in front of Lockhart's eyes and draw his attention. But Lockhart already had a goal. Harry Potter. Wait. Professor Snape stopped. I don't think Mr. Potter is ready yet. I think someone else should come first. Oh, Tilda, since Professor Snape said so, I'll listen to you. Harry, who originally wanted to show off, looked at Snape with increasingly dissatisfied eyes. Mr. Ron Weasley. Lockhart's gaze turned to the students around Harry. Just when he was about to find his next target, Snape's voice sounded again. Lucas Grindelwald, come up. He still had to listen to the words of his head of house. So even though Lucas didn't want to, he stepped onto the stage again. He looked at Ron, who was nervous and holding a broken wand. He is really not interested. Isn't this just adults bullying children? Chapter 113. Just when the duel club was in full swing, Dumbledore received a letter from London. Not surprisingly, the content of the letter is to ask him to go to the Ministry of Magic for accountability. Along with the letter was a letter from the school board, and the content was almost the same. Professor Dumbledore, what should we do next? Dumbledore looked over to Professor McGonagall beside him. It's okay, I'll be back soon. During this period, all students are strictly prohibited from going out at night. Also inform Professor Sprout that we need a lot of mandrakes. TN, this part said they needed a lot of weed XD. I think this incident is not over yet, and we must be more vigilant until the danger is removed. The two walked while talking, and when they were passing by the Great Hall, they just happened to be seen by Lucas, who was about to duel. It only took him a moment to figure out what Dumbledore was going to do. Lucas felt that he should also write a letter to Vinda when he went back, to arrange the next thing. If this event is used well, his voice in the Ministry of Magic will be greatly increased. And Rita Skeeter also needs to be rewarded, so that she will continue to work hard and continue to play to her strengths. Lucas Grindelwald, do you look down on me? Ron's exasperated voice interrupted the plans in Lucas' head. He didn't seem to notice that Lucas was distracted just now and kept complaining by himself. I know, you people in Slytherin look down on me. No, you should look down on our Weasley family. So I'm going to prove to you and others today that our Weasley family is better than all of you. Ron's words made Lucas want to applaud him. Well done, a few words pointing the finger at their whole Slytherin, and still in this sensitive period. So did Ron come up with those words himself, or was someone teaching him behind his back? For these questions, Lucas wasn't going to look into it. Pulling out his own wand, he faced Ron with standard etiquette. He just wanted to end this childish duel quickly. Densageo. Ron's spell was knocked aside with a flick of Lucas' wand. But he did not give up upon seeing this, and kept casting several spells in succession. Tarantalegra. Eat slugs. Langluck. Flipendo. Harry saw his friend cast several spells in succession, and couldn't help clenching his fists and cheering for him. More importantly, Ron's wand was working fine this time, and every spell was aimed at Lucas with precision. The little wizards around looked at Ron in surprise, probably because they didn't expect the dumb Weasley to use so many spells. But the students of Slytherin had mocking expressions on their faces. Compared to the chief challenge, the spells Ron cast could only be described as childish. Since the Slytherins think so, there's no need to mention Luca's opinion. Facing the curses flying towards him, he didn't even move a foot, just put a layer of pratigo on himself, then pointed the wand at Ron. Aqua eructo. The torrent of water propelled Ron up the wall like a water cannon, while the permanent sticking charm, hidden in the spell, successfully made Ron and Lockhart's wizard robes neighbors. Boring. Lucas gave Ron a deadpan look, gracefully stepped down the duel stage, and walked towards Hermione and Cho not far away. It was a very exciting duel. Let us thank the two gentlemen, and now, in groups of 2, start dueling practice. But I want to declare that you can only use the disarming spell, and other spells are not allowed, let alone spells that do too much damage. After Lockhart's announcement, he and Professor Snape went to help Ron. They couldn't just have Ron hanging on the wall, even though Snape would have loved to do just that. What was I talking about? Lucas looked at the 2 girls in front of him and asked. The conditions for casting the Patronus charm. Oh yes, hearing Hermione's reminder, Lucas continued. The Patronus charm, this ancient defensive spell, is also the only way to deal with Dementors and Lethifolds. The incantation is Expecto Patronum. When casting the spell, you should think of the happiest thing in your life. The happier you feel, the more powerful the Patronus will be. Lucas then described the 2 forms of the Patronus charm. Both the white mist state and the full corporeal Patronus then introduced the 2 functions of the Patronus charm. They are repelling Dementors and Lethifolds, and also sending messages. Yes, the Patronus charm can be used as a messenger, and this method was invented by Dumbledore. It is very easy to use, and there is no need to worry about the Patronus being destroyed by someone. It's just that the transmission distance is not too far. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. The 2 girls recited the spell according to Luca's directions, but there was no response from their wands. Luca's laughter immediately attracted their displeasure. He spread his hands and said, "The Patronus charm is a profound magic after all. If you can use it on the first try, wouldn't you be more powerful than Dumbledore? In fact, it took me a week to display a little bit of the white mist. If the system can speak at this moment, it will definitely expose Luca's lies without mercy. Luckily, it's not one of those annoying sentient systems." He had never practiced the Patronus charm at all. It was all rewards from lottery draws. Hermione and Cho, who were comforted, practiced the Patronus charm against the wall again. The 3 of them looked harmonious, and a lot of people were envious, especially the boys. Blaise Zabini even declared Lucas as his only idol a few days ago. He just wanted to learn from him how to make the 2 women get along so peacefully. The 3 of them turned a blind eye to the gazes around them and kept practicing the spell on their own. At this time, a pleasant voice sounded behind the 3 of them. "Hello, Mr. Grindelwald, can you show me the magic spell?" The 2 women stopped at the same time, and seeing Ginny behind them, the 2 looked at Lucas again. Ginny Weasley. After a long time not seeing her, Ginny's skin was much paler than before. The long and smooth fiery red hair, the ends of the hair have also become a little dry at this moment. This is the result of having her life force drawn. Looking at the girl who stared at him eagerly, Lucas didn't know how to answer for a moment. Fortunately, Hermione said at this time, "Cho, let's go to the side to practice." The empathetic Cho nodded, and the 2 walked to the side arm in arm. Now that Hermione has made a choice for himself, Lucas just played along. He drew out his wand and looked at the little witch in front of him. Afflicta. If Ginny didn't make a move, he wouldn't have known she was quite skilled in black magic and directly used a bone breaker. Even Lucas was surprised. The wizarding world counts all magic that's used to cause harm as dark arts, and they are divided into 3 types. Jinxes, such as the dangling jinx levicorpus, tongue-locking and mouth-sealing, which do not harm the human body, but can cause trouble to people, are jinxes. Hexes, such as the bat-bogey hex, Ron's spell of spitting slugs, and the spell that makes the front teeth grow uncontrollably, all those spells that cause minor injuries and troubles to the human body, are considered hexes. And finally curses, the unforgivable curses, the shattering curse, and the magic that can bring great harm and kill people are collectively referred to as curses. So a first year like Ginny, using the powerful bone breaker curse, it really surprised the people around. "Oh Tilda Ginny, you are the pride of our family." "That's right, come on, smash that guy Lucas." The Weasley twins stood by to cheer on their sister. From time to time, some words that ridiculed Lucas came out of their mouths. Ginny looked serious and was not disturbed in the slightest. However, seeing Lucas' surprise for a moment just now, she was still a little proud. Riddle is right, as long as I show my strength, I will definitely be able to attract his attention. Ginny waved her wand again, and a burst of red leaped from the tip. Bombarda! Lucas deflected the explosive spell with his wand and responded with a fast, disarming spell. Ginny, who had no sense of defense, was immediately hit, and her wand was easily taken by Lucas. It's great, but when using magic spells, you must take precautions and be wary of your opponent's attacks. Getting a compliment from Lucas, Ginny blushed red like her hair. Taking her wand back with a thank you, she happily ran to her housemates. It's amazing, and she's only in the first year. Is she like the Weasleys? Yes, it seems her name is Ginny Weasley. Speaking of which, the members of the Weasley family are not bad. Prefect Percy and the twins are geniuses, and now there is Ginny Weasley. No, don't forget, a Weasley was sent flying just now. After saying this, the little wizards around laughed. Unfortunately, at this time, Ron has been rescued by 2 professors and heard what everyone said. Feeling humiliated, he looked at Lucas with eyes full of anger and resentment. Damn Grindelwald, why don't you knock Ginny out too, Slimmy Slytherin? Ron thought as he walked. When he came to Harry's side, he discovered that Harry was agreeing to a duel with a Slytherin student. Well, Selwyn, I agree to your request for a duel. Harry turned and walked towards the dueling arena. He didn't notice that Selwyn, who was following behind him, gave Lucas a look. That's right, Selwyn was following Lucas' orders to duel Harry. As for why he would listen to Lucas, it's a long story, but it's carrots and sticks. Definitely a painful memory for Angus Selwyn. Although Angus Selwyn's dueling level is not very good, fortunately for him, Harry Potter is not doing too well. The most important thing is that Angus will make himself come out of the hole. A new duel was starting in the duel arena, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. When everyone saw the boy who lived standing on the stage, their eyes immediately became hot. Everyone wanted to see what was unique about Harry Potter, who beat the dark wizard Quirrell away. Chapter 114. Before the duel began, Harry deliberately glanced towards the corner of the Great Hall. That's where the girls and Lucas were practicing. He couldn't figure out why Lucas was so popular with his classmates. Even his only admirer, they all went to find Lucas for advice and practice. Harry knew very well how much Ginny adored him. After all, his good friend Ron mentioned it more than once to him. During the summer vacation, Harry enjoyed the girls' adoring eyes, but now it seems that Ginny obviously admires Lucas more. It has to be said that Harry's character is developing in a different direction compared to the original. Without Hermione, there to keep him and Ron in line, and with Draco, who's even more arrogant than Ron taking her place. Harry stood on the stage and stared at Lucas' direction in a daze. He just didn't understand how he was inferior to the other boy. Yes, his grades may be much worse than Lucas. But their level of Quidditch, the two should be almost the same. Lucas was able to win just because of his extremely fast broom. Then there is strength, maybe he has something lacking. But like Dumbledore said, he was the only one who could defeat Voldemort, and this is the key to Harry's self-confidence. He was the boy who lived, the one Voldemort would struggle with. Harry Potter, you have to be careful. Angus' voice came from ahead, and when Harry came back to his senses, he only saw a ray of light flying towards him. Everett Stodham. The sound of the spell hadn't reached Harry's ears until now, but he had already flown several meters backwards. He fell hard to the ground and heard the exclamations of those around him. He also saw the questioning eyes of everyone and stood up angrily. The wand pointed at Angus and he shouted, "Flipendo." They are friends after all. Both Harry and Ron use the same spell. The function of this spell is to make the opponent flip in midair as they are pushed away. As for other effects, sorry, there's nothing else. Selwyn, showing an annoyed expression when he landed, raised his wand and pointed to the stage. Serpensortia. A black light flashed, and a 3-meter-long cobra immediately appeared on the stage. Stand back, Potter. Professor Snape stepped forward, protecting Harry behind him, but just when he was about to use a spell to get rid of the vicious snake in front of him. The arrogant flower peacock came out to show off again. Don't do anything, leave it to me. Lockhart drew his wand, glared at the viper, and cast the soaring charm. Alart Ascendere. The function of the soaring charm is to throw objects far away into the sky. But Lockhart is a half-assed guy and didn't succeed in launching the poisonous snake very far. Instead, the snake landed after just a moment in the air. Moreover, this throw also enraged the poisonous snake. Seeing itself surrounded by humans, the cobra picked the nearest target and bared its fangs. "Justin." Harry called out the boy's name out loud. Justin is his new friend from Hufflepuff. His friend was being targeted by a poisonous snake, so Harry couldn't ignore it. Suddenly, he felt his feet slipping towards the poisonous snake. Then he couldn't help but say to the snake, "Let him go." As soon as the words came out, the cobra immediately looked back at Harry. Immediately afterwards, the snake coiled into a lump under the eyes of everyone, and it no longer showed a desire to attack. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, smiling and looking at his new friend. Unexpectedly, the other boy looked at him in horror. "What trick do you think you're up to?" After roaring angrily, Justin turned and ran out of the Great Hall. The sudden change made Harry unable to react for a while. He saw people around staring at him and whispering to each other. Some people's eyes were full of fear. He also saw the odd look in Snape's eyes. Those eyes were full of disbelief and inquiry, and it was the first time Harry saw Snape with such a rich expression. "Parseltongue." Luca's voice rang out in the silent room. Harry turned his head to look at the other person, not understanding what Parseltongue was. Without waiting for him to ask, his wrist was held by Ron, and then he was led away from the Great Hall before he could ask anything. When the two reached the empty corridor, Ron explained to Harry what Parseltongue is. After listening for a long time, Harry understood one thing. For thousands of years, the only people who could speak Parseltongue were Salazar Slytherin and his descendants. At this moment, he felt really confused, but it also reminded him of what the Sorting Hat had said to him last year. The Sorting Hat had said back then that he could get everything he wanted in Slytherin. Could it be that he is really a descendant of Slytherin? The dueling club broke up in the end, since the students have no interest in continuing to play around. The heir of Slytherin appeared, and the boy who lived is a Parseltongue. The news quickly spread throughout Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, he discovered that everyone was looking at him in a different light. Even Seamus Finnegan, who was in the same room as him. This incident made poor Harry very distressed. He had planned to speak to Dumbledore, but after asking around, he learned that Dumbledore had been called to London. This continued for 2 more days, where Harry silently endured everyone gossiping and pointing fingers at him. Until something happened that pushed Harry and Lucas into the focus of public opinion. Even the lion cubs of Gryffindor Academy started isolating him after this. Colin Creevey and Justin Finch-Fletley were attacked, and both of them were petrified. Without Dumbledore in charge, the little wizards felt like they were all in danger. Even during the day, the students no longer wandered around the castle, except for their classes. Hogwarts was full of laughter and happiness in the past, but at this moment, it seems to have lost all color. Since learning that Colin Creevey was attacked, Ginny looked very restless. She could be seen distracted all day, with her mind wandering somewhere else. This made her big brothers very worried, and Ron told Harry about the situation, hoping he could comfort his sister. In Ron's mind, Ginny still adored his best friend, so he thought Harry's words might work. But Harry couldn't care less at the moment, because both Colin and Justin are people who have close contacts with him. Compared to another rumor, the students of the 4 houses are more convinced that Harry is the heir. As for the other rumor, it actually has something to do with Peeves. The chaotic poltergeist told everyone he met what he had heard from Myrtle. Successfully let the students know that towards the end of last school year Lucas Grindelwald was imitating snakes in the ladies' bathroom. Compared to Lucas possibly being the heir, everyone seemed more curious about what Lucas was doing in the ladies' bathroom. Outside the castle, the snowflakes falling from the sky covered the terrace with a layer of white. Harry and Ron stood on the edge of the terrace and looked at several students who were having a snowball fight in the courtyard. "Harry, I'll go talk to Seamus and the others. They should be willing to play with you." "No need, it's too late for that. They prefer to hide from me now," Harry said dejectedly. Just then, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan walked by. Seeing Harry Potter, the twins said with a smile, "Look, isn't this the heir of Slytherin? Oh, evil wizard Harry Potter." "Get out," Ron angrily chased them away. Seeing the sad look in Harry's eyes, he quickly comforted. "Don't mind them, you should know that the two of them just like to joke, but they didn't mean it." "I know, thank you, Ron." This thank you is sincere, because by this point, the only one who hadn't abandoned him was Ron. Ron scratched his head sheepishly. Then, as if remembering something interesting, he hurriedly said to Harry, "You don't know it, but now many people say that fellow Grindelwald is also the heir, because Myrtle heard him talk like a snake last year. Harry, maybe with Grindelwald, everyone's eyes will be taken away from you, so you won't be under so much pressure." Harry let out a long breath after hearing this. If so, it would be great, and the thought that Lucas might also have to suffer what he has endured. Harry felt inexplicably much better. At the same time, Lucas put a book about the dark arts back on the shelf in Rowena's library and returned to the dormitory by using a void rift. He had just walked out the door when he saw all the year chiefs standing at the door. "What are you doing here?" "Chief, come with us." Payne Travers led Lucas down the path to the common room. He just followed curiously, only to find that all the students of Slytherin were there. Chapter 115. Seeing the worried eyes of his housemates, Lucas chuckled. "What are you doing? Nothing happened to me." "Chief, have you heard all the rumors outside these days?" Lucas nodded. After all, he is not deaf, so there's no way he didn't hear the rumors. He just didn't expect that Myrtle still remembered what he did last year in the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Everyone frowned when they saw Lucas' disinterested and careless expression. Payne Travers comes up to Lucas. "Chief, we discussed it just now. Please stay with Draco Malfoy and others during this time. Our other grade chiefs will take turns following you to class every day to prevent you from being attacked by others." "Ahem," Lucas coughed twice. The freshly brewed black tea in the cup spilled a lot. "I say, aren't you guys going too far?" Several year chiefs shook their heads, and Marcy Flint, head of the 4th years, said, "You don't know what happened to Harry Potter, do you? In the past 2 days, not only was he isolated by people from his own house, but he was also pranked by people from other houses during class. That's why we are so nervous. You are the head of our house. If you are successfully pranked by someone, it will be a humiliation for all of Slytherin." Lucas really didn't know that Harry had such a miserable 2 days. "Stupid Gryffindors." "That's right, stupid Gryffindors," Draco echoed. Lucas glanced at him. Perhaps this time will be an opportunity for Draco to reconcile with Harry. However, he thinks that Harry has become more and more alienated from himself recently, but maybe he's worrying for nothing. "Okay, I accept your wishes, but you don't need to escort me to class. To put it bluntly, you may not be able to beat me, so how can the other 3 houses?" The truth hurts the most, especially when coupled with Lucas's clearly mocking expression. Several year chiefs suddenly felt angry. Lucas put away his mocking expression and looked at everyone with a gentle smile. "Thank you for your concern, really. In recent years, Slytherin has been synonymous with cunning and treachery in the impression of outsiders. Almost everyone thinks subconsciously that Slytherins have a purpose in making friends with people. I'm afraid Dumbledore also contributed a lot to this. At the start of each year, not a single line of the Sorting Hat song praises the Slytherins. But only the Slytherins themselves know just how strong is the Slytherin friendship. Under their mask of indifference is their concern for their friends, and this is the warmth that belongs only to Slytherins. The Slytherins saw the chief salute to themselves, so they stood up and raised their wands in return. After this incident, they found that the chief was standing in front of everyone before. But now they found that the chief actually needed their protection. Because of this little episode, the Slytherin house was more united than ever. Lucas looked around the crowd and said again, "But what Payne said just now woke me up. During these dangerous times, it is best for us Slytherin students to commute to and from class as a group, also when going to the Great Hall for meals. Whoever this heir is, he can't have a good intention to open our Slytherin chamber. To prevent students from other houses from venting their anger on us, starting tomorrow, All years will act collectively. Yes, Chief. Everyone in the common room answered in unison. At this moment, the door of the common room was opened. Black wizard robes and greasy hair, Professor Snape stepped in through the door in one step. Professor. Everyone greeted him in unison. He just nodded lightly, and his eyes turned to Lucas on the side. Mr. Grindelwald from tomorrow, come to my office every afternoon and evening for detention. Professor Snape didn't wait for an answer, and walked out of the lounge after speaking. With fast footsteps, the old bat disappeared at the door in an instant. Lucas smiled softly. He's really a weird person. The purpose of the potion's master is actually the same as that of the year chiefs. And there is nothing wrong with the head of house protecting the chief of his own house. Chief, are you really not the heir? A voice came from the crowd. Daphne Greengrass raised her right hand timidly. The Greengrass family, even though they stayed neutral during the war, they were still supporters of pure blood ideologies. In fact, most of the sacred 28 families support the supremacy of blood. And those pure blood families who are pro-muggles and half-bloods are treated with disdain. After so many years, some of the sacred 28 began to move closer to the pro-muggle side. For example, the Weasley family, and that's why their family was called blood traitors by Malfoy. The next day, Lucas walked in the castle as usual. Although the students from the other houses were staring at him and whispering, no one wants to step forward and make trouble. After all, Lucas' excellence grades and performance on the dueling club are enough to prove his strength. Really, why don't these people want to think for themselves? That's right, they are so hateful. Hermione and Cho looked angrily at the students walking by, then they looked at Lucas worriedly. Oh ladies, you really don't have to worry about me. I'm content with you and everyone in Slytherin supporting me. Oh George, it's so sad that the little chief doesn't recognize his two handsome friends. Yes, yes, Fred, the little chief is drifting away from us. Oh Tilda, it makes me so sad. The exaggerated words of the twins came from behind. The two wiped away the tears that didn't exist with small handkerchiefs, their expressions exaggerated to the extreme. But the two soon noticed the teasing look in Luca's eyes and put away their bombastic performances, putting their arms around Luca's shoulders. Beautiful ladies, we need to borrow your boyfriend, but don't worry, we will return him shortly. After the two finished speaking, they lifted Lucas by the armpits and walked out. Once they were outside, they started walking normally. The three of them didn't stop until they came to the edge of the Black Lake. What's the matter with you two? I have to go to class. The twins looked embarrassed, which was really uncommon for them. They picked up stones on the ground and threw them into the lake. They didn't stop until the merpeople in the lake surfaced, annoyed by all the stone throwing. If you don't say anything else, I will leave. Lucas turned around to leave, but the two hurriedly stopped him. Lucas, actually we want to ask you to borrow some money. What are you borrowing money for? The two said embarrassingly. We have some ideas recently, planning to make a batch of prank toys, but we don't have enough capital. How much do you need? 20 galleons will suffice. As soon as George finished speaking, Fred went on to say, you also know the situation of our family, and we also do this to subsidize the family. Looking at the uneasy eyes of the two, Lucas nodded and said, no problem, I can lend you 50 galleons. 50, the two exclaimed. Yes, but I have a condition. The prank toys you make must be sold to my joke shop. No problem, the two agreed without hesitation. They were meant to be sold, so it doesn't matter if it's to Zonko's magic joke shop or Lucas' shop. Seeing that the two agreed, Lucas went on to say, starting from this summer vacation, you are going to work in my joke shop. You can use any material in the store, but the finished product can only be sold in my store. The twins looked at each other, and after a few seconds, the two nodded at the same time. No problem. The deal was concluded, and Lucas paid the two of them 50 galleons on the spot. The twins are geniuses at practical jokes, so it's good to lure the two into the store first. When Lucas finally reached the dungeons, Professor Snape had just walked to the door. Seeing that Lucas was late, he shot him a hard look. Everyone, open your books on page 115 and tell me what it says. Swelling solution. The students of Slytherin and Gryffindor answered in unison. Lucas took the opportunity to take the empty seat next to Draco. What's going on with Harry? While preparing his cauldron, he looked towards the first row next to him. Poor Harry, there is no one sitting in the front, back, left, or right. He and Ron Weasley are like two plague gods, and everyone is avoiding them. HMPH, stupid lions. Well, Draco answered Lucas's question concisely. Lucas didn't expect it to be so serious, but it reached the point where the people of Gryffindor even isolated Harry in class. Lucas just glanced at it and didn't care anymore. In fact, Harry hasn't spoken to Lucas for a long time. It wasn't long after Lucas looked away that Harry turned to look at him too. At this moment, the look in his eyes is very complicated. He just couldn't figure it out. Why is it that while also being suspected of being the heir of Slytherin, Lucas seemed so unaffected? The Slytherins didn't isolate him either, they even reserved a seat for him. Could it be because he is the chief of their house? Harry thought it was very possible. And the students of Slytherin, maybe they want Lucas to be the heir. J.A. Harry recalled the scene he saw when he passed the corridor just now. The Weasley twins were happily talking with Lucas, while people in other houses seemed to only talk about him in private. But when it comes to himself, it's another story altogether. The twins claim him to be an evil dark wizard, while people from other houses would talk bad about him to his face and play pranks on him. Harry frowned tightly, then he turned to look at his friend. Ron, how can we get honor for Gryffindor? Ron knew the pressure his friend was under these days. So he quickly gave an answer after hearing the question. The Quidditch Championship, the House Cup, or something big enough to cause a sensation in the school. When Ron said this, he carefully looked around and saw Snape on the podium. If you can find out the true heir, everyone in the school, except Slytherin, will regard you as a hero. Ron's words were like a guiding light that dispelled the haze in Harry's heart. That's right, if I find the real heir, not only will I be respected by most of the school, but I might even help Gryffindor win the House Cup. Harry Potter, who is only 12 years old. At this moment, a raging fire called ambition bloomed in his eyes. Harry, focus and be careful. When he noticed his friend's mind wandering off, Ron hurriedly reminded him. But it was too late. Harry's wand exploded upon contact, with the cauldron and swelling solutions splattered everywhere. Fortunately, there was no one around them, so only both of them suffered. Fool, idiot, stupid dunderhead, dumber than a troll. 10 points from Gryffindor. Amidst Professor Snape's roar, the potions class was finally drawing to a close. Chapter 116. The situation at the school did not improve for the next few days. On the contrary, fewer and fewer people dared to go out during the day. Until Dumbledore finally returned. At lunchtime, the teachers finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the respected old man sitting on his throne on the teacher's table. Hogwarts has been rejuvenated. The students no longer frowned, and smiles appeared on their faces. Lucas sat aside and watched silently, feeling Dumbledore's influence. This is the greatest wizard of this century. Just by him sitting there, most people in the castle will feel very safe. Be quiet, children. This time I'm back from the ministry with good news. Hearing Dumbledore speak, the Great Hall immediately became silent as everyone wondered what the good news was. Dumbledore had a smile in his eyes, looking like a kind grandfather. Due to the attacks, the Ministry of Magic decided to send Aurors into the school to protect everyone. Don't worry, they will only be on the outskirts of the school and will not interfere with everyone's life. After a while, the Aurors will arrive under the leadership of head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour. The students cheered when they heard the news. Aurors are a very powerful group of wizards in the hearts of these minor wizards. With Aurors' protection, they finally don't have to worry about being attacked. The Slytherins and the rest of the purebloods who understood politics shook their heads. This was probably not what Dumbledore wanted. Hogwarts has been around for so many years, and there has never been an Auror presence in the school. It can be seen from this that the attack on the heir of a pureblood family had a great impact, and even Dumbledore had to back down. He was left with no choice but to let the hand of the Ministry of Magic reach out into the school. Going back to his dorm, The first thing Lucas did was to write a letter to Vinda, which stated that she should prepare the content for subsequent newspaper publication. And the manpower he arranged needs to be ready immediately. At this point, Lucas was still holding a photo of Susan Bones after the attack. What if the students had an accident even after the arrival of the Aurors? What if the Aurors had an accident too? By then, the entire wizarding population in the British magic world will probably be in chaos. At that time, people's hatred will be directed at the Ministry of Magic. Why? Because the Ministry of Magic sent Aurors to the school and something still happened with them at the school, so of course, it is the responsibility of the Ministry of Magic. He handed the envelope to Hestia and watched the owl spread its wings and fly out of the dungeons from the passage. Lucas just packed up and headed to Snape's office. These few days of detentions have benefited him a lot. Stepping through the door of the office, he saw that Professor Snape was looking down at the potions homework of the students. The explosive liquid of the erumpent, be careful when handling it, and pack it in separate bottles. Hearing footsteps, Snape said without looking up. Lucas responded, and then began to deal with the explosive fluid. This thing is very dangerous. A little carelessness can cause a powerful explosion. When Lucas was finally done, it was already dinner time. Not bad, continue tomorrow. Snape placed 5 potions in front of Lucas. Among them is the Wolfsbane potion. In the past few months, the dour professor has kept his promise very well, and 5 bottles of advanced potions are delivered on time every month. Thank you, Professor Snape. After thanking him, he planned to leave, but before taking 2 steps, he was stopped by Snape's voice. You can take this too. Looking at the black book in Snape's hand, Lucas knew what it was right away, the potions book with notes of the Half-Blood Prince. There are not only notes on black magic, such as Sectum Sempra in it. There's also the experience of Snape, the youngest potions master. You have to understand that even Harry, who had a terrible potions grade, could successfully brew high-level potions with this book. This is really a precious gift. Thank you, Professor. No, I just lent it to you, so do remember to return it after you read it. Lucas nodded, touched the title page with his fingers, and silently read what was written. This book is property of the Half-Blood Prince. Saying the above words softly, he looked at Snape strangely. Before the Tsunderbak got angry, he hurriedly left the office. At night, a rustling sound reached Harry's ears, and he just couldn't keep sleeping because of the noise. Time to kill, so hungry. Harry snapped his eyes open. He could never forget this voice. It's the same voice he heard before after the Death Day party. The heir. Harry hurriedly got up and changed into his school robes, then turned to look at his friend, who was sleeping soundly next to him. In the end, he didn't have the heart to wake him up, so he just left Gryffindor Tower alone, chasing all the way in the direction of the sound. Finally, a petrified Ravenclaw girl was found in the corridor on the 2nd floor. Harry crouched beside her and found that the girl in front of him was actually someone he knew. Padma Patil, 2nd-year Ravenclaw. Same year as him, and her twin sister, Parvati, is in Gryffindor and is a classmate with Harry. Oh, I finally caught you right on the scene, Potter. Filch's cold voice came from behind. He had been patrolling every night during all this time, just wanting to catch the murderer who killed Mrs. Norris. And now he's finally caught him. I want to see how you're going to defend yourself this time, you murderer. Filch came to Harry with a fierce expression on his face, and just when he was about to drag Harry to the headmaster's office by grabbing his collar. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall arrived just in time. Seeing the petrified girl on the ground, Professor McGonagall immediately called for help. When Padma was carried away, she looked at Harry in surprise. Harry, I think we need to talk, Dumbledore began. That's exactly what Harry meant to do as well. The two walked to Dumbledore's office on the 7th floor together. Not before Dumbledore threw the rest of the mess at Professor McGonagall. Filch saw Dumbledore taking the culprit away again and had to go back to his office angrily. It was dark, but while Dumbledore and Harry chatted, an urgent newspaper was already being printed. When the sun just came up, a piece of news detonated the entire British wizarding world. The front page of the Daily Prophet published a photo of Harry and Dumbledore face-to-face taken last night, and beside them was a petrified student. Dumbledore, you owe the wizarding world an explanation. What is he trying to cover? The boy who lived is the heir. The Ministry of Magic is mismanaged. The relevant personnel should be thoroughly investigated. There are already 5 students who have been attacked. Is there any concealment? And will more students be petrified? Looking at all kinds of reports in the newspapers, the corners of Luca's mouth never came down. The Daily Prophet summarized what happened at Hogwarts during this period in detail. It is even clearly mentioned in what posture Filch's cat died in. It even featured an interview with Filch. It was Harry Potter. I caught him last night, and there was only him and the petrified girl at the scene. Filch is a Hogwarts employee, so having him testify against Harry Potter in the newspapers made the famous boy who lived become the target of everyone's hate. Many parents are concerned about the safety of their children, asking Dumbledore to expel Harry. But Dumbledore rebuffed them all. Right now, he was sitting in his office rubbing the space between his brows. He just didn't expect it to become like this overnight. It was as if an invisible hand was pushing everything behind the scenes. Dumbledore was suspicious of Luca's again, but there was also a report on Luca's in the Daily Prophet. Although not as large as Harry's, it did reveal the doubt that he might also be the heir. And he didn't think Luca's could reach out that far, influencing even the Daily Prophet. As the public opinion intensified, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge delivered a speech himself, saying that the Aurors at Hogwarts were going to be increased. On the same day, he arrived at Hogwarts under the leadership of Rufus. In addition, the staff of the Ministry of Magic related to education have also become the scapegoat this time. Wiltshire, Grindelwald Manor. It was late at night when the space in the living room was suddenly torn apart. Lucas took a step from the rift when he heard voices all around him. Master! The people in the living room immediately saluted him. Lucas nodded gracefully, took the black tea from Vinda, and looked at the people in front of him. To the Ministry of Magic, do you know what to do? Side with Pew's thickness and head Auror Rufus and earn their trust. Very well, remember that you are responsible for education work, which can only be counted as idle work, so don't be too aggressive, we still have a lot of time. Lucas waved his hand after speaking, and several people turned and left the manor. Tomorrow, these people will enter the Ministry of Magic to replace the expelled Ministry of Magic staff. From the time they stepped out of Grindelwald Manor until the final plan was completed, these people have nothing to do with the Saints group. Aunt Vinda, are you having much trouble? And is there any news about the cave I asked you to check? It's almost there are already some leads. Okay, then I'll go back first. Lucas tore the void again and returned to his dormitory. And while he was gone, an Auror on patrol on the outskirts of Hogwarts narrowly escaped death. Chapter 117. The Aurors are under attack. Hogwarts in the middle of the night suddenly became lively. Rufus, the head of the Auror office, led people to the lawn outside the castle. Karen, what's going on? Sorry, Director, I didn't see clearly what the thing that attacked me was, but I know it was big, really big, and it came from the Forbidden Forest. Auror Karen tried, describing the attack. Dumbledore also came with the professors. When he heard there was a monster coming out of the Forbidden Forest, he felt it was impossible. Although Hogwarts has gradually lost its management of the Forbidden Forest over the years, the magical creatures inside will never come out. He can guarantee this. Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout, go back to your respective houses and make sure all the students are there. The 4 nodded, turned and walked towards their respective houses' common rooms. When Lucas returned to the dormitory, he was just in time for Professor Snape to count the number of people. He heard the door being knocked and hurriedly changed into his pajamas. Coming. The door opened, Draco frowned and said, Lucas, Professor Snape wants everyone in the common room, let's go. When they reached the common room, Lucas could see the obvious impatience on Snape's face. Professor, the number of people has been counted, and there's no one missing. Hearing the report from Prefect Gemma, Professor Snape breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the students who were already awake and stared at him curiously. His deep voice sounded in the basement. Just now, an Auror was attacked and almost died. When everyone sleeps at night, make sure to properly close the doors of your rooms. Mr. Grindelwald, as the chief, you should arrange defensive measures, you know. I understand, Professor, Lucas replied with a nod. They waited for Professor Snape to leave and then started discussing immediately. An Auror being attacked is no small matter. This proves that even the elite among adult wizards cannot resist the monster that was attacking the students. If this news is confirmed, Hogwarts may be forced to close down, and the students don't want to be left without their school. Why don't we write a letter to our family and ask them to help us to suppress the matter first? The noisy room suddenly became quiet. As the person who made this suggestion, Blaise Zabini became the center of attention. Did I say the wrong thing? Everyone shook their heads, then looked in Luca's direction. I will see what I can do. I don't want the school closed either. After Lucas finished speaking, he walked towards his dormitory. He was telling the truth. If Hogwarts were shut down, all his plans would be disrupted. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic cannot be allowed to close the school, but the situation needs to gradually become serious. And this requires careful planning. Entering his room, Lucas fetched a parchment and wrote a letter to Vinda Rosier, then went to sleep. When he woke up the next day, Hestia was already waiting on the windowsill with the reply. Dear Lucas, please don't worry about what's going to happen. I will handle it well, and we also have some clues about the things you asked me to inquire about. The first is the cave you mentioned. According to your description, our people have found similar places near Ireland. The second is Azkaban prison, where there is no abnormality, the cells are strong, and there is no sign of the Dementors being transferred. Vinda Rosier. Now that members of the Saints group have arrived in Ireland, it is only a matter of time before they find the cave. As for Azkaban, Lucas just wanted to make sure about Sirius. Because he suddenly remembered something, the Weasleys don't appear to have traveled to Egypt last year. So Sirius couldn't have seen Peter Pettigrew in the newspaper. Someone knocked on the door repeatedly, making Luca put the letter in the drawer. Then he stood up and went to open the door. Draco, what's wrong? Draco was taken aback by the clipped tone, looked down at the book in his hand and said, It's time for the Transfiguration class. I'm just here to ask you to go to class together, so I should ask you what's wrong. Lucas showed an annoyed and helpless expression. Sorry, something happened to the store business recently. I've been thinking of a solution. Thinking of that? Yes. Lucas closed the door of his room and went to the common room to join the crowd. Time flies. And since the last time an Auror was attacked, Hogwarts never had a single attack incident. The students all said that the heir was afraid of being caught by the Aurors, so he hid himself. Today is December 24th, Christmas Eve. The stable life for nearly a month has made the little wizards let go of their worries. They even had a snowball fight in the courtyard, chasing each other happily. This Christmas, Hogwarts is extraordinarily lively, because many students chose to stay for Christmas this year. Still, a lot of people chose to leave, but those were less compared to the previous year. Lucas chose to spend Christmas at school this year, and knowing his decision, Hermione and Cho also chose to stay. The two girls have been very busy recently. According to their own words, the two set up a secret room monster research group, even though there are only the two of them in the group. Except for class every day, the two girls searched for clues in the castle, hoping to find out the true face of the monster in the secret room with their own efforts. Also investigating are Harry and his friends. That's right, Draco made up with Harry Potter again. Draco will not be going home for Christmas this year either. He said that he wants to stay and investigate the truth about the Chamber of Secrets with Harry. Then there are Zabini and others who were forced to stay by Draco. They became the brains behind Draco, returning daily to discuss the leads they had collected. Everyone seems very busy. Only Lucas is at ease. He suddenly felt that sometimes he would lose a lot of fun if he knew all the answers in advance. Unaccompanied, Lucas had to turn on the system. Seeing the 27,700 achievement points, He was looking forward to tomorrow night's festival special lucky draw. But before that, he had to find a way to finish collecting 30,000 achievement points. Such a lottery is fun. Tilda bangs Tilda. A head of fiery red hair suddenly bumped into Luca's arms. Looking at Ginny Weasley, who fell to the ground. Lucas held out his hand to the youngest Weasley. "Are you okay? You are in such a hurry, are you in trouble?" Ginny shook her head in panic. She randomly picked up the books on the ground, and seeing Lucas going to pick up Tom's diary, she hurriedly stopped him and said, "No, don't touch that diary." After that, she snatched the diary first, organized her books, and said in panic, I'm sorry. Looking at the little redhead who ran away in a panic, Luca's eyes became thoughtful. Has she already noticed it? It seems that the day she throws the diary away is not far away. Ginny realized that she was being bewitched, so it wouldn't be long before she was taken into the Chamber of Secrets. Lucas needs to get ready. There is not only the basilisk waiting for him in the secret room, but also 2,500 achievement points. How can I get Ginny Weasley to open the Chamber of Secrets before 12 o'clock tomorrow night? Lucas walked towards the dormitory while thinking about the solution. Ever since they learned that the monster came from the Forbidden Forest, the Aurors set up several lines of defense around the forest. Since there have been no attacks on students at Hogwarts this month, it caused the Ministry of Magic to show off in the newspapers. And Minister Fudge even took all the credit for himself. At this moment, right under their feet, Aragog the Acromantula was busy digging a tunnel to Hogwarts at the behest of Lucas. That's right, it was Aragog being controlled by the Imperious Curse, who attacked the Auror not long ago. Soon the day was coming to its end. Lucas cast the disillusionment charm and went to the door of the Gryffindor common room to wait. It didn't take long before a smaller figure walked out from inside. Ginny Weasley was very conflicted at the moment. She knew she was being controlled. And she even remembered how she wrote the words in blood, how she unleashed that terrible monster. She remembered even more that the black diary in her hand was the one that tricked her into doing all of this. Since she realized it, Ginny never touched the black diary again. But every day when she saw the diary, she would think of those horrible memories. So she wanted to find a place to throw the diary away. But unexpectedly, she met Lucas, which prevented her from throwing away the diary. Lucas followed Ginny Weasley all the way to the sink on the second-floor bathroom. In the dead of night, even the ghosts had entered a state of rest. Myrtle was hiding in her toilet, thinking wildly when she suddenly saw a dark object hitting her, passing right through her body. She furiously went out of the toilet, but there was no one in the bathroom. At the thought that even after becoming a ghost, she was still being bullied, Myrtle's tears immediately flowed down her face. Although she has no tears. Lucas, who witnessed the whole process, ignored Myrtle. He turned and walked out of the bathroom, and walked towards the place where Harry and others often meet. Everything is ready, and now Harry is the protagonist. Since he promised Dumbledore he would protect Harry, it's just a matter of course that Lucas had to give the Savior and himself a chance to enter the Chamber of Secrets openly. Only this time, if Harry wanted to gain fame like last year, it would not be so easy to obtain it. Chapter 118. Harry, is it useful for you to read the contents of this book? In an abandoned classroom in the dungeons, Harry, Ron, and Draco each had a book, looking for the contents about the Chamber of Secrets and the air. Beside them, there was a thick stack of books. These were all sent to Draco by his mother at home. Malfoy is a top pure-blood family, so naturally, there are also many books in the family. During this time, the three meet here at night. If they were to be caught by the heads of their respective houses, it would not be as simple as losing just a few points. Harry glanced at the books Ron handed over and shook his head. It's useless. This is also the reason why Slytherin built the Chamber of Secrets in the first place. But what's in the Chamber of Secrets? There's nothing mentioning where the Chamber of Secrets might be. Hearing this, Ron looked a little frustrated. After searching for so long, could it be that there is no relevant content about the secret room in the books at all? Harry also closed the book in his hand, frowning tightly, and looked up towards the roof. Draco, do you really not know who the heir is? Could it be Lucas? Impossible. I can assure you that there is no so-called heir in Slytherin house. Seeing Draco's determined expression, Ron turned hostile in disdain. Even if there is an heir, you Slytherins will probably protect him. What do you mean by that, Weasley? It was seen that the air between the two became tense again. Harry quickly separated them. When everyone calmed down, Draco frowned and suggested, "Why don't we ask someone else?" "Ask who?" "Lucas might or might not know." "No," Harry jumped to refuse. Draco opened his mouth, and the unspoken words eventually turned into a long sigh. He still can't figure out why Harry suddenly became estranged from Lucas. Of course Draco wouldn't understand. Because the education they received was different, Harry has lived a life of slavery since he was a child. When he first entered the magic world, he was ignorant and regarded everyone around him as his friends. But there was always someone by his side who was stronger than him in terms of grades, strength, or wealth. This made Harry unable to accept it, especially when he saw the people who surrounded him originally, those who looked up to him because he was the savior and the boy who lived. Now they ignore him in favor of someone else. Such a psychological gap is not acceptable to a 12-year-old child. If he had someone who can enlighten him in time, perhaps he wouldn't have become like this. Unfortunately, the friends he surrounded himself with aren't very good at such things. And his best friend is someone like Ron, who is even more jealous, so the easily influenced Harry ended up like this. On the Quidditch pitch between Ravenclaw and the Slytherins. From when he heard the girl, he had a crush on confessed to Lucas. Harry Potter and Lucas Grindelwald are no longer on the same path. Why don't we ask Hermione Granger? She has the best grades besides Lucas. Draco proposed something again. Okay. Harry was reluctant at first, but finally nodded in agreement. They desperately needed a smart person to point them in the right direction. As everyone knows, their conversation was clearly heard by Lucas outside the door. Waiting until they finished talking, Lucas made noise on purpose. "Who's outside?" The three rushed outside the classroom to see who made the noise just now. Following the sound, the three of them came to the second floor. Looking at the empty hallway, Ron said with uncertainty, "Could it be that we got it wrong?" SHH listened carefully. Listening attentively, faint cries came from the bathroom. Moaning Myrtle. The three of them immediately walked to the bathroom. "Is this the thing?" Harry looked at the diary, which was covered with water stains, and picked it up with disgust. Myrtle choked and said, "That's right, that's it. I know everyone hates me. I'm not good looking, I'm fat, full of pimples, and I don't speak well. But it's really abominable to smash me with a book." Harry looked at Myrtle, who was crying again, and didn't know how to comfort her. He asked awkwardly, "Then did you see the person who threw the diary?" Seeing Myrtle shake her head, Harry fell silent for a moment. He didn't notice that Draco behind him was frowning tightly. His eyes looked at the diary without blinking. It's this diary again. This is already the third time Draco has seen it. The first time was at home, in the hands of his father. The second time was in Luca's dormitory, on top of his desk. And this is the third time. It looked exactly the same, and he felt that there was something strange about this matter. Such an old diary, how could it be so coincidental? I should have a good talk with Lucas. Draco just had such an idea when he heard Harry calling his name. "What's the matter, Harry?" I asked, "Have you ever seen a diary like this?" Harry looked at his friend strangely. "No, I haven't seen such an old diary, and Slytherin students wouldn't have something like this." Getting such an answer, Harry frowned slightly and opened the diary. Looking at the blank inner pages, he suddenly lost interest in researching. Just at this time, Percy Weasley came in through the door suddenly. "Very well, you violated the night ban and also entered the women's bathroom, Ron Weasley. You are really embarrassing our family." Percy wore the prefect badge on his chest. Even in such a dim environment, the badge was still shining brightly. "Percy, don't do this, we were doing something important," Ron begged helplessly. But Percy didn't buy it, and he wouldn't let them go just because Ron is his younger brother. 2 points from Gryffindor for violating the ban. Percy finished speaking and glanced at Draco with eyes full of regret. He is only a prefect of Gryffindor, and has no right to deduct points from other houses. Now, please go back to the dormitory immediately, otherwise I will continue to deduct points. Percy finished straightening his wizard robes, which made the prefect badge even more visible. Not long after they left, Ginny Weasley came to the bathroom again. She just couldn't rest assured. What if someone learns what she did from the diary? So she was about to retrieve the dreaded black diary, but the diary is already gone. Ginny panicked. She didn't expect that, in such a short time, the diary was already taken away. She returned to the dormitory with apprehension, tossing and turning all night, still unable to fall asleep. Early morning the next day, the Hogwarts students got up and went to the Great Hall for breakfast. Hermione took Cho's hand, and the two came to the long table in Slytherin excitedly. "Handsome Mr. Lucas, we already have the answer." "What?" Lucas didn't understand what the two of them meant at first. But seeing the excited expressions and the pride in the eyes of the two girls, he immediately understood that their investigation had results. "Tell me, what's in the Chamber of Secrets?" The two looked at each other and replied in unison, "A basilisk. Anyone who looks directly into the eyes of the basilisk will be killed, as it happened to Mrs. Norris. We also learned that Myrtle was once a student of Ravenclaw, but died inexplicably 50 years ago. According to what she said, she saw a pair of big yellow eyes." Lucas nodded appreciatively. "Then how do you explain Colin Creevey and the others still being alive?" "That's easy," Hermione said confidently. "Colin Creevey saw the basilisk through the camera lens. Justin saw the basilisk through the glass reflection. It's just that we can't figure out what happened to Susan Bones. There doesn't seem to be a place where she could have seen the basilisk's reflection." Looking at the frowns of the girls, Lucas comforted. "It's already very good. You have investigated in detail and the answer is correct. The monster in the chamber is indeed a basilisk. Then let's go tell Dumbledore." Hermione was just about to act, but was stopped by Lucas. "It's useless. Dumbledore already knows it's a basilisk, but we don't know how to get into the Chamber of Secrets nor its location. With just words, the parents will not believe it." Their expressions became depressed after hearing this. They thought they only needed to find out the identity of the monster, and it would be enough to help the school survive this crisis. Pulling them to sit next to him, Lucas said to the two, "Harry also seems to be investigating the secret room recently. If he asks you for help, you can give him a proper reminder. Otherwise, our savior will be running around like a headless chicken. However, it's not possible today. You have to wait at least 2 or 3 days before you can tell him the answer, understand?" Cho sighed. "He already doesn't recognize you as a friend. Why do you still help him like this, Lucas? Your heart is too kind." Hermione nodded. She also agreed with Cho's statement. Lucas just smiled when he heard that. Ginny Weasley walked out of the dormitory, absent-mindedly. She followed the corridor and kept walking all the way to the Black Lake. Her mind is now full of the Black Diary. At this time, the weather was really cold, so there would be no one by the lake, and this was just the quiet environment Ginny needed. But she didn't expect that someone would come to the lake first. Looking at that black hair and familiar appearance, Ginny looked a little dazed. "Harry Potter, what is he doing here?" Before she stepped forward to ask, she saw the familiar diary in his hand. And at this time, he was holding a quill, writing and drawing in the diary. Feeling someone coming close, Harry Potter turned his head to look in panic. And finding out it was Ginny Weasley, his expression became even more flustered. "Ginny, I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first." Looking at Harry, who left in a hurry, her heart sank. He must have learned something from the diary, and that's why he looked so panicked when he saw her. No, she needs to recover the diary no matter what. Ginny made up her mind, turned around and walked towards the dormitory. Sometime after she left, Harry Potter returned to the lake. Accompanied by a burst of body changes, Harry Potter quickly disappeared, replaced by Lucas standing by the lake. And the black diary in his hand has become a common book. Body transfiguration. Lucas' father, Gellert Grindelwald's forte. It wasn't long before lunchtime. Harry, Draco, and Ron went to Ravenclaw Tower. It wasn't long after they reached the door to Ravenclaw's common room that Neville came running from the other side. "Harry, you need to go back and have a look. Our dormitory has been robbed." And your things were thrown all over the place. As soon as the words came out, Harry and Ron were taken aback. The two couldn't care less about continuing to wait for Hermione Granger. Leaving everything to Draco, Harry turned and ran to the Gryffindor common room on the other side of the castle. Watching the back of his friend leaving, Draco stood helplessly at the door of Ravenclaw's common room, praying that someone comes out of it soon. Someone has sneaked into Gryffindor Tower to steal. Such a big event quickly attracted the attention of the professors. But in the end, it turned out that nothing was missing, so they just let it go. But Harry knew that the magical diary was missing. He just learned from it last night, what happened 50 years ago, and originally planned to ask Hagrid after finding Hermione Granger. Unexpectedly, someone stole it. It must have been done by the heir. He must have stolen it to prevent him from finding out the truth from the diary. Harry told Ron what he thought and immediately got the support of his friend. So the two left the dormitory and went to Hagrid's cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. But they seem to have forgot that Draco is waiting at the door of Ravenclaw. Time flies, and before you know it, it is night. Today is Christmas Eve. All the remaining students came to the Great Hall to celebrate together. They were all telling each other about the gifts they received. Lucas thought about it carefully. The gifts he received this year seemed to be no different from last year. Dumbledore's is still a good book, while he gave Dumbledore woolen socks signed by Gellert Grindelwald. This was specially prepared when he returned to Nurmengard during the summer vacation. I believe Dumbledore will love his gift. What surprised Lucas the most was probably the gift from the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley actually gave him a hand-knitted red sweater, along with a note thanking Lucas for taking care of their family. It appears the twins have already spoken to Mrs. Weasley about working in the summer. Ding, the Platinum Prize pool for holiday specials has been opened. The time limit is until 12 midnight. Please spend as much as you like. Hearing the system prompt, Lucas took a deep breath. There is no rush yet, he still has some work to do. After a great Christmas dinner, he returned to the dormitory and used a void rift to leave. He cast the disillusionment charm and hid at the corner of the third floor near the Gryffindor common room, waiting there until the dead of the night. Sure enough, the figure of Ginny Weasley appeared. Looking at her blank eyes, she should be controlled by the diary again. Following her all the way to the wash basin, Ginny suddenly spoke a few words in Parseltongue, and the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets appeared in front of Lucas. Once Ginny jumped into the pipe leading to the Chamber of Secrets, Lucas jumped off to follow her without hesitation. It's finally time to come face to face with the basilisk. Chapter 119. After sliding for a while through lengthy pipes, Lucas finally reached a cave full of bones. Judging from the number of bones, the basilisk must have been catching its food from the Forbidden Forest since the creation of the chamber. Lucas didn't immediately go looking for Ginny Weasley. Instead, he found a hidden corner and left a space mark. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing Aragog's position. Accompanied by the space being torn apart, Lucas' figure disappeared. Not long after he went back to the chamber again. It's just that this time he was accompanied by Aragog, the acromantula. Start digging here. Aragog and his own children have a special connection. As he dug from this side, his child dug from the other end. Soon an underground passage leading to the secret room outside the Forbidden Forest would be complete. After doing this, Lucas just walked towards the secret room. When passing the giant snake slough, he had a picture of Professor Snape with a face full of longing. The skin shed by a 1,000-years-old basilisk, this can no longer be described as rare, but absolutely unique. Moreover, the skin of the basilisk is just one of the ingredients for refining the water of life. As he continued walking along the road, he soon came to the door of the secret room. Entering through the round door, the first thing that came into view was the huge statue of Slytherin. Sure enough, as the original book said, it looks like a monkey. There are many pipes on both sides of the chamber. Where exactly they lead, Lucas doesn't know. These pipes should have been built by Slytherin, specifically for the basilisk. There wasn't any sight of Ginny Weasley in the Chamber of Secrets, not to mention the soul of Tom Riddle. Lucas walked up to the Slytherin statue step by step. Just when he was wondering where Ginny was, a rustling sound came from behind. Not surprisingly, the huge body of the basilisk appeared in front of Lucas. "Nice to meet you, Mr. or Ms. Basilisk." The basilisk probably didn't expect it either. The human in front of it actually dared to look directly at its eyes. But sensing the superior aura from the opponent's pair of blood-red snake pupils, the basilisk opened its mouth wide and seemed to be saying something. Probably because it saw Lucas' snake eyes and thought that the other party could also speak Parseltongue. But Lucas took the actions of the basilisk as a sign it was going to attack. Being a person who seriously thinks you have to strike first, strike hard with no mercy. Because of this, the basilisk found that things in front of it began to distort. It was as if it had been thrown into a toilet. When it finally regained consciousness, it had already appeared in a dense forest. "This will be your home from now on." Home, the basilisk looked at the man beside it in surprise. It remembers that someone said the same thing about 1,000 years ago, but that person hadn't visited for a long time. Lucas looked at the behemoth in front of him in astonishment as well. A hoarse voice actually appeared in his mind just now. "Can you understand me?" "Of course, although I don't understand why. I feel that you have become very nice since entering here." The basilisk lowered its huge head, and a pair of yellow snake eyes looked at the human in front of it. "You just said that this is my home." "Exactly." "Then will you disappear like Salazar?" Lucas froze for a moment. It is said that snakes are cold-blooded animals. But the basilisk in front of him seems to have a deep relationship with Salazar. "No, I will never disappear." "That's great. I can finally have someone to play with me. Every time I wake up from a deep sleep, I want to find someone to play with. But everyone who meets me turns to stone. How bad it is." Hearing the words of the basilisk, Lucas was taken aback for a moment again. This seemed to be different from what was described in the original book. "But every time you wake up, don't you cry for hunger and for killing?" "Oh no, that's only been the case in recent years, because I found that there are a lot of 8-legged little guys in the woods next door. They're so annoying, that's why I hunt them." "Wait, how did you hear me?" The basilisk's big eyes were full of curiosity. Lucas didn't know how to explain it, so he just made excuses and kept talking to make it forget what he just said. One person and one snake got familiar with each other after some time. Lucas looked at the huge basilisk and said, "How about I give you a name?" The big head of the basilisk nodded, and then quietly waited for its own name. "Since you're a lady, I think Medusa would do well." "Medusa?" "That's right, your eyes have a similar power as Medusa, so why not?" "Medusa, I like that name." Watching the basilisk rolling happily in the forest, Lucas felt it was like a child. When Lucas came out of Hufflepuff's secret garden, Medusa immediately slithered towards the Slytherin statue. "Come on, I'll take you to Salazar's room." Lucas quickened his pace and crawled in along the statue's open mouth. He felt strange just now. He had obviously reached the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, so why is it that the system prompt has not sounded yet? But found out why after asking Medusa. The outside here is just her playground and a place to rest, while Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is even deeper. Led by the basilisk, a stone door soon appeared in front of Lucas. In the middle of the door is a piece of transparent crystal. Other than that, there is nothing else. Lucas looked at the basilisk in puzzlement, only to hear Medusa say, "This is Salazar's room. As for how to get in, I remember he said." 1,000 years is too long. She thought for a long time before she vaguely remembered something. Salazar said that the most evil magic in the world, but indispensable magic, is needed to open the door. Lucas stroked his chin, thinking about the answer. After a while, the basilisk Medusa said, "Lucas, can I go out and play? I feel like those spiders have entered the castle again." "Of course, but remember what I said before." "Okay, try not to look directly at humans, I remember." After finishing speaking, she slithered out of the passage. In Lucas' view, the basilisk in front of him is like a little girl with a childlike innocence that seems to be curious about everything, and it loves to play with others. He looked back at the stone gate in front of him and thought, the most evil and indispensable magic. Touching his chin for a moment, he suddenly drew out his wand and pointed it at the clear crystal. Avada Kedavra. The green light hit the crystal directly, and there was a loud sound. It was as if the screams from hell echoed in this hollow subterranean world. The clear crystal was gradually filled with green energy, and when it turned completely green, the stone door opened upward with a sound of rocks grinding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Salazar Slytherin's secret laboratory. Reward, 500 achievement points. Detected that the host has completed a new achievement. Explore Slytherin House, get a reward, 2,000 achievement points. With the discovery of the real secret room, Luca's achievement points also successfully broke through the 30,000 mark. Once he goes back to his dorm, he will open the system lottery. Taking a deep breath, Lucas stepped into the laboratory in front of him. Dim, gloomy, and scary, this is his first impression of Salazar's laboratory. There are diagrams of human organs on the walls. It also marked different kinds of magic, and what kind of reaction the corresponding organs will have to each magic. No wonder the other three founders were at odds with Slytherin. This scene looks suspiciously like human experimentation. Nobody ever said that Salazar Slytherin is a good guy, but Lucas still gained a lot of useful knowledge. This laboratory is like a treasure trove of black magic. Among them are many Slytherin studies of the dark arts, such as the split killing curse. After reciting the spell once, the killing curse can be split into several attacks. Salazar also studied how to keep an opponent alive after smashing all of their bones to pieces. In short, good stuff. It is really worth studying carefully in the future. To say what was the most important gain, it should probably be the Horcrux creation method recorded by Slytherin. Salazar once also studied Horcruxes, and the final conclusions are not optimistic. Splitting the soul many times can make the personality increasingly violent. And Horcruxes can only guarantee the immortality of the soul, while the immortality of the flesh cannot be guaranteed. This is not the way of immortality that Salazar envisioned, so he didn't use it, but threw it aside after commenting on it. But it's perfect for Lucas, since he needed this Horcrux research to prove that Harry was a Horcrux. Salazar Slytherin was really helpful. Right at this time, Harry, who was still awake, heard the raspy, low voice again. Time to kill, hungry. He rolled out of bed, put on his robe, and ran out. He doesn't seem to know when to stop, even after being caught so many times in a bad situation. It was not easy for the students to stop rejecting him. If he's caught again tonight, he really wouldn't have any way to explain it. Soon, Hogwarts Castle was buzzing because after a month, a student was petrified again. And unfortunately, Harry Potter was found next to the Muggle-born victim right in the scene. Facing questions from professors, Harry was really helpless and didn't know how to justify himself. But at this time, Rufus, the head of the Auror office, arrived and helped Harry get rid of the suspicion. The murderer has been found. All eyes were on the serious and stubborn head Auror in front of them. 2 of my Aurors are missing. Before they disappeared, someone saw a huge spider appearing outside the Forbidden Forest. Impossible, Hagrid exclaimed. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he hastily shut his mouth. Rufus looked at the half-giant beside him. I have already informed the Ministry of Magic about this, and I believe that support will arrive soon. Hagrid froze when he heard the news from the Ministry of Magic, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Ministry of Magic. Minister Fudge came to his office in the middle of the night. Hearing the debriefing from Assistant Pinecarrow, he slapped the table excitedly. Sure enough, it's Hagrid, that half-giant. It was him 50 years ago. This time, I must send him to Azkaban. Pine, immediately inform the Daily Prophet to let them print as soon as possible, and expose what happened just now without concealing it. However, don't reveal the murderer. Let's just say that we have set up a net to catch the murderer within a week. Yes, Minister. Pinecarrow made arrangements according to Fudge's instructions. At the same time, a small note was passed out by concealed means. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Medusa the Basilisk was acting like a child who had done something wrong, with her head bowed in front of Lucas. So you petrified another person. Blame those eight-legged guys, Medusa didn't mean it. It's okay, don't worry about it. You still need to stay here recently, but it won't be too long, you can go home in a few days. It's good to help Lucas. I've been here for a long time anyway, it's okay. One person and one snake communicated while walking towards a hidden passage that was really difficult to find. Without the leadership of the basilisk, Lucas really couldn't find it. When he came out of the passage, he went straight back to the Slytherin common room. Really, the secret rooms of the founders definitely have a connection to their respective houses. Even Lucas thinks that this one in the common room is the real entrance, and the bathroom is just a place the basilisk uses to get around. Going back to his dormitory, he looked at the time. It was only 11 p.m. at the moment. He still has a lot of time to spend in the lottery. Just when he turned on the system, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Looking at Draco standing outside the door frowning, Lucas asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Lucas, let me ask you, what happened to the diary?" Chapter 120. What diary? Seeing Lucas making a confused face, Draco pushed him aside and walked into the room. "I'm talking about that black leather diary." Looking across the desk, when Draco did not see the diary on it, he was even more suspicious. "During the summer vacation, I once saw that diary at home. I was skeptical at the time. My father would never use such an old thing. I wanted to see what was so magical about that diary, but my father gave me a harsh reprimand." Draco sat on the soft bed with a frown on his face and looked at Lucas in scrutiny. "Then school started, and I saw that you had the same diary. You said it was just a coincidence, that there is not only one black diary in this world. I thought it made sense, so I believe what you said. But just last night, I saw that diary again, and this time I looked at it carefully. That's when I realized that whether it's your diary, my father's, or the one Harry picked up yesterday, they were all exactly the same one." Seeing Lucas frown, Draco knew he had guessed right. He sighed. Maybe there are many diaries with black covers in this world, but it is absolutely impossible for there to be two diaries with the same scratches and damaged positions. "But I saw 3 such diaries, how could I not doubt it? So, what are you and my father planning? What is that diary, and why are you all throwing it away?" Draco was filled with anger, because he felt that Lucas and his father treated him like a child. "Since I started to suspect, I have been investigating, and it happened that Harry was also investigating the truth of the Chamber of Secrets, so I went with him. What you and my father did should have something to do with the Chamber of Secrets, right? You guys opened the Chamber of Secrets." Lucas shook his head. "You are wrong." After finishing speaking, he turned around and took out a diary from the drawer. "Is this what you mean?" "This." Looking at the old black leather diary that appeared in front of him, Draco quickly snatched it over. The same damage and old traces, and his careful inspection did not find any traces of transfiguration. Are there really 2 damaged diaries in this world? Seeing his confused eyes, Lucas sighed. "I admit, the one in your father's hand is the same one in my hand. But we have no conspiracy, and we wouldn't throw it away because this diary is very important to us." Lucas looked a little disappointed. He seemed to be sad because of the suspicion of a close friend. He walked over to Draco, pulled out his wand and put it on the diary. Revelio. The original blank diary gradually revealed densely packed cursive characters. It was filled with detailed records about the revenue and expenditure of the Nocturne Alley Casino, the underground trading market, and the underground auction. Draco looked dumbfounded at the content recorded in the book. Looking at his best friend, who had a sad face, he didn't know how to explain it. "Now you understand why you use an old diary. Things that look too good can easily attract people's attention. If the contents of this book are spread, both your father and I will be sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic." I know, Draco nodded and said. "It's getting late, I'm going to sleep, you go back." Draco wanted to say something else, but seeing the expression on Luca's face, he just walked out of the room with his head down. The moment the door closed, Lucas let out a long breath. Fortunately, he was well prepared, otherwise he would be discovered by Draco today. It's not okay to go on like this. If I let Draco continue to follow Harry, maybe he will find out something. Lucas sat on the edge of the bed and thought about it. Then he picked up the cloak in the closet, tore apart the space, and left the dormitory. Slytherin common room. Draco sat on the sofa and looked at the black lake overhead. At this moment, his expression was full of annoyance. It looks like he regrets what he said just now. Ding, 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 ding. A special sound came from the door. This sound was from the common room entrance, and it rang 4 times at a specific frequency. This is the code, he agreed with Harry. Draco sorted out his emotions and walked towards the door. The corridor in the dungeons was pitch black, and there was no one outside the common room. He knew that Harry had an invisibility cloak, so he whispered, "Harry, is that you?" As soon as the voice fell, footsteps sounded. Draco didn't hesitate and walked towards the direction of the sound. When he came around the corner and was about to greet Harry, there was no one in front of him. Then footsteps sounded in front again. In this way, Draco followed the footsteps to the second floor. "Harry, what's the matter with you?" Draco stepped forward and spoke impatiently, while reaching out with a hand and holding his wand tightly in his other hand. When he realized that the touch on his hand was not an invisibility cloak, he immediately raised his wand. It's a pity that Draco did not manage to utter a single spell when a pair of blood-red snake eyes appeared in front of his eyes. Lucas helped Draco, making him lean against the wall when he was about to fall. If Lucius Malfoy knew that Draco was petrified, he might mobilize the school board to impeach Dumbledore. Apologizing to Draco in his mind, Lucas drew out his wand and cast a confusion charm on the portrait that had just woken up. Finishing with what he came to do, he tore through space and returned to his dormitory. Lucas did this out of several considerations. First of all, if he lets Draco continue to doubt and investigate so much, it is hard to say what he could discover. Don't look down on children raised by pureblood families. Secondly, he didn't want to end up with Draco also entering the Chamber of Secrets. He even thought that it would be best for Harry to enter the Chamber of Secrets alone. Now, Draco Malfoy, who was a good friend, was petrified, and Harry will definitely investigate more diligently. It would be even more perfect if Ron could also be petrified. In the end, the Malfoy child was attacked, and Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic were to be held accountable. Dumbledore staying at school will make Luca's future actions more difficult, so it is best if he leaves the school for now. All Lucas needs to do is get Mr. Malfoy to mobilize the school board and get Dumbledore expelled from the school. Draco Malfoy is petrified. It's a bombshell for everyone. Professor Snape showed a worried expression for the second time and took the lead, rushing to the incident site first. Looking at Draco standing against the wall, Snape's hands trembled a little. "Severus, it's better to send Mr. Malfoy to the infirmary as soon as possible." Dumbledore finished speaking and looked behind him. Several Aurors stepped forward and loaded Draco onto the stretcher. Professor Snape took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, he had changed back to his previous appearance. "Headmaster, what should we do next? And how should we explain it to Lucius Malfoy?" Dumbledore didn't answer. He, too, had a terrible headache at the moment. At first, he didn't think it would cause such serious consequences. But as time went by, that figure hiding in the dark seemed to be getting more and more unscrupulous. Even the Aurors are no deterrent now. "I'll try to explain, Severus." "Heh." After the familiar sneer, Professor Snape turned and walked towards his own house. "I'm going to see if there are any idiots who have left the dormitory at this time." Dumbledore turned his head and motioned for the others to get on with their work. He stood alone in the corridor on the second floor, looking out at the night sky. "Harry, why is everyone involved in the accident either related to you, or you were there, and your parcel tongue?" Dumbledore frowned and let out a long sigh. "System, use all my achievement points to draw the Platinum Prize pool. The host has a total of 30,213 achievement points and can participate in the Platinum Prize pool draw for 151 times. Confirm the draw." "Sure." 151 platinum draws. The rewards will pile up into a hill. Lucas immediately spotted several rewards glowing platinum. "This lottery draw ends. a total of 68 bronze rewards, 53 silver rewards, 24 gold rewards, and 6 platinum rewards. The bronze rewards for this lottery are as follows: 24 pieces of gold galleon, total amount, 5321, Ice Mice 8, Puddlemere United Uniform 3, Wizard Weekly 2. The silver rewards for this lottery are as follows: Fumos level 2-4, Episki level 5-3, Snowmaking Spell level 1-6, Flame Freezing Charm level 4-3, Silencing Curse level 4-2, Excavation Spell level 3-5, Arresto Momentum level 4-3, Duplication Curse level 6-2, Duplication Curse level 2-5, Daydream Curse level 9-1, Nimbus 2001, Improved 1. Chapter 121. The gold rewards for this lottery are as follows: Talent Points 14, Talent Points 21, Items Banshee's Tears, Compound Potion 1, Blessing Potion 1, Pratigo Maxima level 2-4, Firestorm level 3-2, Apparition level 3-2, Finite level 3-4, Patronus Charm level 5-4. Platinum rewards for this lucky draw are as follows: Talent Breakthrough Card 3, Eye of Foresight Upgrade, Ancient Elf Magic Void Escape level 1, Ancient Elf Combat Skills full set. With more and more lottery draws, Lucas learned more and more strange magic that is rarely used. Waiting for the system to integrate the spells and items, Lucas first looked at the 2 items in the gold reward. Banshee's Tears, this is similar to the Guardian Heart given to Hermione. He was worried that there was no gift for Cho, and this thing came just in time. As for the spell Firestorm, it is actually the fire magic cast by the old bee in Voldemort's Horcrux cave that was full of Inferis. If it is used together with Bombarda to clear the way, the effect will be very explosive. Lucas also found out that both Dumbledore and his father seem to have reached a superb level of fire magic. Sometimes it's easy to forget that at one point they were closer than family members. Then came the main event, the Platinum Reward. The first is the upgrade to the Eye of Foresight. In addition to retaining and strengthening the 10-second future prediction, the upgraded Eye of Foresight also has the ability to predict further into the future, similar to prophecies. It's just that the triggering conditions are harsh, probably at the same level as Professor Sybil Trelawney's prediction. It cannot be triggered actively, and can only passively make predictions about the future. But this is already very powerful. After all, it is a matter of predicting the distant future. The second bonus, Elven Magic Void Escape. Reading more about this magic, Lucas remembered an anime he had seen in his previous life. There's a guy with an orange mask that, using his pupil technique, hides himself in a different space to nullify the attacks of his opponents. The principle of Void Escape is similar to that of the Kamui dimension. The user can instantly enter the void to avoid attacks that cannot be dodged. It's just that there is a time limit for escaping into the void, and it can only be used for up to 15 seconds. But that's enough. After all, both Void Fissure and Apparition have a forward motion, while Void Escape can be done instantly and can be used to protect himself at critical moments. The last is the Ancient Elf Combat Skills, full set. According to the introduction of the system, the elves have always cultivated both magic and martial arts. Whether it's swordsmanship, archery, or magic, elves are stronger than other races, which also stems from their long lifespan. Lucas only practiced magic before, and never practiced martial arts, so the reward this time has made up for this shortcoming. Accompanied by the mastery of elf combat skills, Lucas' physical fitness improved a lot. He even got the start of an 8-pack. Look at the remaining 6 talent points and 3 talent breakthrough cards. Lucas stroked his chin and thought for a long time before speaking. System, add 3 points to divination, and divide the remaining 3 points to potions, ancient runes, and alchemy, respectively. As soon as he finished speaking, the system finished upgrading his talents. Watching Transfiguration, Charms, and Divination all reached the full level. Lucas said again, use the talent breakthrough card on all 3 talents. For a moment, Lucas seemed to hear the sound of chains breaking. Countless knowledge about Transfiguration, Charms, and Divination poured into his brain automatically. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes. It feels so good to have the shackles broken. System show my attributes. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 12 years old. Identity, leader of Saints Investment Group, son of Gellert Grindelwald, second-year student at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Void Elf, Second Awakening. Talents, Void Fisher, Void Aura, Eye of Foresight. LVL2, Eye of Medusa, Weakened Version, Combination Skill. Magic Power, 45, Elite Auror. Charms, 10 Awakened. Transfiguration, 10 Awakened. Dark Arts, 11 Awakened. Alchemy, 4. Ancient Runes, 3. Divination, 10 Awakened. Potions, 6. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring Level 1, Loot Level 1, Life Steal Level 1, Void Escape Level 1. Elf Combat Skills, Ancient Elf Combat Skills, Full Set. Animagus, Black Panther. Different Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden, Recognized Owner. Skills, Ancient Alchemy Beginner, Occlumency Level 9, Fire Shield Level 9, Imperious Curse Level 9, Killing Curse Level 9, Cruciatus Curse Level 9, Sectum Sempra Level 7 Legilimency, Level 7 Memory Charm Level 6, Firestorm Level 4, Patronus Charm Level 7, Pratigo Maxima Level 5. Magic Items, Felix Felicis 2, Veritaserum 2, Compound Potion, Banshee's Tears. Achievement Points, 13. Because the elf combat skills increase the strength of the physical body, his magic strength also increased to 45. With 15 strength points more, Lucas can enter the quasi-legendary level. With his current age and the bonus of elf blood, it is possible to increase his magic power by a little every month. That means that even if Lucas doesn't do anything to increase his power, by the end of his 3rd year, he will definitely become a quasi-legendary powerhouse. When that happens, he would have entered the top group of people in the magic world. Although it is only the bottom of that group of people, it's enough to surpass the vast majority of wizards. Besides, at that time, he would only be 13 years old, a 13-year-old quasi-legendary wizard. It's scary to think about it. The 3 talents, entering the Awakening, also benefited Lucas. Charms Talent Awakening increases the power of all attribute spells by 10%, and the mana consumption is reduced by 5%. The Awakening of the Transfiguration talent made his Transfiguration spell stronger, but his Transfiguration spell is only level 6, and it is not yet very obvious when used. The Awakening of Divination talent strengthens his prophecy ability, so that Lucas can clearly and accurately predict what he wants to predict. All in all, Lucas got a lot stronger again. Bang 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 tilde. Chief, something bad happened. Draco Malfoy was petrified, and Professor Snape asked everyone to go to the lounge. Lucas shut down the system in response. He put on a robe and went out. As soon as he arrived at the common room, he saw Snape walking towards him quickly. Why did Draco leave the dormitory? It seems that you are very incompetent as the chief, Mr. Grindelwald. Lucas saw a hint of panic and inquiry in the other's eyes. Draco petrified. Lucas looked even more surprised than the other students. How is that possible? He looked at Crabbe and Goyle, hoping they could explain him. I'm sorry, Chief. Draco has been with Potter recently, and it is said that he is investigating the Chamber of Secrets. The Chamber of Secrets. Lucas looked at Zabini and the others again. Pansy, Blaze, I remember you are also investigating the Chamber of Secrets, right? Why didn't you go with Draco? In fact, we were forced by Draco to stay for Christmas, just to help him investigate the Chamber of Secrets. Lucas frowned, so he's been with Potter lately. The second-year students nodded one after another. Lucas sighed and said, Professor, this is my responsibility. I failed to protect Draco, knowing that the Lions of Gryffindor are very impulsive, and let him come into contact with them. Forget it, Professor Snape sighed. Fortunately, Draco was only petrified, so his life is not in danger. However, because of your dereliction of duty, I will deduct 100 points from Slytherin, and you will have to make up these points before the end of the semester. Professor, the other year chiefs wanted to step forward to intercede, but they received Snape's cold gaze in return. How about it? Don't worry, Professor. I will take my responsibility to the end. Professor Snape nodded, then looked at everyone. I'll stay in the lounge tonight, you all go back to sleep. The crowd slowly dispersed, and Lucas also returned to his room. Another 10 minutes passed, and he came out with a blanket in his hand. Looking at Professor Snape, who was in a daze on the sofa. Lucas passed the blanket in front of him. Professor, it's cold under the Black Lake, put on some covers to keep warm. HMPH, don't forget that I was also a student of Slytherin. Professor Snape finally accepted the blanket. Lucas sat beside him and asked after a long silence, Professor, will there be any sequelae after the petrification of the Draco is lifted? Mr. Grindelwald, are you questioning my ability to make potions? Of course not. Then what are you worrying about? Once the mandrakes mature, I will brew a restoration draft for Malfoy as soon as possible. After Professor Snape finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Lucas. Now take your troll-trodden, sentimental head and return to your room for me. Good night, Professor. Lucas got up quickly and walked to his room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Hestia, who had flown away during the day, standing at the window. Don't get me wrong, the Slytherin dorms are underground, but they still have windows. It's just that the scenery outside the window is made by magic. Removing the envelope from Hestia's beak, Lucas immediately opened it, and there was only one sentence on it. Everything is ready. Destroying the envelope, he got up and locked the door with an overpowered colloportus. This spell can normally be countered by the lockpicking charm, Alohomora, but since Lucas overpowered it, only a wizard stronger than himself would be able to overpower his spell and open his door. Lucas changed his clothes, put on his black cloak, and stepped into the void along the position of the space mark. On the edge of a lonely cliff, Lucas' figure suddenly stepped out of the void. Master! One of his subordinates stands on the edge of the cliff holding his space marker. Good job, you can go back. Yes. The other party responded, and immediately used apparition to leave. Lucas stood on the edge of the cliff, looking out to the sea in the distance. There is a lonely island there, and in the middle of the island is a tall building. Azkaban Castle should now be called Azkaban Wizard Prison. Looking at the countless Dementors around Azkaban, Lucas showed a disdainful smile and walked over. Chapter 122. A Dementor is like a skeleton with skin wrapped in a black cloak. This guy has no facial features, with just a hole where the mouth should be, and it said they can feel people's souls to judge their position. Every time a Dementor passes by, it will take away the happiness nearby and lower the temperature to freezing points. They are the wardens of Azkaban that wander around the island in front of Lucas all year round. No wizard is willing to come close to such horrible, rotting creatures. If you are unfortunate enough to be imprisoned in Azkaban, you better hope you don't get kissed by a Dementor, because it will completely take away your soul, leaving nothing more than an empty husk. The island and castle were created in the 15th century by a dark wizard named Acrisdes, who liked to lure Muggle sailors to torture them and also used the island as a breeding ground for Dementor. It wasn't until some time after Acrisdes' death that the Ministry of Magic discovered this hidden island and the large number of Dementors. It was the Minister of Magic from that time, Damocles Roll, who decided to use this place as a prison. As Lucas recalled the introduction, the soles of his feet have already stepped into the island. In the next instant, the Dementors flying around turned their heads to his position. Feeling the abundance of happiness in Lucas, probably one of the few crazy motherfuckers who could feel happy coming to Azkaban. The Dementors grew violent and flew to his location en masse. Prisoners who have not yet fallen into despair in the prison became aware of the strange situation outside. Bellatrix came to the prison door and laughed wildly. This crazy beauty, not so beautiful at this time, probably thought it was her lord who came to rescue her. Expecto Patronum. The white, ethereal light illuminated the small island and the sea. Lucas' Patronus charm continuously spread around like a shock wave, making the Dementors flee desperately after being hit. After a while, all the Dementors on the entire island disappeared. The cold feeling subsided, and the sea breeze mixed with the warm current entered Azkaban for the first time in centuries. The loud shouts in the cells stopped abruptly. These Death Eaters know it well. Those who can use the Patronus charm must not be their own companions. Lucas, covering his whole body with the black robe, walked past each cell. The imprisoned Death Eaters banged on their cells, begging to be released, but Lucas turned a deaf ear to this. He just kept walking until he finally stopped in front of a prison cell. Looking inside, there was a skinny middle-aged man with unkempt long black hair. Lucas laughed and said, "The heir of the famous Black family has become like this." Sirius Black ignored what the man outside the door said. The reason why he stayed in Azkaban for more than 10 years when he could have escaped at any time was due to his overwhelming guilt. Because in his opinion, he killed his best friend along with his wife. Lucas seemed to have expected this to happen, so he took a photo from his pocket and threw it into the cell. "It's a pity. I planned to tell you about Peter Pettigrew, but now it seems that it's useless even if I tell you." Hearing Peter's name, Sirius finally reacted and turned to look at the photo that fell not far away. In the photograph, he saw 2 children. A boy with black hair and glasses smiled happily, while another boy with red hair was holding a huge rat in his hand. Boom! "Wait, tell me who's in this photo, tell me." Hearing a growl behind him, Lucas smiled slightly. "The one with black hair is called Harry Potter, and the one with red hair is called Ronald Weasley." After saying that, Lucas tore apart the space and disappeared from Azkaban. "Harry," Sirius picked up the photo. Looking at the face that is so similar to that of his friend, tears suddenly overflowed his eyes. "He is already this big." Sirius, who was originally sad, suddenly noticed the rat in the photo. "Peter, he's with Harry, he's at Hogwarts. No, I can't let him there. Harry could be in danger, I'm going out." Sirius no longer looked so decadent at this moment. He looked at the metal bars of his cell and the Dementors flying back from the sky, his eyes thoughtful. "Hogwarts." Lucas didn't fall asleep when he got back to the dormitory. Instead, he walked out of the room again. Seeing that Professor Snape was still sitting on the sofa, he made him a cup of black tea. "Professor, have a drink." "Mr. Grindelwald, if tomorrow at potions class you have problems due to lack of sleep, I will definitely deduct your marks severely." "I'm sorry, Professor, but as the chief, I know that everyone is very scared, so I plan to go to each dormitory to check on them." Lucas puts down his teacup, turns around and walks towards the boys' dormitory. The reason why he did this was to be seen by Professor Snape. The ruckus he made at Azkaban cannot be hidden. Although there is no Ministry of Magic personnel on the island to take care of it. But on the shore not far from the island, there are people who monitor Azkaban's every move all the year round. The Ministry of Magic has an agreement with the Dementors though, but obviously they can't trust them. The facts are as Lucas expected. Minister Fudge hadn't finished dealing with the Hogwarts problem, and he already received another problem with the news that Azkaban was invaded. Fudge, who hadn't come home for a few days, beat the desk violently. "Go and inform the Daily Prophet that this news must not be reported. If the news of Azkaban's invasion leaks out, my approval rating will be greatly reduced." "Yes, Minister." Pinecaro turned to leave the minister's office. As soon as he went out, he met Pew's Thickness, the Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who rushed over. "Deputy Director Thickness, the minister doesn't want to see anyone at this moment." "Get out of the way." Pew's roughly pushed Pine away, completely ignoring his words, and after a while there was a big quarrel in the office. As the deputy director in charge of Aurors, when he heard about the incident in Azkaban, he immediately planned to send Aurors to investigate and provide support. But most of the Aurors were sent to Hogwarts by Minister Fudge, so the two had a dispute over this matter. Fudge was already tormented by the endless howlers. Now Pew's came to his door, so he became his punching bag. Naturally, the relationship between the two also deteriorated further. As the night passed, a new day started at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, the faces of the students were full of sorrow. The monster that was attacking the students reappeared, and this time even Draco Malfoy was petrified. This news was a disaster for all the students. When Ron heard the news, he wanted to laugh out loud in public. "Harry, don't be so down. Didn't you say that Malfoy was just petrified? He will be fine, so you don't need to worry." When he said this, Ron's eyes were full of regret. He is probably the person in the school who most wants Draco to drop dead. Harry shook his head. Ron, maybe Draco found out something. Otherwise, why did he risk leaving the dormitory at night? Maybe, but now he is petrified, don't worry. I will help you find out everything, you have to trust me. Looking at the confident eyes of his friend, Harry nodded skeptically. Just when the two were talking in a low voice, a familiar scene reappeared. Facing the overwhelming number of owls. Dumbledore, who had experienced it once, immediately clapped his hands at the owls. The powerful magic forced the owls to let go of the howlers on their talons. "Oh, Tilda, there are so many letters again. It seems that I can't eat breakfast. I need to go back to the office to deal with a little trouble." Dumbledore put the envelopes away calmly and left the Great Hall to return to his office. Such a small episode did not affect everyone's eating. They were already used to it. Lucas tasted today's freshly baked bread while reading the latest Daily Prophet. Minister Fudge spoke early this morning. They have found conclusive evidence of the perpetrator of the attacks at Hogwarts. He said that he would personally lead the team to Hogwarts to catch the murderer. He also promised that if he can't catch the culprit, he intends to resign. Fudge's military order seems to have played a certain role. At least those parents who cursed the Ministry of Magic for being incompetent were willing to give him some more time. This certainly does not include one Mr. Lucius Malfoy. After he learned that his son was petrified, Lucius was angry and terrified. Anger was directed at Dumbledore's incompetence. As the headmaster and the greatest wizard of this century, he couldn't even protect his students well. And he was terrified because he guessed that the whole thing might have something to do with the diary he discarded. Lucius was worried that the petrification of his son might be a warning from the Dark Lord to himself. But no matter what, he should seek justice for his son first. So Lucius Malfoy summoned the remaining 11 Hogwarts governors again. Hogwarts School Board. This low-key but powerful organization has once again converged on the Malfoy manor. The other 11 governors are also aware of recent events. Naturally, there was a lot of dissatisfaction with the way Dumbledore had handled things until now. Before you know it, it was already evening. The students who were having their dinner watched as a large number of Aurors entered the school from the outside. Minister Fudge did exactly as he said, and he really led a large number of people to arrest the culprit. On the perimeter of the Forbidden Forest, looking at the dozens of Aurors behind him, Fudge's face was full of confidence. From inside the castle, Lucas looked at Fudge with a successful smile. Finally, we can start the last step of the plan. Then, he entered the Forbidden Forest one step ahead of the Aurors, getting ready to enjoy the next performance of the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 123. The gloomy Forbidden Forest is full of unknown dangers. The magical creatures that inhabit the forest could be hiding right beside you and attack at any moment if you're not careful. But at this time, the magical creatures on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest were all migrating deeper. Lucas stood far away, watching the human spider battle in the distance. The Auror group led by Fudge has been fighting the Acromantula Aragog for a long time. Although the Aurors are powerful and battle-hardened, their number is much lower than the spiders. During this time that Aragog was under the command of Lucas, a lot of Acromantulas had been born. Now, the overwhelming number of Acromantulas are surrounding the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. "Master, why do I feel that the Ministry of Magic will lose?" The speaker had strange curly hair. There was also a pair of very ugly glasses inlaid with gemstones on her face. It was Rita Skeeter, a reporter for the Daily Prophet, famous for sensationalizing all her stories and getting private news that no one should have any way of knowing. In the original book, she published a book after Dumbledore's death, titled The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore. And now she is a member of the Saints group, Luca's personal writer. Rita, you underestimate the Aurors. Although there are a lot of spiders, they still have a way to deal with them. Could it be that they will use the killing curse? but the killing curse doesn't seem to be able to deal with so many spiders. Lucas smiled and shook his head, then told her to continue watching. The besieged Aurors were watching out for sneak-attacking spiders. Seeing no more spiders coming to support, Rufus, the head of the Auror office, gave a look to the people around him. Several people raised their wands, and a powerful fire magic was released. Lucas, as a bystander, had long discovered that these people have been protected among the crowd. It must have been to preserve their magic power just for this moment. The monstrous flames engulfed the surrounding acromantulas. After a while, only Aragog, the gigantic acromantula, was left on the scene. At the same time, the imperious curse on Aragog was also lifted. Aragog, regaining consciousness, huddled in fear. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like the Aurors were the attackers, and the spider was just protecting itself. "Rita, did you get that?" "Don't worry, Master. All the details have been captured by the camera." "That's good. Don't be left behind when Minister Fudge goes to arrest Hagrid." Rita Skeeter nodded, but her expression was full of doubts. "Master, why do we bother?" Lucas understood what she wanted to express, but he just smiled and didn't answer. In fact, from the beginning, they used public opinion to attack Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore was undoubtedly the most questioned and slandered. This is, of course, to arouse the attention of parents and people in the community. Accompanied by pure-blood family heirs being attacked, it causes Dumbledore's right to speak at Hogwarts to start being suppressed. Then, when the Ministry of Magic successfully intervened in the matter, Draco Malfoy was petrified. This event became an important bargaining chip to suppress Dumbledore. If Lucas guessed correctly, Lucius Malfoy should have received the headmaster's suspension order by this time. At this moment, Minister Fudge successfully captured the so-called murderer with his men, thinking that in doing so he will gain great fame. If only Dumbledore could be driven away again, he could make his influence reach into Hogwarts logically. So, Fudge will definitely help Mr. Malfoy drive Dumbledore out of the school. In this way, Luca's purpose of wanting Dumbledore to leave was achieved. So what to do next? Whitewashing Dumbledore through public opinion, of course. Reveal the truth about the Ministry of Magic's arbitrary arrest of people as scapegoats, and criticize the incompetence of the Ministry of Magic. That's what Lucas has always been about. How could he arrange for his own people to enter the Ministry of Magic if the Ministry of Magic was not deeply involved? From the moment Lucas got the diary, he already had the plan. Suppress the Ministry of Magic and take the opportunity to arrange his own people to enter the ministry, in preparation for controlling the Ministry of Magic in the future. As for Dumbledore's or anyone else's suffering, it was just a means to an end. At this time, the battle between Aurors and Aragog had come to an end. Facing the siege of dozens of people, Aragog, the acromantula that had lived for more than 50 years, finally fell in the Forbidden Forest. The Aurors cheered loudly and danced around the huge spider. Watching the crowd carry the spider to the outside of the Forbidden Forest, Lucas glanced back at Rita Skeeter. The reporter wisely turned into a beetle and quickly followed the Auror team. At the same time, Harry and Ron also got some hints from Hermione. According to Lucas' request, Hermione only told them some clues about the basilisk, such as the abnormal behavior of spiders. Hearing spiders, Harry immediately thought of Hagrid. So the two took advantage of the night and came to Hagrid's hut wearing the invisibility cloak. At this time, Dumbledore, Lucius Malfoy, and Cornelius Fudge with the spider's corpse also rushed to Hagrid's cabin. After watching a big play, Lucas wandered to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. He was waiting for Lucius Malfoy to arrive. One reason is to apologize for what happened to Draco, because as a partner, he failed to protect the other party's son. So an apology is just a matter of course. Secondly, well, he just wanted to find out what state Lucius was in at the moment. And find out if he already got the paperwork to expel Dumbledore from the Board of Governors. This is very important for his plans. Tilde whoosh tilde. There were several cracking sounds in the distance. It can be heard that the opponent used a lot of force when shooting the arrow. Lucas did not dodge and panic, but used void escape for an instant as the arrows pierced his body and plunged into the ground. Immediately afterwards, a large number of hoofbeats came from behind. "Isn't this Ronan? Firenze is also here. I don't know what you centaurs mean by this." Dozens of centaurs appeared in all directions and completely blocked Luca's retreat. "Elf, where is Bane?" "Bane?" Lucas looked at Ronan in surprise. "How would I know? Can't you centaurs just use divination to find him?" "Stop quibbling, Elf," Firenze stepped forward and snapped. "The stars tell us that Bane's disappearance is related to you. Where did you take Bane? Hand him over quickly." Looking at the centaur tribe, waiting ready for battle, Lucas said with a smile, "It seems that your divination is not very good, otherwise you would not have come to ask me." "Sorry, I don't have time, let alone the obligation to answer your questions, so I won't keep accompanying you." The platinum head of Lucius Malfoy had appeared in the distance, so he didn't have time to talk nonsense with these centaurs. The space behind Lucas was torn apart again, and taking a step back, he disappeared from the sight of the centaurs in an instant. "Damn it, Ronan, why are you stopping me? Mars gave me enlightenment. If we become enemies with the elf, we will be destroyed." Watching where Lucas disappeared, Ronan frowned tightly. Feeling the anger of his clansmen, he said again, "It's okay, I will tell Dumbledore about it, and I believe he will deal with it. What is evil must be punished by justice." It can be seen that Dumbledore has great prestige among the centaur tribe. After Ronan finished speaking, most of the clansmen returned to calm. "Uncle Lucius." Lucius Malfoy stopped, turned and looked back. Seeing Lucas running towards him in a hurry, his icy expression finally loosened a bit. "Lucas, it's been a long time. Please forgive me for not being able to catch up with you. I have very important things to deal with right now." Malfoy finished speaking and looked in the direction of Hagrid's hut. He had seen Dumbledore walking there just now. "I know, in fact, I came here to apologize to you. I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Draco." Looking at the guilt in the boy's eyes, Mr. Malfoy sighed. "I have already understood the specific process from Severus' letter. As the chief of Slytherin House, you have done a lot of things very well. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Draco himself. As a Slytherin, Draco did something like this. In such a dangerous environment, he actually left the dormitory alone. It seems that I need to have a good talk with him after his petrification is lifted." The two exchanged a few more words about Draco. When he brought up Dumbledore, Lucas felt strong anger from Lucius' tone. "Dumbledore? This time he will not be as lucky as last time. Hogwarts doesn't need a headmaster who can't protect the students." Watching Lucius stride toward Hagrid's cabin, the corners of Lucas' lips rose slightly. "Everything is according to plan." Judging by Mr. Malfoy's confident appearance, he must have got the trump card, the suspension order. He looked left and right. Upon seeing no one, Lucas cast the disillusionment charm on himself and followed Malfoy to Hagrid's hut. At this time inside Hagrid's house, Harry and Ron were analyzing the most likely heirs. "Lucas Grindelwald, it must be that guy, I can't be wrong." Facing Ron's determined eyes, both Hagrid and Harry were very curious. So Ron sat down in front of the two of them and expressed his thoughts. Chapter 124. Hagrid doesn't have much contact with Lucas. It can be said that he only had contact with him during the dragon egg incident last year. Hearing Ron insist that Lucas is the heir, it did arouse his interest. "Speak carefully." Seeing Hagrid pull up a chair and sit in front of him, Ron was faintly pleased. "Harry knows that Grindelwald and I have been at odds since we started school. It's not that I hate him, but because he always gives me a weird feeling. I don't think what or everyone sees is the real Grindelwald." Harry and Hagrid looked at each other, while Ron looked at his friend with a slightly smug look. Harry asked cautiously, "Where's the evidence?" "Evidence?" Ron's stunned expression had already told the two of them the answer. "All of this is just his guess." Hagrid said earnestly, "Ron, before you accuse someone of something, you need evidence first. Although my contact with Mr. Grindelwald was very short, I didn't feel that he was malicious. Maybe it's just that you think too much." After Hagrid finished speaking, he walked towards the fireplace, and Harry followed after seeing this. Hey, what I say is the truth, and I'll find proof. Seeing that the two of them no longer paid attention to him, Ron's expression slowly turned despondent. Hagrid, shouldn't you be telling us about what happened 50 years ago? What 50 years ago? Hagrid said with a flustered look, and he didn't even dare to look Harry in the eyes. Picking up the teapot hanging from the fire, he turned and walked towards the table. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry. It's late now, I think you should go back to bed. If you are discovered, you might be punished. Hagrid kept his head down while making tea and talking. The more he was like this, the more Harry believed what he saw in the diary. Hagrid, I've seen it all. You kept a spider in a wooden box 50 years ago. I also saw that you were expelled from school for this incident. Boom, Hagrid placed the teapot firmly on the table. He lowered his head and said angrily, It's not me, I didn't do anything, and Aragog wouldn't kill anyone. Aragog? Harry asked softly. Hagrid sighed, sat down in a chair, and recounted what happened 50 years ago. In fact, he himself was also very confused. He was just raising a spider, so why is it related to the heir? I can guarantee that Aragog will not kill people. It was true 50 years ago, and it is the same now. Hagrid, we trust you, and Dumbledore must trust you too. Harry stepped forward and patted Hagrid's arm to reassure him. Hagrid's mood gradually calmed down, looked up at the two of them and said, Yes, I am very grateful to Dumbledore. It was because of his support 50 years ago that I was able to stay in Hogwarts to work even after being expelled. Harry never heard Hagrid talk about the past. If it wasn't for getting the magical diary this time, he didn't know that his big friend was still hiding such a sad past. Harry still had a different kind of trust in Hagrid in his heart, because it was the other party who brought him to the magic world and taught Harry some basic knowledge of the wizarding world. Even Harry's first birthday present was given by Hagrid, so Hagrid is very special in Harry's heart. He is a friend, but also like a relative. And Harry has another feeling for Dumbledore. He trusted Dumbledore, but this trust comes from the introduction of Dumbledore by others and in books. And first year, from his little time spent talking with Dumbledore, he felt like he was a trustworthy, omnipotent grandfather to Harry. In his mind, there was no problem that Dumbledore couldn't solve, so Harry regarded Dumbledore as his hope. Seeing Hagrid's eyes full of gratitude to Dumbledore, Harry immediately said, In this case, you should remember carefully who opened the secret room 50 years ago. If we can find the heir, it will not only clear your grievances, but also help Dumbledore, Hagrid. You must think about it. Oh yes, now that the school and Dumbledore are having trouble, of course I have to help. Hagrid lowered his head when he finished speaking. Judging from his frowning, it seems that he really has some memories. Harry stared hard at Hagrid, hoping he could recall something useful. If they really find the heir because of this, then he can dispel the misunderstanding of the whole school. Maybe he can also get a lot of bonus points for this. If it helps Gryffindor win the House Cup because of the extra points, that would be perfect. Just when Harry fell into fantasy, Dumbledore met Minister Fudge outside the hut. Looking at the big spider carried by the Auror, there was a gleam in Dumbledore's eyes. He seemed to understand the plan of Fudge and others. Neither of them said anything after greeting each other. Led by Dumbledore, they knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut. Hearing a knock on the door, Harry and Ron were taken aback. The two quickly put on the invisibility cloak and hid in the corner of the room. The people who will come here at this time, there's no need to think much. They can only be the professors of Hogwarts. But Harry didn't expect that it was Dumbledore who came in. Not only Dumbledore, but 3 people followed behind him. One of them Harry knew, Rufus Scrimgeour, head Auror. Hello, Rubeus Hagrid. The reason we are here today should be very clear to you. Regarding the attack on Hogwarts students, as the culprit we will proceed to arrest you now. Minister Fudge, straight to the point, expressed his intention for coming. He looked at Rufus as soon as he finished speaking. It's not me, you should know I didn't do it. Hagrid defended himself loudly. In response, Fudge yelled loudly. So far, nearly 10 people have been petrified or disappeared. I need to give everyone an explanation, and your record with the Ministry of Magic is quite bad. You should know it in your heart. Rufus, take him away. Harry under the cloak was anxious. He wanted to go out to help Hagrid, but was pulled tightly by his friend. "Don't be impulsive, it's useless for you to go out." Hearing Ron say this, Harry slowly calmed down. He looked at Dumbledore, believing that with the help of the headmaster, Hagrid would be fine. Dumbledore did not disappoint Harry, just when Rufus was about to step forward for the second time. He raised his hand to stop him. "Minister Fudge, I completely trust Hagrid, and I can vouch for him that this matter has nothing to do with him." "You vouch for him? Dumbledore, it's clearly written in the Ministry of Magic records that you were the one who vouched for him 50 years ago. But this happened again now, how do you ask me to trust your word?" Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds and said, "You should know that this is in the Chamber of Secrets." "Dumbledore, I respect you, but please don't take me for a fool. We all read Hogwarts, a history when we were in school. It's written very clearly that Salazar Slytherin left a monster in the Chamber of Secrets before leaving. When the true heir returns, he will unleash the monster in the Chamber of Secrets and purge all of whom Salazar Slytherin deemed unfit to learn magic. But it's just a legend. Even if it's true, why would a Slytherin attack a pure-blooded heir?" Facing Fudge's questioning, Dumbledore was speechless. This is where he finds it troublesome. It would be easier to explain if only Muggle-born students were attacked. But pure-blood students, especially family heirs like Malfoy, were also attacked. Apparently Chamber of Secrets legend is a little untenable. Seeing that Dumbledore stopped talking, the smugness in Fudge's eyes increased. He turned and looked outside the door. "Bring the evidence here." A gigantic acromantula that had been dead for a short time was placed outside the door. Seeing this, Hagrid hurried forward and shouted with a sad expression, "Aragog." The two of Harry and Ron also moved carefully to the window. Looking at the spider, Harry immediately gestured to his friend. "This is the spider I saw, only it was small 50 years ago." Ron looked terrified. This was definitely the most terrifying thing he had seen in his life, what with his fear of spiders. Hagrid is a half-giant. Not only is he tall, but even his crying is earth-shaking. Fudge didn't press. They waited until he had calmed down before the Aurors stepped forward to take Hagrid away. Dumbledore still wanted to stop them, but at this moment, Lucius Malfoy came to the door of the cabin with graceful steps. "Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, I didn't expect you to hide in this kind of place. It really isn't easy for me to find you." Seeing Lucius Malfoy appear, Dumbledore's heart sank, and a bad feeling came from the bottom of his heart. Lucas, who followed Mr. Malfoy, was standing far away, ready to watch the second half of the show. Chapter 125. "Lucius, what do you want me to do?" Mr. Malfoy was very calm. He first took a look at the house, where Hagrid lived with strong disgust in his eyes. Can people really live in such a place? It wasn't just Hagrid who was pissed off by this statement. It also made Harry feel a little uncomfortable under the invisibility cloak. "See, Harry, this is the real face of the Malfoy family. They all look down on non-pure blood wizards. Especially Muggle-borns and people like Hagrid. They might even feel that seeing them is polluting their eyes." Hearing Ron's words in his ears, Harry frowned but didn't say anything. He was more curious about what Mr. Malfoy was doing here. After expressing his disdain for Hagrid's home, Lucius Malfoy turned to look at Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you should know the purpose of my coming here, right? A lot of things have happened in the school recently. Our school board members also held a meeting to discuss it after learning about it, and believed that this was all caused by your improper management." Dumbledore seemed to have expected it. "That's right, you also used the same reason last year." "No, it's different this time, Dumbledore." A calm Malfoy was the scariest thing. This shows that he is absolutely prepared. Dumbledore understood this too. So he was thinking how he could disturb his emotions. Although this cannot solve the immediate crisis, it can prepare for the counterattack in the future. The Malfoys seemed to have been on the school board for far too long. Dumbledore's sharp eyes were concealed by the round glasses and the dim surroundings. "Lucius, I'm sorry about what happened to your son, but he's not without treatment." "Headmaster Dumbledore, do you mean to say that I'm just taking revenge?" No, that's not what I meant. I just thought that I didn't seem to have apologized to you for what happened to your son." Hearing Dumbledore mention his son again, Lucius' eyes were full of anger. But he still forcibly suppressed his anger, took out the suspension order, and handed it to the scheming old man. "Here is your suspension order, signed by 12 of our school governors. Do you want to see it?" Without waiting for Dumbledore to answer, Pew's Thickness, who had followed Fudge, was the first to object. "Impossible. At such a critical moment, if Headmaster Dumbledore is suspended, the students in the school will be in even more danger. Pew's, the culprit has already been caught, and the monster who attacked the students has also been killed. Please be more careful with your words." Hearing Minister Fudge's scolding, Pew's said indignantly, "Minister, we all know whether the monster was the spider or not. Have you ever wondered, what if there is another attack? Our Ministry of Magic will be a joke. Get out of here right now, right now." Fudge pointed at the road in the distance and yelled at Pew's angrily. Pew's was silent for a few seconds, sighed and walked away. The place fell into silence for a while. After a moment, Dumbledore said softly to those present, "The school is in danger now, and I will not leave, I cannot leave." Although his voice was not high, his tone was unusually firm and tough. The Aurors and Fudge present were breathless upon facing the tough Dumbledore. They really didn't know what to do. Fudge showed a smile and said, "If you insist on this, we can actually discuss it again." He couldn't finish talking before he saw Malfoy walk up to Dumbledore angrily. "Do you think I'll be as unprepared as last time?" "Sorry, Lucius, I really can't leave, and I can better solve Draco's problem by staying." "No, you don't have a choice, and don't mention Draco again." After Lucius Malfoy finished speaking, he leaned closer to Dumbledore's ear and said, "You have no chance of returning to Hogwarts. It's all because you brought it on yourself. Just take it as your apology to Draco." Lucas shook his head and sighed in the distance. Mr. Malfoy was overwhelmed with rage, and even though he looked calm, he acted without consideration. At this moment, Lucius Malfoy took out another piece of parchment from his wizard robe. He opened it and read, "In view of Albus Dumbledore's failure to fulfill his responsibilities as headmaster, Albus Dumbledore is removed from the post of headmaster of Hogwarts from now on. Also, on behalf of the School Board of Governors, I hereby announce the expulsion of Albus Dumbledore from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Lucius, don't you?" Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, Hogwarts wards forcibly teleported him outside the school grounds. The School Management Committee usually does not participate in any school management and education work. But they still have quite a bit of power. This is to prevent the headmaster's monopoly. So while the headmaster controls the school board controls the headmaster. The reason why Umbridge couldn't enter the headmaster's office in the original book is because she didn't get the approval of the school board. After doing all this, Lucius Malfoy let out a sigh of relief. He nodded at Minister Fudge gracefully, then turned and walked away. "Okay, the show is over. We will soon send this man to Azkaban." On the way back, Fudge kept thinking about what Pew's had just said. He frowned and called his assistant, Pine Caro, to his side. "Pine, do you think what Pew said can happen?" "Don't worry, the chance of this happening is very small, but I suggest the minister not to withdraw the Aurors from the school. If something really happens, we can deal with it, and I will notify the Daily Prophet that even if it does happen, no news will be spread." Fudge's brow was still furrowed, and seeing this, Pine continued, "That monster has not moved for 50 years. I guess it will fall into a deep sleep after killing people this time. If nothing happens in the future, such a great contribution will definitely allow you to be re-elected as the next minister." After all, he turned around and glanced at the giant acromantula behind him. After hearing this, Fudge's expression hardened. "Okay, let's do it like this." Although he has only taken over as minister for 3 years, his approval rating is not satisfactory. If he can't make some achievements, the chances of him being elected next term are very slim. "Pine, let the reporters take a good picture of that spider." "Relax, minister." Looking at Fudge's back in front of him, Pine Caro smiled silently. At the same time, Harry and Ron also came out of Hagrid's hut. At this moment, there was no one around, and the two also put away the invisibility cloak. "Harry, what shall we do now?" Harry was also at a loss about what to do. His friend Hagrid was captured, and Dumbledore was expelled in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Harry didn't know what to do next. "Harry, maybe we should leave this matter alone." "No." Harry firmly rejected his friend's proposal. "We must continue to investigate. Only when the investigation is clear can Professor Dumbledore and Hagrid come back." "But how should we do it?" Ron's question hit the nail on the head, and Harry didn't know how to investigate. Originally thought that Hagrid would give himself some hints. Unexpectedly, he was captured before they could hear anything important. After thinking for a moment, Harry made an important decision. "If it doesn't work, let's go to Lucas. Draco and him are also good friends, so he will definitely not ignore it. And Professor Dumbledore once told me that if I encounter difficulties, I could ask Lucas. He also said that he is a trustworthy person." "Are you sure that Dumbledore is not just getting too old?" Harry didn't answer Ron's question because at first he didn't want to mention it. And it has been a year since Dumbledore said that to him. It's been so long, Harry doesn't know if he should still trust Dumbledore's words from a year ago or not. When Harry and Ron had walked away, Luca's figure appeared next to Hagrid's hut. He heard the conversation between the two just now clearly. He didn't expect that Dumbledore would say that to Harry. "Am I a trustworthy person?" Repeating Dumbledore's words, Lucas laughed at himself first. Watching the beetle flying around, he waved his hand, signaling Rita to go back and get ready. He opened Pocket Watch to check the time. The exploration of the Forbidden Forest is almost done, and he was considering whether to complete the exploration of the Forbidden Forest tonight. Before he could make a decision, he realized that the magic he left on the dormitory door was touched. Tearing the space back to the dormitory, he changed his clothes and opened the door, just to see Professor Snape standing outside the door. "Mr. Grindelwald, get dressed and follow me." Professor Snape walked towards the lounge after speaking. Lucas changed back to his wizard robe again and followed him out of the Slytherin common room. "Professor, where are we going?" "Shut up, you'll know when we get there." The two hurried on their way quietly, and they reached the gate of the school in a short while. Lucas rarely comes here. The students generally enter the school from the direction of Hogsmeade Village. The gate like this one is more for visitors. Outside the gate is a very long stone bridge. Lucas followed Professor Snape up the stone bridge. At a glance, he saw the white-haired old man standing in the middle of the bridge. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. No, now he is no longer the headmaster. Chapter 126. "Headmaster, why are you here?" Dumbledore, who was looking up at the starry sky, turned to look at the blonde boy who was coming. "Lucas, will you keep our promise?" "Of course," Lucas nodded. Professor Snape, who was beside them, narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flicked back and forth between the two. He didn't expect Lucas to have an agreement with Dumbledore. Dumbledore said with a solemn expression, "I have some things to deal with recently, and I may not be able to stay at school for the time being. But the threat in the school has not disappeared, and I am very worried about Harry's safety. I know that child has become estranged from you a lot recently. You have to understand a child's vanity." Lucas smiled bitterly. "Headmaster, you seem to have forgotten that I am the same age as Harry, and I am just a child as well." "Really? But I always treat you as an adult like me." Dumbledore gave Lucas a meaningful look. "I know that Harry is investigating the Chamber of Secrets recently, and I hope you can help him at a critical moment. You know what the monster in the secret room is, and you should also understand its power." Dumbledore's words were finished when Lucas felt a biting cold feeling coming from behind him. It turns out that Mr. Grindelwald already knew what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is. Could it be that Mr. Grindelwald is the heir mentioned in the legend? "Professor Snape, I think you have misunderstood. The reason why I know is that the headmaster told me." He passed down the blame to the old man. He didn't want to have an angry Professor Snape on his case. The potions professor glanced at Dumbledore coldly and snorted heavily. Dumbledore raised his hand and said calmly, "Lucas, what do you think?" "I don't think so. Are you planning to wait until everything is over and then transfer all the credit to Harry the Savior Potter like last year?" After Lucas finished speaking, Dumbledore fell silent, and this is already the best answer. Seeing him like this, even Professor Snape let out a disdainful laugh. A few minutes passed before Dumbledore kept talking. Based on Slytherin's current house points, I think this school year's House Cup will be taken away by Slytherin again. It seems that I have to congratulate you both in advance. Headmaster, you don't think I really care about that empty trophy, do you? The reason I was so angry last year was because I didn't want everyone's hard work to go to waste. And I want to remind you that the current Slytherin house points were earned by everyone. Even without your help, the House Cup will still be ours. Luca's rebuttal had just been finished when Professor Snape's whispering voice came from behind. Mr. Grindelwald, it seems that our esteemed headmaster has nothing but sweet and greasy syrup in his brain. Let's not waste our time here. Lucas followed the advice of his own head of house. The two turned around and walked towards the door. Severus Lucas, please wait. Lucas, I remember that you put forward some additional conditions 2 months ago. You can't go back and forth like this. Oh, Tilda, I don't think I'm going back on my word, but now Harry is taking the initiative to face the basilisk. I'm very lucky. And the conditions I raised this time are not too much. I just need you to promise that I can enter the Forbidden Forest and Hogsmeade Village at any time. Snape looked at the boy beside him in surprise. He didn't expect this cunning boy to make such a simple request. Dumbledore said without any hesitation, "No problem, I promise you, but not now. In fact, I no longer have the authority of the headmaster." "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry, not to mention there is Professor Snape to testify. I believe you will not break your promise, headmaster." "Of course, what about you? What guarantees can you give me?" "How about the unbreakable vow? Let Professor Snape be the executor." The other two didn't seem to expect Lucas to be so decisive. The unbreakable vow is something used between two wizards to make a promise. If one party breaks the vow, it will lead to the death of the party who broke the vow. What are you worried about? Could it be that everything you said before was false? Seeing Lucas' scrutinizing eyes, Dumbledore nodded immediately. Okay. Lucas held Dumbledore's hand together. Professor Snape stood between them. Will you, Lucas Grindelwald, protect Harry Potter's life during this school year? I will. Will you, Albus Dumbledore, hand over the Gryffindor sword to me, and agree to give me the right to enter and leave the Forbidden Forest and Hogsmeade Village at will after I have completed my part of the deal? I will. As the vow was made, the magic of the two entangled each other around their wrists. Lucas could feel a magic power that didn't belong to him slowly flowing in his wrist. Lucas, I will leave Harry's safety in your hands. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he apparated and left. It seems he must be in a hurry to find a way to solve his troubles. Professor Snape gave Lucas a cold look, turned and walked towards the castle. Due to walking too fast, his black wizard robe floated up again. In this dark environment, he looked more like a dementor. Going back to his dorm, Lucas once again cast a spell on the door. When he walked out of the void, he had already appeared in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Through his long explorations, he had already covered most of the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, only the last area in the depths remained. If he's not wrong, this should be the territory of the werewolves. Ding, the host has obtained a new achievement. Werewolf territory, reward, 100 achievement points. Detected that the host has completed a new achievement. Explore the Forbidden Forest, reward, 3,000 achievement points. The Forbidden Forest is truly a treasure. Lucas couldn't even remember how many achievement points he had earned here. Finally completing the exploration achievement, he was actually a little bit reluctant. But there was not much time left for him to be reluctant. Accompanied by a slight sound of footsteps, more than 30 wizards came out from the depths. Except for the night of the full moon, werewolves are no different from ordinary wizards. The only difference they have is probably that they like to eat their steaks raw. You are not welcome here, little wizard. The werewolf at the head looked to be about 50 years old. Judging from his position, he seems to be the leader of this group of werewolves. Hello everyone, my name is Lucas Grindelwald, a second-year student at Hogwarts. I'm here this time to discuss a business with you. After Lucas finished speaking, several bottles of wolfsbane potion appeared in his hand. There was a commotion among the wolves, because the lure of wolfsbane potion for werewolves is huge. However, the leading middle-aged man is still very prestigious. With just a glance from him, the rioting crowd became quiet. "What business do you want to talk about?" Seeing the vigilant look in the middle-aged man's eyes, Lucas gave an appreciative look. "It's nothing, I just hope that you can do things for me in the future. If you agree, I promise to give you a full dose of wolfsbane potion every month." "Little child, who do you think you are? It's ridiculous to want us to be loyal to you." Accompanied by a roar from the middle-aged man. The werewolves behind him showed an extremely ferocious smile. "It seems that I still need to do this." After Lucas finished speaking, he waved his wand, and the fire shield was successfully cast, making the blue fire surround himself and the werewolves, not giving the middle-aged man time to react. He raised his wand and pointed at the few werewolves on the farthest edge. "Avada Kedavra." The green death beam hit a werewolf, who let out a miserable howl. Immediately afterwards, the killing curse split into 3 strands, killing another 3 people close to that werewolf. This is the killing curse developed by Salazar Slytherin. He actually turned the killing curse of a single attack into a group attack. "What now, surrender or die?" The werewolves hesitated for a moment and finally lowered their heads. Detected that the host has obtained a new achievement. Conquering werewolves. Rewards: 500 achievement points, 1,000 unique tricks for dog training. 9 lessons required for raising dogs. Seeing rewards, Lucas wants to ask the system, is this serious? If he really took out these 2 books, these werewolves might turn on him immediately, even if they have to die. Looking at the werewolves staring at him, Lucas gave the middle-aged man the wolfsbane potion brewed by Professor Snape and bought from outside. In the process, he also learned the other party's name. Andrew Holmes was once a common wizard, but one day he was accidentally bitten by a werewolf. Then he hid in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts and has been here for decades. Now I have a task for you. Do you know the centaur tribe in the forbidden forest? Andrew nodded. Of course I know them, those 4-legged guys are always nosy. That's good, your first task is to wipe out all of them. Can you do it? He didn't need to hear the answer. The bloodthirsty smiles of the werewolves had already answered him. Centaurs, these natural fortune tellers, are too troublesome to keep alive. Not long after Lucas left, the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest suffered a catastrophe. Overnight, all the centaurs were slaughtered. After the Acromantula's extermination, the centaurs followed their example and also became extinct. In the blink of an eye, the night passed, and the students in the castle didn't know that so many things happened last night. They still didn't know that their headmaster, Dumbledore, had been fired. The students who were having a delicious breakfast received a newspaper from an owl. This time, the Daily Prophet was extraordinarily generous. It seems that a newspaper was sent to all students for free. Look, the murderer has been caught. It was Hagrid and his Acromantula. Merlin's beard, this spider is really big. But Hagrid doesn't look like a bad guy. Why would he do such a thing? No matter what, as long as the Chamber of Secrets was not really opened. But why haven't the Aurors left the castle yet? Hearing someone ask this question, the noisy students all became quiet. Yeah, why are the Aurors still in school now that the danger is gone? Before they figured it out, another flock of owls flew in. This time they brought other newspapers or magazines, such as The Witch's Weekly and The Complete Book of Broomsticks. Rita Skeeter's article this time was not published in the Daily Prophet, because even if she wanted to publish it, she had no chance. But a magazine like Witch Weekly is perfectly fine. Rita's pen is still strong. Plus, there are pictures of the Ministry of Magic hunting spiders and capturing Hagrid as evidence. Setting off the questions, she raised more impartially. First of all, although the Acromantula is poisonous, it cannot petrificate people. If the murderer who attacked the students was an Acromantula, why does it only petrify students and not hurt them at all? This question has been supported by many people. Rita also criticized the actions of the Ministry of Magic in the report, saying she thinks they are just using scapegoats to deceive the majority of wizards. At the end of the article, she complained about Dumbledore's expulsion. saying that now that Hogwarts is without Dumbledore's protection, there will be no safety at all. It has to be said, Rita's pen is really powerful. Just a few articles, and she actually passed on the dissatisfaction of many parents towards Dumbledore to the Ministry of Magic. After all, it was the Ministry of Magic that finally dealt with the incident, and it was also the Ministry of Magic who had lied to everyone. Lucas looked at the article and nodded in satisfaction. As for Minister Fudge, he was afraid that he must not be so happy at the moment. Indeed, Fudge has already dropped all the things that can be smashed in the office at this moment. This poisonous woman, I must have her arrested. Time passed, and February started without knowing it. The name Rita Skeeter has been making a splash these days. Not only did the sales of Witch Weekly skyrocket, it also made Fudge have to fire some people in order to shirk responsibility and divert the anger of the wizards. Vinda Rosier received a commission from Lucas. Soon, some of their own people were arranged to work in the Ministry of Magic. Although they are all idlers, Lucas does not dislike them. Food has to be eaten one bite at a time, and the road has to be walked step by step. When Voldemort returns the year after next, he is confident that he will be able to take down the entire ministry in one fell swoop. Lucas, have you heard? That guy Lockhart is going to do something again. It seems that he said he is trying to boost morale. Hearing Hermione's words, Lucas immediately thought of Valentine's Day, and letting out a long sigh, he prayed that Lockhart wouldn't bother him that day. At this time, he saw Ginny Weasley. After not paying attention to her for a while, Ginny's face has become very pale. Looking at the way she walks slowly and weakly, Lucas knew that this was a sign of too much vitality being absorbed. If this continues, Ginny Weasley will pass out due to the lack of vitality. That means the drama of the year is about to begin, and the young version of the Dark Lord, Tom Marvolo Riddle, is about to appear. Chapter 127. With Dumbledore leaving Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall, being the deputy headmistress, took charge of school affairs temporarily. Although the Ministry of Magic insists that the Acromantula was the culprit who attacked the students. But Professor McGonagall does not believe it. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets was not eliminated. So under her leadership, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry implemented the strictest curfew system ever. Also, Professor McGonagall canceled this year's Quidditch Cup. This annoyed Harry, who wanted to get the cup for Gryffindor. Over the past month, Harry and Ron have not given up on their investigation. It's just that with Luca's advance notice, Hermione mostly avoided them. As for the two, using their own abilities to investigate information about the basilisk. If they really do it, Lucas is even willing to forgo the latter plan as a reward. It wouldn't be impossible to make Harry famous again. But the question is, can the two of them do it? February 14th, Valentine's Day. Such a beautiful day, spoiled from the morning by that idiot Lockhart. Looking at the big pink flowers on the walls around the Great Hall, Lucas felt like it was an insult to his eyes. At this moment, colorful heart-shaped confetti floated down from the ceiling, making him let out a sigh. Suppressing the discomfort, he sat in his seat. What, no appetite? He asked the surrounding Slytherins. Oh, this is the worst Valentine's Day I've ever had. After speaking, Blaise Zabini picked a scrap of paper out of his pumpkin juice. Pansy Parkinson frowned in anger with her eyes fixed on Lockhart at the teacher's table. This idiot, I really want to hit him with a killing curse. Wow, Tilda Pansy, we support you, please act quickly. That's right, Pansy. We will definitely ask our family to help you feel better in Azkaban. We might even help to break you out if you really do it. Pansy rolled her eyes at everyone, then picked up the apple on the table and took a bite. Watching the little snakes joking with each other, Lucas chuckled and turned his gaze to the teacher's seat. The atmosphere in the teacher's seat was very pessimistic. Lockhart was wearing a pink robe with his trademark shining smile on his face. He looked down at the little wizards below. The other professors beside him all had very ugly faces, especially Professor Snape. Seeing the way he gritted his teeth, Lucas was worried that he would suddenly explode and take out his wand to curse Lockhart. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Seeing that the seats were almost full, Lockhart got up and congratulated everyone loudly. So far, I have received cards from 46 people, and I would like to express my gratitude to them. That's right, I prepared this little surprise for everyone on my own initiative, and of course it's more than that. Lockhart clapped his hands when he finished. The door of the Great Hall opened, and a group of sullen-faced dwarfs came in a file. What is unacceptable is that these dwarves carry golden wings on their backs and hold harps in their hands. Let's welcome the little cupids in kind. Lockhart was the first to applaud. Today they will wander around the campus and send Valentine's Day cards to you. And of course, I believe my colleagues are also willing to actively participate. You might ask Professor Snape how to whip up a love potion. If you think that's not enough, you can also seek the help of Professor Flitwick. He knows more entrancing enchantments than anyone I have met, that sly old dog. Professor Flitwick squeezed his eyes shut, trying to keep himself breathing deeply. It could be seen that the dueling champion was suppressing his temper. As for Professor Snape, he looked at everyone present with his cold, empty eyes. The meaning revealed in the eyes is very obvious. Whoever dares to go to him for advice on how to make a love potion better be prepared to suffer the consequences. Lockhart finished what he wanted to say and sat back in his seat contentedly. Following shortly after, those dwarves with sullen faces walked towards their respective targets. "You are Harry Potter." Harry, who was eating, was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the little man beside him, he subconsciously nodded. Poor fellow Savior couldn't have known what's going to happen next. The dwarf took the harp in his hand and said, "I have a message to you with music." So saying, the dwarf played the harp in his hand. It's just that the tone it pops up doesn't seem to be called a tune. His eyes are like Green's balls of yarn. His hair is like a black mop. He is a warrior in my heart. My boy who lived. I want you, Harry Potter. Harry was dying to find a place to hide right now. This is simply the scene of a large-scale social death. Looking at the little man who turned and left after reading the message, he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw people around staring at him with a smile on their faces, his cheeks suddenly turned red. Stupid Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart would never have imagined that the famous Harry Potter would naturally swear. Soon, there were various exclamations in the Great Hall, and many students were happily watching the excitement. In the next second, they realized that it had turned into a lively scene. There was chaos as a lot of students began to flee the room because they were worried of being humiliated like Harry. But doing so won't help, because these nasty little dwarfs will chase you to finish reading the message, and their voices were super heavenly. Blaise Zabini gave the dwarfs a worried look. "I say, Chief, why don't we leave as soon as possible?" "Why, isn't this very lively?" Blaise smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a dwarf walking towards them. Don't be me, please just don't be me." His prayers seemed to have been answered as the dwarf passed by him without stopping. The eyes of everyone followed the figure of the dwarf curiously, until he stopped beside their chief. "Are you Lucas Grindelwald?" Tilda bangs Tilda. The little man had just finished speaking when Lucas pulled out his wand and turned him into a squirrel. The squirrel looked at its body in panic, then turned and ran out of the Great Hall. "Oh, Tilda, Mr. Grindelwald, it's not good of you to do something like this. You can't reject someone's love. Professor Lockhart, if you continue, I'll turn you into a female squirrel and turn all the dwarfs you find into males." Looking into Luca's cold eyes, Lockhart smiled awkwardly and sat back in his seat. The rest of the day, the dwarves ignored the classroom discipline and broke into the classrooms at will to deliver messages or greeting cards. This annoyed the other professors very much. They just hoped the day would pass quicker. The last class in the afternoon, Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall looked at everyone and said, "I have good news for everyone. The Quidditch Cup is going to return. It is possible to go to Hogsmeade Village to play. Dumbledore is back. Could it be that you caught the real heir?" The students below the podium gave full play to their imagination, but they were all rejected by Professor McGonagall shaking her head. "I just received a message from Professor Sprout that the mandrakes are mature and can be harvested tonight. Professor Snape will brew the restoration draft overnight. Tomorrow morning, you will be able to see your friends back with you. This is really good news for everyone. But this also means that tonight may be when Ginny is brought into the Chamber of Secrets. After class, Lucas joined Hermione and Cho Chang to tell them that if Harry comes to ask, they can tell him the answer directly. Sure enough, it was exactly what Lucas thought. It wasn't long before the two girls returned to Ravenclaw Tower that Harry and Ron went to ask Hermione for help. Hermione told them where in the library they could find the information straight to the point, and they found the information of the basilisk as they wished. The legend says, anyone who sees the eyes of the basilisk will die immediately. Harry, Mrs. Norris looks exactly as described in the book. Then why didn't the others die? Ron asked himself the answer. This question bothered Harry as well. But when he looked at his own reflection on the window, he immediately understood the reason. The two excitedly recorded the information they found, and when they left the library, they realized that it was already pitch black outside. The two of them couldn't care less. They needed to find Professor McGonagall as soon as possible and tell her about the basilisk. But when they arrived at the door of her office, they discovered that all the professors were basically there. Looking at the dignified expressions of the professors, it seemed that something bad happened again. The heir attacked again, and this time he also took a student away. Professor McGonagall's voice came from the office. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sound of breathing in the office. The message on the wall clearly says, "Her bones will remain in the chamber forever," which is too bad. Professor McGonagall said the heir's message verbatim. Immediately afterwards, the duo of Harry and Ron heard Professor Hooch's voice. "Who is that student?" "It's Ginny Weasley." It wasn't just the professors who were surprised to hear the name. Even Harry and Ron outside the door were taken aback. Especially Ron. His eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he just heard. Immediately afterwards, he looked at his friend, eyes full of anxiety. Chapter 128. Harry signaled Ron to be silent. Just when the two were planning to continue eavesdropping, there was the sound of hurried footsteps at the far end of the corridor. Gilderoy Lockhart came hurriedly from a distance. As soon as he entered the office, he apologized loudly to everyone. "Sorry, I overslept. What's the situation now?" "Oh, Tilda, the right candidate has come. Professor Lockhart just came. A student was captured by the monster and taken into the chamber. It's time for you to show off your brilliance." Lockhart paled instantly, then he looked at the speaking Professor Snape and asked with an ugly smile. "Professor Snape, you just I." "That's right, Professor Lockhart. Didn't you say before that you knew where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was?" Professor Sprout chimed in. Lockhart was sputtering at the moment. Professor Flitwick also got up from his stool. "You also said that you know what the chamber monster is." The professors did not give Lockhart a chance to speak at all. They've had enough of this arrogant, incompetent, self-aggrandizing idiot. Faced with such persecution, a bead of sweat slowly oozed from Lockhart's brow. After wiping it hastily, he said dryly, "I think everyone may have misunderstood." "That's it, Professor Lockhart. Tonight is an excellent opportunity for you to show your talents, and we promise not to let anyone disturb you. Make sure you come face to face with the monster alone for a heroic duel." Professor McGonagall gave the final word. As the deputy headmistress, it was not easy for Lockhart to refuse her words. "All right then, I'll go to my office to get ready." With that, Lockhart turned and fled from the room. Seeing his ever-accelerating pace, it was obvious that he didn't intend to go to the Chamber of Secrets. Professor McGonagall sighed and said in a slightly sad tone, "All the students must be sent home tomorrow. Hogwarts is over, and it might never open again. Professors, go back to your respective houses, tell the students the truth, get them ready to leave by train tomorrow morning." The expressions of the professors were equally sad. However, they still followed the arrangement of Professor McGonagall. They all got up and walked to their respective house common rooms. Harry and Ron ran to the room in the dungeons, where they usually met. Ron couldn't keep himself calm. "Harry, what should we do? Ginny, she's been taken." Professor McGonagall said that the heir is going to kill Ginny. Oh no, I should have paid more attention to Ginny that day. She was clearly trying to tell me something, but I carelessly ignored her. Looking at his friend pacing worriedly, Harry stepped forward and pressed a hand on his shoulder. Calm down, Ron, there should be something we can do. How? Ron looked at his friend in confusion. Harry said with firm eyes, yes, we might have a solution. As you heard just now, Professor Lockhart was assigned to deal with the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, so let's ask him for help. Ron's expression became hesitant. Most Hogwarts students are aware by now that Lockhart is an incompetent douchebag. Only some little witches who are obsessed with his appearance still take him seriously. Not only him, of course, but also Lucas. Hearing Harry name another person he hates, Ron frowned even tighter. Ron, there's no time to hesitate now. Think about Ginny, and think about the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. You don't think the two of us can handle the basilisk, do you? Seeing Ron shaking his head, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Go back and inform your big brothers, and let Percy inform Mrs. Weasley. They should all know about Ginny. Watching Ron run towards the upper levels of the castle, Harry took a deep breath and walked towards the Slytherin common room. There is a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and anyone who sees the eyes of the basilisk will die instantly. Although Harry was reckless, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could handle a dangerous creature like a basilisk unless he had no choice. On the other hand, the powerful Lucas should have no problem. Dumbledore said that too. If you get stuck, ask Lucas for help. Harry looked in the direction of the Slytherin common room. The glasses refracted the light on the wall, making it impossible to see his eyes clearly. It is even more impossible to understand his true emotions at the moment. Slytherin common room. Since Professor Snape came to explain the situation, everyone returned to their dormitories to pack up their trunks. As children from wizarding families, the Slytherins are well aware that this time if Hogwarts is closed, there is probably no chance to open it again. Many people acted very sad. Lucas was left alone in the lounge, waiting for Harry to arrive. Ginny had just entered the Chamber of Secrets, and the basilisk Medusa notified him. Lucas was very sure that Harry would definitely come to find him as a powerful help. No matter what his purpose is. Tilde ding 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 tilde. A signal came from the entrance door. Lucas got up and straightened his wizard robes, stepping up to the door. Harry. Lucas, I need your help. Harry's eyes were so helpless at the moment. He told him the news of Ginny's kidnapping, and then looked into Lucas' eyes and asked, You know about the basilisk too, don't you? Seeing Lucas nod, Harry confirmed his guess. Since Hermione knows that there is a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, Lucas had no reason not to know. It's just that he didn't understand why Lucas didn't tell Dumbledore the news. Looking at Lucas, who had a smile on his lips, Harry took it for granted that Lucas wanted to get Dumbledore out of school as much as Mr. Malfoy. I've heard about the situation from Professor Snape, so what do you want? Lucas, I know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is, and I want you to join me to deal with the basilisk. Harry thought for a while after saying these words, and added, You should also want to rescue Ginny, right? Faced with such a clumsy method, although Lucas was disdainful, he nodded cooperatively. Of course, I'll go back and prepare first. Where shall we gather? In the women's bathroom on the second floor, Myrtle said that she heard someone talking there when she died, and then the basilisk appeared, so the bathroom must be the entrance to the chamber. The two came to an agreement, and Harry quickly ran upstairs to wait for Ron to arrive. Once he arrived, the two rushed to Gilderoy Lockhart's office. Oh, Harry, I'm a little busy right now. I'm afraid I can't entertain you, sorry. Lockhart was about to close the door after speaking, but he was forcibly stopped by the two boys. Professor, we are here to ask for your help. But it's really inconvenient for me now. The half of Lockhart's face exposed outside the door was pale and full of tension. But seeing the determined eyes of the two, he still compromised and opened the door. The two entered the office. Looking at the scattered clothes and suitcases, Ron immediately said, Professor, are you leaving? I suddenly received an urgent notice that I need to deal with some very important matters. Very urgent. What about my sister? Sorry, I'm really sorry about this, but there's a lot of urging over there, and I have to get there right away." Looking at the suitcase on the ground, Harry suddenly said, "You want to escape." Lockhart paused. "Well, it is true. But you are the professor of defense against the dark arts. Guys, you know, when I signed my employment contract, it didn't say I would have to." Although he didn't say anything later, they still understood his meaning. "But you are a great hero who defeated many monsters." "Harry, books can be deceiving," Lockhart said slyly. At this time, he has already finished packing his suitcase. Carrying a big suitcase, Lockhart turned to look at the two of them. "Okay, let's say goodbye, but before that, I need to do something." After that, he drew out his wand and pointed it at them. Just then, a cold voice came from outside the door. "Expelliarmus." A powerful spell knocked Lockhart into the air as his wand fell into Luca's hands. "Are you all right?" They shook their heads, and Ron looked at Luca's with complicated eyes. He felt really uncomfortable being saved by someone he despises so much. They did not continue to waste time. Lucas pointed his wand at Lockhart and forced him to follow Harry to the women's bathroom on the second floor. When Harry used Parseltongue to open the Chamber of Secrets entrance, Lockhart's eyes filled with surprise. "Professor, don't just stay there, it's your turn next." Don't wait for him to figure out what it means. Lucas had already raised his leg and kicked him down the passage Spartan style. The three of them stood above and listened to his scream. After making sure that Lockhart landed safely, the three of them jumped into the pipeline one by one. Lucas took a step back on purpose when he came to the familiar cave. Lockhart was holding a wand and aiming it at everyone including him. Chapter 129. Lockhart looked smug when he obtained a wand. After Lucas slid out of the pipe, he pointed his wand at him right away. "Don't move, Mr. Grindelwald. I know you are very powerful, but if you dare to act rashly, I can't guarantee that I will not hurt you. Now throw the wands in your hands at me." Lucas took a careful look at the wand in Lockhart's hand and discovered it was not the broken wand of Ron-like in the original book. He looked suspiciously at the two boys beside him and saw Harry lowering his head in annoyance and self-blame. "Drop your wand quickly." Along with Lockhart's urging voice, Harry and Ron saw a wand being thrown. Turning to look at Lucas, they saw that he seemed indifferent. "Grindelwald, what do you mean? How are we going to save Ginny without a wand?" Lucas didn't get a chance to answer because Lockhart started laughing and taunting them first. "You don't have to worry about this. Everyone will know when you get out of here that we came a step late and failed to save the girl. The three of you also lost your minds because of seeing her mangled dead body. And I successfully repelled the basilisk and rescued you from the Chamber of Secrets, so who should I start with now? Why not start with Mr. Harry Potter?" Seeing Lockhart raise his wand, Harry and Ron became very tense, thinking they were truly done for this time. Ron even lowered his head in surrender. At this moment, something unexpected happened in front of the two of them. Lockhart suddenly bent over, clutching his stomach. Under the surprised gaze of the two, there was a lot of blood on his robes. Lucas reached out and recalled his wand. Then he rewarded Lockhart with an overpowered flipendo. The huge force lifted the stupid peacock into the air. He did a triple flip and was slammed into the stone wall fiercely. The subterranean cave that existed for thousands of years began to shake, and stones began to fall from overhead. Lucas summoned Harry's wand, stuffed it into his hand, and kicked him out. Watching Lucas and Ron surrounded by stones, Harry shouted anxiously, "Ron, Lucas, are you all right?" "We're fine, Harry, but Lockhart's in a bad situation. You go save Ginny first. We'll be there later." As soon as Ron finished speaking, he was knocked unconscious by a stone falling on his head. Harry, who saw the situation from the cracks in the stone, was even more anxious. At this time, Lucas came to the opposite side of the stone crevice. He stared into Harry's eyes and said, "Weasley's words are correct. You should go to rescue Ginny Weasley now. Leave this to me, don't worry." After saying that, Lucas turned and walked towards Ron. Seeing that Ron has a friend who is taking good care of himself, Harry felt relieved and walked towards the secret room. But he didn't know that just after he left, Lucas immediately threw Ron aside and even cast a stunning charm on him. Seeing Lockhart's bleeding wound, Lucas held up his wand mercifully. Vulnera Senenter. This spell is a counter-curse specially created by Professor Snape for Sectum Sempra. The advantages of Sectum Sempra have been mentioned many times, but it seems that it has never been said that it is a reversible spell with a counter-curse. What is a counter-curse? It can be understood as a spell specially used to restrain Sectum Sempra. So why is this an advantage? Because except for the counter-curse, other spells cannot restrain the wound caused by it. In other words, the wound caused by Sectum Sempra, neither potions nor various healing spells will have any effect. The only effective one is the Vulnera Senenter spell created by Professor Snape. The wound on Lockhart's stomach healed quickly, then Lucas pointed his wand at his head and said, "Obliviate." Lockhart's eyes went blank as Lucas directly cleared all his memories. It is his punishment for deceiving the world, and he must admit that it also felt really good. After doing the world a massive favor, he leisurely strolled towards the pile of rubble that blocked the way ahead. With the void escape magic, Lucas passed through the stone pile with ease. When he arrived at the Chamber of Secrets, the young Voldemort was writing his name in the air with his wand. Harry watched the letters reform in the air, forming a dramatic self-introduction in front of him. "I am Lord Voldemort." Voldemort, Harry looked at the ghost-like boy in front of him in surprise. "Yes, Voldemort is my past, present, and future." Riddle brushed Harry's hair aside with his wand. "I'm curious, how can a baby without any magical talent repel the greatest wizard of all time?" "You're not the greatest wizard, Dumbledore is." Just as Harry finished speaking, an ethereal melody sounded in the secret room. It is rumored that the singing of the phoenix can give courage to those who are pure in heart, and it can also increase the fear in the hearts of evil people. Lucas, who is hidden by the side, watched Fawkes appearing in midair with a playful look in his eyes. It's really such a big coincidence that this phoenix came here. As Tom saw Fawkes flying toward them, his expression was full of vigilance. Of course he wasn't afraid of the phoenix. It is the owner of the phoenix, Albus Dumbledore, who he is afraid of. But seeing the phoenix just threw down a battered sorting hat, he had a mocking look on his face. Is this Dumbledore's gift to his champion, a singing bird and a dirty hat? After laughing, Riddle started walking towards the giant statue of Salazar Slytherin's face. He also recounted how he manipulated Ginny to kill Hagrid's roosters, how he made her write on the wall with rooster blood. In the end, he explained how he forced Ginny to release the basilisk. Unfortunately, little Ginny seemed to have noticed something unusual, and she no longer trusted her diary. "Of course, I didn't want to listen to the stupid thoughts of an 11-year-old girl every day. By the way, I haven't told you yet, this girl's heart is not about you, Harry Potter." Hearing Tom's ridicule, Harry's expression became very ugly. Of course he knew who Ginny liked and admired. "Enough, Voldemort, let Ginny go." "Oh, Tilda, that's not okay. Not only will she die today, but you will never leave either." Tom opened his arms and spoke in Parseltongue facing the statue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth snapped open, revealing the basilisk coming from within. Its huge body fell to the ground, and even made the entire room tremble. Harry was running for the door long before the basilisk came out. Feeling the vibration under his feet, he just wanted to find a place to hide quickly where the basilisk couldn't find him. He didn't dare to turn his head, and was even more afraid of seeing the basilisk's eyes. "Harry Potter, you should have discovered a long time ago that we are actually very similar, both half-bloods, both raised by those disgusting muggles. We also share the gift of Parseltongue. But you believed in the wrong person. Let me see your skills next." "Kill him," Riddle ordered the basilisk in Parseltongue. The basilisk turned its head to look at Lucas, who was hidden aside. "Go girl, play." Luca's voice rang in Medusa's mind. She nodded and quickly chased in Harry's direction. The pipes in the secret room extend in all directions. Driven consciously by the basilisk, it didn't take long for Harry to run back to the original place. Lucas then drew his wand, making the sorting hat fly towards Harry. He was waiting for the Gryffindor sword to be drawn. All his hope to find the last secret room is on that naughty sword. Harry took the sorting hat, not sure what the hell Dumbledore wanted him to do with the battered, dirty hat he had given himself. The moment he was in a daze, a light flashed in front of his eyes. Looking at the hilt of the sword slowly appearing in the sorting hat. As if grasping for a life-saving straw, Harry stretched out his hand and pulled it out. The sword of Gryffindor returns to the world. The Phoenix song sounded again, and Fawkes reappeared with firelight. The sharp claws and beak were preparing for an attack, and its target was the behemoth entrenched below. Medusa looked up into the sky. A bird and a snake looked at each other. Seeing that a big war is about to break out, a sudden, low voice came from the quiet secret room. Avada Kedavra. Green light hit the Phoenix in midair, and Fawkes turned into a flame without even realizing it. Looking at the ashes on the ground, Lucas knew that in a short while the Phoenix would rise from the ashes. Who? Riddle looked towards the direction where the killing curse flew out from, and the footsteps of a third person sounded in the secret room. Watching Lucas slowly reveal his figure, Harry said in surprise, "Lucas, where's Ron? Is he all right?" Seeing that Harry meeting himself was actually showing such a reaction, Lucas sighed. "Harry, hand me the Gryffindor sword in your hand." Harry looked at the sword in his hand, then at Lucas, who was walking towards him, and finally noticed that something was wrong. "Why did you attack Fawkes just now, and why did you use the killing curse?" "Harry, I don't want to explain this to you now. Give me the sword in your hand." Harry hastily hid the Gryffindor sword behind his back. It looked like he wasn't going to listen to Lucas. "What a hassle." Lucas' helpless voice rang in Harry's ear, then he was hit by a white light. "Petrificus totalis. I guess you are no stranger to this spell." As soon as Lucas finished speaking, he appeared in front of Harry. Reaching out, he took the Gryffindor sword and examined it carefully. This goblin-made sword has a crystal-clear ruby inlaid on the hilt, while the blade of the sword is bright and shiny. On one side of the sword body, the name of Godric Gryffindor is also engraved. Lucas tried to infuse magic into the blade, and found out that the sword of Gryffindor is the same as his goblin sword. Both can contain magic power and make use of it. "Hey, who are you, and why didn't the basilisk attack you?" At this time, Tom Riddle, who had been ignored for a long time, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Along with his roar, Lucas finally looked at him. Chapter 130. We meet at last Tom Riddle. Looking at Voldemort in the Slytherin robes in front of him, Lucas had to admit that Voldemort was a little handsome with a nose. He was just a bit worse than him. Riddle looked puzzled. The blonde boy in front seemed to be very familiar with him, but he is quite sure that he has never been in contact with him. "Who are you?" "Well, since you don't seem to know me, let me tell you that I am Lucas Grindelwald." "Grindelwald?" Riddle frowned. When he saw Ginny Weasley lying on the ground, he suddenly realized. "So you are the object of this little girl's crush." Lucas was very helpless. Why didn't he realize that Tom was so gossipy? Seeing that the young Voldemort still can't recognize him, he had no choice but to continue to remind him. "Tom, can you help me with my homework?" "It's you," Tom said in surprise. He will never forget this annoying guy. At the beginning, he didn't know how much homework he had done for him, but in the end, there was no benefit at all. Not only that, this guy also lost his diary. "Wait, lost?" He seemed to have sensed the problem and looked at Lucas solemnly. "You gave my diary to this little girl." Harry's eyes were full of shock as he lay paralyzed in the back. Although he can't move, it doesn't mean he can't hear. Unexpectedly, the culprit of all this turned out to be Lucas. Harry moved his eyes slowly, looking at the pile of ashes not far away. He had seen Fawkes' ability to be reborn from the ashes in the principal's office, so he knew that the killing curse cannot kill the Phoenix. And just like he thought, the little pile of ashes suddenly moved, and a small bird slightly bigger than a chick got out of it. Before Harry could be happy, though, another green light hit Fawkes. It had just been reborn when it turned into flames again, and the ashes on the ground piled up even higher. "Harry, don't have unrealistic ideas. This Phoenix won't be able to leave today. And I'm also curious about one thing. How many times can the Phoenix be reborn from the ashes? If I continue to kill it like this, will it really turn into a pile of ashes in the end? I'm so curious, why don't we try it?" Harry watched the smile on Luca's face, and his whole body felt cold. Ignoring Harry again, Lucas looked back at the young Dark Lord in front of him. What were we just talking about? Oh yes, speaking of abandoning you, actually you misunderstood, I just returned you to Ginny Weasley. Hey Tilda, Riddle suddenly laughed softly. The laughter grew louder, and then into a big mocking laugh. I never thought that Dumbledore would tolerate someone like you in Hogwarts. He is really too old. Lucas shrugged, seeming to agree with what Tom just said. Then why doesn't the basilisk attack you? It wasn't like that 50 years ago. Riddle's question, Harry was also very curious about it. He even wondered why Lucas was alright standing opposite the basilisk. Lucas noticed the curious eyes of the two, and glanced at Medusa with a chuckle. The basilisk understood, and twisted her body to come behind him. Because we are friends. While speaking, Lucas opened the eye of Medusa, but as a Horcrux, Tom was not petrified. Watching two pairs of snake pupils, one big and one small, appear in front of him, he understood immediately. Compared to his identity as the heir of Slytherin. Obviously, it is easier for the same kind to win the favor of the basilisk. Although he knew that Riddle might have misunderstood something, Lucas didn't intend to explain himself to clear the misunderstanding. Rubbing his chin, he took a few steps around Riddle. Your state is really troublesome. Hearing these words, Riddle looked a little smug. That's right, I'm connected to Ginny Weasley. What can you do? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a group of red flames appeared in front of him. Feeling the threat from the flames, Riddle's face instantly became ugly. But what surprised him was that Lucas actually put the fiendfire back. It wasn't that hard to save Ginny Weasley. A bit of fiendfire, or letting Medusa bite the diary with her fangs, could solve this problem. It's just that Lucas is greedy for the other party's soul power. But if he absorbs Riddle's soul power, Ginny's vitality might dissipate instead of returning to her body, and that's why Lucas felt it was a little troublesome. Under the puzzled gazes of Riddle and Harry, Lucas crouched down and held Ginny in his arms. Then he looked coldly at Riddle, who was standing not far away. Life steal, void devouring. Without waiting for Riddle to react, the ground under his feet became a void, and a group of purple-black arms stretched out, dragging him into the void. At the same time, Lucas passed all the absorbed vitality to Ginny. The other hand was not idle either. Soul devouring hit Tom at the same time. Feeling the power of his soul getting weaker and weaker, Tom finally showed a panicked expression. Once the void closed again, Ginny in Luca's arms was no longer as cold as ice, and her body temperature had basically returned to normal levels. Swallowing the purple soul crystal in his hand, Lucas went to the black diary and said, Harry, do you know why I want this Gryffindor sword? Harry couldn't speak at the moment. He found it hard to even blink. Looking at the other person's current appearance, Lucas smiled slightly. The sword of Gryffindor appeared in his hand at some unknown time. This sword is the most successful alchemy weapon created by the goblins. Its most special feature is that it can absorb any substance that is beneficial to itself. As Lucas spoke, he raised the sword, and the basilisk Medusa opened her mouth wide, letting a drop of transparent venom fall from her fang. The Gryffindor sword slowly absorbed the venom that fell on its blade. In this way, it has the properties of the basilisk venom. It also has the ability to destroy Horcruxes. Having explained this to Harry, Lucas suddenly raised the Gryffindor sword and pinned it to the diary with his backhand. A puff of black smoke rose from the diary, and Tom Riddle's distorted expression appeared in the thick smoke. This is where Horcruxes are special. If the Horcrux is not destroyed or disassembled like Lucas does, the soul fragments inside can never be destroyed. Lucas just absorbed part of Riddle's soul power when he defeated the Shade. Ding, congratulations to the progress of the host series of achievements. Destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes, 3-7, reward, 500 achievement points. Finishing dealing with Voldemort's Horcrux, Lucas needs to take care of the following aftermath. Don't think his nonchalant act just now is just for a show, because while it seems that he has exposed his true colors in front of the two of them, it won't really affect him. In fact, he knew it in his heart. The shard of Tom Riddle's soul was destined to be annihilated. And Harry? He will not remember all this. He will only remember his brave battle against the basilisk and destroying Voldemort's plot once again. And finally, together with Lucas, they successfully rescued Ginny from the Chamber of Secrets. Seeing Lucas walking towards him step by step, Harry suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "Harry, when did you get jealous of me?" Hearing what Lucas said, Harry's eyes were filled with shock. Lucas smiled and continued, "I think it was around Halloween, or earlier. Let me guess, maybe it's the news that I've become the Slytherin chief. Or maybe it's because Draco used my broom and snatched the golden snitch from you." Looking at Harry's increasingly surprised eyes, Lucas sighed. "Harry, I regard you as a friend, you shouldn't be jealous of me. Did you know, my father gave me a very precious present for my birthday during the summer vacation. It's called the Curse of Desire. It's a very ancient black magic. Do you know the Mirror of Eris? That magic was cast on that mirror. It's just that the person who cast the spell doesn't seem to want to arouse people's deepest desires, so the effect of the magic is weakened, so that the mirror can only arouse people's desires while they are in front of it." Seeing Harry's terrified eyes, Lucas smiled and said, "That's right, I used it on you on the night of the Death Day party, and it seems to have worked quite well. This kind of you is beneficial to what I have to do later. I'm sorry, my friend, but I can guarantee that no one can hurt you during the 7 years of school. Okay, the chat is over, you shouldn't know. I need to delete it, sorry friend. Goodbye, friend." He didn't give time for Harry to digest his words. The last thing Harry saw was Lucas raising his wand and pointing it at his forehead. Immediately afterwards, a gentle voice came from next to his ear. "Obliviate. The memory charm can delete the target's memory, and can also add false memories to the target." Lucas would never have done this before. After all, his memory charm would have easily been spotted by Dumbledore. But thanks to a bonus obtained after the awakening of the charm's talent, his memory charm barely reached the full level effect. Lucas slightly modified Harry's memory, according to the plot of the original book. Certainly, he deleted the scene of Harry being poisoned, and finally using the basilisk fangs to destroy the diary. In Harry's memory, he ended up heroically killing the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor and destroying the journal. After finishing all this, Lucas came to Ginny Weasley again and also modified her memory slightly. With everything finally settled, he knocked Harry unconscious. Looking at the basilisk beside him, he said, "Okay, let's prepare for the aftermath. We can't really let the Savior get a reputation that doesn't belong to him." Chapter 131. The basilisk Medusa seemed to understand that she was about to leave this place, where she had lived for many years. But she was ready to live in a new home, and didn't seem the slightest bit reluctant to leave. She even kept hitting the ground with her tail to show her excitement. "Lucas, let's go, I can't wait to meet new friends." The reason why the basilisk said so was because Lucas told her that no creature in the secret garden will be hurt by her eyes. After entering, she can finally meet new friends with confidence and boldness. As the master of the secret garden, Lucas can set the rules for the basilisk's eyes. This also made him feel the power of Helga Hufflepuff again. She opened up a small world where all creatures living in it must abide by the rules set by the Space Master. Lucas felt it was a pity that he didn't live more than 1,000 years ago, otherwise he would have been able to meet the founders. He came to the basilisk again. "Can you make your body smaller?" "Small? I don't know, I think it should work." The reason why Lucas asked was because he discovered that some of the pipes here were actually not as thick as he had imagined. But the basilisk has lived for 1,000 years, so it is impossible to only have the current size, so it is likely that it subconsciously kept its body within the range allowed by the pipe. Under Lucas' gaze, the body of the basilisk gradually shrank. In the end, it turned into a big snake with the thickness of an arm and a length of 4 or 5 meters. "Is that all right?" "No problem, let's go." Lucas held out his palm, and Medusa put her head in his palm knowingly. Just a blink of an eye, and the Chamber of Secrets was left with only Harry and Ginny lying on the ground. After a while, Lucas reappeared in place carrying a large package in his hand. Looking at the edges and corners inside, it looks like there are a lot of wooden sticks inside. He glanced at the two sleeping people to make sure that the two of them won't be able to wake up in a short time. Lucas walked into the Slytherin statue with the package. After setting everything up, he patted the dust off his hands, looking at the huge, snake-shaped skeleton in front of him. This snake skeleton was left by a giant python in the secret garden, and it should have been dead for a long time because the bones had become brittle. It just happened to be perfect to replace the basilisk. After some time, Harry woke up confused, but then he suddenly remembered what happened. Tom Riddle, the diary, and the basilisk, all those memories came flooding back. Ginny. He got up from the ground and looked aside anxiously, but finding Ginny lying shyly in Luca's arms, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart, like he lost something important. But he was still relieved to see that Ginny was fine. Lucas, you're here. Where's Ron? Where's Professor Lockhart? They're fine. You didn't return for a long time, so I came to have a look. Harry frowned and asked, where's the basilisk? Where's Voldemort? What basilisk? What does it have to do with Voldemort? When I came here, there were only the two of you, and the diary was the only other thing. Harry followed Luca's gaze, and the familiar diary appeared in sight. He hurried over to open it and look through it, but nothing unusual was found. Harry stroked the diary where it had been pierced by the sword. Then he took another look at the place where he had just been lying down and saw the Gryffindor sword quietly placed there. Confirming that everything was the same as in his memory, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing happened, let's leave quickly. When he said this, Harry's expression was slightly smug. He turned and picked up the Gryffindor sword and the sorting hat. Just when he was about to leave, suddenly they heard some cries from the side and saw as Fawkes crawled out of the ashes. Harry's face was full of self-blame. I'm so sorry, Fawkes. I didn't expect Voldemort to use the killing curse on you. Fortunately, you are a phoenix. Picking up Fawkes, Harry walked out of the secret room without looking back. As for Ginny behind him, isn't there Lucas to help take care of her? Lucas looked at the frail baby phoenix in Harry's arms and once again verified his guess. Phoenix rebirth also needs to consume energy, and this energy is accumulated in the process of its growth. Since Fawkes was hit twice by Lucas with the killing curse, this second rebirth time was obviously longer than the first one. Moreover, after rebirth, he was not as energetic as the first time and seemed very weak. Once again, he confirmed some valuable knowledge. Lucas looked at Ginny Weasley contentedly. Ginny, are you all right? Can you stand up? Ginny blushed at his gentle tone and nodded slowly, then shook her head quickly, but didn't say whether she could stand up or not. Seeing this, Lucas smiled, got up and hugged the little girl in his arms. Looking at his face close up, Ginny shyly buried her head in Lucas' arms. When the two reached the pipe they entered from, Harry and Ron had been waiting for a long time. Ginny, are you okay? Although Ron is a jealous git and has a bad temper, he still cares a lot about his family. Just after leaving Lucas' arms, Ginny was still a little bit lost. Hearing her brother's inquiry, she nodded absently. I'm fine, thanks to Mr. Grindelwald for taking care of me. After saying that, she secretly glanced at Lucas. Unexpectedly, the other party just happened to be looking at her with a small smile. Seeing the smile on the corner of Lucas' mouth, Ginny shyly hid behind Ron. Ron is normally at odds with Lucas, but since the blonde boy did help to save his sister this time, he walked up to him slowly and said very softly, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Humph, Ron snorted coldly, took his sister's hand and walked to Harry's side. At the moment, Harry was watching to see if they could climb up the pipe, but didn't find any way of doing it, so they were stuck. "Harry, what's in your hand?" Seeing Ron staring at Fawkes curiously, Harry explained it to him. Knowing that it was a phoenix, Ron's eyes lit up. "Why don't you let it go out and report the news?" "I heard that phoenixes have the ability to teleport through space with their fire." "No, Ron, don't you see Fawkes is already weak?" Looking at the dozing phoenix in Harry's arms, Ron scratched his head with an awkward smile. Just when everyone was at a loss, there was a rustling sound coming from the pipe. It seemed that someone was sliding from above. When the sound became clearer, they quickly moved aside to make room for whoever was coming, and after a moment, they saw a platinum head emerge from the dark pipe. Draco Malfoy, This guy who had been petrified for nearly 2 months suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Draco, Harry called out the other person's name in surprise, and the two hugged each other. Draco also comforted Harry, saying that he was fine. Just as the two of them finished talking about the recent events, Luca's voice came from beside them. "Oh, Tilda, I'm so glad to see you again, Draco." Draco looked at his best friend, standing not far away, and walked towards him. There was also a hug, and Draco asked softly in Luca's ear, "Is everything resolved?" "Of course." After a short hug, Draco untied the rope around his waist. "Professors are ready on the top, let's go up." He handed the rope to Harry, and looked at Lockhart, who was lying aside and giggling stupidly. "What's wrong with this idiot?" "Draco, be polite. Although he is indeed an idiot now, he's still better than before, so you can't say that about him." Hearing Luca's teasing remarks, Draco was even more puzzled. Harry kindly explained it to him, but the spoken version is of course the same as in the original. Lucas had already modified Harry and Ron's memories. There will be no mistakes like this. Everyone tried their best and finally climbed up through the lengthy pipeline. Being the last to come up, Lucas was also responsible for bringing Lockhart up with magic. "Professor McGonagall, I defeated the heir is Voldemort, and the basilisk, I defeated the basilisk, with this sword in my hand." Harry looked extremely agitated at the moment, not caring about the occasion. In front of all the professors and many students, he briefly talked about the events that transpired in the Chamber of Secrets. Looking at his excited look, Professor McGonagall hastened to appease him. Everyone was naturally happy when they heard that the basilisk was eliminated. Lucas even saw Professor Snape look at the pipe several times. He was probably very tempted by the materials on the basilisk. It's a pity that it didn't wait for a few professors to send someone down to check, and the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets closed again by itself. Harry, who ran around for a long time, also fainted at this time, and afterwards he spent several days in the infirmary. A lot happened during this time. First of all, after the crisis was lifted, Hogwarts returned to normal with the Quidditch matches and visits to Hogsmeade being brought back. It's just that because the final exam is approaching, the students are no longer that interested in participating in these activities. Then the news that the Chamber of Secrets was opened was published again in the newspaper. Rita Skeeter's powerful pen has silenced the Ministry of Magic. No matter what she said before, the Ministry insisted that what they destroyed was the real culprit. But now that the chamber has been opened again, and with the blood written on the wall as evidence, Fudge couldn't say anything more. It's just that he didn't follow through on his promise to resign and step down. Even though he received countless howlers every day, he still insisted on his position as Minister of Magic. The reason is simple. He didn't know where he got the news from, but he learned there is nothing in the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets, just an empty underground space. As long as he hangs in there and waits until someone is sent to take a picture, he can stand up again. Pine Caro opened the door and entered the office. "Minister, are you looking for me?" "Has the person sent to contact Rita Skeeter returned?" "Not yet." "Tell her that if she can get the photo of the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets this time, I will let the past go, and she can go back to the Daily Prophet to work." "Will do, Minister. I'm going to send her a message right away." Pine Caro left his office, but only wandered around the ministry before returning. Both he and Rita are part of the Saints group, so naturally, there is no need for him to pass on the message. Leaving the Ministry of Magic aside, the best news for Hogwarts is that Dumbledore is back. And it is thanks to Rita's recent reporting that Dumbledore convinced more than half of the governors. The school board not only lifted the expulsion order, but also restored him as headmaster. The first thing Dumbledore did when he returned is to announce that the defense against the dark arts exam will be waived this year. This good news made the students very happy. They had thought they were going to have to answer another questionnaire about Lockhart's favorite things. But Lucas felt very strange. He remembered that in the original book, it seemed that all the exams were cancelled. But these have nothing to do with him. Anyway, the exam was not difficult for him. Now that the final exams are coming in a few days, Lucas and Hermione began their rivalry against each other again. The two refused to give in to each other, since they both wanted to be the first in their year. Cho stood aside and didn't know who to cheer for. After the exams were over, Lucas looked confident, but Hermione also looked sure of herself. Just when the two were about to check their answers to the exam questions, Professor McGonagall came to find Lucas. "Mr. Grindelwald, Headmaster Dumbledore asked you to go to his office and said that he has something very important to talk about." Lucas nodded his thanks. After comforting the two girls, he walked towards the headmaster's office on the 7th floor. He knows what's coming next. Dumbledore must be going to ask him about the Chamber of Secrets, and whether he can deceive the cunning old man depends completely on his next performance. Chapter 132. Lucas was standing in front of the headmaster's office on the 7th floor. Facing the stone gargoyle, he took a deep breath and carefully recalled the arrangements he had made in his mind. After confirming that there is no problem, he said the password, "Iced lemonade." Going up the spiral staircase and entering the office, Lucas' expression became calm. "Welcome, Lucas." Dumbledore stood at the round table. It seemed he had been waiting for Lucas' arrival. "Headmaster, I am very glad to see you again. I didn't expect it to be handled so smoothly this time. Not only that, I also solved some small troubles." "Really? Then I have to congratulate you." They just talked a few words and then sat in the old place again. As the house elves delivered the black tea, Lucas chose to speak up this time. "You called me this time. Are you planning to fulfill your promise?" As he said this, he kept his eyes on the Gryffindor sword on the desk. Dumbledore nodded and said, "Of course, after all we have an unbreakable vow, but even without the vow I still wouldn't break my promise. But before that, I have a few questions for you to clarify." "Go ahead," Lucas waved his hand to signal. Dumbledore didn't ask the question right away and seemed to be thinking about where to start. Watching Dumbledore put candy after candy in his mouth, Lucas frowned. "If you eat sweets like this, are you sure you won't get diabetes?" Just at this time, Dumbledore looked up at Lucas, eyes full of inquiry. "Lucas, you, Mr. Weasley and Professor Lockhart were blocked by rubble, so how did you get out?" "The exploding charm. I used the exploding charm to remove all the rubble. Ron and Professor Lockhart saw this." Tilda, forget about Professor Lockhart. You should already know about his situation." "Yes, regrettably, Professor Lockhart may be spending a very long time at St. Mungo's in the future." Dumbledore was silent for a few minutes after he finished speaking. "So when did you find Harry?" "Of course, I went to find Harry right after he entered the Chamber of Secrets. You forgot that we have an unbreakable vow. I will not break my oath, I just can't break it." Hearing the unbreakable vow, Dumbledore's expression relaxed a lot. "Yes, we have an unbreakable vow. So did you see the basilisk?" Under Dumbledore's gaze, Lucas shook his head negatively. "I didn't see it, I just saw a ghost-like guy." Speaking of this, Lucas' expression became very puzzled. It seems that he is not sure whether what he saw was a person or a ghost. His performance made Dumbledore's doubts lessen. Before this conversation, Dumbledore had already spoken to Harry, Ginny, and Ron separately. From the mouths of the three, he probably sorted out the whole process. The reason he was asking Lucas now. One is to confirm the authenticity of what each of them said. The second is that Dumbledore found something suspicious. Harry said he had a fight with the basilisk, but both Ginny and Ron said they didn't see it. It's easy to explain why Ron didn't see it. After all, he didn't enter the real Chamber of Secrets. So Dumbledore wanted to ask. Also, his Phoenix Fox has been weak since he came back. Harry said he was hit by Voldemort with the killing curse twice in a row. This also needs to be verified. "Professor." Hearing Lucas talk, Dumbledore smiled amiably. "About that ghost, I heard Harry mention it. He said it was Voldemort. What do you think?" "I think it might be true." With that said, Lucas drew his wand. He wrote Tom Marvolo Riddle's name in the air, following Tom's example. Then he waved his hand very pretentiously, and the letters in the air quickly separated and recombined. "I am Lord Voldemort." The words appeared before Dumbledore's eyes in a moment. That's how the ghost identified itself. and I saw the crest of the House of Slytherin on his wizard robes." Lucas frowned when he finished speaking. It seems that there is something that he couldn't understand. Dumbledore didn't bother. Instead, he called a house elf to refill the black tea for Lucas. "What's the matter? Seeing that you are frowning, don't you understand what it is?" Lucas sighed. "That's right, Professor, I just can't figure it out. Is it possible that ghosts can also use magic?" "Did you see it?" Facing Dumbledore's question, Lucas nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes. I saw Voldemort's ghost using the killing curse, and isn't Voldemort still alive? Why did that young man call himself Voldemort?" Dumbledore stared at the blonde boy in front of him, until he saw the doubt and confusion deep in the other party's eyes. The eyes are the windows of the soul. Dumbledore thought it was true. At least in the past few decades, he has detected from the eyes of too many people whether they are hiding something. "My boy, think about Peeves. As a poltergeist, he can play tricks everywhere. I don't think you have been hit by one of his water balloons. And that's Voldemort, the most powerful Dark Lord so far. We don't know how many tricks he has." Lucas let out a long breath. "You are right, he's Voldemort." After finishing speaking, he looked at Fawkes at the desk. "Headmaster, I really envy you for having a phoenix." The envy in his eyes was so strong that it couldn't be faked at all, and Dumbledore was even more relieved when he saw it. "Okay, now let's talk about delivering on promises." Dumbledore got up and went to his desk. He took a piece of parchment from under the black diary. "This is your pass. As long as you have this, you can go to Hogsmeade and the Forbidden Forest unimpeded. But there is a premise, that is, you can't go after curfew, and this pass is only valid for you alone." Taking the parchment with both hands, Lucas looked very happy. "Thank you, Professor, what's next?" Seeing Lucas' eyes kept looking at his desk, Dumbledore fetched the Gryffindor sword with a smile. "Lucas, this sword is a relic of Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders. The goblin who forged it has enchanted it, so it can only be mastered by those who are considered true Gryffindors. I may give you the sword of Gryffindor and promise never to take it back, but it is up to you to gain its approval." Dumbledore held the Gryffindor sword in both hands and solemnly handed it over to Lucas. Getting the Gryffindor sword, Lucas was as happy as a child with a new toy. Dumbledore, who had been watching him, breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately afterwards, something magical happened. The Gryffindor sword slowly disappeared under the gaze of the two. Facing Lucas' astonished eyes, Dumbledore said regretfully, "It seems that you are not recognized by the sword of Gryffindor. In fact, this naughty sword often disappears." Lucas couldn't believe this and went on to search around the whole office. Even Dumbledore's bedroom on the second floor was checked. Dumbledore didn't stop him either, and just let Lucas turn his room into a mess. Finally, Lucas failed to find the missing Gryffindor sword. Helplessly accepting the reality, he looked very disappointed, and Dumbledore said a few words of comfort. There were just some unimportant questions left, so he didn't ask any more. Once Lucas left the office, the expression of loss and frustration on his face disappeared immediately. He was just doing it for Dumbledore to see. If Gryffindor did approve of him, that would be a miracle. In a blink of an eye, a week has passed. Today is the day when the test results are released. The familiar bulletin board was full of people early on. Hermione and Cho Chang followed Lucas with him walking in the middle. The three of them came to the bulletin board under the envious and jealous eyes of others. Cho Chang first wrote her name on it. Looking at the ALO results, Cho's face showed a beautiful smile. Her grades could improve so much, it's all thanks to Lucas for tutoring her. Strange to say, since Lucas is obviously 1 year lower than Cho. But he knows a lot of knowledge, so guiding her to do some homework is not difficult at all. Cho's grades made her the overall first place in the 3rd year. The second to step forward was Hermione. The same ALO's result once again aroused the envy and exclamation of everyone. Hermione looked back at Lucas, with her eyes filled with complacency. Lucas just smiled and stepped forward to write his name. People around him were not even surprised by the ALO results that they took for granted. If one day Lucas's score does not reach O, everyone may be surprised. After all, a professor once said that Lucas' grades were perfect. He can only get an O because the highest scoring standard is O. Does this mean that the second years this time have 2 first places? When someone raised this issue, everyone reacted. When the people around looked at where Lucas and the girls were, they had long since disappeared without a trace. Harry stood far away, watching what was happening in front of the bulletin board. He escaped the exam this time in the infirmary, so the bulletin board does not have his grades. He was feeling lucky at first, but he didn't know why when he looked at Cho Chang walking away side by side with Lucas, he immediately regretted that he hadn't taken the exams. Harry let out a long breath. At tonight's end-of-year feast, the House Cup will be awarded. This school year, they didn't deduct too many points from Gryffindor, and he didn't violate any ban by entering the Chamber of Secrets this time. Instead, he solved the school troubles and kept Hogwarts from being closed. Calculated in this way, it should be a matter of course for him to get some extra points. The House Cup, this time it must be our Gryffindors. Harry clenched his fists, looked at the 3 figures going away, and said in a low voice. Chapter 133. Every year around this time, there will be some people who are happy and some who are sad. But all the students wanted to enjoy their last day of school, so no matter what happens when they get home. At least the end-of-year feast should be enjoyable and relaxing. It's because of this that you won't see any sullen students at dinner. Lucas came with the 2 girls. As long as there is no class, the 3 are almost inseparable. Lucas, my parents would like to invite you to dinner at home during the summer vacation, to thank you for taking care of me during our trip to Paris last year. Lucas nodded without hesitation. Then he looked at Cho on the other side. At this time, Cho was already wearing the banshee's tears around her neck. My parents, also invited you to dinner. That's right, since I'm meeting with your parents, of course I can't favor one over another. I'll see you all during the summer vacation. Let's settle your affairs early. Cho was very shy when she heard these words. And Hermione gave Lucas a blank look, took Cho's hand and said, Cho, let's go, just ignore him. After finishing speaking, she dragged Cho towards the long table of Ravenclaw. Lucas shrugged, turned and walked towards the Slytherin table. Slytherin and Gryffindor are enemies who don't like each other, but the 2 long tables in the Great Hall were close together again. Seeing Lucas coming, the Slytherin stood up consciously. This is a tribute to the chief of their house. Lucas smiled and walked gracefully to his seat and inadvertently looked at the Gryffindor long table. At a glance, he noticed that Ginny Weasley was looking at him. Lucas smiled and nodded at the redhead, which made the female Weasley extremely shy. After Lucas took his seat, the Slytherins just sat back in their seats. Looking at the vacant position on the teacher's table, Draco turned his head and said, Do you think Dumbledore will try the same as last year? When it comes to last year, the faces of the students at their table are not very good. Fortunately last year, there was Lucas who finally turned the tide. It was precisely because of Lucas' performance at the time that the other year chiefs decided to elect him as the chief of the house. It's because Lucas conquered everyone in Slytherin at the time. Don't worry, Dumbledore is not stupid. That kind of thing happening once is enough. Lucas hasn't answered, yet when Pansy Parkinson was the first to answer that question. Everyone nodded after listening, thinking that what she said made sense. At this time, the 4th-year chief Marcy Flint suddenly approached. I don't think so. Some people have been spreading the word recently that Potter killed the basilisk and saved Hogwarts. Judging from the tone of those people, it seems that they think it would be unfair not to give them the House Cup. After Marcy finished speaking, she glanced at the Gryffindor table, and everyone knew who she was talking about without asking. Like last year, the people of Gryffindor spread the great achievements of their golden boy everywhere. But it seems that there is no support from other houses. Don't worry, what happened last year will never happen again, Tilda, Lucas said firmly. Then he looked over his shoulder, and there was a very small beetle lying there. He hoped that Harry would make a big fuss. It would be even better if he went and opened the chamber again to prove it. It's just that he didn't know that the appearance he saw in the chamber was far from what he remembered. None of that has anything to do with Lucas, though. What he really wanted was a bargaining chip with Minister Fudge. and the bait that attracted Sirius and Lupin the werewolf. In fact, when he read the original books and movies, Lucas had a question. Did Lupin just accept the position at Hogwarts only because he learned that Sirius escaped from prison? And did he really not know that Sirius was innocent before Harry showed him the Marauder's map? Coincidentally, Sirius escaped from prison, and Lupin was successfully hired as a professor of defense against the dark arts. And it's on the premise that all the professors are also aware of his werewolf identity. Lucas had to be suspicious. Perhaps Lupin and Sirius had met before entering Hogwarts. Now that the Marauder's map was in his hands, it was impossible for Lupin to detect Wormtail's presence through the map. Lucas wanted to see what the truth of the matter was. Tilde clap clap tilde. Before he knew it, the teacher's seat was full of people. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the Great Hall immediately fell silent. Before the feast begins, let us applaud Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey. Thanks to them for cultivating mature mandrakes in time and successfully administering the cure to the petrified people. Dumbledore had just finished speaking when there was warm applause in the room. Amidst the warm applause, the door of the Great Hall was suddenly opened, and Hagrid's tall figure appeared in everyone's sight. "Sorry I'm late." Harry looked at Hagrid in surprise and immediately ran up to give him a hug. "Harry, I'm proud of you. I've heard about your heroic deeds from Azkaban." Hagrid's praise made Harry feel very embarrassed. The young lions of Gryffindor's applause grew louder when Hagrid appeared. Dumbledore stood up again. "It's the end of the school year again, and I think everyone is looking forward to it, isn't it?" Seeing everyone looking at him expectantly, Dumbledore smiled kindly. Harry stretched his neck, holding his head high, and seemed ready to receive the glory. Dumbledore whetted the appetite of the crowd. The house points for the 4 houses were then announced. In 4th place, Hufflepuff with 371 points. In 3rd place, Ravenclaw with 398 points. In 2nd place, Gryffindor with 447 points. And 1st place, Slytherin with 502 points. The Slytherins looked proudly at the people around them. While last year was Lucas's performance alone, this year's score is the effort of all the Slytherins. A high score of 500 points was rarely seen even in the past. Harry Potter looked at the Slytherin table calmly. It was the same last year, so he is not in a hurry. Dumbledore's extra points must come later. Very well, everyone be quiet. Next, I announce that this year's House Cup has been won by Slytherin for the 9th consecutive time. Please applaud and congratulate them. There was warm applause from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. But Gryffindor fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Harry. Even Ron looked surprised. "Harry, what's going on here?" I don't know either." Before Harry could react, green and silver confetti floated down from the blue ceiling. "Wait, Professor Dumbledore, please wait." Harry stood up abruptly, shouting loudly to the teacher's table, and the Great Hall suddenly became quiet. Noticing that everyone's eyes were on him, Harry looked around and swallowed nervously. "Headmaster, don't you have anything else to announce?" Dumbledore looked at the nervous child in the middle of the hall, and the spirited blonde boy from last year suddenly appeared in his mind. After comparing the two, he sighed inwardly. "Harry, I understand what you want to say, but we found that there are many inconsistencies in the process described by the few of you." Inconsistencies? Harry turned to look at Ron and Ginny, seeming to be asking what they had said to Dumbledore. In an instant, the people in the room focused their eyes on the two of them. Ron looked left and right and said nervously, "Harry, I was waiting for you at the entrance pipe, so I didn't see any basilisk." "Then you should have heard the voice too," Harry reminded. Ron hesitated for a few seconds, but I didn't hear anything. Harry shook his head, then looked at Ginny Weasley on the other side. Ginny said bluntly, "I just remember how I got in. Then I didn't know anything, and when I woke up from the coma, I saw you and Lucas Grindelwald." Bringing up Lucas, Harry hurriedly turned to look at the other party. At this moment, the desperate Harry actually pinned all his hopes on Lucas. But when he saw the apology in Lucas' eyes, his heart suddenly felt cold. "I'm sorry, Harry, but when I went in to find you, I didn't see any basilisk." "Of course, maybe it was there before I went in, maybe it got away, didn't it?" The students were not stupid. They heard that Lucas seemed to be trying to help back Harry Potter with the matter of the basilisk. But Harry didn't seem to appreciate it. No, it doesn't make any sense. That basilisk was about 50 meters long. I pierced its brain with the sword of Gryffindor, and I also destroyed Voldemort's diary. Harry told everything he had been through, and even said Voldemort's name. This made a lot of people in the Great Hall show expressions of fear. Looking at Harry, who was getting more and more flustered, Dumbledore frowned. He doesn't know what happened to the child in front of him, but now is not the time to study these things. Harry, calm down. Dumbledore's loud voice rang in Harry's ears, and he gradually became calmer. Seeing that everyone doesn't believe in him, Harry whispered, "Professor, I can prove it. Let's just open the Chamber of Secrets and go in to take a look." Hearing Harry's words, Professor Snape's eyes lit up. He coveted the corpse of the basilisk, but he had thought he had no chance. Unexpectedly, Merlin brought this rare opportunity to him again. "Headmaster, I think that what Mr. Potter said is somewhat reasonable, and I agree to enter the Chamber of Secrets." Professor Snape had just finished speaking, and Professor McGonagall also nodded. Since this matter has become like this today, if they don't enter the chamber, it may not be easy to solve. Dumbledore saw that the other professors had no objections either, so he led everyone to the bathroom on the second floor. Under everyone's gaze, Harry used Parseltongue to open the Chamber of Secrets again. Several professors looked at each other and slid down the rope one by one. As one of the parties involved, Lucas, Ginny, and Ron also followed. At the same time, the prefects of each house also entered the Chamber of Secrets as witnesses. Chapter 134. Nothing has changed underneath the lengthy plumbing. As Lucas slid down, the professors were already watching for traces of spells nearby. Professor Sprout looked at the bones on the ground with emotion. Professor Kettleburn would be very sad if he saw this. I don't think Kettleburn should have this kind of trouble now. He will retire during the summer vacation, and he can live quietly with his pets in the future. Hearing what Dumbledore said, the professors present breathed a sigh of relief. This shows how much everyone fears Professor Kettleburn. After all, there's always a coworker with dangerous creatures at work. And Kettleburn has an horrendous track record, with no less than 62 periods of probation that no one understands how he survived them without getting fired. The only reason he's probably retiring is that he has only an arm and half a leg left of his limbs. There's even a bed with his name in the hospital wing because of how often he gets injured by magical creatures. Professor Dumbledore, please come this way. Professor Flitwick stands in front of a pile of rubble. He picked out a few broken stones with his magic wand and placed them in front of everyone. Judging from the traces, it is indeed an exploding charm, and it was cast very skillfully. Judging from the traces of the gravel, all the stones flew out. As it charms, Professor Flitwick's words are authoritative. Several professors looked towards where Lucas and the others were standing. Professor Flitwick even praised without hesitation. "Mr. Grindelwald, I am amazed by your talent for magic spells. Please come to my office if you have time in the next school year. We should have a lot of common language." "Thank you, Professor." Lucas never misses an opportunity to learn. Even if he now has Rowena's library and Salazar's laboratory, he will not be so arrogant as to think that he's invincible. Instead, talking more with these well-learned professors can be beneficial, and their experience in the application of spells would be of great help to Lucas. When Harry saw the professors studying endlessly a few broken stones, he started getting anxious. "Professor Dumbledore, in front of you. Go further and you will reach the real Chamber of Secrets." "Oh, Tildewell, let's go and have a look, Harry, don't worry." Dumbledore walked slowly down the road, as the professors followed behind him. Seeing this, Harry ran to the front, pointed to the corner and said, "See what's ahead, and you'll believe what I say." "What's up ahead, Harry?" Dumbledore just played along. He had obviously learned from Lucas and others that there is a shed skin of a basilisk there. He just deliberately pretended not to know. "It's a snake skin, the skin of a basilisk." Harry had just finished speaking when Lucas felt that Professor Snape became short of breath beside him. Turning his head to look, he saw that the potions professor's eyes were much wider than usual. Really, for potions masters like Professor Snape, it is impossible to resist the charm of a basilisk shed skin. When the skin appeared in front of everyone, Professor Snape's unique, deep voice rang out in the subterranean space. Hands off, nobody touches it, and I mean nobody. Although the way he speaks is the same as before, Lucas could still hear the urgency in his tone. Dumbledore didn't seem surprised. Severus, I will give you this snake skin, but you need to tell us its size and year before receiving it. Professor Snape chose not to speak, but answer with action. Lucas stared dumbfounded at his head of house, taking out one tool after another from his pocket. Professor Snape has already made preparations long before coming. 20 meters. Putting away the measuring tool in his hand, Professor Snape looked at Harry questioningly. Seeing that he intended to explain, Snape raised his hand to stop and said, "Don't worry, I still haven't checked its age." After finishing speaking, Professor Snape took out an exquisite crystal bottle and carefully cut off a piece of snake skin with a knife. He looked distressed as the skin merged with the liquid in the bottle. The result of the year test will be available in a short while. Probably between 400 and 500 years. Putting away the crystal bottle, Professor Snape added, "Suppose the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets is really left by Salazar Slytherin. Then this skin shed must have been here for hundreds of years. Besides, I remember very clearly that Mr. Potter said just now that the basilisk was about 50 meters long." All eyes turned to Harry, who nodded subconsciously. That's right, the basilisk was 50 meters long, and it could swallow me whole with its mouth open. Professor Snape said nothing more. Instead, he called Lucas, who was watching the show. "Mr. Grindelwald, now collect this skin with me. Be careful, if one part is damaged, you will have to write an extra 10 inches of potion papers during the summer vacation." Professor Snape was blatantly threatening his students, but this just shows how much he treasures this basilisk skin. The professors all stood in place and waited for the two to collect the skin. It's not that they don't want to move on, and not because they promote workplace camaraderie either. It was because when they moved, Professor Snape's cold eyes would immediately look at them in warning. Dumbledore reassured the anxious Harry, and the prefects retreated far away to chat. This short exploration can be described as an eye-opener. They did not expect that there would really be such a large space underground in Hogwarts. Okay, we can continue to advance. It took 40 minutes before Professor Snape finished and allowed them to move. Everyone couldn't wait to walk to the real Chamber of Secrets. The circular door to the basilisk's lair was tightly shut, and under everyone's gaze, Harry opened it again using Parseltongue. Parseltongue sounds eerie normally, but it sounds even more creepy with the surrounding environment. Fortunately, Harry only said a short sentence. Accompanied by the circular door opening, everyone finally saw the true face of the Slytherin chamber. Whoa, don't tell me this is Salazar Slytherin. Gemma Farley as Slytherin's prefect frowned, looking at the huge and ugly statue in front of her. Originally, she thought that the portrait in the common room was deliberately made to look uglier. But now she had to accept the fact that the real Salazar Slytherin seemed a far cry from what she had imagined. Ahem. Hearing Lucas coughing in front of her, Gemma quickly put away the disgust on her face. "Mr. Potter, where is the basilisk?" Professor Snape's voice came from ahead. The environment of the secret room is clear at a glance, and there are no basilisks at all, so he felt cheated. "Take it easy, Severus." Dumbledore comforted his right-hand man to prevent him from going on a rampage. Waiting until Professor Snape calmed down, he said to Harry, "Harry, can you tell us about your battle with the basilisk that day?" "No problem, Professor." Harry led everyone back to the door of the Chamber of Secrets, then walked in through the pipe on the side. "I hid here at the time, because Fawkes helped by pecking the eyes of the basilisk blind, so I was not killed by it." Speaking of the Phoenix Fawkes, Harry's expression was a little sad. "If I was stronger, Fawkes wouldn't have been hit by Voldemort's killing curse when he was fighting the basilisk." "It's not your fault, my boy." Dumbledore comforted his savior boy, then followed the professors to observe the surrounding traces. Right now, the professors seemed to be experts in trace science, trying to restore the scene at that time. Soon, they frowned and walked back. They looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Professor Snape's expression was even worse. "Potter, you said that the basilisk entered this pipe, but there is not even half a scale here." Professor Sprout also frowned and said, "It's impossible for a 50-meter snake to leave no traces on the ground." She looked at Harry with increasingly questioning eyes. From when they entered the secret room, there were too many flaws. Professor Flitwick nodded. From the statue to this point, there are absolutely no traces of battle. Seeing everyone looking at him with distrust, Harry panicked for a moment. He turned to look at Dumbledore in bewilderment, hoping the headmaster could believe in himself. "Harry, are you sure the basilisk came?" Seeing Harry nod his head affirmatively, Dumbledore said softly, "Go ahead then." Following the explanation of Harry, more and more doubts were piling. Several prefects looked at Harry more strangely as time passed, which made Harry start to stutter when he was talking. This also increased the suspicion of others, until everyone returned to the statue. Then here, I hid in the statue's mouth and found that there was actually a lot of space inside. I took cover above the entrance, and when the basilisk entered unsuspectingly, I pierced it through the brain with the sword of Gryffindor. Harry finished telling the process in his memory, and everyone in the Chamber of Secrets looked at Dumbledore, waiting for his attention. Professor Snape's eyes grew impatient, looking to be not a little disappointed. "Headmaster, how long are we going to play with this arrogant Potter? He is just like his father." He let out a sneer when he finished. Dumbledore paid no attention to anyone, but went to Harry with a serious expression. "My boy, stand still, this won't hurt you." After all, Dumbledore took out the Elder Wand, which symbolized strength. The fact he's using this wand means that he's being serious. Legilimens. The tip of the Elder Wand glowed with a white light. Lucas slowly clenched his hands behind his back to prevent others from seeing the sweat on his palms. He knew it was a matter of success or failure. If Dumbledore restores Harry's memory, everything he has done will be in vain, and he will even be branded as a dark wizard and kicked out of the British magic world. Chapter 135. The professors are very experienced. Seeing Dumbledore cast that spell, it was immediately clear what he was going to do. Professor Snape looked at the old man and let out a cold snort of disdain. In the whole room, the Weasley siblings were probably the only ones who didn't understand what Dumbledore was doing. "Percy, why did Dumbledore cast a spell on Harry?" Percy looked at the curious younger siblings and explained to them in a low voice. "The magic used by the headmaster is called legilimency, which can be used to check people's memories. He's probably checking if Harry's memories were modified and maybe try to fix them." Ron frowned and looked at Lucas in the distance. "It must be him. He is the only one who can modify Harry's memory." Ginny Weasley followed her brother's line of sight and discovered that he was talking about Lucas Grindelwald. Her face immediately became unhappy. At this time, the light from Dumbledore's wand disappeared. Everyone looked at Harry, wanting to see if something changed. Only Lucas breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he is very confident in his memory charm, this was Dumbledore with the Elder Wand we're talking about. It is difficult to guarantee that his spell will not be broken by the opponent. However, Dumbledore might have been worried that being too forceful with his legilimency could affect Harry's mind. Or he has absolute confidence in his own skill, so he actually just used it for a few seconds before withdrawing the magic power. "Harry, do you remember anything?" The Savior student blinked. "I seem to have a dream." Hearing these words, Dumbledore's eyes lit up. "What did you dream about?" "I seem to have had another fight with the basilisk in my dream." The result, Dumbledore stared at the boy in front of him. The same goes for everyone else. The result, with the Gryffindor sword in my hand, I pierced the basilisk's head. After Harry's words, Lucas completely relaxed. It seems that this hurdle is over. Professor Snape withdrew the tension in his eyes and gave the two a contemptuous glance. "Headmaster, how long do we have to delay? There are still many people waiting for us outside." Except Professor McGonagall, the other professors also nodded. Things are very clear, so the professors looked at Harry with complicated eyes. Dumbledore, I think we should go back. Professor Flitwick's words woke Dumbledore up. He looked at the helpless Harry in front of him, raised his hand, and cast legilimency on him again. Dumbledore, you. Professor McGonagall wanted to stop him, but the headmaster was too fast. The mighty old bee read Harry's memory almost instantly. He sighed, looked at Harry and said, "Can you show us that basilisk?" Harry nodded hastily and followed the example of Tom Riddle to open the entrance inside the statue. Just when everyone was about to climb in along the hole, Professor Sybil Trelawney suddenly stopped in place and began to shiver. "Professor, what's wrong with you?" Hearing Percy Weasley's voice, the professors all looked at Trelawney and understood what was going on at a glance. "Don't disturb Professor Trelawney. She seems to have seen something. Let us wait quietly." Dumbledore stopped the prefects who wanted to help. The crowd quietly formed a circle, with Trelawney protected in the middle. Lucas felt very helpless. He just came out of one trouble. Is it possible this will bring another trouble for him? When Professor Trelawney makes a prophecy, it is nothing good. It must be the same at this time. Lucas worried that she might tell a prophecy about himself. Then, he stared at the divination professor with both eyes, and opened the eye of foresight at the same time. He intends to rely on the ability of divination, after awakening to see if he can use Professor Trelawney as a medium to see the prophecy that she's seeing. The Dark Lord is about to return. He will be hit like never before. A new leader is about to emerge. He will bring eternal light to the magic world. Professor Trelawney's prediction this time was very accurate, but also very vague. Dumbledore took out a prophecy ball and recorded the prophecy just now. Then he thought about the content of the prophecy with a solemn expression. Dumbledore was not surprised that Voldemort would return. He had even expected this day. But who is this new leader? He looked at Harry beside him, as did the other professors. Combined with Trelawney's last prophecy, a formidable foe marked by the Dark Lord himself. Apparently referring to Harry Potter, so is this new leader referring to him? It wasn't just Dumbledore and the professors who thought so at the moment. Even Harry himself thought so. As the man who defeated Voldemort, who better to be the leader? In the crowd, the light in Luca's eyes slowly faded. Then he looked at Dumbledore and Harry with some amusement. The reason for this is because he saw the appearance of the new leader in the prophecy just now. It seems my future plans are going well. Lucas put the smile back on his face and put on the same curious expression as everyone else. Okay, don't spread this matter. Let's continue to look down. Professor Hooch, please take Professor Trelawney to the infirmary. She looks too tired. Professor Hooch nodded and helped Trelawney walk out. Others climbed into the statue's large mouth, led by Harry. It seems that because of hearing the prophecy, Harry felt confident again. But when he brought everyone to the huge snake bones, everyone froze in place. Impossible, how did it become like this so quickly? The others were not in a daze at this time. Professor Snape stepped forward and took out the previous tool again. It's just that he just touched the skeleton of the basilisk. He found that the bones had been weathered into disrepair, and they would be shattered into slag with just a little force. This made Professor Snape's expression even uglier, because this means that the snake bone has completely lost its value and can no longer be used to make potions. Simply measuring the skeleton length, Professor Snape gave Harry a cold look. According to preliminary measurements, the skeleton is about 25 meters long, just a bit bigger than the skin outside, so it matches. Judging from the decomposing state of the bones, it may have been dead for hundreds of years, so there is no basilisk in this secret room at all. HMPH, some people are exactly like their father, arrogant and only good at bragging. Now they even dare to play tricks on their own professor. Dumbledore, I'm going back first. I don't have time to waste time here with you and the boy who lived. When they saw Professor Snape striding away, several other professors sighed and followed. Harry looked at the snake bones in front of him and whispered in his mouth, "Impossible, why did it become like this?" He seemed unable to accept such a result. Dumbledore sighed and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Okay, Harry, let's leave first." "Professor, I'm not lying, there was really a basilisk here." "Calm down, Harry, I believe you're not lying. Let's leave first. and then slowly think about what went wrong when we go back. Dumbledore walked towards the cave entrance with his arms around Harry's shoulders. Before leaving, he looked back at the empty and spacious cave behind him. Judging by his appearance, it seems that he still has some doubts about this. Everyone returned the same way, with Harry and Dumbledore being the last to climb out of the pipe. The students all looked at the professors curiously. Someone asked the prefects just now, but they didn't say anything. But it can be seen from their face that the results seem to be bad for Harry Potter. Okay, let's go back to the Great Hall now. Don't continue to delay things. Looking at the slowly closing entrance of the secret room behind him, Dumbledore made his way to the Great Hall first. When they were finally back at the Great Hall, neither Dumbledore nor the professors said anything more about the Chamber of Secrets. However, the House Cup was still awarded to Slytherin, which seemed to be enough to explain everything. The eyes of the students of the four houses became more and more strange as they looked at the silent Harry Potter with his head down. The end-of-year feast ended in such a weird atmosphere. Returning to the Slytherin common room, the snakes naturally wanted to celebrate. For this honor, everyone in Slytherin has a share. The chief is here, everyone quiet. The noisy room gradually calmed down. They all looked at the blonde boy on the steps with high spirits, waiting for him to praise them. Not bad, continue the same next year. Although it was only a simple sentence, it was enough to keep the Slytherins happy. Quiet. Luca's voice rang again. When the room was quiet again, his eyes swept over everyone. At the beginning of this school year, I told you to learn the Patronus charm. Now unleash your patronesses. The cheerful atmosphere suddenly became dull. Under the leadership of their year chief, the students of the 7th year began to cast the Patronus charm. Lucas wasn't worried about the seniors. It was mainly the little snakes in the 1st and 2nd years that worried him. The performance of the 2nd-year students was relatively good, and most of them can achieve the white mist. The only ones unable to successfully cast the Patronus charm were those idiots Crabbe and Goyle. As for the little firsties, the situation is not optimistic. Very good, please practice more during the summer vacation. Lucas is very satisfied with the result, and after telling everyone not to play too late, he turned and went back to his room. Just as he locked the door, he heard the sound of something heavy falling behind him. At the same time, Medusa's voice came to his mind. Lucas, I want to eat a hare, a very fat wild hare. Looking at Medusa rolling on the ground, Lucas said helplessly, Why don't you hunt yourself in the garden? I just made some new friends, and I'm worried about scaring them, Lucas. Give me the hare. I want hares, fat, very fat hares. Medusa's tail whipped around, making a mess of Lucas' room. He was right in his judgment. Medusa the basilisk is just a little girl. Okay, I'll get someone to prepare it later. Can you go back to the garden first? Really? Seeing that Lucas nodded seriously, Medusa calmed down. Accompanied by a twist in the air, Lucas sent her back to the secret garden. Immediately afterwards, he closed his eyes, and it took a full minute before the void in front of him was torn apart. Lucas took a deep breath and stepped into it. As he emerged from the chasm at the other end, immediately, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a new achievement. Explore Godric Gryffindor's treasure room, get a reward, 500 achievement points. Chapter 136. Detected the host completed a new achievement. Explore Gryffindor House, reward, 2,000 achievement points. Detected that the host has completed a new achievement. Explore Hogwarts, reward, 5,000 achievement points. The host has been detected to complete a series of achievements. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, rewards, 1 diamond lottery chance, 500 achievement points. The sound of the system is so wonderful. A total of 8,000 achievement points and a diamond lottery. It made Lucas feel that this year's efforts have not been in vain. After a brief moment of excitement, he forced himself to calm down. Godric's treasure room, this Gryffindor secret room, was finally found by him. Looking around, the not-so-large room was filled with all kinds of medieval weapons and equipment. Whether it is a cross sword or a kite shield, or even a knight armor, Lucas can feel the powerful magic in them. No wonder it is called the treasure room. Every alchemy item here is an incredibly rare treasure. Lucas began his tour along one side of the wall. Every time he passed an alchemy item, he had to carefully observe and study it. For example, the longbow in his hand at the moment, it was also a weapon made by a goblin and endowed with magical abilities. If you don't have magic power, then the string can't be pulled no matter how hard you try. If you are a wizard, even a toddler can draw the bow with ease. And this bow is also imbued with the ability of precision and increased distance. It can help the arrow fly farther and shoot more accurately. Putting down the longbow in his hand, Lucas picked up a metal short stick that looked like a flute. The stick was hollow with a tiny button on one end. For some unknown reason, Lucas pointed his stick at the other end of the room. As the button was pressed, the roar and the terrible fire breath of a dragon spewed out from the short stick. Putting down the stick in his hand, Lucas let out a long breath. The equipment here is enough for him to arm an elite team of dozens of people. In addition to these weapons, he also saw dozens of pendants with stones carved into amulets. These small stones, like a necklace, can resist the strongest curse. This is simply a treasure trove. Lucas looked at the Gryffindor sword, leaning against a suit of armor. As he guessed, every time this mischievous sword disappears, it must return to Godric's secret room. So when he got it, Lucas placed a space mark on the sword. That day in the headmaster's office, seeing it disappear from his hands, he almost cheered. Taking the sword in his hand again, he could feel the magic in the sword that belonged to the goblin who made it. Lucas smiled slightly and immediately drew an alchemy formation on the ground. Accompanied by the alchemy array, a golden light burst out, and the enchantments within Gryffindor's sword were changing rapidly. Nearly half an hour passed, and Lucas threw a drop of his own blood into the formation. The radiance of the alchemy array radiated so much that the entire treasure room was dyed gold. Soon, the light disappeared, and the alchemy array returned to its original appearance. The Gryffindor sword was still the same, looking as if nothing had changed, but as Lucas lightly clenched his fist, the sword magically appeared in his hand. From then on, this sword symbolizing courage can only be used by Lucas and those he approves of. By exploring Godric's treasury, he once again confirmed his conjecture. Sure enough, the secret rooms of the founders were all located close to their own houses. The entrance to the treasure room is in the Gryffindor common room. Lucas even heard the lion cubs discussing outside the entrance. They still seemed to be discussing the matter of Harry. Some people were even mocking the poor savior. After listening in for a while, he raised his wand and cast a powerful confusion and protection spell on the entrance and exit. Godric is worthy of being the founder of Gryffindor. His secret room was actually very poorly protected. Fortunately, the students of his house didn't know that he had a secret room. Otherwise, they would have found it a long time ago. It was already late at night when Lucas returned to his room. Stretching his waist, he was in a very good mood looking at the series of achievements he had just completed. He took out a bottle of Felix Felicis, drank it in one gulp, and taking advantage of the effect of the potion, he said to the system, "Now, use the diamond lottery immediately." The colorful prize pool appeared again, looking the same as last time he used it. There were so many prizes in the prize pool that it was almost overflowing. After 3 or 4 seconds, a diamond-like light flew out of the prize pool. Immediately afterwards, a system prompt sounded in his ears. "This lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for getting a diamond reward. Super magic, anti-magic." Anti-magic. Lucas remembered a certain anime he had seen in his previous life, where the protagonist seemed to have a similar ability. But once he finished receiving the anti-magic skill, he found that his own ability was different from that of the anime protagonist. The most important is that his anti-magic is not permanent, and he can mobilize it to attack at will. Lucas raised his hand and made a fist, and the sword of Gryffindor appeared in his hand. Infusing the sword with the power of anti-magic, the sword's blade blazed with a black-colored magic. Goblin weapons, anti-magic, and elf combat skills. How did I change from a mage to a warrior? Lucas was wondering and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Seeing the disappearing anti-magic power on the blade, he muttered to himself. This is troublesome. The anti-magic conflicts with my own magic power, so it can only be turned on for 10 seconds at most, otherwise it will hurt me. After a break, he looked back at the Gryffindor sword in his hand. After careful consideration, he injected anti-magic power into the sword, but this time he didn't stop with a little injection. Instead, he injected a full 10 seconds. Looking at the sword of Gryffindor wrapped in black magic power, Lucas thrust it hard into the ground. The Slytherins, who were having a party in the common room, suddenly found that their magic power could not be mobilized. The magical power that was active in the body in the past seems to have turned into a pool of stagnant water at this moment, which made them terrified. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that this feeling disappeared. Lucas put away the Gryffindor sword and was very satisfied with this test. 10 minutes is way better than 10 seconds. And the Gryffindor sword, infused with anti-magic power, has completely become a forbidden magic domain. In the future, with Lucas holding a goblin sword in each hand. With his elf combat skills, what is the difference between rushing into a group of wizards with a wolf rushing into a group of sheep? The difference is that he would slaughter them way faster than the wolf could with the sheep. The following morning, the students have already boarded the Hogwarts Express to return home. Lucas, Hermione, and Cho were sitting in the last compartment of the last carriage. The two women were busy talking about beauty potions. Even at such a young age, they already care so much for their appearance. Lucas tried speaking several times, but was pushed aside by the two girls and had no choice but to look out the window. This summer vacation will not be easy for him. First of all, he promised Mrs. Black and Creature that he would complete their deal. Members of the Saints group have found the hidden cave and are guarding it closely. Secondly, he planned to have a good chat with Professor Snape during the summer vacation. Thinking of the ancient black magic records and Salazar's research notes, he is full of confidence in this conversation. But before that, Lucas needed to talk to Minister Fudge first. In his hand, there is a photo of the Chamber of Secrets that the distressed minister needs very much at the moment. I just don't know what kind of good price Minister Fudge will offer. Lucas, what are you thinking of? I wasn't thinking about anything anyway, you don't care about me. The two girls looked at each other, smiled, and came to sit beside him. They had agreed to officially start dating the following year, but a little advance wouldn't hurt. He saw the two staring at him from left and right and raised an eyebrow. And what are you girls planning? Oh, screw it, Hermione patted him on the shoulder lightly. Suddenly she leaned close and kissed him on the left cheek. At the same time, the same feeling came from the right cheek. Don't forget that, when you meet our parents during the summer vacation, we must behave well, handsome sir. Looking at them, he noticed there was a trace of apprehension in the eyes of the two girls. Lucas said with a smile, "Don't worry, you will never escape in this life." Then he thought in his mind, "You already belong to me." The first day of summer vacation, Lucas wrote back letters to the two girls respectively to make an appointment to meet their parents. Then, wearing a fancy wizard robe, he brought Vinda Rosier to the British Ministry of Magic. Since it's not the first time Lucas has come, he arrived at the minister's office on the first basement floor with ease. Being led by Pinecarrow, he successfully met the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Minister Fudge seems troubled. After a long time not seeing him, Fudge seems to have gained a lot of gray hairs. When he saw Lucas coming, Fudge smiled wryly and shook his head. "Mr. Grindelwald, what are you here for?" Lucas turned to look at Vinda, and she immediately took out a small key and put it on Fudge's desk. Looking at the key in front of himself, if Fudge is right, this should be the key to a Gringotts vault. "You seem surprised. Have you forgotten?" Fudge slapped his forehead. Recently, because of Hogwarts, he has been very busy. He completely forgot about their previous deal. "You keep this key, and we will help you store the dividends every year in the vault. Because it just opened this year, the business is not too good, only 50,000 galleons. I hope Minister Fudge doesn't mind." "No, I don't mind. How could it be?" Fudge was startled. He didn't expect that there would be as much as 50,000 galleons. He carefully put away the key, then looked at the boy opposite and asked, Mr. Grindelwald's visit this time may not be as simple as just handing over a key. Lucas said with a smile, "Nothing can be hidden from your eyes, Minister." Sure enough, the magic world will only get better and better under your leadership. I learned that the minister has encountered some troubles, so I came here to help you. After saying that, Lucas put an envelope on the table. Inside this letter is Rita Skeeter's magical photo of the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 137. Minister Fudge glanced at the envelope and opened it with a smile. Let me see what surprises Mr. Grindelwald has in store. Maybe it was because of the extra 50,000 galleons, but Fudge already changed his frown just now, and his mood became very good. However, once he took out the photos in the envelope, the smile on his face gradually faded and his expression became incredulous. These. The photos of the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets. Minister Fudge should be in great need of these, right? Is Rita Skeeter your person? Fudge looked at the boy in front of him with a serious expression, but there was also a hint of fear and anger in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Lucas smiled and shook his head. You seem to have misunderstood something. I bought these from Rita Skeeter for a lot of money. She was about to sell the pictures for a good price when my people found her. It's fine if the newspaper buys it, but if your opponents buy it, the minister might be in big trouble. Lucas finished speaking, and the office became quiet. Fudge flipped through the photos in his hand and found that there are notes behind each photo. After reading these remarks, he also learned about the situation in the secret room. I'm so sorry, Mr. Grindelwald. Please forgive my recklessness. The smile reappeared on Fudge's face. After apologizing, he put the photos back into the envelope and planned to put it away. But a hand suddenly appeared and pressed the envelope under the palm of their hand. Fudge glanced at Vinda Rosier beside him, then turned his gaze to the blonde boy on the opposite side. Mr. Grindelwald, what do you mean? Minister Fudge, I do intend to hand you these photographs, but I would also like you to do me a little favor. I think the minister should not refuse, after all. I spent a lot of money to buy these photos. Fudge's heart sank and he frowned and asked, a little favor, what's the favor? It's just a small matter for you. Lucas put down the teacup in his hand, took a paper bag from Vinda and took out a few documents inside, then handed them over. I have some friends who are down-to-earth and hardworking. I hope you can accommodate me and help them find a few positions in the Ministry of Magic. Fudge made a rough calculation. The information in hand is not just as simple as just a few friends. He's afraid there are as many as a dozen friends. Isn't that too much? And I have no right to place people into jobs at the Ministry of Magic. Minister Fudge must be joking. Don't worry. I don't ask for any important departments. Have you seen the 3 documents at the top? Seeing Fudge nod, Lucas continued. I would like to ask you to arrange for these 3 people to enter the International Magical Cooperation Department, the Magical Transportation Department, and the Magical Sports Department. As for the others, you can just give them any job. How about that? Fudge didn't immediately agree, and it could be seen from his frown that this little favor seemed to be giving him a headache. Lucas gave him a few minutes to think about it. When the time came, he spoke again. Minister Fudge, think about those photos. They can help you get out of your current situation. Besides, my 3 friends going to these departments is also good for our business. You also know that some of our business is related to them. If there are some friends in these departments, it would be beneficial, right? By the way, I also heard that the 422nd Quidditch World Cup next year will be hosted by us in England. The Saints Investment Group can sponsor some galleons, but we need to obtain the right to operate the portkeys. Minister, this is a good opportunity to make a fortune. If we have the help of people from these departments, we can make a lot of money. Fudge was silent for a long time. The fact he can become the Minister of Magic shows that he's not a complete idiot. But with 50,000 galleons and those photographs as an incentive, he was already a little shaken. He also thought that those were just unimportant departments, and as long as Lucas isn't placing people in the Law Enforcement Division and the Wisengamot, he wouldn't have much to worry about. Pine Caro pushed open the door and walked in. Minister, are you looking for me? Enter the information of these people in the Ministry of Magic staff directory, and then notify them to come to work next week. Taking the information in Fudge's hand, Pine Caro respectfully exited the room. Seeing this, Lucas motioned to Vinda, and she also let go of the envelope that had been pressed. Minister, happy cooperation. Lucas raised the teacup in cheers to the minister. Fudge also gave a relaxed smile. Grindelwald Manor, Wiltshire. Lucas sat in the garden and looked at the ancient black magic records brought back from Rowena's library. The more he studies, the more he discovers the magical charm of the dark arts. It's no wonder old Grindelwald was so obsessed with studying them back then. Cuckoo! Hestia flapped her wings and flew from the sky. She was away for a long time this time. After returning, she dropped the envelope and got into her own den. This is a letter from Nurmengard. Looking at the contents of his father's letter, Lucas showed a knowing expression. Who in the world knows Dumbledore best? That was undoubtedly Gellert Grindelwald, who was facing the wall inside Nurmengard's Snow Mountain Castle. The two understand each other even more than their respective relatives. With this letter, the chances of convincing Professor Snape are greater. Keeping the envelope close to his body, Lucas got up and walked towards Malfoy Manor. At this time, Draco was having afternoon tea in the garden with his mother, Narcissa Malfoy. As he saw him coming, Draco immediately got up and greeted him. Father is in the study. He has been waiting for you for a long time. The two embraced briefly, and Draco took Lucas to the study. The guy hadn't stopped complaining since he knew Lucas had gone to the Ministry of Magic yesterday. Fortunately, the study room is not far away. Tilda bangs Tilda. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Draco looked very helpless. It's not known when he'll be able to join his father and Lucas in their conversations. In the study, Lucius Malfoy was busy flipping through today's Daily Prophet. He's been in a bad mood these days, but upon reading today's report his mood improved a lot. Sit down, Lucas. The two went to sit on the sofa, and the house elf offered tea consciously, looking nervously at them. Lucas glanced at Dobby, who was shivering beside him, curious as to why the Malfoys kept him. What's wrong with this elf? Seeing Mr. Malfoy's questioning eyes, Lucas guessed that Draco must have been hiding what Dobby had done. What a kind boy. It's nothing. I came today to talk to you about the dividends, and I also want to ask Uncle Lucius to help me hand over Mrs. Zabini's share to her. Bringing up dividends, the smile grew wider on Lucius Malfoy's face. He didn't expect that the business of those 15 shops would be so good, and this is still the result of several people sharing profits. Don't forget, there are 3 other properties in Nocturne Alley. Of those 3 places, only Grindelwald and Malfoy were involved. Don't worry, leave everything to me. I didn't expect to earn so much money in just 1 year. Thanks to your business philosophy, it's no wonder you can manage a group as big as the Saints group at such a young age. I will have to trouble you to help Draco more in the future, although that child has matured a lot. Most of the time his thinking is still very naive. And he and the savior, Mr. Potter. Lucius Malfoy didn't finish though, but Lucas already understood his concerns. The Malfoy family used to be Voldemort's most loyal subordinates, and one day, if Voldemort returns and discovers Draco's friendship with Harry Potter, the snake-faced man might lose his mind and probably throw a killing curse to Draco on the spot. Don't worry, I understand your concerns. Responding to Lucius in a flat tone, the two naturally diverted the topic elsewhere. I heard that you arranged a lot of people to enter the Ministry of Magic this time. Facing Mr. Malfoy's inquiry, Lucas didn't hide it. He knew he couldn't hide it from these pureblood families. These people who have few eyeliners in the Ministry of Magic. That's right, I just arranged some idle jobs. In addition, 3 people were placed in the International Magic Cooperation Department, the Transportation Department, and the Sports Department. Next year's Quidditch World Cup will be held in England. This is a business opportunity, so I need to arrange it in advance. Lucius Malfoy nodded. That's right, every time the World Cup is held, businessmen can make a lot of money. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Malfoy expressed cryptically that Lucas can use his contacts in the Ministry of Magic. but there is a price to pay. The two briefly exchanged views on the Ministry of Magic, and then the topic turned to today's newspaper. "Did you read today's Daily Prophet?" Lucas asked knowingly. When he came in just now, Lucius was still holding it in his hand. "Of course, what a joy. I didn't expect Minister Fudge to have such abilities. This can be regarded as a big relief for me. Dumbledore caused me to lose my position as a school governor. I will have to return this hatred sooner or later." Today's Daily Prophet front page headlines were, "Harry Potter, the Boy Who Lied." Although the reporter who wrote the article was not as sharp as Rita Skeeter, his guiding of the masses was done well enough. The reporter published the photos of the Chamber of Secrets in order and added descriptions for each photo, letting the majority of wizards understand what he wants to express simply and clearly. If ordinary children do such a bragging thing, the public will only take it as a joke and forget it after a light smile. But Harry Potter was different. He was the boy who lived that defeated the Dark Lord. Since more than 10 years ago, the wizarding world has been promoting his great achievements. Such a celebrity that can even be said to be the savior of magical Britain shouldn't be a liar. Especially the points mentioned in the article. Is the child chosen by Dumbledore really the savior? The boy who lived, maybe just the boy who lied. Why does a young child become a hero? Because he has great parents. No matter which point of view, they all seem to be questioning Harry Potter's identity. But anyone with a discerning eye can actually see that this newspaper is actually questioning Dumbledore. Because more than 10 years ago, after the Dark Lord was eliminated, he announced the existence of Harry Potter. It was he who hid Harry the Savior Potter and didn't let him return to the wizarding world until last year. For so many years, Harry Potter's great achievements have been spread more from Dumbledore's mouth. Hagrid's really, but he's Dumbledore's man through and through. Lucius Malfoy read out the contents of the newspaper in his characteristic, drawn-out tone. He put the newspaper aside and said with a smile, "Dumbledore must be having a headache." In fact, Dumbledore was really annoyed right now, especially with that annoying Rita Skeeter. Bang 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 tilde. "Father Lucas, Professor Snape is here." Draco's voice came from outside the door, and the two people on the sofa got up and walked out. Lucius Malfoy said, "I invited Severus here as you requested, and I'm curious about what you want to do with him. But I guess you won't tell me, will you?" Seeing Lucas nod, Mr. Malfoy opened the door with a smile. Lucas looked at Professor Snape, who walked quickly into the manor, and took a deep breath. Instigate Severus Snape plan, start now. Chapter 138. England, Yorkshire. This is one of the poorest areas in England. In the endless wilderness, a lonely wooden house stands on it. The cabin is not exquisite, instead it looks like it was made improvised. This is really bad. How dare they say that about a kid? Remus John Lupin. He was Gryffindor's prefect when he was in school, and even managed to become head boy. At this moment, he was hiding in a dilapidated wooden house in poverty. All this because of his identity as a werewolf. As a result, he can only do some odd jobs and barely earn enough money to fill his stomach. He can't even keep muggle jobs because he can't justify his absence the days close and during the full moon. "James, Lily, I'm sorry I couldn't take care of him." Lupin's eyes were full of sadness as he put down the newspaper with news about Harry. He picked up another one with a huge photo on the front page. Inside, there was a crazy-looking middle-aged man screaming at the camera. Sirius Black. His once best friend, later turned traitor, servant of Voldemort. "Why would you do something like that, Padfoot?" "Moony, long time no see." The sudden sound startled Remus. He drew his wand and looked towards the door. Standing by the door was a man with disheveled hair, along with a haggard and emaciated face. Remus recognized Sirius Black from the mid-length hair and familiar facial features. "Padfoot. It's me." Just as Sirius had finished speaking, a curse flew towards him. Dodging the spell, Sirius also drew a wand from behind him. The confrontation between the two used only silent spells as they fought from inside the house to the outside, then from the wilderness to the woods. Neither of the two spoke, but the manner of attack was extremely vicious. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! Two shouts came from the woods, and both of their wands were knocked away. Without wands, they resorted to fighting hand to hand. One lived in Azkaban for 12 years, and was extremely weak and haggard. The other can't eat enough all the year round, and occasionally endures the torture of turning into a werewolf, which is extremely painful and leaves his body feeling weak for days. A few minutes later, the werewolf Lupin was the one with the upper hand after all. Looking at Sirius, who was being strangled by his hands, Lupin's eyes were full of sadness. Why did you betray them? I didn't. The newspapers made it clear that you blew up a whole street and killed 12 muggles, and Wormtail. Peter is still alive. What did you say? Lupin froze for a moment, and his hands relaxed. Speak clearly to me. Sirius took a few deep breaths of air. He tossed a photo to Remus, and started rubbing his throat again. Don't just look at Harry, look at the rat in the kid's hand next to him. Rat. Remus observed carefully for a long time, and finally noticed the strangeness of the rat. This is Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail, our good friend. Speaking of Wormtail, Sirius' expression became very fierce. Then he carefully described what happened more than 10 years ago, including Wormtail cutting off his finger, then blowing up the whole street to frame him. So James swapped the secret keeper for Peter at the last minute, so you didn't betray them. Seeing Sirius nod, Remus' eyes became very complicated. He didn't know these things at all. Man, I'm sorry. I admit that I doubted you more than 10 years ago, so I didn't tell you this secret. Remus shook his head. Sirius, I can't tell for sure if what you said is true or not. I can't believe you just because of a rat with a missing finger. Hearing this, Sirius became very excited. He firmly believes that he didn't recognize the wrong person, and that rat is definitively Peter Pettigrew. Remus, I can prove myself, believe me. As soon as we get to Hogwarts, I can prove everything. Stop kidding, Sirius. You're a wanted man, and I'm a werewolf. We can't get into Hogwarts. Just when the two were going to start arguing again with each other, the sound of an owl came from afar. Remus took the envelope tied to the owl's foot. After reading the contents, he glanced at Sirius with complicated eyes. What's wrong? Sirius didn't know what happened, so he checked himself, and seeing his dirty appearance, he frowned. Remus, I have been in Azkaban for 12 years. He thought that Remus was disgusted by him for being too dirty, so he went on to remind the other party of his previous situation. But just as he finished speaking, he saw Remus handing over the envelope. Look by yourself. Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Sirius looked at his friend in surprise, and then a smile appeared on his face. Lupin, this is a great opportunity. I think Merlin must be looking after us. But I'm a werewolf, Lupin said self-deprecatingly. Oh man, since Dumbledore invited you, he must have a solution. He is Dumbledore after all. Remus thought for a moment, and looking at his former friend, he nodded. I can help you, but if I find out that you are threatening Harry in any way, I will definitely cast a killing curse on you. From today, you must stay by my side until school starts and hand over your wand. Okay, I promise you. Sirius was very happy and handed over the wand readily. Anyway, he just snatched this wand. Moony, do you have anything to eat here? I'm starving to death. Maybe it's because he can finally take a break, or maybe it's the reunion with his old friend. But Sirius seemed to have returned to his usual unrestrained and happy-go-lucky appearance. Although he was a bit embarrassed by his current home, Remus still led Sirius into his cabin, took out some loaves of bread, and put them on the table. Sirius took a mouthful of water and a mouthful of bread, and he ate it all within 2 minutes. Damn it, how could they say that about Harry? Those bastards. Don't let me know who wrote this story or I'll bite his leg off. After reading the report on Harry in the Daily Prophet, the easily angered Sirius cursed. As he looked down, the more he read, the angrier he became. Harry was his godson, so of course Sirius would not be happy to read he was being slandered. Oh Moony, we have to help Harry. He must be having a hard time at school, the poor kid. Of course, when I enter Hogwarts, I will protect and teach him well. Well, and who is this? Asked Sirius, pointing to a corner of the newspaper. Remus glanced at it and read the name, Lucas Grindelwald. Grindelwald? How could Dumbledore recruit such a student? It's way too dangerous for Harry to stay at Hogwarts. Now there is not only Wormtail, but also a Grindelwald Moony. We must protect him. Harry must always be bullied at school. Damn Grindelwald, disgusting Slytherin. As a member of the Black family, Sirius knew all too well what the last name Grindelwald stood for. Remus didn't say anything, because he was busy writing an answer to Dumbledore. After the letter was sent, the two looked at Harry's photo in the newspaper and commented. He's really just like James. I think his eyes are like lilies. Malfoy Manor. Professor Snape still had that icy look. Mr. Malfoy gave up his study to the two and went to the garden to drink afternoon tea with his wife and children. This month's potions, and this is the Wolfsbane potion. Lucas put away the 5 bottles of potion, looked at the potion's master helplessly and said, Professor, you have been brewing Wolfsbane potion for a long time. Why don't you give me some more? When we made our deal, it was agreed that I would only provide 1 bottle a month, so there is only 1 bottle. As a businessman, you must be honest and stick to the deal, Mr. Grindelwald. Lucas sighed for shooting himself in the foot. Well, thank you. Seeing that Snape was still staring at him closely, he suddenly patted his forehead. I forgot, this is your Holy Spirit grass. A carved wooden box appeared in his hand, and Professor Snape confirmed that the herbs inside were all right, got up, and planned to leave immediately. Professor Snape, how about we talk? I don't think there is anything to talk about. I still need to go back to take care of the potions, so I won't keep accompanying you. Wait, Professor, are you sure you don't want to talk about it? What I want to talk about has something to do with Lily Potter. Professor Snape, who had already reached the door, stopped abruptly. He then turned and walked quickly towards Lucas. With a serious and nervous expression, he asked, Who told you this name? I don't need anyone to tell me. I just need to ask a little bit to find out. After all, she has a famous son, doesn't she? Seeing that Professor Snape didn't speak, Lucas continued, Now can we talk? What are you going to talk about? This is not a good place to talk. Why don't you come with me to Grindelwald Manor? It's not far from here. Snape didn't speak though, but gave his answer with practical actions. Seeing him walk out of the room quickly, Lucas hastily followed. Under the gaze of the Malfoy family, the two hurried to an even more luxurious manor not far away. Chapter 139. Grindelwald Manor, Wiltshire. Although spring has passed for a long time, the fireplace in the manor is still burning. Under the effect of magic, the high temperature generated by the flame cannot affect anyone in the house. The crackling sound echoed in the spacious living room. Vinda Rosier, Gellert Grindelwald right-hand woman. At this moment, she obeyed Luca's order and led the people out of the villa. Lucas sat opposite Professor Snape, with their favorite drinks in front of the two of them. Professor, please don't be restrained, just treat this place as your own home. Say what you want to say quickly. Professor Snape was still the same. Expressionless, cold, and rude. Well then, I want to talk to you about Harry Potter. There was a ripple in the empty eyes, and a deep voice sounded, Potter. But I don't think we need to worry about Potter's matter. Professor Snape stood up from the sofa, apparently not intending to listen anymore. Lucas was in no hurry. Instead, he waited for Snape to approach the door before opening his mouth. Does it not matter even if Harry Potter dies? He is Lily Potter's, no, it should be said that he is the only son of Lily Evans. Professor Snape did stop. He frowned and turned to look suspiciously at Lucas on the sofa. The blond boy raised his hand, inviting him to return to his seat. Professor, have you heard of Horcruxes? Horcruxes? Snape showed a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what Harry's life or death had to do with some messed-up Horcrux. Lucas didn't give him an answer right away. Instead, he first explained the origin and function of the Horcrux. According to legend, in ancient Greece, a powerful dark wizard appeared in the world. He was the first person to create a basilisk, and he was also the creator of many black magics. He was known as Herpo the Foul, one of the earliest known dark wizards. Why are you telling me this? Snape was slightly impatient. Although the basilisk aroused some interest in him, he just wanted to know why Harry Potter's life was at risk. whether it has something to do with the so-called Horcrux. Lucas signaled him to be calm, and then continued to talk. Because of Herpo's continuous experimentation with black magic, many innocent people were killed. With more and more killings, Herpo found that his soul began to become broken. He didn't panic because of this, but had a whim: what would happen if he took out part of his soul and stored it somewhere? So he started to experiment, and succeeded once, using the killing curse to murder someone while at the same time having the intent of separating a piece of his soul, later placing that piece into an object. The artifact that resulted from this was the first Horcrux. Snape frowned upon hearing this. He is no fool, so naturally, he can feel the extraordinariness of the Horcrux. What is the function of Horcruxes? It's not as simple as storing souls, is it? Lucas nodded and shook his head. It is true that it can only store souls, but even if it is the most common thing, as long as it is made into a Horcrux, it will become the most evil black magic item in the world. Because of being protected by black magic, except for a few specific methods, the Horcrux is almost indestructible, and the soul fragment inside will not be harmed. It is precisely because of this that people with Horcruxes become immortal in a broad sense, even if their bodies are attacked or destroyed. Because part of the soul in the Horcrux was not attacked, this person can still live in this world. After listening to Luca's introduction, Snape's eyes were filled with shock. It took a while for him to calm down. He raised his head to look at the blonde boy opposite. "There is no evidence for what you say, so why should I believe you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Snape saw the boy handing him a book. The production methods of Horcruxes are all recorded in a book called Secrets of the Darkest Arts. I saw this book in the Hogwarts library directory, but unfortunately I couldn't find it. Fortunately, Merlin took care of me and let me discover these research notes in another place. Snape took the thick stack of research notes. It seems that the research notes should have existed for a long time, because the decay is very serious. Slowly opening the first page, Salazar Slytherin's signature came into view. "This is..." "That's right, it's Lord Slytherin's research notes, which I got by chance." Lucas guided the professor to find the pages that talk about Horcruxes and quietly waited for Professor Snape to finish reading. When the other party raised his head, before he had time to ask a question, Lucas spoke first. "If you still don't believe it, you can consult someone, Professor Horace Slughorn. I think you are familiar with him." "Of course." Snape nodded. "He was my potions professor when I was in school, and he is a very knowledgeable person." That's right, Professor Slughorn's knowledge is indeed profound. He had revealed the secret of making Horcruxes to a person decades ago. Professor Snape closed his notebook, closed his eyes, and tried to digest what he heard. After a while, he looked back at Lucas. "Then, what does this have to do with Potter? Could he be a Horcrux?" Salazar's note said that Horcruxes are mostly used on objects, but they didn't say that living people can also be used. Lucas did not argue with him, but instead asked, "Professor, don't you wonder why Harry can speak Parseltongue?" "The strangest thing is that he doesn't even know he's a Parseltongue. According to my research, whether it is the Potter family or the ancestors of Lily Evans, there has never been a Parseltongue. On the contrary, there is a man who is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and Parseltongue is his innate gift. Coincidentally, this is the same person who discussed Horcruxes with Professor Slughorn. It's been rumored that he was defeated, that he's dead, but Professor Snape should know best whether he's dead or not." There was a hint of panic in Snape's eyes, and his right hand unconsciously clenched his left arm. "There is a special mark there. Although the color is light, as long as it doesn't disappear, it proves that the person who placed it is still alive." "How many?" "What?" Lucas looked across curiously. Professor Snape repeated, "How many Horcruxes does that person have? Since you have investigated it, you must have found out too." No, I only found a few, but I don't know exactly how many Horcruxes that guy created. However, I'm sure that Harry Potter must be one of them. When Lily Potter was protecting her own child, she defeated that person. That person had already made a Horcrux at that time, and his soul was already in an unstable state, so it was easy for his soul to fracture unintentionally after having his body destroyed. And in the whole room at that time, the only one who was still alive was Harry Potter, so he accidentally became a Horcrux. That's why he can also speak Parseltongue. This also confirms the original prophecy that the Dark Lord will personally mark him as his enemy. At first, Snape was surprised that Lucas knew of the prophecy, but after thinking about it, he was sure it must be Dumbledore's doing. After this conversation, the living room fell into a long silence. Snape reopened Salazar's research notes and read the information about Horcruxes word by word. Lucas ordered the house elf to prepare 2 cups of tea again, then waited for the other person to ask himself. After about half an hour or so, Professor Snape snapped the research notes shut. It doesn't say how to extract the soul fragment, it only talks about how to destroy the Horcrux. Lucas nodded affirmatively. That's right, if you want to kill Voldemort, you must first destroy all the Horcruxes he made. How many did you find? Lucas looked at the old bat opposite with a little surprise. 2, if you count the diary that appeared in the Chamber of Secrets, there are 3 Horcruxes that have appeared till now. They are Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, and the diary that opened the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Snape was taken aback, then nodded and said, "Making these relics into Horcruxes really fits the Dark Lord's personality." But a diary. Thinking of the diary being in Dumbledore's hands, Snape's face changed slightly. So Dumbledore knows about the Horcruxes too. I'm not sure if he knew it before, but after this Chamber of Secrets incident, he must have learned about it, and he should also know that there may be a soul fragment in Harry's body. Bringing up Harry Potter, there was a hint of resentment in Professor Snape's eyes. Does the boy have to die? That's right, not only does he need to die, but Voldemort must do it himself, so as to destroy the soul fragment in his body. At this moment, there was finally an expression on Professor Snape's unchanging face. With pain in his eyes, he looked at the ceiling and whispered. It turned out that the child was nothing more than a pig raised in captivity for slaughter. Professor. Lucas raised his voice. When the other party looked at him, the magic power of legilimency instantly entered the brain through the professor's eyes. Severus Snape, as an occlumency specialist, it's really not easy to use legilimency on him. But taking advantage of his current state of mind, Lucas started flipping through his memory. Lucas' voice rang like a whisper in Snape's ear. What a beautiful girl, red hair, blue eyes, confident, excellent, oh, and the head girl of the student body. It's amazing. Lily, Professor Snape was lost in memory, and unconsciously he called out her name. Lucas quickly found the memory of the night Lily Potter died. Seeing Professor Snape hugging her dead body and crying bitterly, he was deeply shocked. It was because the Professor Snape he saw was very different from the one he knew. No, it should be said that Professor Snape in front of Lily Potter was an affectionate and warm person. Lucas took a deep breath and prepared to start the next phase. He came to Professor Snape and whispered, "Professor, don't you have any doubts about Lily Evans' death? As a Muggle-born, where did she learn such a powerful protection spell?" The voice just fell, and Lucas felt that his legilimency was interrupted. When he looked at Professor Snape, he found that the other's eyes became hollow again. Chapter 140. What do you mean by what you just said? Seeing Professor Snape change back to his previous icy self, Lucas shrugged and returned to his seat. Professor, don't you really wonder what magic Lily Evans used? As far as I know, none of the currently known protection spells can compare to the one used by Lily Evans. Lucas brought up the name Lily again, but Professor Snape's eyes were no longer disturbed. Probably because of the success of the legilimency attack by Lucas just now. Now he is like a hedgehog, firmly defending his heart. Hathy. Snape let out a sneer. Although the Potter family is not one of the 28 sacred families, it used to be an absolute pure-blood family. In such a family with a long history, there are always some unknown secret books. That's right, Lucas nodded. But why haven't I heard of such a thing in the equally old Malfoy family? Last summer, Draco and I went to 12 Grimmauld Place. The Black family. Yes, as the oldest pure-blood family, Madame Black has little impression of such magic. Lucas didn't speak anymore. Instead, he snapped his fingers and called the house elf to his side. "Little master, Shauna follows your orders. Go get us 2 desserts, mine can't be too sweet." "Okay, little master, please wait a moment." Shauna's figure just disappeared, and Professor Snape's voice came immediately. "Tell me what you know, you must have already investigated it clearly." Another quaint book appeared in front of him. Reading the title of the book, Snape asked suspiciously, "Why have I never seen this book?" "Look at the content first, especially the part about the curse of blood sacrifice." Professor Snape opened the book dubiously. It is easy to find the relevant introduction of the mentioned curse. The user must be full of strong love. The loved ones who are guarded will not live to be 50 years old. Reading it aloud, Professor Snape's expression froze, and the distress in his eyes showed for a moment. "Where did you get this book? Didn't you say that no one knows what magic Lily used? Then what is it?" Professor Snape raised the book in his hand and asked sharply. "Don't be impatient." Lucas appeared suddenly, raised his hand, and pressed Professor Snape's shoulder. "The next thing is my personal secret. If you are willing to make an unbreakable vow with me, I will tell you. If you don't want to, then today's conversation will come to an end. In fact, I only wanted to tell you about Harry." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the room. He thought Professor Snape should take some time to think about it. He just walked out the door and saw Vinda come from the side. "Lucas, how did the conversation go?" "There is a high probability of success. What can you do for me?" Vinda chuckled lightly and said, "We have some results from the investigation. Remus John Lupin was recently spotted at a Yorkshire fair, accompanied by a huge black dog." Lucas raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of joy. "Wow, Tilda Sirius Black, this white sheep of the Black family finally appeared. Just let people keep a close eye on them. The 2 of them are not easy to deal with." Vinda nodded and was about to talk about the situation of the Diagon Alley shop, but she saw Professor Snape striding out of the room. "I promise you, just tell me what's going on." "Okay, Aunt Vinda, please be our witness." Lucas held out his right hand to Professor Snape's. "Both sides will keep what they say and see today confidential." The moment the unbreakable vow was completed, the space beside Lucas was torn apart. "Professor, please follow me." Seeing the shock in Professor Snape's eyes, Lucas felt a little smug in his heart. Holding each other's hand across the void chasm, the 2 appeared in Rowena Ravenclaw's library. "Where is this?" Snape looked around. He had never seen such a magnificent library. A dazzling array of books are placed everywhere, and he even saw many ancient books that can only be found in the restricted section of Hogwarts, even some that can't even be found there. "Welcome to the library of Rowena Ravenclaw." Ravenclaw, Snape was still puzzled, until Lucas showed him the books written personally by Rowena. Professor Snape, who closed the book, had complicated eyes. After a while, he sighed. "Hogwarts has existed for thousands of years. Everyone only knows that Slytherin left the Chamber of Secrets, but never thought about whether other founders did the same as him. So you found the book that records the curse of blood sacrifice here." Seeing Lucas nod, Professor Snape looked around the magnificent library in front of him again, and soon he was attracted by a showcase. "This is..." He walked quickly to the showcase and slowly named the items in it. "Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, and Gryffindor's sword. It looks like you're only short of Slytherin's locket to collect the relics of the founders." Lucas nodded, but did not tell him that he already knew the whereabouts of the locket, and just a few days later, he will be able to get the locket back. By then, the relics of the founders will be together again. He will also get a chance to draw a diamond lottery. Seeing Professor Snape staring at the display case so fascinated, Lucas coughed to wake him up. "Professor, let's talk about business first." He invited the professor out of the library, and the sunny flower garden outside shocked Snape again. "How can there be sun here?" "I was amazed too. Please sit down, Professor." The 2 sat down on stools in the middle of the flower garden. Lucas took a letter out of his pocket. "Back to the original question, where do you think Lily Evans, a Muggle-born witch, learned the curse of blood sacrifice?" Professor Snape, who had been firm just now, suddenly became hesitant. Seeing this, Lucas continued. Professor Snape, I already know the prophecy about the Chosen One from Headmaster Dumbledore. But I'm curious about how Voldemort knew the content of the prophecy. Snape froze, and it took a long time to relax again. He said regretfully, "It was me. I overheard the conversation between Dumbledore and Professor Trelawney and learned the content of the prophecy, which I later passed to the Dark Lord." But Voldemort didn't know the complete prophecy, because when I heard just half of it, I was chased away by the owner of the Hog's Head. Professor Snape opened up about how he had tipped off Voldemort about prophecy afterwards, and how he begged Dumbledore to protect Lily's family after learning she would be a target. Although he already knew what happened, Lucas still feigned shock. "I remember the owner of the Hog's Head is called Aberforth Dumbledore." Seeing Professor Snape nodding, Lucas took a deep breath. The next words are very critical, which is related to whether he can successfully plan against the opponent. "Professor, that means you, a 19-year-old youth who just graduated, went to follow the greatest wizard of the century. And successfully eavesdropped on the prophecy without being noticed, no, heard exactly half of the prophecy, and then was kicked out by Headmaster Dumbledore's brother. Do you think it's possible? Do you think that if Draco was stalking you, you wouldn't know about it?" Professor Snape shook his head thoughtfully. Although Lucas comparing himself to Draco, that stupid kid, was a bit inappropriate. But at the time, he was following the much older and skilled Dumbledore. It is indeed no different from Draco following himself. The professor fell silent, and Lucas continued. "When Voldemort learned of the prophecy, he followed the prophecy and took the initiative to find the Potters. But as far as I know, the child born at the end of July could also have been Neville Longbottom." Professor Snape nodded. "That's right, but the Dark Lord chose Lily's child." Speaking of which, Snape's eyes became sad again. Looking at the man in front of him showing such emotions, Lucas sighed. He waited until the other person calmed down before speaking again. "The blame lies here. Harry's mother Lily used ancient black magic and sacrificed herself to protect Harry. At the same time, Neville Longbottom's parents were also tortured into losing their minds by Death Eaters. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence?" Professor Snape suddenly raised his head to look at the boy sitting opposite him. It can't be Dumbledore." "Then explain to me why there is such a coincidence." Seeing Professor Snape speechless, Lucas continued his efforts. "You said you asked Dumbledore to protect the Potters. Then, as the greatest wizard in this world, the one that Voldemort fears, why doesn't Dumbledore become the Potter family's secret keeper himself? If he became the secret keeper of the Fadilius charm, who could obtain the location of the Potters from him?" Snape's expression became a little flustered. Lucas took another deep breath. "Professor, if I'm right, Dumbledore will tell you afterwards that Voldemort is still alive and will definitely come back to kill Harry in the future. The benefits of foreknowledge are manifested at this moment." Hearing Lucas say these words in a firm tone, Snape's heart began to waver. Just at this time, a letter was pushed in front of Snape. "If anyone in this world knows Dumbledore best, I am afraid that only my father is that person. Take a look, Professor." Snape took out the letter and started going through the beautiful cursive characters on it word by word. At the same time, Lucas' voice also sounded from the side. "Albus Dumbledore, although his mother was a Muggle-born witch, the Dumbledore family has a very long history. It is said that, when a member of the Dumbledore family is in great need, a phoenix will appear to their aid. It all stems from the contract that their family signed with the Phoenix clan in ancient times. My father, Gellert Grindelwald, was bound by a blood pact with Dumbledore, and the two were closer than brothers. My father, who likes to study the dark arts, once heard Dumbledore mention that his family has a very powerful black magic. This black magic is related to blood. Once it is successfully cast, the designated person will never be able to harm the person protected by it. It does sound very similar to the curse of blood sacrifice, don't you think, Professor?" Looking at Professor Snape's slightly trembling hands, Lucas got up and slowly came behind him. "Professor, let's cooperate. I have a way to help you rescue Lily's son." Professor Snape stood up suddenly, and staring at Lucas with a serious face, he asked, "Do you really have a way?" Chapter 141. Harry Potter definitely held a special place in Professor Snape's heart. He hates him because he inherited James Potter's looks, but he has to protect him because he is Lily's only son. Whenever he saw those green eyes, Snape would always think of the past when everything was better. What do you mean you can save him? Spirit purifying potion, have you heard of it? Snape frowned, as if recalling all the potion books he had read. After 2 minutes he shook his head. No, I'm pretty sure I haven't heard or seen it anywhere. Professor Snape's mother, Eileen, comes from the pureblood Prince family. Although the Prince family is not one of the 28 sacred families. But in the past, it enjoyed a high status in the magic world because people in this family are very good at making potions. It is a well-known potion family in the British magic circle. Professor Snape is possibly the only descendant of the Prince family, and he inherited all the potion books in the family. So he was very surprised that he didn't know what the potion did. Lucas got up and motioned for the other to follow, and the two went to the top floor of the library. Snape watched Lucas take a book from the top of the towering bookshelf. That's it, see for yourself. Spirit Purifying Potion. After taking it, it can repair soul damage and repel foreign souls. Materials. Seeing the effect of the Spirit Purifying Potion, a gleam of excitement flashed in Professor Snape's eyes. This potion is just the right medicine. If Harry Potter took it, Voldemort's soul shard could be easily dealt with. But when he saw the ingredients needed for the potion, his face immediately became ugly. Professor, what's the matter? It's useless, this potion cannot be brewed successfully. Snape closed the book after he finished speaking. Why did the professor become like this? Lucas knew it very well. He took out a wooden box, and even before the lid was opened, the delicate fragrance of the flower inside had already filled the library. Professor Snape looked up, watching the box being slowly opened. Living flower. That's right, one of the main materials for making the potion. Seeing Snape reaching out, Lucas immediately put the box away. When I saw the Spirit Purifying Potion from this book, I immediately sent people to look for it, and not long ago, I finally found the only living flower in the world. Professor, as long as you agree to cooperate with me, I will give it to you immediately. Professor Snape shook his head with a wry smile. So what if there is a living flower? I can think of a solution with the painstaking efforts of the Phoenix Tears and Ashes, Dragon Heart Blood, and in unicorns willingly given blood. But the main ingredients of this Spirit Purifying Potion also include elves' tears. Where can I find this creature of legends? Lucas smiled confidently. You don't need to worry about this. Give me 2 years, and I promise to collect all the materials for you. Professor, why don't you try to trust me once? Do you really want to just watch Harry being sent to Voldemort for slaughter? There was a moment of silence in the library. Lucas has been leaning on the bookshelf since he finished speaking, waiting for the professor's reply. Almost an hour passed before Professor Snape finally let out a long breath. What do I need to do? It's done. Lucas waved his hand and took out 2 wooden boxes, one large and one small. The small one is filled with zodiac flowers, and in the big wooden box are 8 Holy Spirit grasses. You don't need to do anything for the time being, you just need to brew the water of life. There are 8 Holy Spirit grasses in here. With these 2 boxes of ingredients, you can brew 2 bottles of water of life. One of the bottles is of great use to me, and the other bottle is for you, Professor. In addition, there is this living flower, which I will also give you in advance, including the book in your hand that records the lost potion. Nothing was paid yet, and he was getting so many precious things first, Snape wasn't used to it for a while. You're not afraid of me telling Dumbledore. Don't we have an unbreakable vow, and I also have great faith in you, Professor. Lucas placed the wooden boxes in Professor Snape's arms. Looking into the professor's eyes, Lucas said in an unprecedentedly serious tone. Professor Snape, please believe me. Our goals are the same, although I can't tell you the reason, but for Harry, I hope he stays alive more than anyone else. As long as I can keep him alive, I'm not afraid of being an enemy of Voldemort. As long as it keeps him alive, even if it means sacrificing the lives of all the saints group in my hand. Looking at the serious eyes of the young man, Snape's heart was shocked. He didn't understand why Lucas cared so much about Harry Potter. He also knew that even if he asked, the other party would not answer. However, this is good, the boy in front of him was right, their goals were the same. Lucas watched the old bat's eyes soften, knowing that his plan to instigate Snape had been completed by 90%. Why does he say 90? That's because the last 10% needs to be verified by Professor Snape himself. As a double agent, Snape would never just listen to his words. Whether it's the curse of blood sacrifice or the Horcruxes, or the Dumbledore conspiracy theory, he will use his own method to verify it himself. Anyway, there's still a lot of time before the summer vacation ends. Lucas believed that by the time school started again, his plan to instigate Snape would be 100% successful. As for what he had just said to Professor Snape, of course he was serious. The ultimate achievement requires Harry Potter, Dumbledore, and Professor Snape in front of him to survive to the finale. So Lucas will never let the three of them have an accident. He must get the legendary draw, rewarded by the ultimate achievement. The reward from that is something that can potentially change the world after all. For the greater good, Lucas will not regret no matter how many people are sacrificed for a legendary reward. When the two finished their negotiations, it was getting dark. Professor Snape declined the dinner invitation, and it seemed that he was in a hurry to go back and verify the authenticity of what Lucas said. But before he left, he still gave Lucas something he already knew. Dumbledore convened all the professors yesterday to discuss who would be the defense against the dark arts professor for the next academic year. Remus John Lupin will be hired as defense against the dark arts professor for the next year. If Mr. Grindelwald doesn't want to have trouble with your little girlfriends, stay away from this man. Professor Snape left the manor without looking back. Looking at the figure of the professor disappearing into the night, Lucas smiled silently. Master, the cave is ready. You can go there any time. Hearing reports from a subordinate nearby, Lucas nodded slightly. Next, he plans to rest for a few days, then go meet Hermione and Cho Chang's parents. After that, it is natural to complete the agreement with Mrs. Black. Bring back Regulus Black's body and the locket. As long as he gets Slytherin's locket, he will have another chance at the diamond lottery. He's just wondering what kind of reward he can get this time. Yorkshire, in the wooden house where Remus lives. Sirius looked at the light passing through the broken roof and said helplessly, "When we catch Peter and prove my innocence, I will immediately return to Grimmauld Place. By the way, you will come with me when the time comes. That house is big enough for the two of us to live in, and when Harry is on vacation, he can also move there." Hearing his friend talking about such things, Remus couldn't help but interrupt. "Padfoot, if I remember correctly, your mother removed you from the Black family more than 10 years ago." "Oh, don't be such a party popper, don't worry. I'm the only one left in the Black family now. Who else can inherit the house besides me?" Remus shook his head and said nothing. But speaking of the Black family, he suddenly thought of Sirius' younger brother. Thinking about it now, it seems like I haven't seen Regulus for a long time. Probably gave his life for the master he loved so much, heh? It's really stupid. After finishing speaking, Sirius turned around and fell asleep facing the wall, ignoring the thighness on his chest when they talked about his brother. Time flies, and it's finally time to meet the parents. After some convincing from the girls, they decided to officially start dating this summer. Lucas is wearing trendy casual clothes today, making himself look sunny and attractive. In order to show his sincerity, he also bought many gifts. When he came to Hermione's house in London, he suddenly felt a little nervous. It's hard to fathom. He can lead hundreds of people and slaughter the same amount with absolutely no change in his heart. But meeting Hermione's Muggle parents in his official capacity as her boyfriend makes him so nervous. As the doorbell rang, a burst of footsteps came from inside the door. Tilde click tilde. The door opened, and Hermione's smiling face showed up at the door. Chapter 142. Is Mr. Grindelwald here? Mr. Granger's voice can be heard inside the house. Yes, Dad, Hermione responded and led Lucas into the living room. The Grangers sat upright as they looked at the two teens with very serious expressions. Although he has experienced a lot of things in his life, it was the first time for Lucas to experience such a thing with his girlfriend's parents, so he was inevitably a little nervous. "Sit down, Mr. Grindelwald." "Oh, you can just call me Lucas." When Lucas was about to take his seat, he suddenly remembered that he was still carrying gifts. "Uncle, Aunt, here are some gifts for you." The Grangers smiled at each other. They were young once too. They are too familiar with the way their daughter and Lucas are acting, but even if the two of them understand, being a parent, they still worry about their daughter. What's more, she is still so young. "Well, thank you, Lucas." Mr. Granger thanked, and his wife took the gift and went to another room. "Hermione, go help your mother." Looking at her father's serious expression, Hermione stole a look at Lucas. Until he saw him giving her a reassuring look, she then left with her mother. In the huge living room, there were only two men left. Lucas took a deep breath and said, "Uncle, first of all, I want to apologize to you." "No, it should be us thanking you. Thank you for taking care of us in Paris, and my daughter. Thank you for befriending and taking care of her at school." Mr. Granger had just finished speaking when his wife came over. But the figure of Hermione was still missing. Lucas knew that Mrs. Granger must have told Hermione to stay away for now. "Uncle, Aunt, I came to England from Austria 2 years ago and met Hermione at King's Cross Station. Our first meeting is something difficult to forget. Her innocence and intelligence deeply attracted me, and I understand the worries of both of you. We are still young, and we will face many uncertainties in the future, but please believe me, I am serious about Hermione. So please rest assured, because of family reasons, I understood what responsibility is earlier than others." The Grangers listened quietly to Lucas' story. The two looked at each other again, exchanging opinions with each other using their eyes. Seeing this, Lucas continued, "I know you two are reluctant to part with Hermione, especially in the future. Because of our identities, we may not be able to see each other often. But I can assure you both that everything will be done according to Hermione's wishes. Even if she wants to leave the magic world, I am willing to live a normal life with her. So I hope that you two can give me a chance, and I hope that you can hand Hermione to me and let me take good care of her for the rest of my life." Whether the Grangers were impressed is unclear. But Miss Hermione Granger, who was hiding on the second floor and eavesdropping, was very moved. She knew Lucas always kept his word, but she also knows how much responsibility he has to bear. The huge Saints group needs him to lead them, and many elderly in the group need his care. But Lucas made that promise to her parents. "Fool, how could I be willing to take you away from your life?" Hermione muttered to herself and quietly went downstairs. When she showed up in the living room, Lucas was drinking tea with her parents. "Father, Mother, what are you doing?" "You invited Lucas for lunch. You and your mother go and arrange it." Seeing her father wink at her, Hermione smiled sweetly. She nodded excitedly, turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Looking at the happy appearance of their daughter, the Grangers shook their heads helplessly. Waiting until the two leave, Mr. Granger said in a low voice, "From the day we learned that Hermione was a witch, I knew that she would belong to that world in the future. In the past 2 years, I have always followed her to visit the world of wizards, just wanting to know more about the place where she will live in the future. Last year, I saw your store opening, and the unprecedented grandeur is still vivid in my memory. Lucas, I will leave my daughter to you. Please take care of her in that dangerous world. This is a father's request to you." After lunch, Hermione and Lucas walked around the neighborhood holding hands. She was very curious about the conversation between Lucas and her father. Lucas doesn't even know how many times she asked along the way. "You really want to know?" Hermione nodded repeatedly. The curiosity in her eyes seemed to overflow. Lucas approached slowly and whispered in her ear, "Mr. Granger asked me to promise that we will not mess around until you come of age." Boom! Hermione's face turned red all of a sudden. Just when she was planning to teach the nasty guy in front of her a good lesson, her mouth was suddenly sealed by soft lips. Lucas felt very good when he returned to his home. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to stay happy for long, because someone from the Ministry of Magic came to invite him. "Minister Fudge is looking for me." Lucas and Vinda looked at each other, and they both saw the doubts in each other's eyes. In order to learn what's going on, he took Vinda to the Ministry of Magic. When they arrived at the Ministry of Magic atrium, members of the Saints group also sent messages. Harry Potter used magic in a Muggle house, causing a Muggle to fly into the sky after he inflated her like a balloon. Lucas tore up the note with even more doubts in his eyes. Such a thing, what are they asking him to do? Minister Fudge, are you looking for me? Lucas opened the door to the minister's office, and Dumbledore, who sat on the sofa, froze for a moment. The old bee obviously didn't expect to meet Lucas, and his action of tasting dessert also stopped. Headmaster Dumbledore, it's nice to meet you outside the school. Lucas, what are you here for? Lucas looked at Minister Fudge. He was also very curious about why he was calling him so late. Dumbledore, Harry Potter has violated the regulations and used magic outside school. And he also broke the statute of secrecy by inflating a Muggle like a balloon, causing her to fly south of Sheffield, which caused the Ministry of Magic a lot of trouble. Dumbledore put down the cake in his hand and said, "But you should know that Harry didn't do it on purpose. The magic power of underage wizards is already easily affected by emotions. As far as I know, the Muggle lady was speaking ill of Harry's parents. Any child would be offended, am I right, Lucas?" Lucas, who was tasting the new black tea from the Ministry of Magic, was involved for no reason. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. "Minister Fudge, I think the headmaster is right. If my father was being humiliated, I wouldn't just turn that Muggle into a balloon." Fudge had wanted to contradict Dumbledore at first. During the recent public opinion war, both he and Dumbledore were victims, but Dumbledore's reputation was clearly still much better than his. And in the end, it didn't work how he wanted, which made Fudge very unhappy. But he didn't dare to blatantly trouble Dumbledore that much, so he could only use these small tricks to cause some trouble for him. And Harry Potter just gave him such a very good opportunity, but Lucas spoke up, so he had no choice but to leave it be. After thinking for a long time, he sighed. Since this is his 117th, how many times? Oh, it's really bad. Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic cannot pursue Harry Potter this time, but please educate him properly after you go back. Of course, I will also find time to go to the Leaky Cauldron to talk to Harry. You know his reputation is not very good right now. If people know that he used magic recklessly, it will have an even worse impact on him. Even knowing that the previous newspapers were Fudge's doings, Dumbledore didn't express any displeasure at the moment either. He nodded with a smile, thanked Fudge, then got up and left the office. Until the headmaster left for a long time, Fudge sighed. "I just made a fool of myself, Mr. Grindelwald." "It's okay, Minister. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of this century. What's the matter with you coming to me so late?" "Yes, I would like to ask you to help find Sirius Black. What happened before has already reduced my prestige among the people a lot. Now the jailbreak of Black made me look even worse. If I can't catch him quickly, my approval rating will hit a new low." Lucas looked stunned. "No problem. I will let people pay attention to Black's traces later. You can rest assured that as long as he shows up, my people will definitely find out. The premise is that he has to change back to human form," Lucas thought silently. "Sirius Black is an illegal animagus, and very few people know his black dog form. At least no one at the Ministry of Magic knew. These guys might still be wondering how Sirius escaped from the Dementors and escaped from Azkaban." After the conversation with Fudge, Lucas directly fell asleep when he got home. The next day, he still needs to go to Cho's house to meet her parents. After seeing her parents, he planned to go to the Horcrux cave immediately. Time to fetch Regulus Locket 2. Chapter 143. Because of his previous experience with Hermione's parents, going to Cho's house was much smoother than expected. Her mother works at the Ministry of Magic, so she knows Lucas Grindelwald well. Because of this, her parents were very restrained. They behaved like they were the subordinates meeting their boss. Their positions were completely reversed, but the result was good, and the two ended up wishing their daughter well. Cho, who is about to start her 4th year of school, is now a big girl. When Lucas left her house, the sun was about to set, but he didn't go back to the manor. Instead, he tore the void and went to the cave. The smell of the sea, the sound of the rough waves, and the greeting came to Luca's ears together. Master. Since finding the cliff where the Horcrux cave was, about a dozen or so members of the Saints group were watching over the surrounding area to prevent outsiders from entering it. Thank you for your hard work. Hearing the words of thanks in a gentle tone made these members very excited. Even the tiredness of the day was swept away. Led by one of them, Lucas came to the entrance of the cave where the Horcrux was stored. It was a crack on the cliff, and endless seawater was pouring into it. The two of you go in with me, and the others continue to stay outside. The ones who were pointed seemed agitated. Seeing that Lucas entered the sea, the two hurriedly followed. In this season, the sea water will still bring a biting chill to people. It didn't take long for Lucas to enter a dark passage. The passage was pitch black and you couldn't even see your nose. Lucas waved his hand and used the improved Lumos Stella. The bright lights of the stars extended to the end of the passage. With the light, Lucas carefully observed the appearance of the dark passage in front of him. The passage slopes downward because it is close to the sea and the air is abnormally humid. All the way down, Lucas was occasionally hit by a drop of water falling from above his head. This situation continued for several minutes until a rock wall appeared in front of Lucas. Master, traces of magic have been detected coming from here. We dare not touch it casually, and we don't know what will happen next. Lucas nodded slightly. He fixed his eyes on the rock wall and then drew his wand. Accompanied by a white light from the wand, immediately a white arch appeared on the rock wall. The arch exudes a bright light, which is extremely dazzling in such a dim environment. It really is right here. As soon as the words fell, the arch emitting white light disappeared. Lucas knew that the real passage needed blood to open. Two members of the Saints heard his words and took the initiative to step forward and cut their palm. Once the protruding rocks on the wall turned bright red, Lucas stopped the two of them. Okay, you guys go back and have a good rest. The following part will be enough for me alone. Thank you for your hard work. His wand slid across the palms of the two, and their wounds healed immediately. It's just that the two who lost a lot of blood looked very weak. Waiting until the two returned to the cliff, Lucas waved his wand again. The arch appeared again, and the blood on the rock was gradually absorbed by the arch. When the arch finished absorbing the last drop of blood, a dark passage appeared inside the door. This is the correct way to the Horcrux storage place. Lucas held his wand and walked in without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Lucas was standing by a lake. He was pretty sure he was in the belly of the mountain, but what appeared in front of him was the dark lake. Lumos. The wand glows with a white light, but this light can only illuminate a range of 1 meter near Lucas, and it was still pitch black all around. It was as if something in the cave was absorbing the light. Lucas stood there without moving a step, looking at the shining green light in the distance. He knew that was where the fake Horcrux was kept. Wingardium Leviosa. A fist-sized stone floated from the ground. Wadiwasi. The stone broke through the air and flew rapidly towards the direction of the green light. Suddenly, there was the sound of splashes on the calm lake, and something seemed to jump out of the water. Having verified that this place is really as dangerous as described in the original work, Lucas turned and searched along the lake again. After a while, he found the hidden chain. Voldemort seemed to think that no one would find the chain boat, so he didn't deliberately hide the magic breath on the chains. Or maybe he wanted people to find it, considering all the traps lying ahead. When the boat surfaced, Lucas immediately jumped on it, and the boat drifted slowly towards the center of the lake. During the way, Lucas clearly saw the white corpses at the bottom of the lake, with the light from the tip of the wand. These are Voldemort's most proud works, Inferi Army. Lucas didn't know how many Inferi there were at the bottom of the lake, but he can be sure that the number seen so far should be quite a lot. Just thinking about all the humans that Voldemort must have killed to make this army would make normal people shudder. The boat continued to move slowly across the lake. A few minutes later, the bow of the ship seemed to hit something and made a bang as the boat stopped. Lucas stepped onto the small island in the middle of the lake, which was formed from a single piece of black rock. The rock is roughly the size of the Hogwarts headmaster's office. There is nothing superfluous on the small island in the middle of the lake, except for the stone basin emitting green light in the middle. The stone basin is similar to a pensieve, except that it is connected to the base below. There is some emerald green liquid in the basin, with a seashell on the side to drink it. It looked quite nice, actually. But Lucas knows that this is not water, but a strong poison that can make life worse than death. Whether it is Regulus Black in the original book, or later Harry and Dumbledore, they all chose to drink the poison into their stomachs. Lucas couldn't figure it out at first, but after checking it for a while, he seemed to understand why Dumbledore and others would do that. Lucas raised his wand again and used the vanishing charm, shattering curse and transfiguration one after another. But the stone basin has not changed at all, and the emerald green liquid in the basin didn't even make a ripple. What kind of spell did Voldemort use to protect this stone platform so well? Lucas was just too curious. If he wants to take out the locket inside, it's very simple for him, but doing so would break the spell on the stone basin. And he intends to study the spell slowly first. Anyway, he has plenty of time. Until nearly 2 hours passed. Only then did he thoroughly study the black magic used. In short, what Voldemort cast on the stone basin was not a spell. Instead, multiple spells were superimposed on each other, and these spells complement each other and are entangled together as if they were carefully weaved. To break these spells, you must know the order in which the spells were cast. Undoubtedly, it was even more difficult, and they were spells placed by Voldemort himself. There is no one in the world, except himself, who will ever know the correct order to cast the spells. After figuring out what's going on, Lucas stretched his arm and closed his fist as if grabbing something. A moment later, the sword of Gryffindor appeared in his palm. No matter how powerful these spells are, it's still magic. And Lucas, who has anti-magic, can destroy the magic on the stone with just a light sword. A thin layer of black anti-magic power ignited on Gryffindor's sword. Then Lucas raised the sword with one hand and swung it downward diagonally. The sharp blade cut the stone basin and base, making the emerald green liquid spill to the ground and Regulus, locket, appear at the bottom of the stone basin. The locket is small, without the delicate pattern and S mark that Slytherin's has on the surface, but it is still priceless in the eyes of some people. Lucas took out the locket and easily opened it. Looking at the tight parchment inside the locket, he took it out and unfolded it. Regulus Black, the last words in his life appeared before his eyes. Regulus Arcturus Black. He was reciting the other party's name in a low voice, and there was also the sound of the lake rolling in his ears. When the locket is taken away, the sleeping corpses at the bottom of the lake will wake up one after another. If the person who took the locket was not Voldemort, these dangerous creatures will launch a fierce attack. Regulus was dragged into the bottom of the lake by these Inferis after drinking the poison. Lucas put away his wand. The Gryffindor sword in the left hand and the Goblin's sword in the right hand are quietly waiting for them to appear. He had promised Creature and Mrs. Back to bring Regulus' body back. Creature. Pop. With a soft popping sound, the old house elf appeared beside Lucas. Seeing familiar surroundings, bad memories immediately occupied Creature's mind. No, why did you call Creature here? Creature is useless. He failed to complete Good Master Regulus' final order. His tears flowed down his face, and his eyes were full of self-blame. Don't cry, Creature. Stand here and watch. We need to find your master's body, and then we will take him home. Master? Creature glanced at the elf beside him, and thinking of the agreement between the two, his eyes became firmer. Creature wants to take the good master home. At the same time, the first batch of Inferis had climbed out of the water and came to the stone platform. Lucas clenched his two swords tightly, ready to try the power of elf combat skills first, and at the same time find Regulus' whereabouts. Chapter 144. Inferis are actually some dead bodies without thoughts and souls. They are somewhat similar to zombies, but what is better than zombies is that the body is protected by magic and is not perishable. Inferi do not form naturally, and they are artificially created and controlled by black magic. The created undead are absolutely loyal to their masters. Voldemort probably took a fancy to this, so he created a large number of them. After all, as long as you kill someone casually, you can create a subordinate who is 100% loyal to you. This is much more useful than some timid Death Eaters. Tilde roar tilde. As soon as the Inferi left the water, they let out a roar, and the sound was really creepy. These cool, damp-loving guys are very afraid of fire and light. But Lucas didn't intend to use Fiendfire, because he is not sure whether Regulus will be burned on the fire. The Inferi that left the water did not attack immediately, because they instinctively felt the threat from Lucas. Looking at the undead that kept screaming at him, Lucas lunged out. Elven combat skills include hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, and archery, as well as how to use magic power when using the above combat skills. The elves are the darlings of nature, born with powerful magic, and they have developed their use of magic to the extreme. Even in close combat, every move and style has magic power contained in it. Lucca's slender, muscular figure leapt into the air, passing over a group of corpses with ease. At the same time, the blade with magic power easily cuts off the corpse's head. Tossing and turning, Lucas passed by the Inferi, and every time there would always be a head flying into the air. Cutting off the head of an Inferi again, Lucas swung his long sword and pointed at another Inferi on the shore. He has been paying attention for a long time. That particular Inferi has not stepped forward, but kept roaring, and after each roar, new Inferi emerged from the lake. A faint purple light shone on the Gryffindor sword. Immediately afterwards, a white light flashed on the tip of the sword, and the corpse was smashed into powder by the shattering curse. Creature's big eyes went from worry at first, to surprise later, to shock at the end. It really couldn't understand how the elf could be so strong. Creature can't let the elf fight alone. House elves do their magic differently than wizards. If it weren't for the ancient contract binding them, average wizards might not even be able to beat these little guys who do housework every day. Creature just snapped his fingers, and 6 or 7 Inferi flew into the sky. Repeating this several times, Creature let out a small smile. Probably because he felt that he was avenging his good master Regulus. Creature, look for Regulus carefully, and hand over these Inferi to me. Creature shuddered for a moment, and then he remembered the business. His big eyes hurriedly scanned the surroundings, looking for the figure of his master, Regulus Black. At this time, the second and third batches of Inferi have already swam out of the lake. The number of corpses this time is far more than the first batch. Lucas breaks away from the Inferi. In just a short while, more than 100 Inferi have had their heads chopped off. The elf combat skills are quite good. Lucas looks satisfied. Immediately afterwards, his expression froze, and black anti-magic power emerged from the 2 swords. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the 2 long swords made by goblins were completely wrapped in the power of anti-magic. All magical elements in the cave are repelled. The originally aggressive Inferi also became much weaker. At the same time, the members of the Saints near the cliff looked terrified. What's going on? Why do I feel that I can't use my magic? Me too. Could there be something wrong with Master Lucas? Several people looked at each other. The 2 who had just donated blood walked back to the edge of the cliff. From the looks of them, they seemed to plan to go down to find Lucas again. Others ran off into the distance. They were going to report the situation here to Vinda Rosier in Wiltshire. If something happens to Lucas, all of them are responsible for the lack of protection. Inside the cave, Lucas jumped into the Inferi again. This time, there is no need to cut off the head of the Inferi. Just a little touch, and the anti-magic power will cut off the magic in their body. Soon, a large amount of Inferi fell down. Your Excellency, Master Regulus is there. Creature's exclamation came from behind. Looking in the direction of his finger, a youthful Inferi followed the team towards him. Regulus Black, who joined the Death Eaters at the age of 16 and died at the age of 18. Lucas turned around and waved the 2 swords in his hands. Soon he arrived before Regulus. The spine of the sword slapped Regulus' chest, destroying the magic in his body, and at the same time sent the corpse to Creature. Creature, take your master and go first. Lucas crossed his hands and swung the magic power from the two swords forcefully. The two black slashes formed a cross shape, quickly defeating hundreds of Inferis in front of them. Your Excellency. Go. The slashing gradually disappeared, and the magic forbidding area also disappeared. Creature clenched Regulus' wrist, snapped his fingers, and disappeared from the spot. The small island in the middle of the lake has been completely occupied by the corpses, and Lucas was surrounded by them. With a roar, the surrounding undead rushed up. Lucas held up his long sword to resist, but the corpses followed him one after another and soon surrounded him. In the nick of time, a loud hiss sounded in the cave. Countless Inferi were thrown away, and some even crashed at the top of the cave. Medusa, the gigantic basilisk, entered the scene. The huge body easily crushed the nearby corpses, while the attack of the Inferi couldn't even break her scales. Lucas, it's uncomfortable here. It's cold and dark, and Medusa doesn't like it. The voice of the basilisk appeared in Lucas' head. Immediately afterwards, she discovered the undead that were attacking her. Hateful. With a flick of the basilisk's big tail, hundreds of Inferi flew into the sky. Medusa, surround the island and don't let these things approach. Okay. The huge body circled several times around the small island in the middle of the lake, forming a high wall as the hard scales made the Inferi helpless. Lucas put away his swords and took out his wand again. Inferi Legion, I won't let any of you stay. Taking a deep breath, Lucas mobilized all his magic power. When he opened his eyes again, there seemed to be two blue flames flickering in his pupils. Lucas waved the basilisk back to the secret garden, and blue fire spewed out from the tip of his wand. This time, the fire was more ferocious than ever before. As soon as it appeared, it occupied the entire cave space, and the surrounding corpses were burned to ashes before they even had time to escape. The ones that hadn't left the lake all turned around and swam to the bottom of the lake. Want to escape? The black wand pointed towards the lake, controlling the fire in the cave, making it rush towards the lake in a massive wave of blue fire. Large quantities of water vapor was released as the water of the lake was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. None of the Inferi in the lake escaped, and they were burned to ashes by the fire in the water. The cliff outside vibrated inexplicably, and the members of the Saints sensed that something was wrong, so they hastily left the edge of the cliff. As the vibration grew stronger, many cracks appeared on the cliff and blue flames spewed out along the cracks. The members of the Saints shouted joyfully, pointing to the flames. It's Master Lucas, it's the Master's successor. All Saints know that there are only two people in this world who can cast that spell. One is their leader, Gellert Grindelwald, and the other is Lucas Grindelwald. In the flames, a void crack appeared as Lucas walked out of the chasm calmly and gracefully, with his wand in hand. Regarding the fire behind him, he did not intend to extinguish it. In such a dirty place, it is better to burn it for a while to disinfect it. The matter here is over, you may go back. After Lucas finished speaking, he tore the void again. He stepped forward, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of number 12 Grimmauld Place. The Black family seems ready to welcome him, because when Lucas' presence was sensed, the door opened automatically. Welcome, Mr. Grindelwald. Today's Mrs. Black is dignified and polite, not as crazy as before. To meet Lucas, she also asked Creature to hang her portrait in the foyer. Mrs. Black, long time no see. The gate slowly closed, and Walburga shouted with a smile on her face. Creature, hurry up and receive the distinguished guest. Pup. As Creature appeared, he bowed low and then stood straight, showing a drastic change in attitude, not as rude as he used to be. There was respect in the eyes looking at Lucas at the moment. Your Excellency, please follow Creature to the living room. The locket you want Creature to give you is ready. Lucas' eyes lit up, and he followed the ancient house elf through the corridor, step by step into the living room. Chapter 145. Coming to the living room, Creature placed the portrait of Mrs. Black on the sofa. Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for bringing Regulus back. Walburga's eyes were moist, especially when she mentioned her son. Her eyes were full of sadness. Creature was the same as he silently prepared a cup of black tea and put it on the table, then planned to leave. Now is the time for the mistress to talk to the elf lord, and as a house elf, he doesn't deserve to be here. Creature, wait. The old house elf stopped and looked back at the elf on the sofa. When he saw Lucas wave at himself to return, Creature first looked at his mistress in the portrait. Mr. Grindelwald is a distinguished guest of our black family. Creature, so you must obey his orders. The elf nodded and walked up to Lucas step by step. Your Excellency, there is. Creature didn't finish his sentence, because he saw Lucas take out something very familiar. Before Lucas came, he specially made a necklace for the locket. He put the locket on Creature's neck and said, Creature, I brought Regulus' locket back, and it belongs to you from today on. Creature became overwhelmed and looked at his mistress in a panic. But Mrs. Black in the portrait didn't oppose it. Facing this loyal house elf, she smiled and said, Creature, since Mr. Grindelwald gave it to you, you should keep it and protect it. Yes, mistress, thank you, Your Excellency the elf. After Creature finished speaking, he disappeared from Luca's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the sound of Creature crying came from the second floor. Sorry, Mr. Grindelwald. After hearing the crying, Walburga's tone became a little choked up, but Lucas shook his head understandingly. Mr. Regulus remains. What is Mrs. Black going to do with them? I'm going to have Creature bury him in the family cemetery, and that's the end of it for us, the Black family. As the oldest pure-blood family, it's really embarrassing to become like this now. But Lucas disagreed with her statement. Madam, you may not know that your other son is still alive, and he just escaped from Azkaban not long ago. Don't mention that unfilial son in front of me. Her face darkened, then she looked at Lucas apologetically. It can be seen that Sirius Black had really hurt his old mother a lot. Thinking that this place will become the stronghold of the Order of the Phoenix, in the future Lucas felt compelled to warn her, lest the white sheep spoil such a good place. Madam, whether you admit it or not, Sirius Black is your son. It would be fine if he was captured and brought back to Azkaban, but if he is acquitted one day, then this house will be automatically inherited by him. Impossible, she said angrily. I have removed him from the family, he has no qualifications. In fact, he does exist. Although you removed him, it was only a verbal and family announcement. From the perspective of the Ministry of Magic, he still has the right to inherit. Hearing Lucas explain, Walburga was silent for a long time. At this moment, Creature reappeared after calming down his emotions, and there was an exquisite locket in his hands. The locket is engraved with exquisite patterns, and Slytherin's unique and gorgeous S mark attracts attention. Your Excellency, according to the agreement, I will give this thing to you, but Creature wants to remind Your Excellency. It is protected by a very powerful magic, and Creature can't destroy it by any means. And it affects Creature, it speaks in Creature's head. When mentioning the locket, Creature was very distressed. Lucas patted Creature's head. Don't worry, I have a solution. I'm an elf, and an elf can do anything. Oh yes, Your Excellency the elf is a powerful elf, and he will definitely be able to destroy it. Creature had just finished speaking when he suddenly heard his mistress, Orders. It seems that she had thought of a solution for the house. Creature, find Narcissa immediately. I have something very important to tell her. Yes, mistress. When Creature left, Lucas looked at the portrait and asked, Are you going to hand over the house to the Malfoy family? No, I intend to present the house to you, Mr. Grindelwald. Me? Lucas asked in surprise. That's right, I know you don't care about a house, but we have to repay your kindness for bringing Regulus back. It's a pity that our Black family has fallen, otherwise I would have given you the whole family's support. She had just finished speaking when the sound of apparition came from the room. Narcissa Malfoy, knee black, and her son suddenly appeared in the drawing room. Aunt, Mr. Grindelwald. Narcissa didn't understand what was going on now. What was Lucas doing in the old house of Black? And sitting with the portrait of her aunt. From the looks of it, the two seemed to be having a good time chatting. Great aunt. Draco bowed respectfully to the portrait. Walburga changed her serious face from just now, and showed a kind smile on her face. "Draco, it's been some time and you are already this big." "Auntie, what did you call me for?" Narcissa didn't want her son to have too much contact with Mrs. Black. Since the accidents of her two sons, Mrs. Black has not been in a good state of mind, so much so that the portraits left behind are a little nervous. "Creature." Creature consciously walked in front of the portrait, held the portrait in both hands, and walked towards the stairs leading upstairs. Others had no choice but to follow behind him. Draco pulled Lucas by the sleeve to slow down, and the two fell behind. "What the hell is going on? Why are you here? Did you forget about last summer vacation?" As soon as he was reminded, Draco recalled immediately. The two whispered to each other at the end. After a few words, they came to a door. There is a nameplate nailed to the door, and it can be seen that the nameplate has just been repaired. However, the name on it is clearly visible, much better than the nameplate on Sirius' room next to it. "Auntie, why did you bring us to Regulus' room?" "You'll know when you go in." The door was opened by Creature. When Narcissa saw her young cousin lying on the bed, she immediately covered her mouth with both hands. "Auntie, Regulus this is. Dead, died 14 years ago." "What?" Narcissa looked at Mrs. Black and the portrait in surprise. Creature, take out Regulus' locket and give the letter inside to Narcissa. The loyal elf opened the locket around his neck and removed the parchment paper stored inside. Seeing the contents on the parchment, Narcissa's eye sockets gradually became moist. Narcissa Malfoy, although her husband is a Death Eater, she was only loyal to her family. So in the original book, she would choose to help Harry after she learned that her son was fine. Because in her heart, family is more important than anything. Narcissa, who pays attention to feelings, looked at her cousin's immature appearance and said in disbelief, "He was only 18. "Yes, 18, my youngest son even died before me, and his bastard big brother is still going around preaching that he's a Death Eater." "Narcissa, is it true what they say about that bastard Sirius escaping from Azkaban?" Seeing Narcissa nodding, Mrs. Black continued, "Tomorrow you will go to the Ministry of Magic and take my seal to inherit the house into your own name." Narcissa immediately understood what her aunt meant. Then the two chatted alone in the room for a long time. When the door opened again, Narcissa went straight to Lucas. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Grindelwald. You will always be the honored guest of the Black and Malfoy families." Narcissa bowed slowly after finishing speaking. "I'll call the house elf later to tidy up the house and bring home the personal belongings of the Black family. After I finish the inheritance procedures of the old house, I will present the house to you in the name of the Black family to express our gratitude." Lucas waved his hand. "Don't worry, the more important thing now is to bury Mr. Regulus. He has been wandering for 14 years, and it's time to go home." Hearing this, Narcissa's eyes became moist again. Lucas looked at the portrait of Mrs. Black again and said, "If one day there is someone who can restore the glory of the Black family among the offshoot of the family, I promise that I will return the house to the other party unconditionally." "Thank you very much, Mr. Grindelwald." Because Narcissa still has a lot to do, Lucas said goodbye and left first. Besides, he had to go back and remove Voldemort's soul fragment from the locket. Only in this way can he complete the series of achievements for collecting the relics of the Founders. Returning to Grindelwald Manor, Vinda was waiting for him at the entrance. "How are things going?" "It went very well. I'll go back to my room first. Before I come out, don't let anyone disturb me." Getting a response from Vinda, Lucas then walked to his room. Locking the door, he took out the Slytherin's locket and began to destroy the dark magic on it. Lucas seems to have seen the diamond lottery beckoning himself. Chapter 146. Late at night, Lucas still held the Fiendfire carefully. Normally, he could directly use anti-magic to destroy the black magic on the locket. But it's been said before, the relics of the Founders are all precious alchemical items. In the case where the specific function of the locket is not clear, if he were to use the anti-magic power rashly, he was afraid that the locket itself would also be destroyed. This is not worth the haste. However, several hours passed, and Lucas looked at the original locket inside the Fiendfire with a puzzled expression. As far as he knew, Voldemort should have obtained the locket and the gold cup at the same time, so the protective spells between the two should be almost the same. Extinguishing the fire in the palm of his hand, Lucas held the locket up to his eyes for a closer look. Could it have something to do with the locket itself? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Tearing the void, he took the pendant to Salazar's laboratory. He remembered that there was still a notebook here used by Salazar Slytherin to record innovative ideas. After a while of rummaging, he finally found Salazar's innovation manual under the table. Reading carefully page by page through the scribbled writing and unintelligible drawings on it, Lucas actually found a dark magic protection charm. Prism Curse, black magic casted by mixing blood with one's own magic power. Although it is black magic, it is used to protect one's own safety. Salazar took inspiration from reflective prisms to create this kind of black magic that continuously refracts the magic power and reduces the power of the attacking spell. According to his vision, if the Prism Curse is applied to powerful alchemical objects, it can completely resist the Killing Curse and Fiendfire. Seeing this, Lucas was able to confirm that the spell was cast on the locket. But he checked carefully for a long time, and there was no way to cast or break the spell. Are you kidding me? Lucas looked through all the written things in the laboratory and didn't return to his room at the Grindelwald Manor until the next afternoon. Looking at the locket lying in his palm, he frowned. Do I really need to destroy it? Thinking of Ron splitting the locket with the Gryffindor sword in the original book, Lucas summoned the Gryffindor sword and walked out of the room. In the garden, Lucas held his sword high in both hands. He stood motionless for a minute or so. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and chopped down the sword vigorously with both hands. The blade of the sword cut across the air, making a slight sound. After a while, there were still no changes to the locket. If you observe carefully, you can find that the blade stopped less than 1 millimeter away from the locket. Lucas put away the Gryffindor sword and returned to the room with the locket. This time things went much smoother, and the Fiendfire quickly cleared away the black magic aura on the surface. Although the prism spell created by Salazar is powerful, it cannot withstand physical attacks that are also products of alchemy. Although he did not find a way to crack it in Salazar's laboratory yesterday, he found some useful information. For example, after the protective spell is broken, as long as the drop of blood mixed with magic power in the core still exists, the magic spell will automatically absorb the magic power to restore it. It is a pity that there is no specific method to cast such a powerful spell. Perhaps Salazar Slytherin also thought the spell was too powerful. So after casting a spell on the locket, he destroyed his notes on the Prism Curse. Along with the white light flashing at the tip of the wand, red rays of light bloomed in the alchemy formation, and Slytherin's locket gradually divided into 3 parts. As soon as Voldemort's soul fragment appeared, it was devoured by Lucas using soul devouring. Feeling his magic grow stronger again, Lucas exhaled and said, "System, what is the strength of my magic power now?" Ding, the host's magic power is 50 Elite Auror. It's still 10 points away. At most 5 months, I will be able to enter the quasi-legendary level. Suppressing his excitement, he looked back at the locket in the alchemy circle. At this time, there is still a drop of blood in the middle of the locket, divided into 3 parts. The blood drops are bright red, translucent, and even give people a strange feeling. This is the blood of Salazar Slytherin, along with his own magic. Lucas came to the alchemy circle and took out a potion vial. Holding the bottle in one hand and the wand in the other, carefully separating the magic power from the blood drop. With the constraints of the alchemy formation, although this process was slow, fortunately it was completed without any risk. Lucas poured his own blood back into the locket and wrapped the magic of Slytherin around his own blood drop. When he finally restored the locket to its original state, he immediately perceived the existence of the Prism Curse. I didn't expect it to be really successful. Lucas looked happily at the drop of blood in the alchemy bottle. This should be well preserved, the blood of Salazar Slytherin. There is only this drop in the world, and it might be useful someday. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Salazar Slytherin's locket, reward, 500 achievement points. It has been detected that the host completed a series of achievements. The relics of the founders, rewards, 1 chance to draw diamond lottery, 2,000 achievement points. Unexpectedly, the relics of the founders actually gave an extra 2,000 achievement points. Lucas tidied up the alchemy array on the ground. Then he went to the chair by the window and sat down. After drinking a bottle of Felix Felicis, he let the system use the diamond lottery. The diamond prize pool reappeared with numerous rewards in it. As the prize pool shone brightly, a series of colorful words appeared in front of Lucas, and words rushed into his mind. Ding, this lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Magic spell text. Magic spell text. Draw the rules and range with a wand, and those who step into the trap will have to abide by the rules. It is a kind of enchantment, and imposes an absolute rule on those who step into the enchantment. Although there are many restrictions on this spell, and it is also very slow to execute, if it is used to set up traps, it can be incredibly useful. Lucas rubbed his chin, his eyes suddenly lit up. This ability came at just the right time. Maybe he can rely on the help of this magic to successfully gain an advantage over Dumbledore. If he really succeeds, he will be more confident in dealing with Voldemort's resurrection the year following this one. But a long-term plan is needed. At the very least, he needs to wait until Professor Snape is successfully instigated. If there is no help from the other party, no matter how perfect Lucas' plan was, it was useless. Maybe I should try the power of spell text first. Lucas walked out of the room and started walking around the garden wall. Because the manor is too large. With his magical power, it takes several divisions to bring the entire manor into the scope of the text rules. Vinda looked strangely at Lucas' writing and drawing on the walls. He's never shown such a childish attitude, even when he was younger. She smiled lightly and shook her head without paying much attention. She thought Lucas was just a little stressed, so he used this way to relax. Lucas wrote spells all over the manor, then pretended nothing had happened and went back to his room. When he wrote in midair with his wand, whoever steps into Grindelwald Manor loses his magic power. The text in the entire manor suddenly flickered. Boom, boom, boom. Lucas, are you okay? Not long after, Vinda Rosier's nervous voice sounded outside the door. Just now, her magic power suddenly disappeared. Not only her, but also the magic power of all the saint members in the manor disappeared. Vinda looked aside at the broom, sweeping the floor, and her brows were tightly wrinkled together. Lucas smiled mischievously when he heard the voice outside the door. Waving the wand, the words in the air disappeared immediately. At the same time, the texts in various parts of the manor were also gradually hidden. Opening the door, Lucas asked curiously, "Aunt Vinda, what's wrong? Don't you feel something is wrong?" "No, what happened?" "Oh, it's okay. If you're busy, I will leave first." Seeing Vinda leave with a puzzled expression on her face, Lucas laughed as he closed the door. The following few days, he used spell text to play pranks from time to time. This is mostly to become familiar with the application of the magic. On the other hand, it is to pass the boring time. Until Draco brought news of Narcissa Malfoy, and he went again to 12 Grimmauld Place. Lucas has officially become the master here. Seeing that Narcissa was about to take down the portrait of Mrs. Black, he hurriedly stopped her. "Aunt Narcissa, don't trouble yourself, I don't live here. Mrs. Black probably doesn't want to leave either. I think she and Creature should just stay here, just as usual." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Grindelwald." Walburga Black in the portrait expressed her gratitude. She really couldn't bear to leave the house. Think of Sirius Black, who has become homeless. Lucas was in a very good mood. This good mood lasted until the start of school on September 1st. King's Cross Station. Lucas stood by the side of the road with his hands in his pockets. When he saw Hermione and Cho running towards him anxiously, he went up to them immediately. The two women tacitly stuffed their luggage into his arms. Then the two carried the cat and the swan to platform 9 3/4, leaving Lucas behind, staring at their retreating forms dumbfounded. When Lucas arrived at their compartment, it was still the last carriage. This place seems to have become Lucas' exclusive compartment. The little wizards at the school also know about it, so they won't bother them. Occasionally, new students are seen entering the carriage at the end. There will also be well-meaning people who will stand up and explain. Soon, the whistle of the Hogwarts Express train sounded. Not long after the train left the platform, the door of the compartment where Lucas was in was slammed open. The loud crashing sound attracted the attention of the students nearby. The two women frowned and turned their gazes to the outside of the carriage. When they saw the figure outside the door, the two looked at Lucas, who was reading a book leisurely. Chapter 147. Lucas wouldn't have thought that he actually had a little fangirl outside of school. Seeing Hermione and Cho cast their scrutinizing gaze on him, he looked helplessly at the petite figure outside the door. The girl outside the door had long, slightly curly brown hair, and her light brown eyes were very expressive. When she caught Lucas' gaze, a sweet smile appeared on her face, and with her dimples it formed a very cute appearance. "Lord Chief, my name is Astoria Greengrass, a new student at Hogwarts. My dream is to enter Slytherin House. I usually don't have any hobbies. The only thing I like is reading." And, hearing Astoria introduce herself like that, Hermione let out a chuckle. "Then the person you like is the Lord Chief." Astoria, who was nervous inside, didn't hear what Hermione said at all. When she realized something was wrong, her little head had already nodded several times. No. Hermione seemed to enjoy teasing the little girl in front of her. "Does that mean you hate Lucas?" Astoria's head seemed to become a rattle. At the same time, she looked anxiously at Lucas, as if worried that he might misunderstand her. Lucas coughed lightly, and Hermione stopped teasing the little girl outside the door after hearing it. "Are you Daphne's sister?" Astoria nodded vigorously. "Why do you call me Chief?" "Because the Lord Chief is the Lord Chief." Facing Astoria's look of worship, Lucas suddenly didn't know what to say next. Just when he was considering whether to say something encouraging, Daphne Greengrass came hurriedly from a distance. "Sorry, Chief, I hope my sister didn't bother you." Looking at her face full of worry as she apologized, Lucas said with a smile, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who gets angry so casually? Your sister is very cute, and she didn't bother us at all." Astoria was a little scared when she saw her sister coming, but after hearing Lucas's praise, her eyes lit up, and the expression on her face was extremely proud. Her face was just so expressive that it clearly showed her emotions for all to see. This made Lucas and the two girls laugh. When Daphne finally managed to leave dragging her little sister, the calm was restored on the train compartment again. However, because of the commotion, the protagonist of the conversation in the nearby compartments naturally became Lucas Grindelwald, who makes him so eye-catching no matter where he goes. The Hogwarts Express finally left London behind. The picturesque scenery in the suburbs is always fascinating. Lucas put away the books in his hand and stayed with the two girls, listening to Hermione and Cho talking and teasing. "You are really quite charming. Just rescued the beauty Ginny last school year, and now there is another little girl." "Yeah, I think Ginny Weasley seems to be attracted to you as well, Tusk. What a playboy." Lucas pretended not to hear and concentrated on looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window. But he was thinking in his heart, who will save me at this time? Maybe it was Merlin who heard the call from his heart, and Draco once again played a heroic role. The door was opened again, and Draco's voice came from outside the compartment. "Lucas, I have something important to talk about with you." "You came just in time. I just happened to have something to tell you as well. Let's go to your compartment to talk." Lucas got up and walked out of the compartment swiftly, leaving the girls behind to their conversation. This series of actions were performed so naturally and fast, he even left spell text on the door of the compartment before leaving. Seeing him leave as if fleeing, both girls looked a little unhappy. Immediately afterwards, they both sighed again. Why can't this guy restrain his charm? Hearing Cho's emotion, Hermione laughed and said, "If he doesn't have such charm, how can you still like him?" Lucas didn't go to Draco's compartment, as he said he would. As the chief of Slytherin, he still needs to perform his duties. like inspecting the compartments belonging to the Slytherin house. And he also knew that those disgusting dementors would be on the train in a few moments, so he needed to inform the Slytherins in advance. This is a good opportunity for them to show their talents. Draco, what do you want to tell me? It was my father who asked me to convey something. He said that Professor Snape asked you to come to his office after the start of term feast. Luca's eyes lit up. It looks like his plan was a success. Lucas, last time I wanted to ask, what exactly did you and Professor Snape talk about that day? Looking at his best friend who was full of curiosity, he said mysteriously, secret. Although he knew it would happen, Draco still felt very angry. Lucas saw his reddish cheeks and smiled. Come on, next school year, I promise to tell you all about it. But you have to think clearly. If you get involved, you won't have any room for retreat. HMPH, that's it. After Draco finished speaking, he walked quickly to his compartment, and Lucas continued to inspect the situation of the students of his house. Walking through the carriages one by one, he soon arrived at the compartment where Harry was together with his friends. Harry had a very bad summer vacation because the Daily Prophet reported about him continuously for many days, calling him a liar and other such words. Harry had thought that, after 2 months of hiding in the Muggle world, people would forget. But he didn't expect that he would meet that annoying woman and end up using accidental magic on her, which put him on the cover page of the newspapers once more. So, you blew the old woman into a balloon. Well, there wasn't much difference, since she already looked like a balloon even before that. Ron's eyes lit up. It's so cool that you taught her a lesson like this. Your father was the best chaser in Hogwarts. She can't humiliate him like this. Seeing the look of righteous indignation of his friend, the guilt in Harry's heart disappeared without a trace. I also met Minister Fudge this time, and he didn't seem like such a nasty person. I think we misunderstood him last time at Hagrid's house, and Minister Fudge didn't hold me accountable for misuse of magic this time. He even got me a room at the Leaky Cauldron. Seeing the envious expressions on the faces of his friends, Harry felt a little smug. After all, not everyone can see the Minister of Magic, and Ron had said that even his father had a hard time seeing Minister Fudge. After talking about Harry's summer vacation life, they started chatting about the arrest warrants posted on the streets and alleys. Neville Longbottom said uneasily, "Aren't you all afraid? That's Sirius Black, you know. I heard from my grandma that he blew up a whole street and killed 12 muggles. He was an evil dark wizard." The timid Neville turned pale. Seamus Finnegan then continued, "Especially you, Harry, I overheard my mother talking to a colleague. They guess that Sirius probably escaped from Azkaban to kill you, so you must be careful." Facing the concern of his friends, Harry first thanked them. Although there is always a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart, he trusted Dumbledore to protect him. Thinking of what Dumbledore had said to himself before the summer break, Harry's timidity was dispelled a lot. Dumbledore had said that there was power in him that even Voldemort could not comprehend, and it was a power that even Dumbledore couldn't have. Thinking again of the prediction made by Professor Trelawney the previous year, Harry seemed to believe that he was the one in the prophecy. "Don't worry, I'll be fine, Dumbledore will protect me. And Sirius wants to kill me for you-know-who. That just means they're afraid of me, doesn't it?" Lucas never knew that arrogance was contagious. Watching Ron and the others keep stroking Harry's ego, and Harry becoming more and more confident. It looked like he had some serious illness. Lucas is grateful for the decision he made. However, he still planned to take the time to go to Rowena's library to reread the information about the Curse of Desire. Why did he feel that Harry Potter's desires weren't the only things that were magnified? It was as if all of his negative emotions were under the spell. He doesn't need a savior who is only full of bad habits, such as arrogance and jealousy. Lucas looked to the corner of the compartment and saw a middle-aged man was sleeping by the window. He appeared on the train at this time and place, with his clothes patched everywhere, looking thin and malnourished. With such a destitute appearance, no need to ask, it must be Remus Lupin the werewolf. Seeing that Remus' ears kept moving, Lucas just knew the guy wasn't asleep. Just don't know how he'd react inwardly upon hearing what Harry and his friends had said about Sirius. Now that he is here, of course Lucas wants to get to know him, so he knocked on the door of Harry's compartment. Looking through the glass, the expressions of Harry and others became very ugly when they saw Lucas standing outside. Chapter 148. Hello Harry, long time no see. It's been a long time indeed. Compared to the smile on his face just now, Harry's expression at this moment is a little cold. Seeing this, Lucas smiled and said, "What? Still angry about the Chamber of Secrets? I've already explained that I didn't see any basilisks." "It doesn't matter, I don't care anymore. What else do you need? If there is nothing else, I want to talk to Ron about something else." Seeing the boy's attitude and how he was trying to get him to leave, Lucas shrugged. Originally, he just wanted to meet the werewolf, but now it seems that he can only look for another opportunity. Just as he turned to leave, there was a stranger's voice behind him. Lupin moved aside the clothes covering his head and said, "A little advice. Friends are very important during school. I see that your friend seems to want to apologize, and it's good to forgive when someone is being sincere." After Lupin said this, he looked at Harry and winked, because what he said was specifically for him. When Lupin looked towards the door of the carriage, the first thing that caught his eye was the dazzling blonde hair and deep blue eyes. The next moment, a name appeared in his mind. There are very few people in the British wizarding world who don't know Lucas Grindelwald. It turned out to be Mr. Grindelwald from the Saints Investment Group. "Nice to meet you." "It's an honor to meet you too, Professor Lupin." Remus looked puzzled, not understanding how the boy knew about him. Due to his sensitive identity as a werewolf, he couldn't help looking at Lucas with a little more vigilance. Lucas didn't care, but pointed to the box on the luggage rack with a smile. All eyes fell on the box and saw the words written on it, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, R.J. Lupin. Remus breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked at the young man in front of him again, he found that he was extending his right hand towards him. "Welcome, Professor, and I am also looking forward to your Defense Against the Dark Arts course. I still have something to do, so I will leave first." Seeing the sunny smile, along with Lucas' politeness, Remus remembered the conversation he had with Sirius before coming here. According to Sirius, the surname Grindelwald destined Lucas to be a supporter of purebloods. And he's also a Slytherin. The two only had the impression of Slytherins being arrogant and obnoxious. But now, after Remus got in touch with him personally, he found that Lucas seemed to be a little different from other Slytherins. At this moment, the boy who had already walked out of the carriage turned back. "I forgot one very important thing, Harry. You must lock the door of the compartment later, otherwise something bad could happen. Please believe me." "This is the Hogwarts Express. What can happen? Is it possible that someone will be so bold as to attack us?" After all, Ron couldn't hold back and said some words rudely. His behavior seems to have become a habit, as if he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't say something to refute Lucas. Lucas saw that Harry also seemed to agree, so shrugging his shoulders, he turned and walked towards the other carriages. Anyway, he has already made a reminder. Don't blame him for being kissed by a dementor at that time. After Lucas left, the conversation and laughter resumed in the compartment again. Remus sat in the corner and looked at Harry in front of him, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. After a while, he fell asleep again. He was really tired because of the recent full moon, and also because of poverty. That causes him to often not have enough to eat. Sleeping can reduce consumption and make people forget about hunger. Back to his own carriage compartment, the two girls greeted Lucas with blank eyes. He smiled and sat between the two of them, put his hands on their waists, and tried saying some nice words to coax them. After a while, the originally clear sky turned cloudy. The pouring rain made the distant scenery look hazy and beautiful. When the evening arrived, dark clouds made the day turn into night ahead of schedule. Lucas knew that the Dementors were coming. It's really strange that it's raining so hard all of a sudden. With that, Hermione stood up and was about to leave, but Lucas grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. "Where do you want to go?" "I'll just walk around the train. It's too boring staying in the same place all day." Cho nodded after hearing this, but noticed that her wrist was being held tightly by a big hand. "You two can't go out now. There will be danger soon." Danger, they frowned. Yes, Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban, and the Ministry of Magic feared he was hiding on the Hogwarts Express, so a Dementor inspection was arranged. Dementors, are they crazy? As the top students of Ravenclaw, the two girls know exactly what a Dementor is. Hermione said dissatisfied. Facing the happy and laughing students on the train, how could those Dementors control themselves? She didn't understand the Ministry of Magic's approach, let alone support it. At the same time, it also strengthened her determination to join the Ministry of Magic after graduation. This time it wasn't just about standing by Luca's side, she also wanted to truly change this stagnant magical world. Not long after Hermione finished speaking, the train stopped suddenly. The two girls, who already knew what was going on, suddenly became nervous. Ladies, draw your wands, remember the Patronus charm I taught you. Seeing the two nodding, Lucas said in a relaxed tone, if those Dementors dare to come in, use your Patronus to hit them in the face. Luca's relaxed tone dispelled the tension in their hearts. A few seconds after he finished speaking, all the lights on the train went out. The three of them clearly heard the loud voices of the students coming from the corridor. Lucas walked to the door and looked towards the front of the carriage. The students of Slytherin performed very well under the leadership of their respective chiefs. Even the 7th grade students walked to the carriages, where the freshmen were led by the year chief Carl O'Neill and the prefect Gemma Farley. Lucas, look. Hearing voices behind him, Lucas turned his head hastily, just to see the rain on the window condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The girls opened their mouths and tried to let out a breath of hot air. In an instant, it turned into a cloud of white mist. Watch out, the Dementors are on board. As soon as the words fell, a figure in black cloth appeared outside the carriage. It stuck out a rotting, dry, scabbed hand. It seems that they want to open the carriage door and come in to check. Go away, there is no one you are looking for here. Hearing Lucas voice, the Dementor paused. These dark creatures are very sensitive to humans' presence. The Dementor in front of him seemed to recognize Lucas, so it slowly let go of its hand, intending to go to other compartments to check. Just at this time, two voices shouted from behind Lucas, Expecto Patronum. The light from the two clusters of silver and white illuminated the entire carriage. The lights gradually turned into two corporeal Patronus. It's worth mentioning that because of Lucas, Hermione and Cho's Patronus were actually a cat and a swan respectively. Moreover, Hermione, who is not very good at the Patronus charm in the original book, does not have any difficulty in casting it now. For the two girls, just thinking back a little bit about their experiences with Lucas was enough to make them happy. Two Patronus jumped out of the carriage compartment and rushed towards the Dementor who hadn't reacted yet. They seemed to have found a fun toy and kept chasing the Dementor off the train. In the middle of the train, inside Harry's compartment. Hearing noises all around, Harry felt more and more uneasy. Then he suddenly remembered the words Lucas left before parting. Ron's locked the door now. It's a pity that he spoke too slowly. Before Ron got up, a Dementor had already arrived at the door. Ron's rat hid into his robe immediately when it saw the Dementor. Harry's owl also tucked its head under its wings. No creature in the wizarding world likes Dementors. Click tilde. The door handle was turned, and the door was opened. The Dementor entered the compartment, and its head turned curiously in Harry's direction, like it just found its favorite food. A transparent airflow was suddenly drawn away from Harry's body. The Dementor was devouring his happiness. As it devoured more and more, the Dementor began to lose control of itself, wanting to devour the souls of the human being in front of it. At this moment, Lupin, who was sleeping, opened his eyes, and his wand was already in his hand. The moment he got up, he uttered the Patronus charm to repel the Dementor. At this time, two playful Patronus animals passed by the door. Seeing that there was another Dementor in the carriage, the Patronus rushed towards the new Dementor. Remus lowered his wand as he watched the Dementors being chased away. He was a little curious for a moment. There are still people on this train who can use the Patronus charm, fully corporeal at that. Just when he was about to find out who the casters were, Lucas's sonorous, enhanced voice rang out from outside the compartment. Chapter 149. Lucas stepped out of the compartment and saw Dementors everywhere in the corridor. The Slytherin students had already received the news, though. But being their first time to really face Dementors, the Patronus charm, which was easily cast in the past, seemed to be malfunctioning. Fortunately, the younger Slytherins locked the doors of their compartments, so even if they can't use the Patronus charm, their safety is still guaranteed. Lucas glanced in the direction of Prefect Gemma Farley. She was currently leading the older students to protect the freshmen. The older students were not affected. The Patronus guardians were playing around them, and when they encountered Dementors, they would step forward and drive them away. Gemma also noticed Lucas at this time. She was about to come to greet him, but was stopped by him raising his hand. Then she saw Lucas draw out his wand and point it at his throat, using the sonorous charm to amplify his voice enough for the entire train to hear. "Listen, all Slytherins, raise your wands and follow me in casting the Patronus charm." Hearing Lucas' voice, the younger Slytherin students who were still timid before suddenly had the courage to face the Dementors. "It's the chief. The chief is right outside. Let's go and help." "I don't want to be looked down upon by the chief." Some people who didn't have the courage to raise their wands raised their wands high at this moment. The Slytherins seemed to have reached some kind of magical tacit understanding. There was no need for Lucas to count down, and no one needed to be reminded. Everyone raised their magic wands and chanted the spell together, Expecto Patronum. Silver white light illuminated one carriage after another. Even Slytherins with poor grades could still cast the Patronus charm in the white mist state at this moment. Lucas held his wand aloft as well, and an oriental dragon flew out from the tip of his wand. The whole body of the snake-like dragon was silver and white, and the transparent body seemed to contain the starry sky. Lucas didn't know why his Patronus was like this. Probably it has something to do with his elven blood. The long dragon Patronus looked like it was swimming in the train corridor. Every time it passes through a carriage, the other Patronus light would meld into its body. As a result, the dragon became even stronger. Soon, the size of the dragon Patronus overwhelmed the train. From a distance, the Hogwarts Express seemed to be covered with a silver coat. If you look carefully, you will notice that it wasn't a coat at all, but a silver dragon that swallowed the entire train into its belly. The Dementors had left the train long before the Patronuses had been cast. But be it because of the order of the Ministry of Magic or for the tempting meal in the train, they still floated around the train and refused to leave. Seeing this, Lucas waved his wand again, and the long dragon raised its head and let out an ear-splitting roar. The silver light formed a huge wave of light, driving the Dementors far away. The Hogwarts Express train that had lost its power came back on. Everyone felt a wave of warm air brushing against their cheeks, and the chill brought by the Dementors was instantly dissipated. Chief of each grade, go to Draco Malfoy to get chocolates, one for each student. Students in years 5 to 7, take chocolates to other compartments, and make sure that the other 3 houses and freshmen get them as well. Everyone on the train listen, I'm Lucas Grindelwald, the Dementors have been expelled. Chocolate can effectively alleviate the effects of Dementors, please don't refuse. Prefect Gemma Farley, please go to the front of the train and inform the conductor immediately, and ask him to start the train as soon as possible. We need to get to Hogwarts fast. After Lucas finished speaking, the Slytherin students sprang into action. Draco opened a suitcase that was enlarged by Lucas with the untraceable extension charm. It can fit all the chocolate they might need. Thanks, Merlin, those horrible things are finally gone. I must write to my family and ask them to complain to the Ministry of Magic. That's right, they even let the Dementors get on the train. Did the person who came up with this idea have his head stepped on by a troll? Students from the other houses couldn't help complaining as they were slumped in their seats. When they received chocolates from Slytherin students, they would politely express their gratitude. This time, the Slytherins got a wave of favorability from part of the other houses, which is something incredibly rare. Especially Lucas. Originally, his popularity in other houses was not low, but now he's even more respected by them. After all, he saved everyone's life this time. At the same time, the firsties who just entered this year also became curious about Lucas. Most of these little children don't really understand the horror of dementors. They just think those disgusting guys must have been quite strong, but the one who just spoke and the students of Slytherin House were even stronger. After being frightened, the first reaction of these children was to become full of excitement. Astoria Greengrass held her head proudly. The chief is really good, everyone is also good, I have to work hard. Daphne, who came to take care of her little sister, could feel a headache incoming. This is great, just listening to her before, her sister already worshipped the chief. But now seeing his strength with her own eyes, her adoration reached a completely new level. Father, mother, I am afraid that your youngest daughter will enter the tiger's mouth voluntarily. Daphne Greengrass looked out the window as this thought crossed her mind. Tilde clap 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 tilde. Hearing applause from behind, Lucas turned around and looked over calmly. Professor Lupin, do you need something? Oh, wonderful patroness charm. This is not just a compliment, but a sincere statement. I have never seen such a powerful patroness in my many years. Professor, I think you have misunderstood. It is not me who is powerful, but the entire Slytherin house. Hearing what Lucas had to say, the Slytherins around raised their heads one by one, while the students from other houses looked at them enviously. At this moment, the other 3 houses actually felt that they should also have a chief system. In this case, maybe there will be a responsible and kind chief, like Lucas among them. Lupin has suffered all kinds of hardships in these years, and thought he was pretty good at seeing through people. But he was also struck by Lucas' humility at the moment, and even felt that serious analysis should be wrong. Just when he was about to ask why Lucas' patroness charm absorbed other patronesses, Ron's anxious shouts came from the compartment beside him. Harry, wake up. Remus turned hastily and was relieved to see that Harry just fainted. When he looked at Lucas again, the blonde Slytherin had already returned to his own compartment. Beside him, there were students from other houses instead. Harry Potter fainted. No way, he was so scared he fainted. I doubt his remarks about the Chamber of Secrets even more now. Compared with Lucas Grindelwald, I am more willing to trust Grindelwald. At least he will not faint because of the Dementor. Hearing the whispers of the people outside the door, Ron got up angrily to defend his friend. Harry was just attacked by a Dementor, that's why he fainted, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Ron Weasley, whatever we say is our freedom, and it's not just Harry Potter who was attacked. That's right, several people in Hufflepuff were attacked, and they didn't pass out. Harry woke up just in time to hear a few people arguing. Seeing him sitting up, Ron hurried forward to check on him. The others didn't continue to say anything, but they still looked at Harry with some mischief in their eyes. Harry's face flushed instantly, and just when he didn't know what to do, Lupin stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, the train is about to arrive at Hogwarts. Please return to your compartments. The status of a professor is still very useful, and the people around the door gradually dispersed. But Harry knew things were far from over. It won't be long before all of Hogwarts knows that he fainted just now. Plus the summer vacation with the Daily Prophet talking badly about him. He was afraid that he would once again become the laughingstock of everyone after the feast. Harry nibbled at the chocolate in his hand and blamed Lucas in his heart. If he had spoken clearly earlier when he warned to close the door, he wouldn't have gone through this. The Hogwarts Express was arriving at Hogsmeade Station soon. Astoria walked up to Lucas with cheerful steps and said, "My lord, I will report first. You can rest assured that I will definitely enter Slytherin." Lucas smiled and said, "Good luck, I trust you can do it." He watched the girl happily running to Hagrid in the distance. Even if she was wet by the rain, she didn't care. Look, everyone has already left. Hearing Hermione's jealous voice behind him, Lucas turned and hugged her in his arms. Since she is a child who is going to enter my house, I must give her some words of encouragement. Hermione's face was reddish, and she raised her hand to pull Lucas' hand away. "Let's go, or the carriage will be full in a while." The 3 of them searched all the way. It was only in the second half that they finally found a vacant carriage. "Luna, Hermione let out an exclamation and hurried to one of the carriages. Lucas followed and saw the ethereal girl at a glance. Dirty blonde long hair, silver eyes, radish earrings, and her wand behind the ear, it all made her look so special. Hermione Granger, Cho Chang. Luna Lovegood's speaking voice was as ethereal as her looks. After she greeted the two girls, she turned to look at Lucas again and nodded curiously. "Are you the only one in this carriage?" Seeing Luna nodding, Hermione immediately asked Lucas and Cho to get inside. "We'll be going with you, do you mind?" "I don't mind." After Luna finished speaking, she looked at Lucas again. This made the three of them very curious, and Lucas couldn't help asking, "Why are you looking at me like this?" "I see reflections of the Strals in your eyes. Can you see them too?" Lucas froze for a moment and said, "Yes, I can see them." The corners of Luna's lips rose slightly, probably because she thought she had found a companion. She has asked many people, but no one could see the Strals pulling the carriages. With gradual understanding, there were more and more topics for the four of them. When they arrived at the castle, Lucas was a little bit unconvinced. Although this girl Luna always has some weird ideas, sometimes the questions she asks hit the nail on the head. It might even give Lucas some inspiration. Such a unique girl is really quite interesting. After entering the castle, the four separated and walked toward their respective houses. Well, it was only Lucas who was separated from the other three. After all, they were all from Ravenclaw. Returning to Slytherin's group, Lucas led his housemates to the Great Hall. Just walked a short while, and he saw Professor Snape standing at the door. He hadn't seen him for a while, and the professor's temperament looked even more gloomy. When he received a look from the dour professor, Lucas nodded slightly, then walked to the Slytherin table. After a while, the school opening feast began. With the words of Professor McGonagall, the New Year's sorting ceremony was about to start. Chapter 150. Astoria Greengrass. This year's firsties weren't anything to behold, with Astoria being the only interesting one. On the long table in Slytherin, Daphne watched worriedly as her younger sister walked towards the stool in front of the teacher's table. She was in a strange mood at the moment. She didn't want Astoria to enter Slytherin, because that would put her right in the hands of that lustful beast, but she was worried about her being bullied if she entered a different house. "Slytherin!" The Sorting Hat shouted loudly that Astoria belonged with the Snake House. Watching the little girl running towards their long table with cheerful steps, Daphne sighed helplessly. Forget it, let it be. She really couldn't figure out why her gentle and quiet sister seemed to be a different person after meeting their chief. The sorting ceremony was over soon, and as usual, Albus Santa Dumbledore stood up and gave a speech. On this day, the old bee appeared on the stage in colorful red wizard robes. If he had a sack on his back, no one would think he was a wizard. Welcome first years, and welcome back to everyone else to this new year at Hogwarts. Before the dinner feast starts, I want to say a few things seriously. The first is regarding the Dementors. Like on the Hogwarts Express, Dementors will be stationed around the school this year. They need to perform a task assigned by the Ministry of Magic, so during their guarding time, no one is allowed to leave the school without permission. I want you to understand that Dementors cannot be tricked by any kind of tricks, not even an invisibility cloak. And it's not in their nature to forgive, so don't go around giving them any reason to attack you. Dumbledore gave Harry a special look. This sentence is specifically to remind him not to try anything stupid. In case he loses his mind for a while and wears his invisibility cloak to find trouble with the Dementors. Finishing talking about the Dementors, Dumbledore changed his serious expression and looked at the teacher's seat with a smile on his face. The next piece of good news is that we will welcome 2 new professors this year. First, Professor Remus J. Lupin of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Lupin, whose clothes were covered with patches, got up to greet everyone with a restrained expression. What he got was warm applause from Harry and some others. At the Slytherin long table, Lucas just clapped his hands symbolically. He did see Professor Snape's ugly expression, so he won't do things like asking for trouble. Harry and Ron at the Gryffindor table, next to him, also saw Professor Snape's disgusted expression. Harry whispered to his friend next to him, "I guess Snape must be upset that he didn't become the defense against the dark arts professor. He actually hates every defense against the dark arts professor." When Harry said this, his tone was gloating. He was delighted by the annoyed look of Professor Snape. Next is the second professor. Everyone knows that Professor Kettleburn has reached the age of retirement. Plus, his mobility is a bit inconvenient, of course. He hopes to spend his retirement time with his remaining limb. So give a warm applause to Rubeus Hagrid, who will become Professor of Care of Magical Creatures and, of course, will continue his original duties as Keeper of Keys. Hagrid received even louder applause. The big man has a lot of popularity in Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. In such a warm atmosphere, a sneer came from the long Slytherin table. Lucas looked at the two people in the teacher's seat. One is a werewolf, the other has a sloppy personality who likes to raise and breed dangerous creatures. He didn't know what to think about Dumbledore's choice of teachers. Perhaps, as Professor Snape said, his head was already full of sweets. Once the opening feast was over, the students returned to their respective dormitories under the leadership of their prefects. Before leaving the Great Hall, Harry was taken away by Madame Pomfrey, and the students immediately discussed this. Those who didn't believe that Harry fainted on the train didn't seem to be so firm anymore. Slytherin Common Room. The traditional ceremony of the Chief Challenge has officially started. But before it started, Severus Snape, who was their head of house, suddenly arrived. This is something unexpected, because he never bothers to attend this particular ceremony. At the same time, Harry, who just came out of the infirmary, looked at Professor Lupin beside him. "Professor, can you tell me what spell Lucas used on the train today?" "You mean the Patronus charm?" Seeing Harry nod, after thinking about it, Lupin explained to him the function of the Patronus charm. "Then can you teach me? I feel that the Dementors affect me much more than anyone else." Lupin didn't agree to Harry's request. He stopped and went to the window, watching the Dementors floating in the air in the pouring rain. "Harry, I don't think you're ready yet. Maybe I'll teach you how to do it later." Harry frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the professor's answer. "But Professor, Lucas and I are both third years, so if he can cast it, I can definitely do it too." "Harry, you don't understand. The Patronus charm is not so easy to learn. Most adult wizards have trouble with the spell, and not many can actually use it." Lupin saw the determined look in Harry's eyes, knowing that it is useless to keep persuading him. So he had no choice but to teach him the spell of the Patronus charm and how to cast it. Expecto Patronum. When Harry got the spell, he immediately raised his wand and tried to cast it, but nothing happened. Remus sighed and said, "Harry, the Patronus charm is a very ancient and profound protective spell, and it is very difficult to learn. So don't be discouraged. No matter how talented you are, you can't master it in a short time. However, as your defense against the dark arts professor, I can tell you responsibly that your defense against the dark arts talent is very good. You are just like your father, and with my guidance, I believe that you will be able to successfully cast the Patronus charm in a couple of months." Harry looked at the melancholic man in front of him in surprise. "You know my father. Of course, your father James and I used to be students of Gryffindor, and he was one of my best friends. Harry, you are very similar to your father. Both are very talented." In this instant, Harry suddenly felt a warmth as if Lupin was part of his family. The two talked about James Potter's deeds as they walked. Perhaps it was because he hoped that Harry's father would have a majestic and upright image, so Remus didn't tell all the bad things their Marauders group did back then. "All right, Harry, it's getting late. You should go back to your dormitory to sleep." Harry glanced at the corridor behind him and said goodbye to Lupin reluctantly. When he returned to his dorm, Ron and the others were eating prank candies. He heard the sounds of various animals coming out of their mouths, and he jumped in to play right away. As for the Patronus charm, it has long been forgotten. Professor Lupin also said that even talented people take a long time to succeed. Harry felt that instead of practicing hard by himself, it would be better to wait for Professor Lupin to impart his experience. Slytherin Common Room. Lucas sat on the sofa, looking at the panting brown-haired girl. Although she was a little embarrassed, she still beat all the people in her year. "My lord, I still want to show you one more thing." Astoria took a deep breath. Wait until her fast-beating heart calmed down a bit, waved her wand and pointed forward. Expecto Patronum. Silver white light appeared on the tip of her wand. Although it was still in the state of white mist, Lucas could tell at a glance. Astoria's Patronus charm is pretty close to becoming corporeal. That's right, keep practicing. I believe you will be able to display a complete Patronus in a short time. Hearing Lucas' praise, the little girl's face was slightly red, and the smile on her face was much brighter than before. Gemma Farley, as prefect, stood up and announced the final results of the chief challenge. First-year chief, Astoria Greengrass. Looking at her younger sister, standing in the middle of the crowd receiving applause, Daphne's eyes were a little complicated. She is very clear about how much hard work her younger sister has endured in order to obtain the strength she has today. Father, mother, I may not be able to bring Torre back. Lucas had no idea that because of himself, a young girl's hair almost turned gray with worry for her sister. He stood up from the sofa and looked around at everyone in the lounge. You should have heard what Headmaster Dumbledore said. Until the Dementors have withdrawn, students are forbidden to go out without permission. Especially those with a good patroness, if I ever find out you're going after Dementors. I will definitely place you in the lounge as the objects for everyone to practice their transfiguration. Yes, Chief. Everyone knows Lucas' temper. While he's usually quite gentle, he always does what he says, so they all nodded. Of course, I know that many of you are still very timid when facing Dementors alone, so. At this time, Lucas looked at the older chiefs at the side. Second-year chief, Noel Shafik. Third-year chief, Draco Malfoy. Fifth-year chief, Marcy Flint. The three of you go catch 2 Dementors and bring them back for practice. Ahem, came Professor Snape's cough. Lucas glanced at him lightly. Professor, now is the time for me to issue orders as chief. If you have different opinions, we can discuss it later. Snort. Professor Snape's expression turned even colder, and everyone around him could feel the sudden decrease in the air pressure. Chief, do I really need to go? Marcy Flint raised her hand and asked. Of course, you have to protect the 2 younger chiefs. Seeing Marcy's expression on the verge of crying, everyone around laughed out loud. For the chief of the 5th grade, the application of the Patronus charm was perfect. But at one point, she was terribly afraid of ghosts, and a Dementor fit the look of a terrifying ghost much better than the Hogwarts ghosts. Marcy's pleading eyes were ignored. Lucas looked at everyone and said again, no one knows where Sirius Black is right now. I'm sure most of you have been informed that Black is coming to kill Harry Potter. I don't care whether this matter is true or not. If you meet a stranger at school, please inform your year chief or me and the head of house in time. Do you understand? Yes, Chief. Lucas nodded in satisfaction and then let everyone disperse. Mr. Grindelwald, come with me to the office. Professor Snape, who had been waiting for a long time, left the lounge with a cold tone. When Lucas caught up with the other party and entered the office, with one glance, he immediately saw the cauldron in the corner. Taking a closer look at the materials, Lucas smiled. It seems that his plan has succeeded. If this is the case, the plan for the old bee can start soon. Chapter 151. Why was Lucas so sure that Professor Snape's rebellion was successfully instigated? The cauldron in the corner is the answer. It is the water of life being brewed in it. Although with his potion level, he might not know what the water of life looks like, but he has seen all the materials that have not completely melted inside. Professor, it seems that you have not been resting during this time. Mr. Grindelwald, just because I called you here doesn't mean I believe your unbelievable words. Now, let's talk about what happened just now. Do you know what the consequences will be if you capture a Dementor privately and are discovered? Seeing Lucas nod, Professor Snape sneered, I don't think you're a Chnatharum stuffed head nose. If the captured Dementor escapes, do you know what will happen? Of course, Professor, so I hope to get your help to make something that can keep the Dementors contained. Snape hadn't expected Lucas to say such a thing. Mr. Grindelwald, Are you asking your professor to help you do something against wizarding laws? Seeing Luca's nod again, Snape actually laughed. If a sneer with a slight rise in the corner of his mouth can be considered a laugh. Tilda bangs Tilda. A vial of potion was placed on the table by Professor Snape. Mr. Grindelwald, will you drink it yourself, or will I have to feed you it myself? Dear Professor Snape, may I ask if this is? The throat-locking gas can make people unconscious painfully after a while. If you drink it, it will save your professor some effort and make it easier to send you into Azkaban. Seeing Professor Snape's cold eyes, Lucas smiled, took 2 steps back and said, I'll figure out how to deal with the Dementors myself, so I won't bother you anymore. His backing down caused Snape to put away the potion on the table. When he saw the choke gas being put back into the glass case, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief. Professor, I don't know what you think about that matter. Professor Snape closed the glass case and turned to the cauldron in the corner. I started brewing this potion during the summer vacation. Because of the limited materials, I had to brew the water of life in one go. He stirred the potion in the cauldron clockwise with his wand. However, Dumbledore wants me to brew wolfsbane potion for a werewolf. That's a werewolf we're talking about. That old man with a brain full of sugar, what the hell is he thinking? It could be heard from Professor Snape's tone just how much was his distaste and hatred for Lupin. Thinking about it, it does make sense, because the Marauders had bullied him a lot during school. What does the professor mean? You come to help me brew the wolfsbane potion. In addition, I need to know your next plan, how you want to save Harry Potter. Lucas drew his wand and cast Muffliato. Professor Snape gave him a rather surprised look. It seems that you have learned all the spells in my book. Of course, the spells created by the professor are very practical. Of course, Lucas would not tell him that he could use these spells a long time ago. Instead, he wanted to give credit to Professor Snape, who had created these spells. Under his repeated flattery, even the indifferent Professor Snape's expression softened a bit. Taking this opportunity, Lucas asked, Professor, have you heard of the Resurrection Stone? His voice just fell, and he saw Professor Snape staring at him like he was an idiot. I think every young wizard has read children's books like the Tales of Beedle the Bard. Mr. Grindelwald's method is to find the illusory Resurrection Stone to revive Mr. Potter. As Professor Snape spoke, his eyes became very contemptuous. If this is the case, then Mr. Grindelwald can leave, rest assured. I will not tell anyone about the conversation between you and me. Seeing the professor raise his wand and point to the door of the office, Lucas said helplessly, Professor, who told you that the Deathly Hallows is just a fairy tale? In fact, Lucas can also understand. By the time Professor Snape's generation was born, Gellert Grindelwald had been defeated for years. At that time, Voldemort was the mainstream, so topics like the Deathly Hallows have long become outdated. The invisibility cloak is a Potter family heirloom, and no one is foolish enough to advertise their family heirloom as a Deathly Hallows. The Elder Wand was in Dumbledore's hand. But Dumbledore was recognized as the strongest wizard at that time, so his light obscured the Elder Wand in his hand. In fact, it can be seen in many places in the original work. Professor Snape, until his death, thought that Voldemort had acquired a powerful wand from Dumbledore. Seeing Professor Snape's puzzled eyes, Lucas reminded softly, the invisibility cloak in Harry Potter's hand and the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's are both Deathly Hallows. Impossible, said Professor Snape, shaking his head. Harry Potter will not be mentioned for now, but he had been by Dumbledore's side for many years. Having seen the old man's wand a few times, he remembers that Dumbledore said it was won from a friend of his. Lucas knew that if he couldn't show evidence, Professor Snape wouldn't believe it. So he waved his wand and pointed in the air, and a reduced version of the Alliance's mark appeared in midair. Lucas erased the 2 uppercase, G, S, leaving the remaining marks in front of them. My father, Gellert Grindelwald, stole a wand from Master Grigorovitch when he was young. That is the Elder Wand mentioned in the Tales of Beedle the Bard, with its immense power. It was because of it that my father was invincible and unbeatable until he lost to Dumbledore. The Elder Wand only submits to the strong, so my defeated father lost the Elder Wand, and it has remained in Dumbledore's hands ever since. Lucas paused for a moment after he finished speaking. He had to wait for Professor Snape to digest the knowledge. Waiting until he saw the professor nodding to him, Lucas held up his wand and said, "If you don't believe me, look at my wand. Mine is also made of elderberry." Although it looks different from the Elder Wand, his wand also has elderberry features. Continue. Lucas took back his wand and continued. After my investigation, I discovered that the heirloom of the Potter family is the invisibility cloak in Harry's possession. And I also have evidence to prove that the Potter family are the descendants of Ignatus Peverell, one of the 3 brothers. As for the Resurrection Stone. How about the Resurrection Stone? Seeing that he stopped talking when he reached the Resurrection Stone, Professor Snape frowned. The Resurrection Stone is interesting. According to my investigation, it is actually in the Gaunt family. And the Gaunt family is the descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and at the same time has some relationship with Cadmus Peverell, the second among the 3 brothers. I have found the whereabouts of the Resurrection Stone, and now I need someone strong enough to retrieve it. So you're going to send Dumbledore there. Professor Snape quickly understood what Lucas meant. Seeing him nod, Snape sneered. You seem to underestimate Dumbledore. No, I'm not underestimating him. On the contrary, I understand Dumbledore's strength better than anyone else. Lucas turned and walked to the desk. Seeing him pull out a chair to sit on, Snape gave him a cold look. Professor, I said before that Dumbledore must already know of the Horcrux's existence by now. He may have even investigated exactly how Voldemort created the Horcruxes. Remember that book I mentioned to you? Secrets of the Darkest Arts? I couldn't find it in the restricted section. But I'm sure it's still at Hogwarts, so where do you think the book would be? The image of the headmaster's office immediately appeared in Snape's mind. The books there should be the 3rd most in Hogwarts. Seeing his expression, Lucas knew that Professor Snape had thought of it, so he continued. If there is an excellent student who suddenly asks the headmaster about the soul, what do you think he will do? It didn't think that Mr. Grindelwald intended to kill himself. You don't really think Dumbledore is as kind as he looks, do you? Of course not, but for the smooth progress of the future plan, it is necessary to do so, and everything is for the greater good. Luca's confident look didn't impress Professor Snape. Instead, he was ridiculed even more violently. The night in the dungeons is eerie and silent, but the sound of Professor Snape spitting out venom could be heard from time to time in the potions office. Until a long time passed, Luca's calm voice rang in the office. Since we have reached a cooperation, please trust me. As for whether Dumbledore will do anything to me, it all depends on you, the professor. I can see that the relationship between you and Professor Lupin is very bad, and you seem to hate him. Defense against the dark arts in a few days, I think it's a good excuse. Then I'll start planning and get Dumbledore to talk to me, and the rest will be up to you. After Lucas finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the door of the office. Leaving Professor Snape alone with his depression in the office,